Introduction of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters to his Son on the Art of Becoming a Man of the World and a Gentleman by Philip Stanhope, 4th Earl of Chesterfield. Introduction. From the Project Gutenberg Editor's Notes. OS and NS. On consultation with several specialists, I have learned that the abbreviations OS and NS relate to the difference between the old Julian calendar used in England and the Gregorian calendar which was the standard in Europe. In the mid-18th century, it is said that this once amounted to a difference of 11 days. To keep track of the chronology of letters back and forth from England to France or other countries in mainland Europe, Chesterfield inserted in dates the designation OS, Old Style, and NS, New Style. D.W. Special Introduction. The proud Lord Chesterfield would have turned in his grave had he known that he was to go down to posterity as a teacher and preacher of the gospel not of grace, but the graces, the graces, the graces. Natural gifts, social status, open opportunities, and his ambition all conspired to destine him for high statesmanship. If anything was lacking in his qualifications, he had the pluck and good sense to work hard and persistently until the deficiency was made up. Something remained lacking, and not all his consummate mastery of arts could conceal that conspicuous want, the want of heart. Teacher and preacher he assuredly is, and long will be, yet no thanks are due from a posterity of the common people, whom he so sublimely despised. His pious mission was not to raise the level of the multitude, but to lift a single individual upon a pedestal so high that his lowly origin should not betray itself. That individual was his, Lord Chesterfield's, illegitimate son, whose inferior blood should be given the true blue hue by concentrating upon him all the externals of aristocratic education. Never had pupil so devoted, persistent, lavish and brilliant a guide, philosopher, and friend, for the parental relation was shrewdly merged in these. Never were devotion and uphill struggle against doubts of success more bitterly repaid. Philip Stanhope was born in 1732, when his father was 38. He readily absorbed enough the solids of the ideal education supplied him, but by perversity of fate he cared not a fig for the graces, the graces, the graces, which his father so wisely deemed by far the superior qualities to be cultivated by the budding courtier and statesman. A few years of minor services to his country were rendered, though Chesterfield was breaking his substitute for a heart, because his son could not or would not play the superfine gentleman, on the paternal model, and then came the news of his death, when only 36. What was a still greater shock to the lordly father, now deaf, gouty, fretful, and at outs with the world, his informant reported that she had been secretly married for several years to young Hopeful, and was left penniless with 2 boys. Lord Chesterfield was above all things a practical philosopher, as hard and as exquisitely rounded and polished as a granite column. He accepted the vanishing of his lifelong dream with the admirable stolidity of a fatalist, and in those last days of his radically artificial life he disclosed a welcome tenderness, a touch of the divine, none the less so for being common duty, shown in the few brief letters to his son's widow, and to our boys. This, and his enviable gift of being able to view the downs as well as the ups of life, in the consoling humorous light, must modify the sterner judgment so easily passed upon his characteristic inculcation, if not practice, of heartlessness. The 13th century Mother Church in the town from which Lord Chesterfield's title came has a peculiar steeple, graceful in its lines, but it points askew, from whatever corner it is seen. The writer of these letters, which he never dreamed would be published, is the best self-portrayed gentleman in literature. In everything he was naturally a stylist, perfected by assiduous art, yet the graceful steeple somehow warped out of the beauty of the perpendicular. His ideal gentleman is the frigid product of a rigid mechanical drill, with the mien of a posture master, the skin-deep graciousness of a French Marechal, the calculating adventurer who cuts unpretentious worthies to toady to society magnates, who affects the supercilious air of a shallow dandy, and cherishes the heart of a frog. True, he repeatedly insists on the obligation of truthfulness in all things, and of honour in dealing with the world. His gentleman may, nay, he must, sail with the stream, gamble in moderation if it is the fashion, must stoop to wear ridiculous clothes and ornaments if they are the mode, though despising his weakness all to himself, and no true gentleman could afford to keep out of the little gallantries which so effectively advertised him as a man of spirit and charm. Those repeated injunctions of honour are to be the rule, subject to these exceptions, which transcend the common proprieties when the subject is the rising young gentleman of the period, and his goal social success. If an undercurrent of shady morality is traceable in this Chesterfieldian philosophy, it must, of course, be explained away by the less perfect moral standard of his period, as compared with that of our day. Whether this holds strictly true of men may be open to discussion, but his lordship's worldly instructions as to the utility of women as stepping-stones to favour in high places are equally at variance with the principles he so impressively inculcates, and with modern conceptions of social honour. The externals of good breeding cannot be overestimated, if honestly come by, nor is it necessary to examine too deeply into the prime motives of those who urge them upon a generation in whose eyes matter is more important than manner. Superficial refinement is better than none, but the Chesterfield pulpit cannot afford to shirk the duty of proclaiming loud and far that the only courtesy worthy of respect is that politesse de cœur, the politeness of the heart, which finds expression in consideration for others as the ruling principle of conduct. This mitigates to some extent against the assumption of fine airs without the backing of fine behaviour, and if it tends to discourage the effort to use others for selfish ends, it nevertheless pays better in the long run. Chesterfield's frankness in so many confessions of sharp practice almost merits his canonization as a minor saint of society. Dr. Johnson has indeed placed him on a Simeon Stylites pillar, an immortality of penance from which no good member of the Writers' Guild is likely to pray his deliverance. He commends the fine art and high science of dissimulation, with the gusto of an apostle and the authority of an expert. Dissimulate, but do not simulate. Disguise your real sentiments, but do not falsify them. Go through the world with your eyes and ears open, and mouth mostly shut. When new or stale gossip is brought to you, never let on that you know it already, nor that it really interests you. The reading of these letters is better than hearing the average comedy, in which the wit of a single sentence of Chesterfield suffices to carry an act. His man-of-the-world philosophy is as old as the Proverbs of Solomon, but will always be fresh and true, and enjoyable at any age, thanks to his pithy expression, his unfailing common sense, his sparkling wit and charming humour. This latter gift shows in the seeming lapses from his rigid rule requiring absolute elegance of expression at all times, when an unexpected coarseness, in some provincial colloquialism, crops out with picturesque force. The beau ideal of superfineness occasionally enjoys the bliss of harking back to Mother English. Above all the defects that can be charged against the letters, there rises the substantial merit of an honest effort to exalt the gentle in woman and man, above the merely genteel. He that is genteel doeth genteel deeds, runs the medieval saying which marks the distinction between the genuine and the sham in behaviour. A later age had it thus: handsome is as handsome does, and in this larger sense we have agreed to accept the motto of William of Wykeham, which declares that manners maketh man. Oliver H. G. Lee. Section 1 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. 1746 to 1747. Letter 1. Bath, October 9th, Old Style, 1746. Dear Boy, your distresses in your journey from Heidelberg to Schaffhausen, your lying upon straw, your black bread, and your broken berline, are proper seasonings for the greater fatigues and distresses which you must expect in the course of your travels, and if one had a mind to moralize, One might call them the samples of the accidents, rubs, and difficulties which every man meets with in his journey through life. In this journey, the understanding is the voiture that must carry you through, and in proportion as that is stronger or weaker, more or less in repair, your journey will be better or worse, though at best you will now and then find some bad roads and some bad inns. Take care, therefore, to keep that necessary voiture in perfect good repair. Examine, improve, and strengthen it every day. It is in the power, and ought to be the care, of every man to do it. He that neglects it deserves to feel, and certainly will feel, the fatal effects of that negligence. Apropos of negligence, I must say something to you upon that subject. You know I have often told you that my affection for you was not a weak, womanish one, and far from blinding me, it makes me but more quick-sighted as to your faults. Those it is not only my right, but my duty to tell you of, and it is your duty and your interest to correct them. In the strict scrutiny which I have made into you, I have, thank God, hitherto not discovered any vice of the heart, or any peculiar weakness of the head, but I have discovered laziness, inattention, and indifference, faults which are only pardonable in old men, who in the decline of life, when health and spirits fail, have a kind of claim to that sort of tranquillity. But a young man should be ambitious to shine and excel, alert, active, and indefatigable in the means of doing it, like Caesar, nihil actum reputans, sid quid suppresset agendum. You seem to want that vivida vis animi, which spurs and excites most young men to please, to shine, to excel. Without the desire and the pains necessary to be considerable, depend upon it, you can never be so; as, without the desire and attention necessary to please, you can never please. Nullum numen abest, si sit prudentia, is unquestionably true, with regard to everything except poetry, and I am very sure that any man of common understanding may, by proper culture, care, attention, and labor, make himself whatever he pleases, except a good poet. Your destination is the great and busy world. Your immediate object is the affairs, the interests, and the history, the constitutions, the customs, and manners of the several parts of Europe. In this, any man of common sense may, by common application, be sure to excel. Ancient and modern history are, by attention, easily attainable. Geography and chronology the same, none of them requiring any uncommon share of genius or invention. Speaking and writing, clearly, correctly, and with ease and grace, are certainly to be acquired, by reading the best authors with care, and by attention to the best living models. These are the qualifications more particularly necessary for you, in your department, which you may be possessed of if you please, and which, I tell you fairly, I shall be very angry at you if you are not; because, as you have the means in your hands, it will be your own fault only. If care and application are necessary to the acquiring of those qualifications, without which you can never be considerable, nor make a figure in the world, they are not less necessary with regard to the lesser accomplishments, which are requisite to make you agreeable and pleasing in society. In truth, whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well, and nothing can be done well without attention. I therefore carry the necessity of attention down to the lowest things, even to dancing and dress. Custom has made dancing sometimes necessary for a young man. Therefore, mind it while you learn it, that you may learn to do it well, and not be ridiculous, though in a ridiculous act. Dress is of the same nature. You must dress, therefore attend to it, not in order to rival or to excel a fop in it, but in order to avoid singularity, and consequently ridicule. Take great care always to be dressed like the reasonable people of your own age, in the place where you are, whose dress is never spoken of one way or another, as either too negligent or too much studied. What is commonly called an absent man is commonly either a very weak or a very affected man, but be he which he will, he is, I am sure, a very disagreeable man in company. He fails in all the common offices of civility. He seems not to know those people today whom yesterday he appeared to live in intimacy with. He takes no part in the general conversation, but on the contrary breaks into it from time to time with some start of his own, as if he waked from a dream. This, as I said before, is a sure indication, either of a mind so weak that it is not able to bear above one object at a time, or so affected, that it would be supposed to be wholly engrossed by, and directed to, some very great and important objects. Sir Isaac Newton, Mr. Locke, and it may be 5 or 6 more, since the creation of the world, may have had a right to absence, from that intense thought which the things they were investigating required. But if a young man, and a man of the world, who has no such avocations to plead, will claim and exercise that right of absence in company, his pretended right should, in my mind, be turned into an involuntary absence, by his perpetual exclusion out of company. However frivolous a company may be, still, while you are among them, do not show them by your inattention that you think them so, but rather take their tone, and conform in some degree to their weakness, instead of manifesting your contempt for them. There is nothing that people bear more impatiently, or forgive less, than contempt, and an injury is much sooner forgotten than an insult. If, therefore, you would rather please than offend, rather be well than ill spoken of, rather be loved than hated, remember to have that constant attention about you which flatters every man's little vanity, and the want of which, by mortifying his pride, never fails to excite his resentment, or at least his ill will. For instance, most people, I might say all people, have their weaknesses, they have their aversions and their likings, to such or such things. So that if you were to laugh at a man for his aversion to a cat or cheese, which are common antipathies, or by inattention and negligence, to let them come in his way, where you could prevent it, he would, in the first case, think himself insulted, and in the second, slighted, and would remember both. Whereas your care to procure for him what he likes, and to remove from him what he hates, shows him that he is at least an object of your attention, flatters his vanity, and makes him possibly more your friend, than a more important service would have done. With regard to women, attentions still below these are necessary, and by the custom of the world, in some measure due, according to the laws of good breeding. My long and frequent letters, which I send you, in great doubt of their success, put me in mind of certain papers, which you have very lately, and I formerly, sent up to kites, along the string, which we called messengers. Some of them the wind used to blow away, others were torn by the string, and but few of them got up and stuck to the kite. But I will content myself now, as I did then, if some of my present messengers do but stick to you. Adieu. End of Section 1. Read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 2 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 2. Dear Boy, you are by this time, I suppose, quite settled and at home at Lausanne. Therefore, pray let me know how you pass your time there, and what your studies, your amusements, and your acquaintances are. I take it for granted that you inform yourself daily of the nature of the government and constitution of the 13 cantons, and as I am ignorant of them myself, must apply to you for information. I know the names, but I do not know the nature of some of the most considerable offices there, such as the avoyers, the saisonniers, the banderets, and the gros sautiers. I desire, therefore, that you will let me know what is the particular business, department, or province of these several magistrates. But as I imagine that there may be some, though I believe no essential difference, in the governments of the several cantons, I would not give you the trouble of informing yourself of each of them, but confine my inquiries, as you may your informations, to the canton you reside in, that of Bern, which I take to be the principal one. I am not sure whether the Pays de Vaud, where you are, being a conquered country, and taken from the Dukes of Savoy in the year 1536, has the same share in the government of the canton as the German part of it has. Pray inform yourself and me about it. I have this moment received yours from Bern, of the 2nd October, new style, and also one from Mr. Hart, of the same date, under Mr. Burnaby's cover. I find by the latter, and indeed I thought so before, that some of your letters and some of Mr. Hart's have not reached me. Wherefore, for the future, I desire that both he and you will direct your letters for me to be left at chez Monsieur Walters, agent de S.M. Britannique, à Rotterdam, who will take care to send them to me safe. The reason why you have not received letters either from me or from Grevenkop was that we directed them to Lausanne, where we thought you long ago, and we thought it to no purpose to direct you upon your route, where it was little likely that our letters would meet with you. But you have, since your arrival at Lausanne, I believe, found letters enough from me, and it may be more than you have read, at least with attention. I am glad that you like Switzerland so well, and am impatient to hear how other matters go, after your settlement at Lausanne. God bless you. Letter 3. London, December 2nd, Old Style, 1746. Dear Boy, I have not in my present situation (his lordship was, in the year 1746, appointed one of his Majesty's Secretaries of State) time to write to you, either so much or so often as I used, while I was in a place of much more leisure and profit, but my affection for you must not be judged of by the number of my letters, and though the one lessens, the other, I assure you, does not. I have just now received your letter of the 25th past, New Style, and by the former post, one from Mr. Hart, with both which I am very well pleased; with Mr. Hart's, for the good account which he gives me of you; with yours, for the good account which you gave me of what I desired to be informed of. Pray continue to give me further information of the form of government of the country you are now in, which I hope you will know most minutely before you leave it. The inequality of the town of Lausanne seems to be very convenient in this cold weather, because going up hill and down will keep you warm. You say there is a good deal of good company. Pray, are you got into it? Have you made acquaintances, and with whom? Let me know some of their names. Do you learn German yet, to read, write, and speak it? Yesterday I saw a letter from Monsieur Beauchat to a friend of mine, which gave me the greatest pleasure that I have felt this great while, because it gives so very good an account of you. Among other things which Monsieur Beauchat says to your advantage, he mentions the tender uneasiness and concern that you showed during my illness, for which, though I will say that you owe it to me, I am obliged to you, sentiments of gratitude not being universal nor even common. As your affection for me can only proceed from your experience and conviction of my fondness for you, for talk of natural affection is talking nonsense, the only return I desire is, what it is chiefly your interest to make to me, I mean your invariable pursuit of virtue, and your indefatigable pursuit of knowledge. Adieu, and be persuaded that I shall love you extremely, while you deserve it, but not one moment longer. Letter 4. London, December 9th, Old Style, 1746. Dear Boy, though I have very little time, and though I write by this post to Mr. Hart, yet I cannot send a packet to Lausanne without a word or two to yourself. I thank you for your letter of congratulation which you wrote me, notwithstanding the pain it gave you. The accident that caused the pain was, I presume, owing to that degree of giddiness, of which I have sometimes taken the liberty to speak to you. The post I am now in, though the object of most people's views and desires, was in some degree inflicted upon me, and a certain concurrence of circumstances obliged me to engage in it. But I feel that to go through with it requires more strength of body and mind than I have. Were you 3 or 4 years older, you should share in my trouble, and I would have taken you into my office; but I hope you will employ these 3 or 4 years so well as to make yourself capable of being of use to me, if I should continue in it so long. The reading, writing, and speaking the modern languages correctly, the knowledge of the laws of nations and the particular constitution of the empire, of history, geography, and chronology, are absolutely necessary to this business, for which I have always intended you. With these qualifications you may very possibly be my successor, though not my immediate one. I hope you employ your whole time, which few people do, and that you put every moment to profit of some kind or other. I call company, walking, riding, etc., employing one's time, and upon proper occasions very usefully; but what I cannot forgive in anybody is sauntering, and doing nothing at all, with a thing so precious as time, and so irrecoverable when lost. Are you acquainted with any ladies at Lausanne? And do you behave yourself with politeness enough to make them desire your company? I must finish. God bless you. Letter 5. London, February 24th, Old Style, 1747. Sir, in order that we may reciprocally keep up our French, which for want of practice we might forget, you will permit me to have the honour of assuring you of my respects in that language, and be so good to answer me in the same. Not that I am apprehensive of your forgetting to speak French, since it is probable that 2/3 of our daily prattle is in that language, and because, if you leave off writing French, you may perhaps neglect that grammatical purity and accurate orthography which in other languages you excel in, and really, even in French, it is better to write well than ill. However, as this is a language very proper for sprightly gay subjects, I shall conform to that, and reserve those which are serious for English. I shall not therefore mention to you at present your Greek or Latin, your study of the laws of nature, or the law of nations, the rights of people or of individuals, but rather discuss the subject of your amusements and pleasures, for to say the truth, one must have some. May I be permitted to inquire of what nature yours are? Do they consist in little commercial play at cards and good company? Are they little agreeable suppers, at which cheerfulness and decency are united? Or do you pay court to some fair one, who requires such attentions as may be of use in contributing to polish you? Make me your confidant upon this subject. You shall not find a severe censor. On the contrary, I wish to obtain the employment of minister to your pleasures. I will point them out, and even contribute to them. Many young people adopt pleasures, for which they have not the least taste, only because they are called by that name. They often mistake so totally as to imagine that debauchery is pleasure. You must allow that drunkenness, which is equally destructive to body and mind, is a fine pleasure. Gaming, that draws you into 1,000 scrapes, leaves you penniless, and gives you the air and manners of an outrageous madman, is another most exquisite pleasure, is it not? As to running after women, the consequences of that vice are only the loss of one's nose, the total destruction of health, and not unfrequently, the being run through the body. These, you see, are all trifles, yet this is the catalogue of pleasures of most of those young people, who, never reflecting themselves, adopt indiscriminately what others choose to call by the seducing name of pleasure. I am thoroughly persuaded that you will not fall into such errors, and that, in the choice of your amusements, you will be directed by reason, and a discerning taste. The true pleasures of gentlemen are those of the table, but within the bound of moderation, good company, that is to say people of merit, moderate play, which amuses, without any interested views, and sprightly gallant conversations with women of fashion and sense. These are the real pleasures of a gentleman, which occasion neither sickness, shame, nor repentance. Whatever exceeds them, becomes low vice, brutal passion, debauchery, and insanity of mind, all of which, far from giving satisfaction, bring on dishonour and disgrace. Adieu. End of Section 2. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 6. London, March 6th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, whatever you do will always affect me, very sensibly, one way or another, and now I am most agreeably affected by 2 letters, which I have lately seen from Lausanne, upon your subject. The one from Madame Saint-Germain, the other from Monsieur Pampigny. They both give so good an account of you, that I thought myself obliged, in justice to both of them, and to you, to let you know it. Those who deserve a good character ought to have the satisfaction of knowing that they have it, both as a reward and as an encouragement. They write that you are not only décrotte, but tolerably well bred, and that the English crust of awkward bashfulness, shyness, and roughness, of which, by the by, you had your share, is pretty well rubbed off. I am most heartily glad of it, for, as I have told you, those lesser talents, of an engaging, insinuating manner, an easy good breeding, a genteel behaviour and address, are of infinitely more advantage than they are generally thought to be, especially here in England. Virtue and learning, like gold, have their intrinsic value, but if they are not polished, they certainly lose a great deal of their lustre, and even polished brass will pass upon more people than rough gold. What number of sins does the cheerful, easy good breeding of the French frequently cover? Many of them want common sense, many more common learning, But in general, they make up so much by their manner, for those defects, that frequently they pass undiscovered. I have often said, and I do think, that a Frenchman, who, with a fund of virtue, learning, and good sense, has the manners and good breeding of his country, is the perfection of human nature. This perfection you may, if you please, and I hope you will, arrive at. You know what virtue is. You may have it if you will. It is in every man's power, and miserable is the man who has it not. Good sense God has given you. Learning you already possess enough of, to have in a reasonable time all that a man need have. With this you are thrown out early into the world, where it will be your own fault if you do not acquire all the other accomplishments necessary to complete and adorn your character. You will do well to make your compliments to Madame Saint-Germain and Monsieur Pampigny, and tell them how sensible you are of their partiality to you, in the advantageous testimonies which, you are informed, they have given of you here. Adieu. Continue to deserve such testimonies, and then you will not only deserve, but enjoy my truest affection. Letter 7. London, March 27th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, pleasure is the rock which most young people split upon. They launch out with crowded sails in quest of it, but without a compass to direct their course, or reason sufficient to steer the vessel, for want of which, pain and shame instead of pleasure are the returns of their voyage. Do not think that I mean to snarl at pleasure like a Stoic, or to preach against it like a parson. No, I mean to point it out, and recommend it to you, like an Epicurean. I wish you a great deal, and my only view is to hinder you from mistaking it. The character which most young men first aim at is that of a man of pleasure, but they generally take it upon trust, and instead of consulting their own taste and inclinations, they blindly adopt whatever those with whom they chiefly converse are pleased to call by the name of pleasure, and a man of pleasure in the vulgar acceptation of that phrase means only a beastly drunkard, an abandoned whoremaster, and a profligate swearer and curser. As it may be of use to you, I am not unwilling, though at the same time ashamed to own, that the vices of my youth proceeded much more from my silly resolution of being, what I heard called a man of pleasure, than from my own inclinations. I always naturally hated drinking, and yet I have often drunk, with disgust at the time, attended by great sickness the next day, only because I then considered drinking as a necessary qualification for a fine gentleman and a man of pleasure. The same as to gaming. I did not want money, and consequently had no occasion to play for it, but I thought play another necessary ingredient in the composition of a man of pleasure, and accordingly I plunged into it without desire at first, sacrificed 1,000 real pleasures to it, and made myself solidly uneasy by it, for 30 of the best years of my life. I was even absurd enough for a little while to swear, by way of adorning and completing the shining character which I affected, but this folly I soon laid aside, upon finding both the guilt and the indecency of it. Thus seduced by fashion, and blindly adopting nominal pleasures, I lost real ones, and my fortune impaired, and my constitution shattered, are, I must confess, the just punishment of my errors. Take warning, then, by them. Choose your pleasures for yourself, and do not let them be imposed upon you. Follow nature and not fashion. Weigh the present enjoyment of your pleasures against the necessary consequences of them, and then let your own common sense determine your choice. Were I to begin the world again, with the experience which I now have of it, I would lead a life of real, not of imaginary pleasures. I would enjoy the pleasures of the table and of wine, but stop short of the pains inseparably annexed to an excess of either. I would not, at 20 years, be a preaching missionary of abstemiousness and sobriety, and I should let other people do as they would, without formally and sententiously rebuking them for it. But I would be most firmly resolved not to destroy my own faculties and constitution, in complaisance to those who have no regard to their own. I would play to give me pleasure, but not to give me pain. That is, I would play for trifles in mixed companies, to amuse myself and to conform to custom, but I would take care not to venture for sums, which if I won I should not be the better for, but if I lost I should be under a difficulty to pay, and when paid, would oblige me to retrench in several other articles, not to mention the quarrels which deep play commonly occasions. I would pass some of my time in reading, and the rest in the company of people of sense and learning, and chiefly those above me, and I would frequent the mixed companies of men and women of fashion, which, though often frivolous, yet they unbend and refresh the mind, not uselessly, because they certainly polish and soften the manners. These would be my pleasures and amusements, if I were to live the last 30 years over again. They are rational ones, and moreover, I will tell you, they are really the fashionable ones. For the others are not, in truth, the pleasures of what I call people of fashion, but of those who only call themselves so. Does good company care to have a man reeling drunk among them? Or to see another tearing his hair and blaspheming for having lost at play more than he is able to pay? Or a whoremaster, with half a nose, and crippled by coarse and infamous debauchery? No, those who practice, and much more those who brag of them, make no part of good company, and are most unwillingly, if ever, admitted into it. A real man of fashion and pleasures observes decency, at least neither borrows nor affects vices, and if he unfortunately has any, he gratifies them with choice, delicacy, and secrecy. I have not mentioned the pleasures of the mind, which are the solid and permanent ones, because they do not come under the head of what people commonly call pleasures, which they seem to confine to the senses. The pleasure of virtue, of charity, and of learning is true and lasting pleasure, with which I hope you will be well and long acquainted. Adieu. Section 4 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 8. London, April 3rd, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, if I am rightly informed, I am now writing to a fine gentleman, in a scarlet coat laced with gold, a brocade waistcoat, and all other suitable ornaments. The natural partiality of every author for his own works makes me very glad to hear that Mr. Hart has thought this last edition of mine worth so fine a binding, and as he has bound it in red, and gilt it upon the back, I hope he will take care that it shall be lettered too. A showish binding attracts the eyes, and engages the attention of everybody, but with this difference, that women and men who are like women mind the binding more than the book, whereas men of sense and learning immediately examine the inside, and if they find that it does not answer the finery on the outside, they throw it by with the greater indignation and contempt. I hope that, when this edition of my work shall be opened and read, the best judges will find connection, consistency, solidity, and spirit in it. Mr. Hart may be recenseur and emendeur, as much as he pleases, but it will be to little purpose if you do not cooperate with him. The work will be imperfect. I thank you for your last information of our success in the Mediterranean, and you say very rightly that a Secretary of State ought to be well informed. I hope, therefore, that you will take care that I shall. You are near the busy scene in Italy, and I doubt not but that, by frequently looking at the map, you have all that theatre of the war very perfect in your mind. I like your account of the salt works, which shows that you gave some attention while you were seeing them. But notwithstanding that, by your account, the Swiss salt is, I dare say, very good, yet I am apt to suspect that it falls a little short of the true Attic salt, in which there was a peculiar quickness and delicacy. That same Attic salt seasoned almost all Greece, except Boeotia, and a great deal of it was exported afterward to Rome, where it was counterfeited by a composition called urbanity, which in some time was brought to very near the perfection of the original Attic salt. The more you are powdered with these two kinds of salt, the better you will keep, and the more you will be relished. Adieu. My compliments to Mr. Hart and Mr. Eliot. Letter 9. London, April 14th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, if you feel half the pleasure from the consciousness of doing well, that I do from the informations I have lately received in your favor from Mr. Hart, I shall have little occasion to exhort or admonish you any more to do what your own satisfaction and self-love will sufficiently prompt you to. Mr. Hart tells me that you attend, and that you apply to your studies, and that, beginning to understand, you begin to taste them. This pleasure will increase, and keep pace with your attention, so that the balance will be greatly to your advantage. You may remember that I have always earnestly recommended to you to do what you are about, be that what it will, and to do nothing else at the same time. Do not imagine that I mean by this that you should attend to and plod at your book all day long. Far from it. I mean that you should have your pleasures too, and that you should attend to them for the time, as much as to your studies; and if you do not attend equally to both, you will neither have improvement nor satisfaction from either. A man is fit for neither business nor pleasure, who either cannot or does not command and direct his attention to the present object, and in some degree banish for that time all other objects from his thoughts. If at a ball, a supper, or a party of pleasure, a man were to be solving, in his own mind, a problem in Euclid, he would be a very bad companion, and make a very poor figure in that company; or if, in studying a problem in his closet, he were to think of a minuet, I am apt to believe that he would make a very poor mathematician. There is time enough for everything, in the course of the day, if you do but one thing at once; but there is not time enough in the year, if you will do two things at a time. The pensionary De Witt, who was torn to pieces in the year 1672, did the whole business of the Republic, and yet had time to go to assemblies in the evening, and sup in company. Being asked how he could possibly find time to go through so much business, and yet amuse himself in the evenings as he did, he answered, there was nothing so easy, for that it was only doing one thing at a time, and never putting off anything till tomorrow that could be done today. This steady and undissipated attention to one object is a sure mark of a superior genius, as hurry, bustle, and agitation are the never-failing symptoms of a weak and frivolous mind. When you read Horace, attend to the justness of his thoughts, the happiness of his diction, and the beauty of his poetry, and do not think of Puffendorf de homine el sive; and when you are reading Puffendorf, do not think of Madame de Saint Germain, nor of Puffendorf, when you are talking to Madame de Saint Germain. Mr. Hart informs me that he has reimbursed you part of your losses in Germany, and I consent to his reimbursing you of the whole, now that I know you deserve it. I shall grudge you nothing, nor shall you want anything that you desire, provided you deserve it; so that, you see, it is in your own power to have whatever you please. There is a little book which you read here with M. Cauder, entitled Manière de bien penser dans l'ouvrage d'esprit, written by Pierre Bonheur. I wish you would read this book again at your leisure hours, for it will not only divert you, but likewise form your taste, and give you a just manner of thinking. Adieu. Letter 10. London, June 30th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, I was extremely pleased with the account which you gave me in your last, of the civilities that you received in your Swiss progress, and I have written, by this post, to Mr. Burnaby, and to the Avoyer, to thank them for their parts. If the attention you met with pleased you, as I dare say it did, you will, I hope, draw this general conclusion from it, that attention and civility please all those to whom they are paid, and that you will please others in proportion as you are attentive and civil to them. Bishop Burnet has wrote his travels through Switzerland, and Mr. Stanyan, from a long residence there, has written the best account yet extant of the 13 cantons; but those books will be read no more, I presume, after you shall have published your account of that country. I hope you will favour me with one of the first copies. To be serious, though I do not desire that you should immediately turn author, and oblige the world with your travels, yet wherever you go, I would have you as curious and inquisitive as if you did intend to write them. I do not mean that you should give yourself so much trouble, to know the number of houses, inhabitants, sign-posts, and tombstones, of every town that you go through, but that you should inform yourself, as well as your stay will permit you, whether the town is free, or to whom it belongs, or in what manner; whether it has any peculiar privileges or customs, what trade or manufactures, and other such particulars as people of sense desire to know. And there would be no manner of harm if you were to take memorandums of such things in a paper book to help your memory. The only way of knowing all these things is to keep the best company, who can best inform you of them. I am just now called away, so good night. End of Section 4. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 11. London, July 20th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, in your mamma's letter, which goes here enclosed, you will find one from my sister, to thank you for the arquebusade water which you sent her, and which she takes very kindly. She would not show me her letter to you, but told me that it contained good wishes and good advice; and as I know she will show your letter in answer to hers, I send you here enclosed the draught of the letter which I would have you write to her. I hope you will not be offended at my offering you my assistance upon this occasion, because, I presume, that as yet you are not much used to write to ladies. A propos of letter writing, the best models that you can form yourself upon are Cicero, Cardinal d'Ossat, Madame Sévigné, and Comte Bussy-Rebutin. Cicero's epistles to Atticus, and to his familiar friends, are the best examples that you can imitate, in the friendly and in the familiar style. The simplicity and the clearness of Cardinal d'Ossat's letters show how letters of business ought to be written; no affected turns, no attempts at wit, obscure or perplex his matter, which is always plainly and clearly stated, as business always should be. For gay and amusing letters, for enjoyment and badinage, there are none that equal Comte Bussy's and Madame Sévigné's. They are so natural, that they seem to be the extempore conversations of two people of wit, rather than letters which are commonly studied, though they ought not to be so. I would advise you to let that book be one in your itinerant library; it will both amuse and inform you. I have not time to add any more now, so good night. Letter 12. London, July 30th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, it is now 4 posts since I have received any letter, either from you or from Mr. Harte. I impute this to the rapidity of your travels through Switzerland, which I suppose are by this time finished. You will have found by my late letters, both to you and Mr. Harte, that you are to be at Leipzig by next Michaelmas, where you will be lodged in the house of Professor Mascow, and boarded in the neighborhood of it, with some young men of fashion. The Professor will read you letters upon Grotius de Jure Belli et Pacis, the Institutes of Justinian, and the Jus Publicum Imperii, which I expect that you shall not only hear but attend to and retain. I also expect that you make yourself perfectly master of the German language, which you may very soon do there, if you please. I give you fair warning, that at Leipzig I shall have 100 invisible spies about you, and shall be exactly informed of everything that you do, and of almost everything that you say. I hope that, in consequence of those minute informations, I may be able to say of you, what Velleius Paterculus says of Scipio, that in his whole life, nihil non laudendum auc dixit, auc fecit, auc sensit. There is a great deal of good company in Leipzig, which I would have you frequent in the evenings, when the studies of the day are over. There is likewise a kind of court kept there, by a Duchess Dowager of Courland, at which you should get introduced. The King of Poland and his court go likewise to the fair at Leipzig twice a year, and I shall write to Sir Charles Williams, the King's minister there, to have you presented, and introduced into good company. But I must remind you at the same time, that it will be to a very little purpose for you to frequent good company, if you do not conform to and learn their manners, if you are not attentive to please, and well bred, with the easiness of a man of fashion. As you must attend to your manners, so you must not neglect your person, but take care to be very clean, well dressed, and genteel; to have no disagreeable attitudes, nor awkward tricks, which many people use themselves to, and then cannot leave them off. Do you take care to keep your teeth very clean, by washing them constantly every morning and after every meal? This is very necessary, both to preserve your teeth a great while, and to save you a great deal of pain. Mine have plagued me long, and are now falling out, merely from want of care when I was your age. Do you dress well, and not too well? Do you consider your air and manner of presenting yourself enough, and not too much? Neither negligent nor stiff? All these things deserve a great deal of care, a second-rate attention. They give an additional lustre to real merit. My Lord Bacon says, that a pleasing figure is a perpetual letter of recommendation. It is certainly an agreeable forerunner of merit, and smooths the way for it. Remember that I shall see you at Hanover next summer, and shall expect perfection, which if I do not meet with, or at least something very near it, you and I shall not be very well together. I shall dissect and analyze you with a microscope, so that I shall discover the least speck or blemish. This is fair warning, therefore take your measures accordingly. Yours. Letter 13. London, August 21st, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, I reckon that this letter has but a bare chance of finding you at Lausanne, but I was resolved to risk it, as it is the last I shall write to you till you are settled at Leipzig. I sent you by the last post, under cover to Mr. Hart, a letter of recommendation to one of the first people at Munich, which you will take care to present to him in the politest manner. He will certainly have you presented to the electoral family, and I hope you will go through that ceremony with great respect, good breeding, and ease. As this is the first court that ever you will have been at, take care to inform yourself if there be any particular customs or forms to be observed, that you may not commit any mistake. At Vienna, men always make curtsies, instead of bows, to the emperor. In France nobody bows at all to the king, nor kisses his hand, but in Spain and England bows are made and hands are kissed. Thus every court has some peculiarity or other, of which those who go to them ought previously to inform themselves, to avoid blunders and awkwardnesses. I have not time to say any more now, than to wish you good journey to Leipzig, and great attention, both there and in going there. Adieu. End of Section 5. Read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 6 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 14. London, September 21st, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, I received by the last post your letter of the 8th, New Style, and I do not wonder that you are surprised at the credulity and superstition of the Papists at Einsiedlen, and at their absurd stories of their chapel. But remember at the same time that errors and mistakes, however gross, in matters of opinion, if they are sincere, are to be pitied, but not punished nor laughed at. The blindness of the understanding is as much to be pitied as the blindness of the eye, and there is neither jest nor guilt in a man's losing his way in either case. Charity bids us set him right if we can, by arguments and persuasions, but charity at the same time forbids either to punish or ridicule his misfortune. Every man's reason is, and must be, his guide, and I may as well expect that every man should be of my size and complexion, as that he should reason just as I do. Every man seeks for truth, but God only knows who has found it. It is, therefore, as unjust to persecute as it is absurd to ridicule people for those several opinions, which they cannot help entertaining upon the conviction of their reason. It is the man who tells or acts a lie that is guilty, and not he who honestly and sincerely believes the lie. I really know nothing more criminal, more mean, and more ridiculous than lying. It is the production either of malice, cowardice, or vanity, and generally misses of its aim in every one of these views, for lies are always detected sooner or later. If I tell a malicious lie, in order to affect any man's fortune or character, I may indeed injure him for some time, but I shall be sure to be the greatest sufferer myself at last, for as soon as I am ever detected, and detected I most certainly shall be, I am blasted for the infamous attempt, and whatever is said afterward, to the disadvantage of that person, however true, passes for calumny. If I lie, or equivocate, for it is the same thing, in order to excuse myself for something that I have said or done, and to avoid the danger and the shame that I apprehend from it, I discover at once my fear as well as my falsehood, and only increase, instead of avoiding, the danger and the shame. I show myself to be the lowest and the meanest of mankind, and am sure to be always treated as such. Fear, instead of avoiding, invites danger, for concealing cowards will insult known ones. If one has the misfortune to be in the wrong, there is something noble in frankly owning it. It is the only way of atoning for it, and the only way of being forgiven. Equivocating, evading, shuffling, in order to remove a present danger or inconveniency, is something so mean, and betrays so much fear, that whoever practices them always deserves to be, and often will be, kicked. There is another sort of lies, inoffensive enough in themselves, but wonderfully ridiculous. I mean those lies which a mistaken vanity suggests, that defeat the very end for which they are calculated, and terminate in the humiliation and confusion of their author, who is sure to be detected. These are chiefly narrative and historical lies, all intended to do infinite honour to their author. He is always the hero of his own romances. He has been in dangers from which nobody but himself ever escaped. He has seen with his own eyes whatever other people have heard or read of. He has had more bonne fortune than ever he knew women, and has ridden more miles post in one day than ever courier went in two. He is soon discovered, and as soon becomes the object of universal contempt and ridicule. Remember then, as long as you live, that nothing but strict truth can carry you through the world, with either your conscience or your honour unwounded. It is not only your duty but your interest, as a proof of which you may always observe that the greatest fools are the greatest liars. For my own part, I judge of every man's truth by his degree of understanding. This letter will, I suppose, find you at Leipzig, where I expect and require from you attention and accuracy, in both which you have hitherto been very deficient. Remember that I shall see you in the summer, shall examine you most narrowly, and will never forget nor forgive those faults, which it has been in your own power to prevent or cure, and be assured that I have many eyes upon you at Leipzig, besides Mr. Hart's. Adieu. Letter 15. London, October 2nd, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, by your letter of the 18th past, New Style, I find that you are a tolerably good landscape painter, and can present the several views of Switzerland to the curious. I am very glad of it, as it is a proof of some attention, but I hope you will be as good a portrait painter, which is a much more noble science. By portraits, you will easily judge that I do not mean the outlines and the colouring of the human figure, but the inside of the heart and mind of man. This science requires more attention, observation, and penetration than the other, as indeed it is infinitely more useful. Search, therefore, with the greatest care, into the characters of those whom you converse with. Endeavour to discover their predominant passions, their prevailing weaknesses, their vanities, their follies, and their humours, with all the right and wrong, wise and silly springs of human actions, which make such inconsistent and whimsical beings of us rational creatures. A moderate share of penetration, with great attention, will infallibly make these necessary discoveries. This is the true knowledge of the world, and the world is a country which nobody ever yet knew by description. One must travel through it oneself to be acquainted with it. The scholar, who in the dust of his closet talks or writes of the world, knows no more of it, than that orator of war did, who judiciously endeavoured to instruct Hannibal in it. Courts and camps are the only places to learn the world in. There alone all kinds of characters resort, and human nature is seen in all the various shapes and modes, which education, custom, and habit give it, whereas in all other places one local mode generally prevails, and producing a seeming, though not a real sameness of character. For example, one general mode distinguishes an university, another a trading town, a third a seaport town, and so on, whereas at a capital, where the prince or the supreme power resides, some of all these various modes are to be seen, and seen in action too, exerting their utmost skill in pursuit of their several objects. Human nature is the same all over the world, but its operations are so varied by education and habit, that one must see it in all its dresses in order to be intimately acquainted with it. The passion of ambition, for instance, is the same in a courtier, a soldier, or an ecclesiastic, but from their different educations and habits, they will take very different methods to gratify it. Civility, which is a disposition to accommodate and oblige others, is essentially the same in every country, but good breeding, as it is called, which is the manner of exerting that disposition, is different in almost every country, and merely local, and every man of sense imitates and conforms to that local good breeding of the place which he is at. A conformity and flexibility of manners is necessary in the course of the world, that is, with regard to all things which are not wrong in themselves. The versatile ingenium is the most useful of all. It can turn itself instantly from one object to another, assuming the proper manner for each. It can be serious with the grave, cheerful with the gay, and trifling with the frivolous. Endeavour by all means to acquire this talent, for it is a very great one. As I hardly know anything more useful than to see from time to time pictures of oneself drawn by different hands, I send you here a sketch of yourself, drawn at Lausanne while you were there, and sent over here by a person who little thought that it would ever fall into my hands, and indeed It was by the greatest accident in the world that it did. End of section 6. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 7 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 16. London, October 9th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, people of your age have, commonly, an unguarded frankness about them, which makes them the easy prey and bubbles of the artful and the experienced. They look upon every knave or fool, who tells them that he is their friend, to be really so, and pay that profession of simulated friendship with an indiscreet and unbounded confidence, always to their loss, often to their ruin. Beware, therefore, now that you are coming into the world, of these preferred friendships. Receive them with great civility, but with great incredulity too, and pay them with compliments, but not with confidence. Do not let your vanity and self-love make you suppose that people become your friends at first sight, or even upon a short acquaintance. Real friendship is a slow grower, and never thrives unless engrafted upon a stock of known and reciprocal merit. There is another kind of nominal friendship among young people, which is warm for the time, but by good luck of short duration. This friendship is hastily produced by their being accidentally thrown together, and pursuing the course of riot and debauchery. A fine friendship, truly, and well cemented by drunkenness and lewdness. It should rather be called a conspiracy against morals and good manners, and be punished as such by the civil magistrate. However, they have the impudence and folly to call this confederacy a friendship. They lend one another money, for bad purposes. They engage in quarrels, offensive and defensive, for their accomplices. They tell one another all they know, and often more too, when of a sudden some accident disperses them, and they think no more of each other, unless it be to betray and laugh at their imprudent confidence. Remember to make a great difference between companions and friends, for a very complacent and agreeable companion may, and often does, prove a very improper and a very dangerous friend. People will, in a great degree, and not without reason, form their opinion of you upon that which they have of your friends, and there is a Spanish proverb which says very justly, "Tell me who you live with, and I will tell you who you are." One may fairly suppose, then, that the man who makes a knave or fool his friend has something very bad to do or to conceal. But at the same time that you carefully decline the friendship of knaves and fools, if it can be called friendship, there is no occasion to make either of them your enemies, wantonly and unprovoked, for they are numerous bodies, and I would rather choose a secure neutrality than alliance or war with either of them. You may be a declared enemy to their vices and follies, without being marked out by them as a personal one. Their enmity is the next dangerous thing to their friendship. Have a real reserve with almost everybody, and have a seeming reserve with almost nobody, for it is very disagreeable to seem reserved, and very dangerous not to be so. Few people find the true medium. Many are ridiculously mysterious and reserved upon trifles, and many imprudently communicative of all they know. The next thing to the choice of your friends is the choice of your company. Endeavor, as much as you can, to keep company with people above you. There you rise, as much as you sink with people below you. For, as I have mentioned before, you are whatever the company you keep is. Do not mistake. When I say company above you, and think that I mean with regard to their birth, that is the least consideration, but I mean with regard to their merit, and the light in which the world considers them. There are two sorts of good company, one which is called the beau monde, and consists of the people who have the lead in courts, and in the gay parts of life. The other consists of those who are distinguished by some peculiar merit, or who excel in some particular and valuable art or science. For my own part, I used to think myself in company as much above me, when I was with Mr. Addison and Mr. Pope, as if I had been with all the princes in Europe. What I mean by low company, which should by all means be avoided, is the company of those who, absolutely insignificant and contemptible in themselves, think they are honored by being in your company, and who flatter every vice and every folly you have, in order to engage you to converse with them. The pride of being the first of the company is but too common, but it is very silly, and very prejudicial. Nothing in the world lets down a character quicker than that wrong turn. You may probably ask me, whether a man has it always in his power to get the best company, and how? I say, yes he has, by deserving it, providing he is but in circumstances which enable him to appear upon the footing of a gentleman. Merit and good breeding will make their way everywhere. Knowledge will introduce him, and good breeding will endear him to the best companies; for, as I have often told you, politeness and good breeding are absolutely necessary to adorn any, or all other good qualities and talents. Without them, no knowledge, no perfection whatever, is seen in its best light. The scholar, without good breeding, is a pedant, the philosopher a cynic, the soldier a brute, and every man disagreeable. I long to hear, from my several correspondents at Leipzig, of your arrival there, and what impression you make on them at first, for I have arguses with 100 eyes each, who will watch you narrowly, and relate to me faithfully. My accounts will certainly be true; it depends upon you entirely of what kind they shall be. Adieu. End of Section 7. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 8 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 17. London, October 16th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, the art of pleasing is a very necessary one to possess, but a very difficult one to acquire. It can hardly be reduced to rules, and your own good sense and observation will teach you more of it than I can. Do as you would be done by is the surest method that I know of pleasing. Observe carefully what pleases you in others, and probably the same thing in you will please others. If you are pleased with the complaisance and attention of others to your humors, your tastes, or your weaknesses, depend upon it the same complaisance and attention, on your part to theirs, will equally please them. Take the tone of the company that you are in, and do not pretend to give it. Be serious, gay, or even trifling as you find the present humor of the company. This is an attention due from every individual to the majority. Do not tell stories in company. There is nothing more tedious and disagreeable. If by chance you know a very short story, and exceedingly applicable to the present subject of conversation, tell it in as few words as possible, and even then, throw out that you do not love to tell stories, but that the shortness of it tempted you. Of all things, banish egotism out of your conversation, and never think of entertaining people with your own personal concerns, or private affairs. Though they are interesting to you, they are tedious and impertinent to everybody else. Besides that, one cannot keep one's own private affairs too secret. Whatever you think your own excellencies may be, do not affectedly display them in company, nor labor, as many people do, to give that turn to the conversation, which may supply you with an opportunity of exhibiting them. If they are real, they will infallibly be discovered, without your pointing them out yourself, and with much more advantage. Never maintain an argument with heat and clamor, though you think or know yourself to be in the right, but give your opinion modestly and coolly, which is the only way to convince; and if that does not do, try to change the conversation by saying, with good humor, "We shall hardly convince one another, nor is it necessary that we should, so let us talk of something else." Remember that there is a local propriety to be observed in all companies, and that what is extremely proper in one company may be, and often is, highly improper in another. The jokes, the bon mots, the little adventures, which may do very well in one company, will seem flat and tedious when related in another. The particular characters, the habits, the cant of one company, may give merit to a word or a gesture, which would have none at all if divested of those accidental circumstances. Here people very commonly err, and fond of something that has entertained them in one company, and in certain circumstances, repeat it with emphasis in another, where it is either insipid, or it may be offensive, by being ill-timed or misplaced. Nay, they will often do it with this silly preamble: "I will tell you an excellent thing," or "I will tell you the best thing in the world." This raises expectations, which, when absolutely disappointed, make the relater of this excellent thing look, very deservedly, like a fool. If you would particularly gain the affection and friendship of particular people, whether men or women, endeavor to find out the predominant excellency, if they have one, and their prevailing weaknesses, which everybody has, and do justice to the one, and something more than justice to the other. Men have various objects in which they may excel, or at least would be thought to excel, and though they love to hear justice done to them, where they know that they excel, yet they are most and best flattered upon those points where they wish to excel, and yet are doubtful whether they do or not. As, for example, Cardinal Richelieu, who was undoubtedly the ablest statesman of his time, or perhaps of any other, had the idle vanity of being thought to be the best poet too. He envied the great Corneille his reputation, and ordered a criticism to be written upon the Cid. Those, therefore, who flattered skilfully said little to him of his abilities in state affairs, or at least but en passant, and as it might naturally occur. But the incense which they gave him, the smoke of which they knew would turn his head in their favour, was as a bel esprit and a poet. Why? Because he was sure of one excellency, and distrustful as to the other. You will easily discover every man's prevailing vanity, by observing his favourite topic of conversation, for every man talks most of what he has most a mind to be thought to excel in. Touch him but there, and you touch him to the quick. The late Sir Robert Walpole, who was certainly an able man, was little open to flattery upon that head, for he was in no doubt himself about it, but his prevailing weakness was, to be thought to have a polite and happy turn to gallantry, of which he had undoubtedly less than any man living. It was his favourite and frequent subject of conversation, which proved, to those who had any penetration, that it was his prevailing weakness, and they applied to it with success. Women have in general but one object, which is their beauty, upon which scarce any flattery is too gross for them to swallow. Nature has hardly formed a woman ugly enough to be insensible to flattery upon her person. If her face is so shocking that she must in some degree be conscious of it, her figure and her air, she trusts, make ample amends for it. If her figure is deformed, her face, she thinks, counterbalances it. If they are both bad, she comforts herself that she has graces, a certain matter, a je ne sais quoi, still more engaging than beauty. This truth is evident from the studied and elaborate dress of the ugliest women in the world. An undoubted, uncontested, conscious beauty is of all women the least sensible to flattery upon that head. She knows that it is her due, and is therefore obliged to nobody for giving it her. She must be flattered upon her understanding, which though she may possibly not doubt of herself, yet she suspects that men may distrust. Do not mistake me, and think that I mean to recommend to you abject and criminal flattery. No, flatter nobody's vices or crimes; on the contrary, abhor and discourage them. But there is no living in the world without a complacent indulgence for people's weaknesses, and innocent though ridiculous vanities. If a man has a mind to be thought wiser, and a woman handsomer than they really are, their error is a comfortable one to themselves, and an innocent one with regard to other people, and I would rather make them my friends by indulging them in it, than my enemies, by endeavouring, and that to no purpose, to undeceive them. There are little attentions likewise, which are infinitely engaging, and which sensibly affect that degree of pride and self-love, which is inseparable from human nature, as they are unquestionable proofs of the regard and consideration which we have for the person to whom we pay them. As, for example, to observe the little habits, the likings, the antipathies, and the tastes of those whom we would gain, and then take care to provide them with the one, and to secure from them the other, giving them genteelly to understand that you had observed that they liked such a dish, or such a room, for which reason you had prepared it, or, on the contrary, having observed that they had an aversion to such a dish, a dislike to such a person, etc., you had taken care to avoid presenting them. Such attention to trifles flatters self-love much more than greater things, as it makes people think themselves almost the only objects of your thoughts and care. These are some of the arcana necessary for your initiation in the great society of the world. I wish I had known them better at your age. I have paid the price of 53 years for them, and shall not grudge it, if you reap the advantage. Adieu. End of Section 8. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 9 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read.org into the public domain. Letter 18. London, October 30th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, I am very well pleased with your itinerarium which you sent me from Ratisbon. It shows me that you observe and inquire as you go, which is the true end of travelling. Those who travel heedlessly from place to place, observing only their distance from each other, and attending only to their accommodation at the inn at night, set out fools, and will certainly return so. Those who mind only the raree shows of the places which they go through, such as steeples, clocks, town houses, etc., get so little by their travels, that they might as well stay home. But those who observe, and inquire into the situations, the strength, the weakness, the trade, the manufactures, the government, and constitution of every place they go to, who frequent the best companies, and attend to their several manners and characters, those alone travel with advantage, and as they set out wise, return wiser. I would advise you always to get the shortest description or history of every place where you make any stay, and such a book, however imperfect, will still suggest to you matter for inquiry, upon which you may get better informations from the people of the place. For example, while you are at Leipzig, get some short account, and to be sure there are many such, of the present state of the town, with regard to its magistrates, its police, its privileges, etc., and then inform yourself more minutely upon all those heads in conversation with the most intelligent people. Do the same thing afterward with regard to the electorate of Saxony. You will find a short history of it in Puffendorf's introduction, which will give you a general idea of it, and point out to you the proper objects of a more minute inquiry. In short, be curious, attentive, inquisitive, as to everything. Listlessness and indolence are always blamable, but at your age they are unpardonable. Consider how precious, and how important for all the rest of your life are your moments for these next 3 or 4 years, and do not lose one of them. Do not think I mean that you should study all day long. I am far from advising or desiring it. But I desire that you would be doing something or other all day long, and not neglect half hours and quarters of hours, which at the year's end may amount to a great sum. For instance, there are many short intervals during the day, between studies and pleasures. Instead of sitting idle and yawning in those intervals, take up any book, though ever so trifling a one, even down to a jest book. It is still better than doing nothing. Nor do I call pleasures idleness, or time lost, provided they are the pleasures of a rational being. On the contrary, a certain portion of your time, employed in those pleasures, is very usefully employed. Such are public spectacles, assemblies of good company, cheerful suppers, and even balls. But then these require attention, or else your time is quite lost. There are a great many people who think themselves employed all day, and who, if they were to cast up their accounts at night, would find that they had done just nothing. They have read 2 or 3 hours mechanically, without attending to what they read, and consequently without either retaining it or reasoning upon it. From thence they saunter into company, without taking any part in it, and without observing the characters of the persons, or the subjects of the conversation, but are either thinking of some trifle, foreign to the present purpose, or often not thinking at all, which silly and idle suspension of thought they would dignify with the name of absence and distraction. They go afterwards, it may be, to the play, where they gape at the company and the lights, but without minding the very thing they went to, the play. Pray do you be as attentive to your pleasures as to your studies. In the latter, observe and reflect upon all you read, and in the former, be watchful and attentive to all that you see and hear, and never have it to say, as 1,000 fools do, of things that were said and done before their faces, that truly they did not mind them because they were thinking of something else. Why were they thinking of something else? And if they were, why did they come there? The truth is that the fools were thinking of nothing. Remember the hoc age, do what you are about, be what it will. It is either worth doing well or not at all. Wherever you are, have, as the low vulgar expression is, your ears and your eyes about you. Listen to everything that is said, and see everything that is done. Observe the looks and countenance of those who speak, which is often a surer way of discovering the truth from what they say. But then keep all those observations to yourself, for your own private use, and rarely communicate them to others. Observe without being thought an observer, for otherwise people will be upon their guard before you. Consider seriously and follow carefully, I beseech you, my dear child, the advice which from time to time I have given, and shall continue to give you. It is at once the result of my long experience and the effect of my tenderness for you. I can have no interest in it but yours. You are not yet capable of wishing yourself half so well as I wish you. Follow, therefore, for a time at least, implicitly, advice which you cannot suspect, though possibly you may not yet see the particular advantages of it, but one day you will feel them. Adieu. Letter 19. London, November 6th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, 3 mails are now due from Holland, so that I have no letter from you to acknowledge. I write you, therefore, now, as usual, by way of flapper, to put you in mind of yourself. Dr. Swift, in his account of the island of Laputa, describes some philosophers there who were so wrapped up and absorbed in their true abstruse speculations that they would have forgotten all the common and necessary duties of life, if they had not been reminded of them by persons who flapped them, whenever they observed them continue too long in any of those learned trances. I do not, indeed, suspect you of being absorbed in abstruse speculations, but with great submission to you, may I not suspect that levity, inattention, and too little thinking require a flapper as well as too deep thinking? If my letters should happen to get to you when you are sitting by the fire and doing nothing, or when you are gaping at the window, may they not be very proper flaps, to put you in mind that you might employ your time much better? I knew once a very covetous, sordid fellow, who used frequently to say, "Take care of the pence, for the pounds will take care of themselves." This was a just and sensible reflection in a miser. I recommend to you to take care of the minutes, for hours will take care of themselves. I am very sure that many people lose 2 or 3 hours every day by not taking care of the minutes. Never think any portion of time whatsoever too short to be employed. Something or other may always be done in it. While you are in Germany, let all your historical studies be relative to Germany. Not only the general history of the empire as a collective body, but the respective electorates, principalities, and towns, and also the genealogy of the most considerable families. A genealogy is no trifle in Germany, and they would rather prove their 32 quarters than 32 cardinal virtues, if there were so many. They are not of Ulysses' opinion, who says, very truly, genus et provos, et qua non fecimus ipsi, vix ea nostra voco. Good night. End of section 9. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 10 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 20. London, November 24th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, as often as I write to you, and that, you know, is pretty often, so often I am in doubt whether it is to any purpose, and whether it is not labor and paper lost. This entirely depends upon the degree of reason and reflection which you are master of, or think proper to exert. If you give yourself time to think, and have sense enough to think right, 2 reflections must necessarily occur to you. The one is, that I have a great deal of experience, and that you have none. The other is, that I am the only man living who cannot have, directly or indirectly, any interest concerning you but your own. From which 2 undeniable principles, the obvious and necessary conclusion is, that you ought, for your own sake, to attend to and follow my advice. If, by the application which I recommend to you, you acquire a great knowledge, you are alone the gainer, I pay for it. If you should deserve either a good or a bad character, mine will be exactly what it is now, and will neither be the better in the first case, nor worse in the latter. You alone will be the gainer or the loser. Whatever your pleasures may be, I neither can nor shall envy you them, as old people are sometimes suspected by young people to do, and I shall only lament if they should prove such as are unbecoming a man of honor, or below a man of sense. But you will be the real sufferer, if they are such. As, therefore, it is plain that I can have no other motive than that of affection in whatever I say to you, you ought to look upon me as your best, and for some years to come, your only friend. True friendship requires certain proportions of age and manners, and can never subsist where they are extremely different, except in the relations of parent and child, where affection on one side and regard on the other make up the difference. The friendship which you may contract with people of your own age may be sincere, may be warm, but must be, for some time, reciprocally unprofitable, as there can be no experience on either side. The young leading the young is like the blind leading the blind, they will both fall into the ditch. The only sure guide is he who has often gone the road which you want to go. Let me be that guide, who have gone all roads, and who can consequently point out to you the best. If you ask me why I went by any of the bad roads myself, I will answer you very truly, that it was for want of a good guide. Ill example invited me one way, and a good guide was wanting to show me a better. But if anybody, capable of advising me, had taken the same pains with me, which I have taken and will continue to take with you, I should have avoided many follies and inconveniences, which undirected youth run me into. My father was neither desirous nor able to advise me, which is what, I hope, you cannot say of yours. You see that I make use only of the word advice, because I would much rather have the assent of your reason to my advice than the submission of your will to my authority. This, I persuade myself, will happen, from that degree of sense which I think you have, and therefore I will go on advising, and with hopes of success. You are now settled for some time at Leipzig. The principal object of your stay there is the knowledge of books and sciences, which if you do not, by attention and application, make yourself master of while you are there, you will be ignorant of them all the rest of your life. And take my word for it, a life of ignorance is not only a very contemptible, but a very tiresome one. Redouble your attention, then, to Mr. Hart, in your private studies of the literae humanior, especially Greek. State your difficulties, whenever you have any, and do not suppress them, either from some mistaken shame, lazy indifference, or in order to have done the sooner. Do the same when you are at lectures with Professor Mascow, or any other professor. Let nothing pass till you are sure that you understand it thoroughly, and accustom yourself to write down the capital points of what you learn. When you have thus usefully employed your mornings, you may, with a safe conscience, divert yourself in the evenings, and make those evenings very useful too, by passing them in good company, and by observation and attention, learning as much of the world as Leipzig can teach you. You will observe and imitate the manners of the people of the best fashion there, not that they are, it may be, the best manners in the world, but because they are the best manners of the place where you are, to which a man of sense always conforms. The nature of things, as I have often told you, is always and everywhere the same, but the modes of them vary more or less in every country, and an easy and genteel conformity to them, or rather the assuming of them at proper times and in proper places, is what particularly constitutes a man of the world, and a well-bred man. Here is advice enough, I think, and too much, it may be, you will think, for one letter. If you follow it, you will get knowledge, character, and pleasure by it. If you do not, I only lose operum et oleum, which, in all events, I do not grudge you. I send you, by a person who sets out this day for Leipzig, a small packet from your mamma, containing some valuable gifts which you left behind, to which I have added, by way of a New Year's gift, a very pretty toothpick case. And, by the way, pray take great care of your teeth, and keep them extremely clean. I have likewise sent you the Greek roots, lately translated into English from the French of the Port Royal. Inform yourself what the Port Royal is. To conclude with a quibble, I hope you will not only feed upon these Greek roots, but likewise digest them perfectly. Adieu. Letter 21. London, December 15th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, there is nothing which I more wish that you should know, and which fewer people do know, than the true use and value of time. It is in everybody's mouth, but in few people's practice. Every fool, who slatterns away his whole time in nothings, utters, however, some trite commonplace sentence, of which there are millions, to prove at once the value and the fleetness of time. The sundials, likewise, all over Europe, have some ingenious inscription to that effect, so that nobody squanders away their time, without hearing and seeing daily how necessary it is to employ it well, and how irrecoverable it is if lost. But all these admonitions are useless, where there is not a fund of good sense and reason to suggest them, rather than receive them. By the manner in which you now tell me that you employ your time, I flatter myself that you have that fund. That is the fund which will make you rich indeed. I do not, therefore, mean to give you a critical essay upon the use and abuse of time, but I will only give you some hints with regard to the use of one particular period of that long time which, I hope, you have before you. I mean the next 2 years. Remember, then, that whatever knowledge you do not solidly lay the foundation of before you are 18, you will never be the master of while you breathe. Knowledge is a comfortable and necessary retreat and shelter for us in an advanced age, and if we do not plant it while young, it will give us no shade when we grow old. I neither require nor expect from you great application to books, after you are once thrown out into the great world. I know it is impossible, and it may even in some cases be improper. This, therefore, is your time, and your only time, for unwearied and uninterrupted application. If you should sometimes think it a little laborious, consider that labor is the unavoidable fatigue of a necessary journey. The more hours a day you travel, the sooner you will be at your journey's end. The sooner you are qualified for your liberty, the sooner you shall have it, and your manumission will entirely depend upon the manner in which you employ the intermediate time. I think I offer you a very good bargain, when I promise you upon my word, that if you will do everything that I would have you do till you are 18, I will do everything that you would have me do ever afterward. I knew a gentleman, who was so good a manager of his time, that he would not even lose that small portion of it, which the calls of nature obliged him to pass in the necessary house, but gradually went through all the Latin poets in those moments. He bought, for example, a common edition of Horace, of which he tore off gradually a couple of pages, carried them with him to that necessary place, read them first, and then sent them down as a sacrifice to Cloacina. This was so much time fairly gained, and I recommend you to follow his example. It is better than only doing what you cannot help at those moments, and it will make any book, which you shall read in that manner, very present in your mind. Books of science, and of a grave sort, must be read with continuity, but there are very many, and even very useful ones, which may be read with advantage by snatches, and unconnectedly. Such are all the good Latin poets, except Virgil in his Aeneid, and such are most of the modern poets, in which you will find many pieces worth reading, that will not take up above 7 or 8 minutes. Bayle's, Morary's, and other dictionaries are proper books to take and shut up for the little intervals of otherwise idle time, that everybody has in the course of the day, between either their studies or their pleasures. Good night. End of Section 10. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 11 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 22. London, December 18th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, as 2 mails are now due from Holland, I have no letters of yours or Mr. Hart's to acknowledge, so that this letter is the effect of that scribendi cathosis which my fears, my hopes, and my doubts concerning you give me. When I have wrote you a very long letter upon any subject, it is no sooner gone, but I think I have omitted something in it, which might be of use to you, and then I prepare the supplement for the next post, or else some new subject occurs to me, upon which I fancy I can give you some informations, or point out some rules which may be advantageous to you. This sets me to writing again, though God knows whether to any purpose or not. A few years more can only ascertain that. But whatever my success may be, my anxiety and my care can only be the effects of that tender affection which I have for you, and which you cannot represent to yourself greater than it really is. But do not mistake the nature of that affection, and think it of a kind that you may with impunity abuse. It is not natural affection, there being in reality no such thing. For if it were, some inward sentiment must necessarily and reciprocally discover the parent to the child, and the child to the parent, without any exterior indications, knowledge, or acquaintance whatsoever, which never happened since the creation of the world, whatever poets, romance and novel writers, and such sentiment mongers may be pleased to say to the contrary. Neither is my affection for you that of a mother, of which the only, or at least the chief objects are health and life. I wish you them both most heartily, but at the same time I confess they are by no means my principal care. My object is to have you fit to live, which if you are not, I do not desire that you should live at all. My affection for you then is, and only will be, proportioned to your merit, which is the only affection that the rational being ought to have for another. Hitherto I have discovered nothing wrong in your heart, or your head, On the contrary, I think I see sense in the one and sentiments in the other. This persuasion is the only motive of my present affection, which will either increase or diminish, according to your merit or demerit. If you have the knowledge, the honor, and probity, which you may have, the marks and warmth of my affection shall amply reward them. But if you have them not, my aversion and indignation will rise in the same proportion; and in that case, remember that I am under no further obligation than to give you the necessary means of subsisting. If ever we quarrel, do not expect or depend upon any weakness in my nature for a reconciliation, as children frequently do, and often meet with, from silly parents. I have no such weakness about me, and as I will never quarrel with you but on some essential point, if once we quarrel I will never forgive. But I hope and believe that this declaration, for it is no threat, will prove unnecessary. You are no stranger to the principles of virtue, and surely whoever knows virtue must love it. As for knowledge, you have already enough of it to engage you to acquire more. The ignorant only either despise it or think that they have enough. Those who have the most are always the most desirous to have more, and know that the most they can have is, alas, but too little. Reconsider from time to time, and retain the friendly advice which I send you. The advantage will be all your own. Letter 23. London, December 29th, Old Style, 1747. Dear Boy, I have received 2 letters from you of the 17th and 22nd, New Style, by the last of which I find that some of mine to you must have miscarried, for I have never been above 2 posts without writing to you or to Mr. Hart, and even very long letters. I have also received a letter from Mr. Hart, which gives me great satisfaction. It is full of your praises, and he answers for you, that in 2 years more you will deserve your manumission, and be fit to go into the world, upon a footing that will do you honor, and give me pleasure. I thank you for your offer of the new edition of Adamus Adami, but I do not want it, having a good edition of it at present. When you have read that, you will do well to follow it with Père Bougon's Histoire du Traite du Monstre. You will do well to follow it with Père Bougon's Histoire du Traite du Monstre, in 2 volumes quarto, which contains many important anecdotes concerning that famous treaty, that are not in Adamus Adami. You tell me that your lectures upon the Jus Publicum will be ended at Easter, but then I hope that Monsieur Moscow will begin them again, for I would not have you discontinue that study one day while you are at Leipzig. I suppose that Monsieur Moscow will likewise give you lectures upon the Instrumentum Pacis, and upon the capitulation of the late emperors. Your German will go on, of course, and I take it for granted that your stay at Leipzig will make you a perfect master of that language, both as to speaking and writing. For remember, that knowing any language imperfectly is very little better than not knowing it at all, people being as unwilling to speak in a language which they do not possess thoroughly, as others are to hear them. Your thoughts are cramped, and appear to great disadvantage, in any language of which you are not perfect master. Let modern history share part of your time, and that always accompanied with maps of the places in question. Geography and history are very imperfect separately, and, to be useful, must be joined. Go to the Duchess of Courtland's as often as she and your leisure will permit. The company of women of fashion will improve your manners, though not your understanding, and that complaisance and politeness which are so useful in men's company can only be acquired in women's. Remember always what I have told you 1,000 times, that all the talents in the world will want all their lustre, and some part of their use too, if they are not adorned with that easy good breeding, that engaging manner, and those graces, which seduce and prepossess people in your favour at first sight. A proper care of your person is by no means to be neglected, always extremely clean, upon proper occasions fine, your carriage genteel, and your motions graceful. Take particular care of your manner and address, when you present yourself in company. Let them be respectful without meanness, easy without too much familiarity, genteel without affectation, and insinuating without any seeming art or design. You need not send me any more extracts of the German Constitution, which by the course of your present studies I know you must soon be acquainted with, but I would now rather that your letters should be a sort of journal of your own life. As, for instance, what company you keep, what new acquaintances you make, what your pleasures are, with your own reflections upon the whole, likewise what Greek and Latin books you read and understand. Adieu. End of section 11. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 12 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. 1748. Letter 24. January 2nd, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I am edified with the allotment of your time at Leipzig, which is so well employed from morning till night that a fool would say you had none left for yourself, whereas I am sure you have sense enough to know that such a right use of your time is having it all to yourself. Nay, it is even more, for it is laying it out to immense interest, which, in a very few years, will amount to a prodigious capital. Though 12 of your 14 commensaux may not be the liveliest people in the world, and may want, as I easily conceive that they do, le temps de la bonne compagnie et les grâces, which I wish you, yet pray take care not to express any contempt, or throw out any ridicule, which I can assure you is not more contrary to good manners than to good sense, but endeavour rather to get all the good you can out of them, and something or other is to be got out of everybody. They will at least improve you in the German language, and as they come from different countries, you may put them upon subjects, concerning which they must necessarily be able to give you some useful informations, let them be ever so dull or disagreeable in general. They will know something at least of the laws, customs, government, and considerable families of their respective countries, all which are better known than not, and consequently not worth inquiring into. There is hardly anybody good for everything, and there is scarcely anybody who is absolutely good for nothing. A good chemist will extract some spirit or other out of every substance, and a man of parts will, by his dexterity and management, elicit something worth knowing out of every being he converses with. As you have been introduced to the Duchess of Courtland, pray go there as often as ever your more necessary occupations will allow you. I am told she is extremely well bred, and has parts. Now, though I would not recommend to you to go into women's company in search of solid knowledge or judgment, yet it has its use in other respects, for it certainly polishes the manners, and gives une certaine tenue, which is very necessary in the course of the world, and which Englishmen have generally less of than any people in the world. I cannot say that your suppers are luxurious, but you must own that they are solid, and a quart of soup, and 2 pounds of potatoes, will enable you to pass the night without any great impatience for your breakfast next morning. One part of your supper, the potatoes, is the constant diet of my old friends and countrymen. Footnote. Lord Chesterfield, from the time he was appointed Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, 1775, used always to call the Irish his countrymen. End footnote. The Irish, who are the healthiest and the strongest bodies of men that I know in Europe. As I believe that many of my letters to you and to Mr. Hart have miscarried, as well as some of yours and his to me, particularly one of his from Leipzig, to which he refers in a subsequent one, and which I never received, I would have you for the future acknowledge the dates of all the letters which either of you shall receive from me, and I will do the same on my part. That which I received by the last mail from you was of the 25th November, New Style. The mail before that brought me yours, of which I have forgot the date, but which enclosed one to Lady Chesterfield. She will answer it soon, and in the meantime thanks you for it. My disorder was only a very great cold, of which I am entirely recovered. You shall not complain for want of accounts from Mr. Grevenkop, who will frequently write you whatever passes here, in the German language and character, which will improve you in both. Adieu. Letter 25. London, January 15th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I willingly accept the New Year's gift which you promise me for next year, and the more valuable you make it, the more thankful I shall be. That depends entirely upon you, and therefore I hope to be presented every year with a new edition of you, and more correct than the former, and considerably enlarged and amended. Since you do not care to be an assessor of the imperial chamber, and that you desire an establishment in England, what do you think of being Greek professor at one of our universities? It is a very pretty sinecure, and requires very little knowledge, much less than, I hope, you have already of that language. If you do not approve of this, I am at a loss to know what else to propose to you, and therefore desire that you will inform me what sort of destination you propose for yourself, for it is now time to fix it, and take our measures accordingly. Mr. Hart tells me that you set up for a... If so, I presume it is in the view of succeeding me in my office as a Secretary of State, which I will very willingly resign to you, whenever you shall call upon me for it. But if you intend to be there are some trifling circumstances upon which you should previously take your resolution. The first of which is, to be fit for it, and then, in order to be so, make yourself master of ancient and modern history and languages. To know perfectly the constitution and form of government of every nation, the growth and the decline of ancient and modern empires, and to trace out and reflect upon the causes of both. To know the strength, the riches, and the commerce of every country. These little things, trifling as they may seem, are yet very necessary for a politician to know, and which therefore, I presume, you will condescend to apply yourself to. There are some additional qualifications necessary in the practical part of business, which may deserve some consideration in your leisure moments, such as an absolute command of your temper, so as not to be provoked to passion upon any account, patience to hear frivolous, impertinent, and unreasonable applications, with address enough to refuse without offending, or by your manner of granting to double the obligation, dexterity enough to conceal a truth without telling a lie, sagacity enough to read other people's countenances, and serenity enough not to let them discover anything by yours, a seeming frankness with a real reserve. These are the rudiments of a politician. The world must be your grammar. 3 mails are now due from Holland, so that I have no letters from you to acknowledge. I therefore conclude with recommending myself to your favor and protection when you succeed. Yours. Letter 26. London, January 29th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I find by Mr. Hart's last letter that many of my letters to you and him have been frozen up on their way to Leipzig. The thaw has, I suppose, by this time set them at liberty to pursue their journey to you, and you will receive a glut of them at once. Hudibras alludes, in this verse, like words congealed in northern air, to a vulgar notion, that in Greenland words were frozen in their utterance, and that upon a thaw, a very mixed conversation was heard in the air, of all those words set at liberty. This conversation was, I presume, too various and extensive to be much attended to, and may not that be the case of 6 of my long letters when you receive them all at once? I think that I can eventually answer that question, thus. If you consider my letters in their true light, as conveying to you the advice of a friend, who sincerely wishes your happiness and desires to promote your pleasure, you will both read and attend to them. But if you consider them in their opposite and very false light, as the dictates of a morose and sermonizing father, I am sure they will be not only unattended to, but unread. Which is the case, you can best tell me. Advice is seldom welcome, and those who want it the most always like it the least. I hope your want of experience, of which you must be conscious, will convince you that you want advice, and that your good sense will incline you to follow it. Tell me how you pass your leisure hours at Leipzig, and I have too good an opinion of you to think that, at this age, you would desire more. Have you assemblies or public spectacles, and of what kind are they? Whatever they are, see them all. Seeing everything is the only way not to admire anything too much. If you ever take up little tale books to amuse you by snatches, I will recommend 2 French books, which I have already mentioned. They will entertain you, but not without some use to your mind and your manners. One is La manière de bien penser dans l'ouvrage d'esprit, written by Père Bonheur. I believe you read it once in England with Monsieur Coderc, but I think you will do well to read it again, as I know of no book that will form your taste better. The other is L'art de plaire dans la conversation, by the Abbé de Bellegarde, and is by no means useless, though I will not pretend to say that the art of pleasing can be reduced to a receipt. If it could, I am sure that receipt would be worth purchasing at any price. Good sense and good nature are the principal ingredients, and your own observation and the good advice of others must give the right color and taste to it. Adieu. I shall always love you as you shall deserve. End of Section 12. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 13 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 27. London, February 9th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, you will receive this letter, not from a Secretary of State, but from a private man, for whom, at his time of life, quiet was as fit and as necessary as labor and activity are for you at your age, and for many years yet to come. I resigned the seals last Saturday to the King, who parted with me most graciously, and, I may add, for he said so himself, with regret. As I retire from hurry to quiet, and to enjoy at my ease the comforts of private and social life, you will easily imagine that I have no thoughts of opposition, or meddling with business. Otium cum dignitate is my object. The former I now enjoy, and I hope that my conduct and character entitle me to some share of the latter. In short, I am now happy, and I found that I could not be so in my former public situation. As I like your correspondence better than that of all the kings, princes, and ministers in Europe, I shall now have leisure to carry it on more regularly. My letters to you will be written, I am sure, by me, and I hope read by you with pleasure, which I believe seldom happens, reciprocally, to letters written from and to a secretary's office. Do not apprehend that my retirement from business may be a hindrance to your advancement in it, at a proper time. On the contrary, it will promote it, for having nothing to ask for myself, I shall have the better title to ask for you. But you have a still surer way than this of rising, and which is wholly in your own power. Make yourself necessary, which with your natural parts you may, by application, do. We are in general in England ignorant of foreign affairs, and of the interests, views, pretensions, and policy of other courts. That part of knowledge never enters into our thoughts, nor makes part of our education, for which reason we have fewer proper subjects for foreign commissions than any other country in Europe, and when foreign affairs happen to be debated in Parliament, it is incredible with how much ignorance. The harvest of foreign affairs being then so great, and the labourers so few, if you make yourself master of them, you will make yourself necessary, first as a foreign, and then as a domestic minister for that department. I am extremely well pleased with the account which you give me of the allotment of your time. Do but go on so, for 2 years longer, and I will ask no more of you. Your labours will be their own reward, but if you desire any other, that I can add, you may depend upon it. I am glad that you perceive the indecency and turpitude of those of your commensaux who disgrace and foul themselves with dirty whores and scoundrel gamesters, and the light in which, I am sure, you see all reasonable and decent people consider them, will be a good warning to you. Adieu. Letter 28. London, February 13th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, your last letter gave me a very satisfactory account of your manner of employing your time at Leipzig. Go on so but for 2 years more, and I promise you that you will outgo all the people of your age and time. I thank you for your explanation of the Schriftsassen and Amtsassen, and pray let me know the meaning of the Landsassen. I am very willing that you should take a Saxon servant, who speaks nothing but German, which will be a sure way of keeping up your German after you leave Germany. But then, I would neither have that man, nor whom you have already, put out of livery, which makes them both impertinent and useless. I am sure, that as soon as you shall have taken the other servant, your present man will press extremely to be out of livery, and valet de chambre, which is as much to say, that he will curl your hair and shave you, but not condescend to do anything else. I therefore advise you, never to have a servant out of livery, and though you may not always think proper to carry the servant who dresses you abroad in the rain and dirt, behind a coach or before a chair, yet keep it in your power to do so, if you please, by keeping him in livery. I have seen Monsieur and Madame Fleming, who gave me a very good account of you, and of your manners, which, to tell you the plain truth, were what I doubted of the most. She told me that you were easy and not ashamed, which is a great deal for an Englishman at your age. I set out for Bath tomorrow for a month, only to be better than well, and enjoy in quiet the liberty which I have acquired by the resignation of the seals. You shall hear more from me at large from thence. And now, good night to you. Letter 29. Bath, February 18th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, the first use that I made of my liberty was to come here, where I arrived yesterday. My health, though not fundamentally bad yet, for want of proper attention of late, wanted some repairs, which these waters never fail giving it. I shall drink them a month, and return to London, there to enjoy the comforts of social life, instead of groaning under the load of business. I have given the description of the life that I propose to lead for the future in this motto, which I have put up in the frieze of my library in my new house. Nunc veterum libris, nunc somno, et inertibus oris, docere solicite jucunda oblivia vitas. I must observe to you upon this occasion that the uninterrupted satisfaction which I expect to find in that library will be chiefly owing to my having employed some part of my life well at your age. I wish I had employed it better, and my satisfaction would now be complete. But, however, I planted while young that degree of knowledge which is now my refuge and my shelter. Make your plantations still more extensive. They will more than pay you for your trouble. I do not regret the time that I passed in pleasures. They were seasonable. They were the pleasures of youth, and I enjoyed them while young. If I had not, I should probably have overvalued them now, as we are very apt to do what we do not know. But knowing them as I do, I know their real value, and how much they are generally overrated. Nor do I regret the time that I have passed in business, for the same reason. Those who see only the outside of it, imagine it has hidden charms, which they pant after, and nothing but acquaintance can undeceive them. I, who have been behind the scenes, both of pleasure and business, and have seen all the springs and pulleys of those decorations which astonish and dazzle the audience, retire, not only without regret, but with contentment and satisfaction. But what I do, and ever shall regret, is the time which, while young, I lost in mere idleness and in doing nothing. This is the common effect of the inconsideracy of youth, against which I beg you will be most carefully upon your guard. The value of moments when cast up is immense, if well employed. If thrown away, their loss is irrecoverable. Every moment may be put to some use, and that with much more pleasure than if unemployed. Do not imagine that by the employment of time I mean an uninterrupted application to serious studies. No, pleasures are, at proper times, both as necessary and as useful. They fashion and form you for the world, they teach you characters, and show you the human heart in its unguarded minutes. But then remember to make that use of them. I have known many people, from a laziness of mind, go through both pleasure and business with equal inattention, neither enjoying the one nor doing the other, thinking themselves men of pleasure because they were mingled with those who were, and men of business because they had business to do, though they did not do it. Whatever you do, do it to the purpose, do it thoroughly, not superficially. Approfondissez, go to the bottom of things. Anything half done or half known is, in my mind, neither done nor known at all. Nay, worse, it often misleads. There is hardly any place or any company where you may not gain knowledge, if you please. Almost everybody knows some one thing, and is glad to talk upon that one thing. Seek and you will find in this world as well as in the next. See everything, inquire into everything, and you may excuse your curiosity, and the questions you ask which otherwise might be thought impertinent, by your manner of asking them, for most things depend a great deal upon the manner. As, for example, I am afraid that I am very troublesome with my questions, but nobody can inform me so well as you, or something of that kind. Now that you are in a Lutheran country, go to their churches, and observe the manner of their public worship. Attend to their ceremonies, and inquire the meaning and intention of every one of them. And as you will soon understand German well enough, attend to their sermons, and observe their manner of preaching. Inform yourself of their church government, whether it resides in the sovereign, or in consistories and synods. Whence arises the maintenance of their clergy, whether from tithes, as in England, or from voluntary contributions, or from pensions from the state. Do the same thing when you are in Roman Catholic countries. Go to their churches, see all their ceremonies, ask the meaning of them, get the terms explained to you. As, for instance, prime, terce, sext, nons, matins, angelus, high mass, vespers, complines, etc. Inform yourself of their several religious orders, their founders, their rules, their vows, their habits, their revenues, etc. But when you frequent places of public worship, as I would have you go to all the different ones you meet with, remember that, however erroneous, They are none of them objects of laughter and ridicule. Honest error is to be pitied, not ridiculed. The object of all the public worships in the world is the same. It is that great eternal being who created everything. The different manners of worship are by no means subjects of ridicule. Each sect thinks its own is the best, and I know no infallible judge in this world to decide which is best. Make the same inquiries, wherever you are, concerning the revenues, the military establishment, the trade, the commerce, and the police of every country. And you would do well to keep a blank paper book, which the Germans call an album, and there, instead of desiring, as they do, every fool they meet with to scribble something, write down all these things as soon as they come to your knowledge from good authorities. I had almost forgotten one thing, which I would recommend as an object for your curiosity and information, that is, the administration of justice, which, as it is always carried on in an open court, you may, and I would have you, go and see it with attention and inquiry. I now have but one anxiety left, which is concerning you. I would have you be, what I know nobody is, perfect. As that is impossible, I would have you as near perfection as possible. I know nobody in a fairer way toward it than yourself, if you please. Never were such pains taken for anybody's education as for yours, and never had anybody those opportunities of knowledge and improvement which you have had, and still have, I hope, I wish, I doubt, and fear alternately. This only I am sure of, that you will prove either the greatest pain or the greatest pleasure of yours. End of section 13. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 14 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 30. Bath, February 22nd, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, every excellency and every virtue has its kindred vice or weakness, and if carried beyond certain bounds, sinks into one or the other. Generosity often runs into profusion, economy into avarice, courage into rashness, caution into timidity, and so on, insomuch that, I believe, there is more judgment required for the proper conduct of our virtues than for avoiding their opposite vices. Vice in its true light is so deformed that it shocks us at first sight, and would hardly ever seduce us, if it did not at first wear the mask of some virtue. But virtue is in itself so beautiful that it charms us at first sight, engages us more and more upon further acquaintance, and as with other beauties, we think excess impossible. It is here that judgment is necessary, to moderate and direct the effects of an excellent cause. I shall apply this reasoning at present, not to any particular virtue, but to an excellency, which, for want of judgment, is often the cause of ridiculous and blamable effects. I mean great learning, which, if not accompanied with sound judgment, frequently carries us into error, pride, and pedantry. As I hope you will possess that excellency in its utmost extent, and yet without its too common failings, the hints which my experience can suggest may probably not be useless to you. Some learned men, proud of their knowledge, only speak to decide, and give judgment without appeal, the consequence of which is, that mankind, provoked by the insult, and injured by the oppression, revolt, and in order to shake off the tyranny, even call the lawful authority in question. The more you know, the modester you should be, and, by the by, that modesty is the surest way of gratifying your vanity. Even where you are sure, seem rather doubtful, represent but do not pronounce, and if you would convince others, seem open to conviction yourself. Others, to show their learning, or often from the prejudices of a school education, where they hear of nothing else, are always talking of the ancients as something more than men, and of the moderns as something less. They are never without a classic or two in their pockets, they stick to the old good sense, they read none of the modern trash, and will show you plainly that no improvement has been made in any one art or science these last 1700 years. I would by no means have you disown your acquaintance with the ancients, but still less would I have you brag of an exclusive intimacy with them. Speak of the moderns without contempt, and of the ancients without idolatry, judge them all by their merits, but not by their ages, and if you happen to have an Elzevir classic in your pocket, neither show it nor mention it. Some great scholars, most absurdly, draw all their maxims, both for public and private life, from what they call parallel cases in the ancient authors, without considering that, in the first place, there never were, since the creation of the world, two cases exactly parallel, and, in the next place, that there never was a case stated, or even known, by any historian, with every one of its circumstances, which, however, ought to be known, in order to be reasoned from. Reason upon the case itself, and the several circumstances that attend it, and act accordingly, but not from the authority of ancient poets or historians. Take into your consideration, if you please, cases seemingly analogous, but take them as helps only, not as guides. We are really so prejudiced by our education, that, as the ancients defied their heroes, we defy their madmen, of which, with all due regard for antiquity, I take Leonidas and Curtius to have been two distinguished ones. And yet a solid pedant would, in a speech in Parliament, relative to a tax of 2d. in the pound upon some community or other, quote those two heroes as examples of what we ought to do and suffer for our country. I have known these absurdities carried so far by people of injudicious learning, that I should not be surprised, if some of them were to propose, while we are at war with the Gauls, that a number of geese should be kept in the Tower, upon account of the infinite advantage which Rome received, in a parallel case, from a certain number of geese in the Capitol. This way of reasoning, and this way of speaking, will always form a poor politician, and a puerile declaimer. There is another species of learned men, who, though less dogmatical and supercilious, are not less impertinent. These are communicative and shining pedants, who adorn their conversation, even with women, by happy quotations of Greek and Latin, and who have contracted such a familiarity with the Greek and Roman authors, that they call them by certain names or epithets denoting intimacy, as old Homer, that sly rogue Horace, Maro instead of Virgil, and Naso instead of Ovid. These are often imitated by coxcombs, who have no learning at all, but who have got some names and some scraps of ancient authors by heart, which they improperly and impertinently retail in all companies, in hopes of passing for scholars. If, therefore, you would avoid the accusation of pedantry on one hand, or the suspicion of ignorance on the other, abstain from learned ostentation. Speak the language of the company that you are in, speak it purely, and unlarded with any other. Never seem wiser, nor more learned, than the people you are with. Wear your learning, like your watch, in a private pocket, and do not pull it out and strike it, merely to show that you have one. If you are asked what o'clock it is, tell it, but do not proclaim it hourly and unasked, like the watchman. Upon the whole, remember that learning, I mean Greek and Roman learning, is a most useful and necessary ornament, which it is shameful not to be master of. But at the same time most carefully avoid those errors and abuses which I have mentioned, and which too often attend it. Remember, too, that great modern knowledge is still more necessary than ancient, and that you had better know perfectly the present than the old state of Europe, though I would have you well acquainted with both. I have this moment received your letter of the 17th, New Style. Though I confess there is no great variety in your present manner of life, yet materials can never be wanting for a letter. You see, you hear, or you read something new every day, a short account of which, with your own reflections thereupon, will make out a letter very well. But since you desire a subject, pray send me an account of the Lutheran establishment in Germany, their religious tenets, their church government, their maintenance, authority, and titles of their clergy. Vittorio Siri, complete, is a very scarce and very dear book here, but I do not want it. If your own library grows too voluminous, you will not know what to do with it when you leave Leipzig. Your best way will be, when you go away from thence, to send to England, by Hamburg, all the books that you do not absolutely want. Yours. Letter 31. Bath, March 1st, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, by Mr. Hart's letter to Mr. Grevenkop, of the 21st of February, New Style, I find that you had been a great while without receiving any letters from me. But by this time, I dare say, you think you have received enough, and possibly more than you have read, for I am not only a frequent, but a prolix correspondent. Mr. Hart says in that letter that he looks upon Professor Mascow to be one of the ablest men in Europe, in treaty and political knowledge. I am extremely glad of it, for that is what I would have you particularly apply to, and make yourself perfect master of. The treaty part you must chiefly acquire by reading the treaties themselves, and the histories and memoirs relative to them. Not but that inquiries and conversations upon those treaties will help you greatly, and imprint them better in your mind. In this course of reading, do not perplex yourself, at first, by the multitude of insignificant treaties which are to be found in the Corps diplomatique, but stick to the material ones, which altered the state of Europe, and made a new arrangement among the great powers, such as the treaties of Münster, Nijmegen, Ryswick, and Utrecht. But there is one part of political knowledge which is only to be had by inquiry and conversation, that is, the present state of every power in Europe, with regard to the three important points, of strength, revenue, and commerce. You will therefore do well, while you are in Germany, to inform yourself carefully of the military force, the revenues, and the commerce of every prince and state of the empire, to write down those informations in a little book, for that particular purpose. To give you a specimen of what I mean. The electorate of Hanover. The revenue is about 500,000 pounds a year. The military establishment, in time of war, may be about 25,000 men, but that is the utmost. The trade is chiefly linens exported from Stade. There are coarse woolen manufactures for home consumption. The mines of Harz produce about 100,000 pounds in silver annually. Such informations you may very easily get, by proper inquiries, of every state in Germany, if you will but prefer useful to frivolous conversations. There are many princes in Germany who keep very few or no troops, unless upon the approach of danger, or for the sake of profit, by letting them out for subsidies to great powers. In that case you will inform yourself what number of troops they could raise, either for their own defense, or furnish to other powers for subsidies. There is very little trouble, and an infinite use, in acquiring of this knowledge. It seems to me even to be a more entertaining subject to talk upon than la pluie et le beau temps. Though I am sensible that these things cannot be known with the utmost exactness, at least by you yet, you may, however, get so near the truth, that the difference will be very immaterial. Pray let me know if the Roman Catholic worship is tolerated in Saxony, anywhere but at court, and if public mass houses are allowed anywhere else in the electorate. Are the regular Romish clergy allowed, and have they any convents? Are there military orders in Saxony, and what? Is the White Eagle a Saxon or a Polish order? Upon what occasion, and when was it founded? What number of knights? Adieu. God bless you, and may you turn out what I wish. End of section 14. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 15 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 32. Bath, March 9th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I must from time to time remind you of what I have often recommended to you, and of what you cannot attend to too much, sacrifice to the graces. The different effects of the same things, said or done, when accompanied or abandoned by them, is almost inconceivable. They prepare the way to the heart, and the heart has such an influence over the understanding, that it is worth while to engage it in our interest. It is the whole of women who are guided by nothing else, and it has so much to say even with men, and the ablest men too, that it commonly triumphs in every struggle with the understanding. Monsieur de Rochefoucauld, in his Maxims, says, that l'esprit est souvent la dupe du cœur. If he had said, instead of souvent, presque toujours, I fear he would have been nearer the truth. This being the case, aim at the heart. Intrinsic merit alone will not do. It will gain you the general esteem of all, but not the particular affection, that is, the heart of any. To engage the affections of any particular person, you must, over and above your general merit, have some particular merit to that person by services done or offered, by expressions of regard and esteem, by complaisance, attentions, etc., for him. And the graceful manner of doing all these things opens the way to the heart, and facilitates, or rather ensures, their effects. From your own observation, reflect what a disagreeable impression an awkward address, a slovenly figure, an ungraceful manner of speaking, whether stuttering, muttering, monotony, or drawling, an inattentive behavior, etc., make upon you at first sight in a stranger, and how they prejudice you against him, though for aught you know he may have great intrinsic sense and merit. And reflect, on the other hand, how much the opposites of all these things prepossess you, at first sight, in favor of those who enjoy them. You wish to find all good qualities in them, and are in some degree disappointed if you do not. 1,000 little things, not separately to be defined, conspire to form these graces, this je ne sais quoi, that always please. A pretty person, genteel motions, a proper degree of dress, an harmonious voice, something open and cheerful in the countenance, but without laughing, a distinct and properly varied manner of speaking, all these things, and many others, are necessary ingredients in the composition of the pleasing je ne sais quoi, which everybody feels, though nobody can describe. Observe carefully, then, what displeases or pleases you in others, and be persuaded that, in general, the same things will please or displease them in you. Having mentioned laughing, I must particularly warn you against it, and I could heartily wish that you may often be seen to smile, but never heard to laugh while you live. Frequent and loud laughter is the characteristic of folly and in manners. It is the manner in which the mob express their silly joy at silly things, and they call it being merry. In my mind, there is nothing so illiberal and so ill-bred as audible laughter. True wit, or sense, never yet made anybody laugh. They are above it. They please the mind and give a cheerfulness to the countenance. But it is low buffoonery, or silly accidents, that always excite laughter, and that is what people of sense and breeding should show themselves above. A man's going to sit down, in the supposition that he has a chair behind him, and falling down upon his breech for want of one, sets a whole company a-laughing, when all the wit in the world would not do it. A plain proof, in my mind, how low and unbecoming a thing laughter is, not to mention the disagreeable noise that it makes, and the shocking distortion of the face that it occasions. Laughter is easily restrained, by a very little reflection, but as it is generally connected with the idea of gaiety, people do not enough attend to its absurdity. I am neither of a melancholy nor a cynical disposition, and am as willing and as apt to be pleased as anybody, but I am sure that, since I have had the full use of my reason, nobody has ever heard me laugh. Many people, at first, from awkwardness and mauvais honte, have got a very disagreeable and silly trick of laughing whenever they speak, and I know a man of very good parts, Mr. Waller, who cannot say the commonest thing without laughing, which makes those who do not know him take him at first for a natural fool. This and many other very disagreeable traits are owing to mauvais honte at their first setting out in the world. They are ashamed in company, and so disconcerted they do not know what they do, and try 1,000 tricks to keep themselves in countenance, which tricks afterwards grow habitual to them. Some put their fingers in their nose, others scratch their heads, others twirl their hats. In short, every awkward, ill-bred body has his trick. But the frequency does not justify the thing, and all these vulgar habits and awkwardnesses, though not criminal indeed, are most carefully to be guarded against, as they are great bars in the way of the art of pleasing. Remember that to please is almost to prevail, or at least a necessary previous step to it. You, who have your fortune to make, should more particularly study this art. You had not, I must tell you, when you left England, les manières prévenantes, and I must confess they are not very common in England, but I hope that your good sense will make you acquire them abroad. If you desire to make yourself considerable in the world, as, if you have any spirit, you do, it must be entirely your own doing, for I may very possibly be out of the world at the time you come into it. Your own rank and fortune will not assist you. Your merit and your manners alone can raise you to figure in fortune. I have laid the foundations of them, by the education which I have given you, but you must build the superstructure yourself. I must now apply to you for some informations, which I dare say you can, and which I desire you will give me. Can the Elector of Saxony put any of his subjects to death for high treason, without bringing them first to their trial in some public court of justice? Can he, by his own authority, confine any subject in prison as long as he pleases, without trial? Can he banish any subject out of his dominions by his own authority? Can he lay any tax whatsoever upon his subjects, without the consent of the states of Saxony? And what are those states? How are they elected? What orders do they consist of? Do the clergy make part of them? And when and how often do they meet? If two subjects of the electors are at law for an estate situated in the electorate, in what court must this suit be tried? And will the decision of that court be final, or does there lie an appeal to the imperial chamber at Wetzlar? What do you call the two chief courts, or two chief magistrates, of civil and criminal justice? What is the common revenue of the electorate, one year with another? What number of troops does the elector now maintain, and what is the greatest number that the electorate is able to maintain? I do not expect to have all these questions answered at once, but you will answer them in proportion as you get the necessary and authentic informations. You are, you see, my German oracle, and I consult you with so much faith that you need not, like the oracles of old, return ambiguous answers, especially as you have this advantage over them, too, that I only consult you about past and present, but not about what is to come. I wish you a good Easter fair at Leipzig. See with attention all the shops, drolls, tumblers, rope dancers, and hoc genus omne, but inform yourself more particularly of the several parts of trade there. Adieu. End of section 15. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 16 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 33. London, March 25th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I am in great joy at the written and the verbal accounts which I have lately received of you. The former from Mr. Hart, the latter from Mr. Trevanion, who is arrived here. They conspire to convince me that you employ your time well at Leipzig. I am glad to find you consult your own interest and your own pleasure so much, for the knowledge which you will acquire in these 2 years is equally necessary for both. I am likewise particularly pleased to find that you turn yourself to that sort of knowledge which is more peculiarly necessary for your destination, for Mr. Hart tells me you have read, with attention, Callière, Piquet, and Richelieu's letters. The memoirs of the Cardinal de Retz will both entertain and instruct you. They relate to a very interesting period of the French history, the ministry of Cardinal Mazarin, during the minority of Louis XIV. The characters of all the considerable people of that time are drawn, in a short, strong, and masterly manner, and the political reflections, which are most of them printed in italics, are the justest that I ever met with. They are not the labored reflections of a systematical closet politician, who, without the least experience of business, sits at home and writes maxims, but they are the reflections which a great and able man formed from long experience and practice in great business. They are true conclusions, drawn from facts, not from speculations. As modern history is particularly your business, I will give you some rules to direct your study of it. It begins, properly, with Charlemagne, in the year 800. But as, in those times of ignorance, the priests and monks were almost the only people that could or did write, we have scarcely any histories of those times, but such as they have been pleased to give us, which are compounds of ignorance, superstition, and party zeal. So that a general notion of what is rather supposed, than really known to be, the history of the 5 or 6 following centuries, seems to be sufficient, and much time would be but ill employed in a minute attention to those legends. But reserve your utmost care, and most diligent inquiries, from the 15th century and downward. Then learning began to revive, and credible histories to be written. Europe began to take the form, which, to some degree, it still retains. At least the foundations of the present great powers of Europe were then laid. Louis XI made France, in truth, a monarchy, or, as he used to say himself, la mythe d'or de page. Before his time, there were independent provinces in France, as the Duchy of Brittany, etc., whose princes tore it to pieces, and kept it in constant domestic confusion. Louis XI reduced all these petty states, by fraud, force, or marriage, for he scrupled no means to obtain his ends. About that time, Ferdinand, King of Aragon, and Isabella his wife, Queen of Castile, united the whole Spanish monarchy, and drove the Moors out of Spain, who had till then kept possession of Granada. About that time, too, the House of Austria laid the great foundations of its subsequent power, first, by the marriage of Maximilian with the heiress of Burgundy, then by the marriage of his son Philip, Archduke of Austria, with Jane, the daughter of Isabella, Queen of Spain, and heiress of that whole kingdom, and of the West Indies. By the first of these marriages, the House of Austria acquired the 17 provinces, and by the latter, Spain and America, all which centred in the person of Charles V., son of the above-mentioned Archduke Philip, the son of Maximilian. It was upon account of these 2 marriages that the following Latin distich was made: Bella gerant alii, tu felix Austria nube, namqua Mars alies, dat tibi regna Venus. This immense power, which the Emperor Charles V. found himself possessed of, gave him a desire for universal power, for people never desire all till they have gotten a great deal, and alarmed France. This sowed the seeds of that jealousy and enmity which have flourished ever since between those 2 great powers. Afterward the House of Austria was weakened by the division made by Charles V. of his dominions, between his son, Philip II. of Spain, and his brother Ferdinand, and has ever since been dwindling to the weak condition in which it is now. This is a most interesting part of the history of Europe, of which it is absolutely necessary that you should be exactly and minutely informed. There are, in the history of most countries, certain very remarkable eras, which deserve more particular inquiry and attention than the common run of history. Such is the revolt of the 17 provinces, in the reign of Philip II. Of Spain, which ended in forming the present republic of the 7 united provinces, whose independency was first allowed by Spain at the Treaty of Munster. Such was the extraordinary revolution of Portugal, in the year 1640, in favour of the present house of Braganza. Such is the famous revolution of Sweden, when Christian II. Of Denmark, who was also King of Sweden, was driven out by Gustavus Vasa. And such also is that memorable era in Denmark of 1660, when the states of that kingdom made a voluntary surrender of all their rights and liberties to the crown, and changed that free state into the most absolute monarchy now in Europe. The Acta Regis, upon that occasion, are worth your perusing. These remarkable periods of modern history deserve your particular attention, and most of them have been treated singly by good historians, which are worth your reading. The revolutions of Sweden and of Portugal are most admirably well written by l'Abbé de Vertot. They are short, and will not take 12 hours reading. There is another book which very well deserves your looking into, but not worth your buying at present, because it is not portable. If you can borrow or hire it, you should, and that is L'Histoire des Traités de Pays, in 2 volumes folio, which make part of the Cours Diplomatique. You will find there a short and clear history, and the substance of every treaty made in Europe, during the last century, from the Treaty of Vervins. 3 parts in 4 of this book are not worth your reading, as they relate to treaties of very little importance. But if you select the most considerable ones, read them with attention, and take some notes, it will be of great use to you. Attend chiefly to those in which the great powers of Europe are the parties, such as the Treaty of the Pyrenees, between France and Spain, the treaties of Nimeguen and Ryswick, but above all the Treaty of Munster should be most circumstantially and minutely known to you, as almost every treaty made since has some reference to it. For this, Père Bougeant is the best book you can read, as it takes in the 30 Years' War, which preceded that treaty. The treaty itself, which is made a perpetual law of the empire, comes in the course of your lectures upon the Jus Publicum Imperii. In order to furnish you with materials for a letter, and at the same time to inform both you and myself of what it is right that we should know, pray answer me the following questions. How many companies are there in the Saxon regiments of foot? How many men in each company? How many troops in the regiments of horse and dragoons, and how many men in each? What number of commissioned and non-commissioned officers in a company of foot, or in a troop of horse or dragoons? Non-commissioned officers are all those below ensigns and cornets. What is the daily pay of a Saxon foot soldier, dragoon, and trooper? What are the several ranks of Etat Major General? The Etat Major General is everything above colonel. The Austrians have no brigadiers, and the French have no major generals in their Etat Major. What have the Saxons? Adieu. End of section 16, read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 17 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 34. London, March 27th, Old Style, 1748. Dear boy, this little packet will be delivered to you by one Monsieur Duval, who is going to the fair at Leipzig. He is a jeweller, originally of Geneva, but who has been settled here these 8 or 10 years, and a very sensible fellow. Pray do be very civil to him. As I advised you some time ago to inform yourself of the civil and military establishments of as many of the kingdoms and states of Europe as you should either be in yourself or be able to get authentic accounts of, I send you here a little book, in which, upon the article of Hanover, I have pointed out the short method of putting down these informations, by way of helping your memory. The book being lettered, you can immediately turn to whatever article you want, and by adding interleaves to each letter, may extend your minutes to what particulars you please. You may get such books made anywhere, and appropriate each, if you please, to a particular object. I have myself found great utility in this method. If I had known what to have sent you by this opportunity, I would have done it. The French say, que les petits présents entretiennent l'amitié et que les grands l'augmentent. But I could not recollect that you wanted anything, or at least anything that you cannot get as well at Leipzig as here. Do but continue to deserve, and I assure you that you shall never want anything I can give. Do not apprehend that my being out of employment may be any prejudice to you. Many things will happen before you can be fit for business, and when you are fit, whatever my situation may be, it will always be in my power to help you in your first steps. Afterward you must help yourself by your own abilities. Make yourself necessary, and instead of soliciting, you will be solicited. The thorough knowledge of foreign affairs, the interests, the views, and the manners of the several courts in Europe, are not the common growth of this country. It is in your power to acquire them. You have all the means. Adieu. Yours. Letter 35. London, April 1st, Old Style, 1748. Dear boy, I have not received any letter, either from you or from Mr. Hart, these 3 posts, which I impute wholly to accidents between this place and Leipzig, and they are distant enough to admit of many. I always take it for granted that you are well, when I do not hear to the contrary. Besides, as I have often told you, I am much more anxious about your doing well than about your being well, and when you do not write, I will suppose that you are doing something more useful. Your health will continue while your temperance continues, and at your age nature takes sufficient care of the body, provided she is left to herself, and that intemperance on one hand, or medicine on the other, do not break in upon her. But it is by no means so with the mind, which at your age particularly requires great and constant care, and some physic. Every quarter of an hour, well or ill employed, will do it essential and lasting good or harm. It requires also a great deal of exercise, to bring it to a state of health and vigor. Observe the difference there is between minds cultivated and minds uncultivated, and you will, I am sure, think that you cannot take too much pains, nor employ too much of your time in the culture of your own. A drayman is probably born with as good organs as Milton, Locke, or Newton, but by culture they are as much more above him as he is above his horse. Sometimes, indeed, extraordinary geniuses have broken out by the force of nature, without the assistance of education, but those instances are too rare for anybody to trust to, and even they would make a much greater figure if they had had the advantage of education into the bargain. If Shakespeare's genius had been cultivated, those beauties, which we so justly admire in him, would have been undisgraced by those extravagances, and that nonsense, with which they are frequently accompanied. People are, in general, what they are made, by education and company, from 15 to 25. Consider well, therefore, the importance of your next 8 or 9 years. Your whole depends upon them. I will tell you sincerely my hopes and my fears concerning you. I think you will be a good scholar, and that you will acquire a considerable stock of knowledge of various kinds. But I fear that you neglect what are called little, though in truth they are very material things. I mean a gentleness of manners, an engaging address, and an insinuating behavior. They are real and solid advantages, and none but those who do not know the world treat them as trifles. I am told that you speak very quick, and not distinctly. This is a most ungraceful and disagreeable trick, which you know I have told you of 1,000 times. Pray attend carefully to the correction of it. An agreeable and distinct manner of speaking adds greatly to the matter, and I have known many a very good speech unregarded, upon account of the disagreeable manner in which it has been delivered, and many an indifferent one applauded, from the contrary reason. Adieu. Letter 36. London, April 15th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, though I have no letters from you to acknowledge since my last to you, I will not let 3 posts go from hence without a letter from me. My affection always prompts me to write to you, and I am encouraged to do it by the hopes that my letters are not quite useless. You will probably receive this in the midst of the diversions of Leipzig Fair, at which, Mr. Hart tells me, that you are to shine in fine clothes among fine folks. I am very glad of it, as it is time that you should begin to be formed to the manners of the world in higher life. Courts are the best schools for that sort of learning. You are beginning now with the outside of a court, and there is not a more gaudy one than that of Saxony. Attend to it, and make your observations upon the turn and manners of it, that you may hereafter compare it with other courts which you will see; and though you are not yet able to be informed, or to judge of the political conduct and maxims of that court, yet you may remark the forms, the ceremonies, and the exterior state of it. At least see everything that you can see, and know everything that you can know of it by asking questions. See likewise everything at the fair, from operas and plays, down to the Savoyards' raree shows. Everything is worth seeing once, and the more one sees, the less one either wonders or admires. Make my compliments to Mr. Hart, and tell him that I have just now received his letter, for which I thank him. I am called away, and my letter is therefore very much shortened. Adieu. I am impatient to receive your answers to the many questions that I have asked you. End of Section 17. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 18 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 37. London, April 26th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I am extremely pleased with your continuation of the history of the Reformation, which is one of those important eras that deserves your utmost attention, and of which you cannot be too minutely informed. You have doubtless considered the causes of that great event, and observed that disappointment and resentment had a much greater share in it than a religious zeal or an abhorrence of the errors and abuses of popery. Luther, an Augustine monk, enraged that his order, and consequently himself, had not the exclusive privilege of selling indulgences, but that the Dominicans were let into a share of that profitable but infamous trade, turns reformer, and exclaims against the abuses, the corruption, and the idolatry of the Church of Rome, which were certainly gross enough for him to have seen long before, but which he had at least acquiesced in, till what he called the rights, that is, the profit, of his order came to be touched. It is true the Church of Rome furnished him ample matter for complaint and reformation, and he laid hold of it ably. This seems to me the true cause of that great and necessary work, but whatever the cause was, the effect was good, and the Reformation spread itself by its own truth and fitness, and was conscientiously received by great numbers in Germany and other countries, and was soon afterward mixed up with the politics of princes, and, as it always happens in religious disputes, became the specious covering of injustice and ambition. Under the pretense of crushing heresy, as it was called, the House of Austria meant to extend and establish its power in the empire, as, on the other hand, many Protestant princes, under the pretense of extirpating idolatry, or at least of securing toleration, meant only to enlarge their own dominions or privileges. These views respectively, among the chiefs on both sides, much more than true religious motives, continued what were called the religious wars in Germany, almost uninterruptedly, till the affairs of the two religions were finally settled by the Treaty of Münster. Were most historical events traced up to their true causes, I fear we should not find them much more noble or disinterested than Luther's disappointed avarice, and therefore I look with some contempt upon those refining and sagacious historians, who ascribe all, even the most common events, to some deep political cause, whereas mankind is made up of inconsistencies, and no man acts invariably up to his predominant character. The wisest man sometimes acts weakly, and the weakest sometimes wisely. Our jarring passions, our variable humours, nay, our greater or lesser degree of health and spirits, produce such contradictions in our conduct, that I believe those are the oftenest mistaken who ascribe our actions to the most seemingly obvious motives, and I am convinced that a light supper, a good night's sleep, and a fine morning have sometimes made a hero of the same man, who by an indigestion, a restless night, and rainy morning, would have proved a coward. Our best conjectures, therefore, as to the true springs of actions, are but very uncertain, and the actions themselves are all that we must pretend to know from history. That Caesar was murdered by 23 conspirators, I make no doubt, but I very much doubt that their love of liberty, and of their country, was their sole, or even principal motive, and I dare say that, if the truth were known, we should find that many other motives at least concurred, even in the great Brutus himself, such as pride, envy, personal pique, and disappointment. Nay, I cannot help carrying my Pyrrhonism still further, and extending it often to historical facts themselves, at least to most of the circumstances with which they are related, and every day's experience confirms me in this historical incredulity. Do we ever hear the most recent fact related exactly in the same way, by the several people who were at the same time eyewitnesses of it? No. One mistakes, another misinterprets, and others warp it a little to their own turn of mind or private views. A man who has been concerned in a transaction will not write it fairly, and a man who has not, cannot. But notwithstanding all this uncertainty, history is not the less necessary to be known, as the best historians are taken for granted, and are the frequent subjects both of conversation and writing. Though I am convinced that Caesar's ghost never appeared to Brutus, yet I should be much ashamed to be ignorant of that fact, as related by the historians of those times. Thus the pagan theology is universally received as matter for writing and conversation, though believed now by nobody, and we talk of Jupiter, Mars, Apollo, etc. as gods, though we know that if they ever existed at all, it was only as mere mortal men. This historical Pyrrhonism, then, proves nothing against the study and knowledge of history, which of all other studies is the most necessary for a man who is to live in the world. It only points out to us not to be too decisive and peremptory, and to be cautious how we draw inferences for our own practice from remote facts, partially or ignorantly related, of which we can, at best, but imperfectly guess, and certainly not know the real motives. The testimonies of ancient history must necessarily be weaker than those of modern, as all testimony grows weaker and weaker, as it is more and more remote from us. I would therefore advise you to study ancient history, in general, as other people do, that is, not to be ignorant of any or those facts which are universally received, upon the faith of the best historians, and whether true or false, you have them as other people have them. But modern history, I mean particularly that of the last 3 centuries, is what I would have you apply to with the greatest attention and exactness. There the probability of coming at the truth is much greater, as the testimonies are much more recent. Besides, anecdotes, memoirs, and original letters often come to the aid of modern history. The best memoirs that I know of are those of Cardinal de Retz, which I have once before recommended to you, and which I advise you to read more than once with attention. There are many political maxims in these memoirs, most of which are printed in italics. Pray attend to and remember them. I never read them, but my own experience confirms the truth of them. Many of them seem trifling to people who are not used to business, but those who are feel the truth of them. It is time to put an end to this long, rambling letter, in which, if any one thing can be of use to you, it will more than pay the trouble I have taken to write it. Adieu. End of section 18. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 19 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 38. London, May 10th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I reckon that this letter will find you just returned from Dresden, where you have made your first court caravan. What inclination for courts this taste of them may have given you I cannot tell, but this I think myself sure of, from your good sense, that in leaving Dresden you have left dissipation too, and have resumed at Leipzig that application which, if you like courts, can alone enable you to make a good figure at them. A mere courtier, without parts or knowledge, is the most frivolous and contemptible of all beings, as, on the other hand, a man of parts and knowledge, who acquires the easy and noble manners of a court, is the most perfect. It is a trite, commonplace observation, that courts are the seats of falsehood and dissimulation. That, like many, I might say most, commonplace observations, is false. Falsehood and dissimulation are certainly to be found at courts, but where are they not to be found? Cottages have them, as well as courts, only with worse manners. A couple of neighbouring farmers in a village will contrive and practise as many tricks to overreach each other at the next market, or to supplant each other in the favour of the squire, as any two courtiers can do to supplant each other in the favour of their prince. Whatever poets may write, or fools believe, of rural innocence and truth, and of the perfidy of courts, this is most undoubtedly true, that shepherds and ministers are both men, their nature and passions the same, the modes of them only different. Having mentioned commonplace observations, I will particularly caution you against either using, believing, or approving them. They are the common topics of witlings and coxcombs. Those who have really wit have the utmost contempt for them, and scorn even to laugh at the pert things that those would-be wits say upon such subjects. Religion is one of their favourite topics. It is all priestcraft, and an invention contrived and carried on by priests of all religions, for their own power and profit. From this absurd and false principle flow the commonplace insipid jokes and insults upon the clergy. With these people, every priest of every religion is either a public or a concealed unbeliever, drunkard and whoremaster, whereas I conceive that priests are extremely like other men, and neither the better nor the worse for wearing a gown or a surplice. But if they are different from other people, probably it is rather on the side of religion and morality, or at least decency, from their education and manner of life. Another common topic for false wit, and rather cool raillery, is matrimony. Every man and his wife hate each other cordially, whatever they may pretend, in public to the contrary. The husband certainly wishes his wife at the devil, and the wife certainly cuckolds her husband. Whereas I presume that men and their wives neither love nor hate each other the more, upon account of the form of matrimony which has been said over them. The cohabitation, indeed, which is the consequence of matrimony, makes them either love or hate more, accordingly as they respectively deserve it. But that would be exactly the same between any man and woman who live together without being married. These and many other commonplace reflections upon nations or professions in general, which are at least as often false as true, are the poor refuge of people who have neither wit nor invention of their own, but endeavour to shine in company by second-hand finery. I always put these pert jackanapes out of countenance, by looking extremely grave, when they expect that I should laugh at their pleasantries, and by saying, well, and so, as if they had not done, and that the sting were still to come. This disconcerts them, as they have no resources in themselves, and have but one set of jokes to live upon. Men of parts are not reduced to these shifts, and have the utmost contempt for them. They find proper subjects enough for either useful or lively conversations. They can be witty without satire or commonplace, and serious without being dull. The frequentation of courts checks this petulancy of manners. The good breeding and circumspection which are necessary, and only to be learned there, correct these pertnesses. I do not doubt but that you are improved in your manners by the short visit which you have made at Dresden, and the other courts, which I intend that you shall be better acquainted with, will gradually smooth you up to the highest polish. In courts, a versatility of genius and softness of manners are absolutely necessary, which some people mistake for abject flattery, and having no opinion of one's own, whereas it is the only decent and genteel manner of maintaining your own opinion, and possibly of bringing other people to it. The manner of doing things is often more important than the things themselves, and the very same thing may become either pleasing or offensive, by the matter of saying or doing it. Materiam suprabat opus is often said of works of sculpture, where though the materials were valuable, as silver, gold, etc., the workmanship was still more so. This holds true applied to manners, which adorn whatever knowledge or parts people may have, and even make a greater impression upon 9 in 10 of mankind than the intrinsic value of the materials. On the other hand, remember that what Horace says of good writing is justly applicable to those who would make a fine figure in courts, and distinguish themselves in the shining parts of life. Sapere est principum and fons. A man who, without a good fund of knowledge and parts, adopts a court life, makes the most ridiculous figure imaginable. He is a machine, little superior to the court clock, and, as this points out the hours, he points out the frivolous employment of them. He is, at most, a comment upon the clock, and, according to the hours that it strikes, tells you it is now levee, now dinner, now supper time, etc. The end which I propose by your education, and which, if you please, I shall certainly attain, is to unite in you all the knowledge of a scholar with the manners of a courtier, and to join, what is seldom joined by any of my countrymen, books and the world. They are commonly 20 years old before they have spoken to anybody above their schoolmaster, and the fellows of their college. If they happen to have learning, it is only Greek and Latin, but not one word of modern history or modern languages. Thus prepared, they go abroad, as they call it, but in truth they stay at home all that while, for being very awkward, confoundedly ashamed, and not speaking the languages, they go into no foreign company, at least none good, but dine and sup with one another only at the tavern. Such examples, I am sure, you will not imitate, but even carefully avoid. You will always take care to keep the best company in the place where you are, which is the only use of travelling, and, by the way, the pleasures of a gentleman are only to be found in the best company, for that not which low company, most falsely and impudently call pleasure, is only the sensuality of a swine. I ask hard and uninterrupted study from you but 1 year more. After that, you shall have every day more and more time for your amusements. A few hours each day will then be sufficient for application, and the others cannot be better employed than in the pleasures of good company. Adieu. Letter 39, London, May 31st, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I received yesterday your letter of the 16th, New Style, and have, in consequence of it, written this day to Sir Charles Williams, to thank him for all the civilities he has shown you. Your first setting out at court has, I find, been very favourable, and his Polish Majesty has distinguished you. I hope you received that mark of distinction with respect and with steadiness, which is the proper behaviour of a man of fashion. People of a low, obscure education cannot stand the rays of greatness. They are frightened out of their wits when kings and great men speak to them. They are awkward, ashamed, and do not know what nor how to answer, whereas les honnêtes gens are not dazzled by superior rank. They know and pay all the respect that is due to it, but they do it without being disconcerted, and can converse just as easily with the king as with any one of his subjects. That is the great advantage of being introduced young into good company, and being used early to converse with one's superiors. How many men have I seen here, who, after having the full benefit of an English education, first at school and then at the university, when they have been presented to the king, did not know whether they stood upon their heads or their heels? If the king spoke to them, they were annihilated, they trembled, endeavoured to put their hands in their pockets and missed them, let their hats fall, and were ashamed to take them up, and, in short, put themselves in every attitude but the right, that is, the easy and natural one. The characteristic of a well-bred man is to converse with his inferiors without insolence, and with his superiors with respect and ease. He talks to kings without concern, he trifles with women of the first condition with familiarity, gaiety, but respect, and converses with his equals, whether he is acquainted with them or not, upon general common topics, that are not, however, quite frivolous, without the least concern of mind or awkwardness of body, neither of which can appear to advantage, but when they are perfectly easy. The tea things, which Sir Charles Williams has given you, I would have you make a present of to your mamma, and send them to her by Duval when he returns. You owe her not only duty, but likewise great obligations for her care and tenderness, and consequently cannot take too many opportunities of showing your gratitude. I am impatient to receive your account of Dresden, and likewise your answers to the many questions that I asked you. Adieu for this time, and God bless. End of section 19. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 20 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 40. London, May 27th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, this and the next 2 years make so important a period of your life, that I cannot help repeating to you my exhortations, my commands, and what I hope will be still more prevailing with you than either, my earnest entreaties to employ them well. Every moment that you now lose is so much character and advantage lost, as on the other hand, every moment that you now employ usefully is so much time wisely laid out, at most prodigious interest. These 2 years must lay the foundations of all the knowledge that you will ever have. You may build upon them afterwards as much as you please, but it will be too late to lay to any new ones. Let me beg of you, therefore, to grudge no labor nor pains to acquire, in time, that stock of knowledge, without which you can never rise, but must make a very insignificant figure in the world. Consider your own situation. You have not the advantage of rank or fortune to bear you up. I shall very probably be out of the world before you can properly be said to be in it. What then will you have to rely on but your own merit? That alone must raise you, and that alone will raise you, if you have but enough of it. I have often heard and read of oppressed and unrewarded merit, but I have oftener, I might say always, seen great merit make its way, and meet with its reward, to a certain degree at least, in spite of all difficulties. By merit I mean the moral virtues, knowledge, and manners. As to the moral virtues, I say nothing to you. They speak best for themselves. Nor can I suspect that they want any recommendation with you. I will therefore only assure you that without them you will be most unhappy. As to knowledge, I have often told you, and I am persuaded you are thoroughly convinced, how absolutely necessary it is to you, whatever your destination may be. But as knowledge has a most extensive meaning, and as the life of man is not long enough to acquire, nor his mind capable of entertaining and digesting, all parts of knowledge, I will point out those to which you should particularly apply, and which by application you may make yourself perfect master of. Classical knowledge, that is, Greek and Latin, is absolutely necessary for everybody, because everybody has agreed to think and to call it so. And the word illiterate, in its common acceptation, means a man who is ignorant of those 2 languages. You are by this time, I hope, pretty near master of both, so that a small part of the day dedicated to them, for 2 years more, will make you perfect in that study. Rhetoric, logic, a little geometry, and a general notion of astronomy must, in their turns, have their hours too. Not that I desire you should be deep in any one of these, but it is fit you should know something of them all. The knowledge more particularly useful and necessary for you, considering your destination, consists of modern languages, modern history, chronology and geography, the laws of nations, and the jus publicum imperii. You must absolutely speak all the modern languages, as purely and correctly as the natives of the respective countries. For whoever does not speak a language perfectly and easily will never appear to advantage in conversation, nor treat with others in it upon equal terms. As for French, you have it very well already, and must necessarily, from the universal usage of that language, know it better and better every day, so that I am in no pain about that. German, I suppose, you know pretty well by this time, and will be quite master of it before you leave Leipzig. At least, I am sure you may. Italian and Spanish will come in their turns, and indeed, they are both so easy, to one who knows Latin and French, that neither of them will cost you much time or trouble. Modern history, by which I mean particularly the history of the last 3 centuries, should be the object of your greatest and constant attention, especially those parts of it which relate more immediately to the great powers of Europe. This study you will carefully connect with chronology and geography, that is, you will remark and retain the dates of every important event, and always read with the map by you, in which you will constantly look for every place mentioned. This is the only way of retaining geography, for though it is soon learned by the lump, yet when only so learned, it is still sooner forgot. Manners, though the last, and it may be the least ingredient of real merit, are, however, very far from being useless in its composition. They adorn, and give an additional force and lustre to both virtue and knowledge. They prepare and smooth a way for the progress of both, and are, I fear, with the bulk of mankind, more engaging than either. Remember, then, the infinite advantage of manners. Cultivate and improve your own to the utmost. Good sense will suggest the great rules to you, good company will do the rest. Thus you see how much you have to do, and how little time to do it in; for when you are thrown out into the world, as in a couple of years you must be, the unavoidable dissipation of company, and the necessary avocations of some kind of business or other, will leave you no time to undertake new branches of knowledge. You may indeed, by a prudent allotment of your time, reserve some to complete and finish the building, but you will never find enough to lay new foundations. I have such an opinion of your understanding, that I am convinced you are sensible of these truths, and that, however hard and laborious your present uninterrupted application may seem to you, you will rather increase than lessen it. For God's sake, my dear boy, do not squander away one moment of your time, for every moment may now be most usefully employed. Your future fortune, character, and figure in the world entirely depend upon your use or abuse of the next 2 years. If you do but employ them well, what may you not reasonably expect to be in time? And if you do not, what may I not reasonably fear you will be? You are the only one I ever knew, of this country, whose education was, from the beginning, calculated for the department of foreign affairs; in consequence of which, if you will invariably pursue, and diligently qualify yourself for that object, you may make yourself absolutely necessary to the government; and after having received orders as a minister abroad, send orders in your turn as Secretary of State at home. Most of our ministers abroad have taken up that department occasionally, without having ever thought of foreign affairs before; many of them without speaking any one foreign language, and all of them without manners which are absolutely necessary toward being well received, and making a figure at foreign courts. They do the business accordingly, that is, very ill. They never get into the secrets of these courts, for want of insinuation and address; they do not guess at their views, for want of knowing their interests; and at last, finding themselves very unfit for, soon grow weary of their commissions, and are impatient to return home, where they are but too justly laid aside and neglected. Every moment's conversation may, if you please, be of use to you. In this view, every public event, which is the common topic of conversation, gives you an opportunity of getting some information. For example, the preliminaries of peace, lately concluded at Aix-la-Chapelle, will be the common subject of most conversations, in which you will take care to ask the proper question, as, what is the meaning of the Asiento contract for negroes, between England and Spain? What the annual ship, when stipulated, upon what account suspended, etc. You will likewise inform yourself about Guastalla, now given to Don Philip, together with Parma and Placentia, who they belonged to before, what claim or pretensions Don Philip had to them, what they are worth, in short, everything concerning them. The cessions made by the Queen of Hungary to the King of Sardinia are, by these preliminaries, confirmed and secured to him. You will inquire, therefore, what they are, and what they are worth. This is the kind of knowledge which you should be most thoroughly master of, and in which conversation will help you almost as much as books, but both are best. There are histories of every considerable treaty, from that of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, inclusively, all which I would advise you to read. Poor Bourgoin, of the Treaty of Westphalia, is an excellent one. Those of Nimeguen, Ryswick, and Utrecht are not so well written, but are, however, very useful. L'Histoire des Traités de Pays, in 2 volumes folio, which I recommended to you some time ago, is a book that you should often consult, when you hear mention made of any treaty concluded in the 17th century. Upon the whole, if you have a mind to be considerable, and to shine hereafter, you must labor now. No quickness of parts, no vivacity will do long or go far, without a solid fund of knowledge, and that fund of knowledge will amply repay all the pains that you can take in acquiring it. Reflect seriously within yourself upon all this, and ask yourself whether I can have any view but your interest, in all that I recommend to you. It is the result of my experience, and flows from that tenderness and affection with which, while you deserve them, I shall be yours. Make my compliments to Mr. Hart, and tell him that I have received his letter of the 24th, New Style. End of Section 20. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 21 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 41. London, May 31st, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I have received with great satisfaction your letter of the 28th, New Style, from Dresden. It finishes your short but clear account of the Reformation, which is one of those interesting periods of modern history that cannot be too much studied nor too minutely known by you. There are many great events in history, which, when once they are over, leave things in the situation in which they found them. As, for instance, the late war, which, excepting the establishment in Italy for Don Philip, leaves things pretty much in status quo, a mutual restitution of all acquisitions being stipulated by the preliminaries of the peace. Such events undoubtedly deserve your notice, but yet not so minutely as those, which are not only important in themselves, but equally, or it may be more important by their consequences too. Of this latter sort were the progress of the Christian religion in Europe, the invasion of the Goths, the division of the Roman Empire into Western and Eastern, the establishment and rapid progress of Mahometanism, and lastly the Reformation, all which events produced the greatest changes in the affairs of Europe, and to one or other of which the present situation of all the parts of it is to be traced up. Next to those are those events which more immediately affect particular states and kingdoms, and which are reckoned entirely local, though their influence may, and indeed very often does, indirectly extend itself further, such as civil wars and revolutions, from which a total change in the form of government frequently flows. The civil wars in England, in the reign of King Charles I, produced an entire change of the government here, from a limited monarchy to a commonwealth, at first, and afterward to absolute power, usurped by Cromwell under the pretence of a protectorate, and the title of Protector. The Revolution in 1688, instead of changing, preserved one form of government, which King James II intended to subvert, and establish absolute power in the Crown. These are the two great epochs in our English history, which I recommend to your particular attention. The league formed by the House of Guise, and fomented by the artifices of Spain, is a most material part of the history of France. The foundation of it was laid in the reign of Henry II, but the superstructure was carried on through the successive reigns of Francis II, Charles IX, and Henry III, till at last it was crushed, partly, by the arms, but more by the apostasy of Henry IV. In Germany, great events have been frequent, by which the imperial dignity has always either gotten or lost, and so they have affected the constitution of the empire. The House of Austria kept that dignity to itself for near 200 years, during which time it was always attempting to extend its power, by encroaching upon the rights and privileges of the other states of the empire, till at the end of the Bellum Tricenal, the Treaty of Münster, of which France is guarantee, fixed the respective claims. Italy has been constantly torn to pieces, from the time of the Goths, by the popes and the anti-popes, severally supported by other great powers of Europe, more as their interest than as their religion led them, by the pretensions also of France and the House of Austria upon Naples, Sicily, and the Milanese, not to mention the various lesser causes of squabbles there, for the little states, such as Ferrara, Parma, Montserrat, etc. The popes, till lately, have always taken a considerable part, and had great influence in the affairs of Europe. Their excommunications, bulls, and indulgences stood instead of armies in the time of ignorance and bigotry. But now that mankind is better informed, the spiritual authority of the Pope is not only less regarded, but even despised by the Catholic princes themselves, and his holiness is actually little more than a bishop of Rome, with large temporalities, which he is not likely to keep longer than till the other great powers in Italy shall find their conveniency in taking them from him. Among the modern popes, Leo X, Alexander VI, and Sextus Quintus deserve your particular notice. First, among other things, for his own learning and taste, and for his encouragement of the reviving arts and sciences in Italy. Under his protection, the Greek and Latin classics were most excellently translated into Italian. Painting flourished and arrived at its perfection, and sculpture came so near the ancients that the works of his time, both in marble and bronze, are now called antico moderno. Alexander VI, together with his natural son Caesar Borgia, was famous for his wickedness, in which he and his son too surpassed all imagination. Their lives are well worth your reading. They were poisoned themselves by the poisoned wine which they had prepared for others. The father died of it, but Caesar recovered. Sixtus V was the son of a swineherd, and raised himself to the popedom by his abilities. He was a great knave, but an able and singular one. Here is history enough for today. You shall have some more soon. Adieu. Letter 42. London, June 21st, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, your very bad enunciation runs so much in my head, and gives me real concern, that it will be the subject of this, and I believe of many more letters. I congratulate both you and myself, that was informed of it, as I hope, in time to prevent it, and shall ever think myself, as hereafter you will, I am sure, think yourself, infinitely obliged to Sir Charles Williams for informing me of it. Good God! If this ungraceful and disagreeable manner of speaking had, either by your negligence or mine, become habitual to you, as in a couple of years more it would have been, what a figure would you have made in company, or in a public assembly? Who would have liked you in the one, or attended you in the other? Read what Cicero and Quintilian say of enunciation, and see what a stress they lay upon the gracefulness of it. Nay, Cicero goes further, and even maintains that a good figure is necessary for an orator, and particularly that he must not be vastus, that is, overgrown and clumsy. He shows by it that he knew mankind well, and knew the powers of an agreeable figure and a graceful manner. Men, as well as women, are much oftener led by their hearts than by their understandings. The way to the heart is through the senses. Please their eyes and their ears, and the work is half done. I have frequently known a man's fortune decided forever by his first address. If it is pleasing, people are hurried involuntarily into a persuasion that he has merit, which possibly he has not, as, on the other hand, if it is ungraceful, they are immediately prejudiced against him, and unwilling to allow him the merit which it may be he has. Nor is this sentiment so unjust and unreasonable as at first may seem, for if a man has parts, he must know of what infinite consequence it is to him to have a graceful manner of speaking, and a genteel and pleasing address. He will cultivate and improve them to the utmost. Your figure is a good one. You have no natural defect in the organ of speech. Your address may be engaging, and your manner of speaking graceful, if you will, so that if you are not so, neither I nor the world can ascribe it to anything but your want of parts. What is the constant and just observation as to all actors upon the stage? Is it not, that those who have the best sense always speak the best, though they may happen not to have the best voices? They will speak plainly, distinctly, and with the proper emphasis, be their voices ever so bad. Had Roscius spoken quick, thick, and ungracefully, I will answer for it, that Cicero would not have thought him worth the oration which he made in his favour. Words were given us to communicate our ideas by, and there must be something inconceivably absurd in uttering them in such a manner as that either people cannot understand them, or will not desire to understand them. I tell you, truly and sincerely, that I shall judge of your parts by your speaking gracefully or ungracefully. If you have parts, you will never be at rest till you have brought yourself to a habit of speaking most gracefully, for I aver that it is in your power. You will desire Mr. Hart, that you may read aloud to him every day, and that he will interrupt and correct you every time that you read too fast, do not observe the proper stops, or lay a wrong emphasis. You will take care to open your teeth when you speak, to articulate every word distinctly, and to beg of Mr. Hart, Mr. Eliot, or whomsoever you speak to remind and stop you, if you ever fall into the rapid and unintelligible mutter. You will even read aloud to yourself, and time your utterance to your own ear, and read at first much slower than you need to do, in order to correct yourself of that shameful trick of speaking faster than you ought. In short, if you think right, you will make it your business, your study, and your pleasure to speak well. Therefore, what I have said in this and in my last is more than sufficient, if you have sense, and 10 times more would not be sufficient, if you have not, so here I rest it. Next to graceful speaking, a genteel carriage and a graceful manner of presenting yourself are extremely necessary, for they are extremely engaging, and carelessness in these points is much more unpardonable in a young fellow than affection. It shows an offensive indifference about pleasing. I am told by one here, who has seen you lately, that you are awkward in your motions, and negligent of your person. I am sorry for both, and so will you be, when it will be too late, if you continue so some time longer. Awkwardness of carriage is very alienating, and a total negligence of dress and air is an impertinent insult upon custom and fashion. You remember Mr. very well, I am sure, and you must consequently remember this, his extreme awkwardness, which I can assure you has been a great clog to his parts and merit, that have with much difficulty, but barely counterbalanced it at last. Many to whom I have formerly commended him have answered me, that they were sure he could not have parts, because he was so awkward. So much are people, as I observed to you before, taken by eye. Women have great influence as to a man's fashionable character, and an awkward man will never have their votes, which, by the way, are very numerous, and much oftener counted than weighed. You should therefore give some attention to your dress, and the gracefulness of your motions. I believe, indeed, that you have no perfect model for either at Leipzig, to form yourself upon; but, however, do not get a habit of neglecting either, and attend properly to both when you go to courts, where they are very necessary, and where you will have good masters and good models for both. Your exercises of riding, fencing, and dancing will civilize and fashion your body and your limbs, and give you, if you will but take it, l'air d'un honnête homme. I will now conclude with suggesting one reflection to you, which is, that you should be sensible of your good fortune, in having one who interests himself enough in you to inquire into your faults, in order to inform you of them. Nobody but myself would be so solicitous, either to know or correct them, so that you might consequently be ignorant of them yourself, for our own self-love draws a thick veil between us and our faults. But when you hear yours from me, you may be sure that you hear them from one who, for your sake, only desires to correct them, from one whom you cannot suspect of any partiality but in your favor, and from one who heartily wishes that his care of you, as a father, may, in a little time, render every care unnecessary but that of a friend. Adieu. P.S. I condole with you for the untimely and violent death of the tuneful Matzel. End of section 21. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 22 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 43. London, July 1st, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I am extremely well pleased with the course of studies which Mr. Hart informs me you are in now, and with the degree of application which he assures me you have to them. It is your interest to do so, as the advantage will be all your own. My affection for you makes me both wish and endeavor that you may turn out well, and according as you do turn out, I shall either be proud or ashamed of you. But as to mere interest, in the common acceptation of that word, it would be mine that you should turn out ill, for you may depend upon it, that whatever you have from me shall be most exactly proportioned to your desert. Deserve a great deal, and you shall have a great deal. Deserve a little, and you shall have but a little, and be good for nothing at all, and I assure you, you shall have nothing at all. Solid knowledge, as I have often told you, is the first and great foundation of your future fortune and character, for I never mention to you the two much greater points of religion and morality, because I cannot possibly suspect you as to either of them. This solid knowledge that you are in a fair way of acquiring, you may, if you please, and I will add, that nobody ever had the means of acquiring it more in their power than you have. But remember that manners must adorn knowledge, and smooth its way through the world. Like a great rough diamond, it may do very well in a closet by way of curiosity, and also for its intrinsic value, but it will never be worn or shine if it is not polished. It is upon this article, I confess, that I suspect you the most, which makes me recur to it so often, for I fear that you are apt to show too little attention to everybody, and too much contempt to many. Be convinced that there are no persons so insignificant and inconsiderable, but may some time or other have it in their power to be of use to you, which they certainly will not, if you have once shown them contempt. Wrongs are often forgiven, but contempt never is. Our pride remembers it forever. It implies a discovery of weaknesses, which we are much more careful to conceal than crimes. Many a man will confess his crimes to a common friend, but I never knew a man who would tell his silly weaknesses to his most intimate one, as many a friend will tell us our faults with reserve, who will not so much as hint at our follies. That discovery is too mortifying to our self-love, either to tell another, or be told of oneself. You must, therefore, never expect to hear of your weaknesses, or your follies, from anybody but me. Those I will take pains to discover, and whenever I do, I shall tell you of them. Next to manners are exterior graces of person and address, which adorn manners, as manners adorn knowledge. To say that they please, engage, and charm, as they most indisputably do, is saying that one should do everything possible to acquire them. The graceful manner of speaking is, particularly, that I should always holla in your ears, as Hotspur holla'd Mortimer to Henry IV, and, like him too, I have aimed to have a starling taught to say, "Speak distinctly and gracefully," and send him you, to replace your loss of the unfortunate Matzel, who, by the way, I am told, spoke his language very distinctly and gracefully. As by this time you must be able to write German tolerably well, I desire that you will not fail to write a German letter, in the German character, once every fortnight, to Mr. Grevenkop, which will make it more familiar to you, and enable me to judge how you improve in it. Do not forget to answer me the questions which I asked you a great while ago, in relation to the Constitution of Saxony, and also the meaning of the words Landsassy and Amtsassy. I hope you do not forget to inquire into the affairs of trade and commerce, nor to get the best accounts you can of the commodities and manufactures, exports and imports of the several countries where you may be, and their gross value. I would likewise have you attend to the respective coins, gold, silver, copper, etc., and their value, compared with our coins, for which purpose I would advise you to put up, in a separate piece of paper, one piece of each kind, wherever you shall be, writing upon it the name and the value. Such a collection will be curious enough in itself, and that sort of knowledge will be very useful to you in your way of business, where the different value of money often comes in question. I am doing Cheltenham tomorrow, less for my health, which is pretty good, than for the dissipation and amusement of the journey. I shall stay about a fortnight. L'Abbé Mablise, Droit de l'Europe, which Mr. Hart is so kind as to send me, is worth your reading. Adieu. Letter 44. Cheltenham, July 6th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, your schoolfellow, Lord Pulteney, only child of the Right Honourable William Pulteney, Earl of Bath, who died before his father, set out last week for Holland, and will, I believe, be at Leipzig soon after this letter. You will take care to be extremely civil to him, and to do him any service that you can while you stay there. Let him know that I wrote to you to do so. As being older, he should know more than you. In that case, take pains to get up to him. But if he does not, take care not to let him feel his inferiority. He will find it out of himself without your endeavours, and that cannot be helped. But nothing is more insulting, more mortifying, and less forgiven, than avowedly to take pains to make a man feel a mortifying inferiority in knowledge, rank, fortune, etc. In the last two articles it is unjust, they not being in his power, and in the first it is both ill-bred and ill-natured. Good breeding and good nature do incline us rather to raise and help people up to ourselves, than to mortify and depress them, and in truth our own private interest concurs in it, as it is making ourselves so many friends instead of so many enemies. The constant practice of what the French call les attentions is a most necessary ingredient in the art of pleasing. They flatter the self-love of those to whom they are shown, they engage, they captivate, more than things of much greater importance. The duties of social life every man is obliged to discharge, but these attentions are voluntary acts. The free will offerings of good breeding and good nature, they are received, remembered, and returned as such. Women particularly have a right to them, and any omission in that respect is downright ill-breeding. Do you employ your whole time in the most useful manner? I do not mean, do you study all day long, nor do I require it. But I mean, do you make the most of the respective allotment of your time? While you study, is it with attention? When you divert yourself, is it with spirit? Your diversions may, if you please, employ some part of your time very usefully. It depends entirely upon the nature of them. If they are futile and frivolous, it is time worse than lost, for they will give you an habit of futility. All gaming, field sports, and such sort of amusements, where neither the understanding nor the senses have the least share, I look upon as frivolous, and as the resources of little minds, who either do not think, or do not love to think. But the pleasures of a man of parts either flatter the senses or improve the mind. I hope at least that there is not 1 minute of the day in which you do nothing at all. Inaction at your age is unpardonable. Tell me what Greek and Latin books you can now read with ease. Can you open Demosthenes at a venture, and understand him? Can you get through an oration of Cicero, or a satire of Horace, without difficulty? What German books do you read, to make yourself master of that language? And what French books do you read for your amusement? Pray give me a particular and true account of all this, for I am not indifferent as to any one thing that relates to you. As, for example, I hope you take great care to keep your whole person, particularly your mouth, very clean. Common decency requires it, besides that great cleanliness is very conducive to health. But if you do not keep your mouth excessively clean, by washing it carefully every morning and after every meal, it will not only be apt to smell, which is very disgusting and indecent, but your teeth will decay and ache, which is both a great loss and a great pain. A spruceness of dress is also very proper and becoming at your age, as the negligence of it implies an indifference about pleasing, which does not become a young fellow. To do whatever you do at all to the utmost perfection ought to be your aim at this time of your life. If you can reach perfection, so much the better, but at least by attempting it, you will get much nearer than if you never attempted it at all. Adieu. Speak gracefully and distinctly if you intend to converse ever with yours. P.S. As I was making up my letter, I received yours of the 6th Old Style. I like your dissertation upon preliminary articles and truces. Your definitions of both are true. Those are matters which I would have you be master of. They belong to your future department, but remember, too, that they are matters upon which you will much oftener have occasion to speak than to write, and that, consequently, it is full as necessary to speak more gracefully and distinctly upon them as to write clearly and elegantly. I find no authority among the ancients, nor indeed among the moderns, for indistinct and unintelligible utterance. The oracles indeed meant to be obscure, but then it was by the ambiguity of the expression, and not by the inarticulation of the words. For if people had not thought, at least, they understood them, they would neither have frequented nor presented them as they did. There was likewise among the ancients, and still is among the moderns, a sort of people called ventriloqui, who speak from their bellies, on making the voice seem to come from some other part of the room than where they are. But these ventriloqui speak very distinctly and intelligibly. The only thing, then, that I can find like a precedent for your way of speaking, and I would willingly help you to one if I could, is the modern art de persifler, practised with great success by the petits maîtres at Paris. This noble art consists in picking out some grave, serious man, who neither understands nor expects raillery, and talking to him very quick, and inarticulate sounds, while the man, who thinks that he did not hear well, or attend sufficiently, says Monsieur, or Platil 100 times, which affords matter of much mirth to these ingenious gentlemen. Whether you would follow this precedent, I submit to you. Have you carried no English or French comedies or tragedies with you to Leipzig? If you have, I insist upon your reciting some passages of them every day to Mr. Hart, in the most distinct and graceful manner, as if you were acting them upon a stage. The first part of my letter is more than an answer to your questions concerning Lord Pulteney. End of section 22, read by Professor Heather & By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 23 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 45, London, July 20th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, there are two sorts of understandings, one of which hinders a man from ever being considerable, and the other commonly makes him ridiculous. I mean the lazy mind and the trifling frivolous mind. Yours, I hope, is neither. The lazy mind will not take the trouble of going to the bottom of anything, but discouraged by the first difficulties, and everything worth knowing or having is attained with some, stops short, contents itself with easy and consequently superficial knowledge, and prefers a great degree of ignorance to a small degree of trouble. These people either think or represent most things as impossible, whereas few things are so to industry and activity. But difficulties seem to them impossibilities, or at least they pretend to think them so, by way of excuse for their laziness. An hour's attention to the same subject is too laborious for them. They take everything in the light in which it first presents itself, never consider it in all its different views, and in short, never think it through. The consequence of this is that when they come to speak upon these subjects, before people who have considered them with attention, they only discover their own ignorance and laziness, and lay themselves open to answers that put them in confusion. Do not then be discouraged by the first difficulties, but contra audentior ito, and resolve to go to the bottom of all things which every gentleman ought to know well. Those arts or sciences which are peculiar to certain professions need not be deeply known by those who are not intended for those professions, as, for instance, fortification and navigation, of both of which a superficial and general knowledge, such as the common course of conversation, with a very little inquiry on your part, will give you, is sufficient. Though, by the way, a little more knowledge of fortification may be of some use to you, as the events of war, in sieges, make many of the terms of that science occur frequently in common conversation, and one would be sorry to say, like the Marquis de Mascarille in Molière's Précieux Ridicule, when he hears of une demi-lune, ma foi, c'est bien une lune tout entière? But those things which every gentleman, independently of profession, should know, he ought to know well, and dive into the depth of them. Such are languages, history, and geography, ancient and modern, philosophy, rational logic, rhetoric, and for you particularly, the constitutions and the civil military state of every country in Europe. This, I confess, is a pretty large circle of knowledge, attended with some difficulties, and requiring some trouble, which, however, an active and industrious mind will overcome, and be amply repaid. The trifling and frivolous mind is always busied, but to little purpose. It takes little objects for great ones, and throws away upon trifles that time and attention which only important things deserve. Knickknacks, butterflies, shells, insects, etc., are the subjects of their most serious researches. They contemplate the dress, not the characters of the company they keep. They attend more to the decorations of a play than the sense of it, and to the ceremonies of a court more than to its politics. Such an employment of time is an absolute loss of it. You have now, at most, 3 years to employ either well or ill, for, as I have often told you, you will be all your life what you shall be 3 years hence. For God's sake, then, reflect. Will you throw this time away either in laziness or in trifles? Or will you not rather employ every moment of it in a manner that must so soon reward you with so much pleasure, figure, and character? I will not doubt of your choice. Read only useful books, and never quit a subject till you are thoroughly master of it, but read and inquire on till then. When you are in company, bring the conversation to some useful subjects, but a portee of that company. Points of history, matters of literature, the customs of particular countries, the several orders of knighthood, as Teutonic, Maltese, etc., are surely better subjects of conversation than the weather, dress, or fiddle-faddle stories that carry no information along with them. The characters of kings and great men are only to be learned in conversation, for they are never fairly written during their lives. This, therefore, is an entertaining and instructive subject of conversation, and will likewise give you an opportunity of observing how very differently characters are given, from the different passions and views of those who give them. Never be ashamed nor afraid of asking questions, for if they lead to information, and if you accompany them with some excuse, you will never be reckoned an impertinent or rude questioner. All these things, in the common course of life, depend entirely upon the manner, and in that respect the vulgar saying is true, that one man can better steal a horse than another look over the hedge. There are few things that may not be said, in some manner or other, either in seeming confidence or a genteel irony, or introduced with wit, and one great part of the knowledge of the world consists in knowing when and where to make use of these different matters. The graces of the person, the countenance, and the way of speaking, contribute much to this, that I am convinced, the very same thing, said by a genteel person in an engaging way, and gracefully and distinctly spoken, would please, which would shock, if muttered out by an awkward figure, with a sullen, serious countenance. The poets always represent Venus as attended by the 3 graces, to intimate that even beauty will not do without. I think they should have given Minerva 3 also, for without them, I am sure learning is very unattractive. Invoke them, then, distinctly, to accompany all your words and motions. Adieu. P.S. Since I wrote what goes before, I have received your letter of no date, with the enclosed state of the Prussian forces, of which, I hope, you have kept a copy. This you should lay in a portefeuille, and add to it all the military establishments that you can get of other states and kingdoms. The Saxon establishment you may, doubtless, easily find. By the way, do not forget to send me answers to the questions which I sent you some time ago, concerning both the civil and the ecclesiastical affairs of Saxony. Do not mistake me, and think I only mean that you should speak elegantly with regard to style and the purity of language, but I mean that you should deliver and pronounce what you say gracefully and distinctly, for which purpose I will have you frequently read very loud to Mr. Hart, recite parts of orations, and speak passages of plays, for without a graceful and pleasing enunciation, all your elegancy of style in speaking is not worth 1 farthing. I am very glad that Mr. Littleton approves of my new house, and particularly of my canonical. James Bridges, Duke of Chandos, built a most magnificent and elegant house at Cannons, about 8 miles from London. It was superbly furnished with fine pictures, statues, etc., which after his death were sold by auction. Lord Chesterfield purchased the hall pillars, the floor, and staircase with double flights, which are now in Chesterfield House, London. Pillars. My bust of Cicero is a very fine one, and well preserved. It will have the best place in my library, unless at your return you bring me over as good a modern head of your own, which I should like still better. I can tell you that I shall examine it as attentively as ever an antiquary did an old one. Make my compliments to Mr. Hart, at whose recovery I rejoice. End of section 23. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 24 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 46. London, August 2nd, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, Duval the jeweller is arrived, and was with me 3 or 4 days ago. You will imagine that I asked him a few questions concerning you, and I will give you the satisfaction of knowing that, upon the whole, I was very well pleased with the account he gave me. But though he seemed to be much in your interest, yet he fairly owned to me that your utterance was rapid, thick, and ungraceful. I can add nothing to what I have already said upon this subject, but I can and do repeat the absolute necessity of speaking distinctly and gracefully, or else of not speaking at all, and having recourse to signs. He tells me that you are pretty fat for one of your age. This you should attend to in a proper way, for if while very young you should grow fat, it would be troublesome, unwholesome, and ungraceful. You should therefore, when you have time, take very strong exercise, and in your diet avoid fattening things. All malt liquors fatten, or at least bloat, and I hope you do not deal much in them. I look upon wine and water to be, in every respect, much wholesomer. Duval says there is a great deal of very good company at Madame Valentine's and at another lady's, I think one Madame Ponce's, at Leipzig. Do you ever go to either of those houses at leisure times? It would not, in my mind, be amiss if you did, and would give you a habit of attentions. They are a tribute which all women expect, and which all men, who would be well received by them, must pay. And whatever the mind may be, manners at least are certainly improved by the company of women of fashion. I have formerly told you that you should inform yourself of the several orders, whether military or religious, of the respective countries where you may be. The Teutonic Order is the great order of Germany, of which I send you an enclosed short account. It may serve to suggest questions to you for more particular inquiries as to the present state of it, of which you ought to be minutely informed. The knights at present make vows, of which they observe none, except it be that of not marrying, and their only object now is to arrive by seniority at the commanderies in their respective provinces, which are, many of them, very lucrative. The Order of Malta is, by a very few years, prior to the Teutonic, and owes its foundation to the same causes. These knights were first called Knights Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem, then the Knights of Rhodes, and in the year 1530 Knights of Malta, the Emperor Charles V having granted them that island, upon condition of their defending his island of Sicily against the Turks, which they effectually did. L'Abbé de Vertot has written the history of Malta, but it is the least valuable of all his works, and moreover too long for you to read. But there is a short history of all the military orders whatsoever, which I would advise you to get, as there is also of all the religious orders, both of which are worth your having and consulting, whenever you meet with any of them in your way, as you will very frequently in Catholic countries. For my own part, I find that I remember things much better when I recur to my books for them, upon some particular occasion, than by reading them tout de suite. As, for example, if I were to read the history of all the military or religious orders, regularly one after another, the latter puts the former out of my head. But when I read the history of any one, upon account of its having been the object of conversation or dispute, I remember it much better. It is the same in geography, where looking for any particular place in the map, upon some particular account, fixes it in one's memory forever. I hope you have worn out your maps by frequent use of that sort. Adieu. A short account of the Teutonic Order. In the ages of ignorance, which is always the mother of superstition, it was thought not only just, but meritorious, to propagate religion by fire and sword, and to take away the lives and properties of unbelievers. This enthusiasm produced the several crusades, in the 11th, 12th, and following centuries, the object of which was, to recover the Holy Land out of the hands of the infidels, who by the way were the lawful possessors. Many honest enthusiasts engaged in those crusades, from a mistaken principle of religion, and from the pardons granted by the popes for all the sins of those pious adventurers. But many more knaves adopted these holy wars, in hopes of conquest and plunder. After Godfrey of Bouillon, at the head of these knaves and fools, had taken Jerusalem in the year 1099, Christians of various nations remained in that city, among the rest, one good honest German, that took particular care of his countrymen who came thither in pilgrimages. He built a house for their reception, and an hospital dedicated to the Virgin. This little establishment soon became a great one, by the enthusiasm of many considerable people who engaged in it, in order to drive the Saracens out of the Holy Land. This society then began to take its first form, and its members were called Marian Teutonic Knights. Marian, from their chapel sacred to the Virgin Mary; Teutonic, from the German, or Teuton, who was the author of it; and knights from the wars which they were to carry on against the infidels. These knights behaved themselves so bravely at first, that Duke Frederick of Swabia, who was general of the German army in the Holy Land, sent, in the year 1191, to the Emperor Henry VI. And Pope Celestine III. to desire that this brave and charitable fraternity might be incorporated into a regular order of knighthood, which was accordingly done, and rules and a particular habit were given them. 40 knights, all of noble families, were at first created by the King of Jerusalem and other princes then in the army. The first Grand Master of this order was Henry Walpot, of a noble family upon the Rhine. This order soon began to operate in Europe, drove all the pagans out of Prussia, and took possession of it. Soon after they got Livonia and Courland, and invaded even Russia, where they introduced the Christian religion. In 1510 they elected Albert, Marquis of Brandenburg, for their Grand Master, who, turning Protestant, soon afterward took Prussia from the order, and kept it for himself, with the consent of Sigismund, King of Poland, of whom it was to hold. He then quitted his Grand Mastership and made himself hereditary Duke of that country, which is thence called Ducal Prussia. This order now consists of 12 provinces, viz., Alsatia, Austria, Koblenz, and Etsch, which are the 4 under the Prussian jurisdiction, Franconia, Hesse, Biessen, Westphalia, Lorraine, Thuringia, Saxony, and Utrecht, which 8 are of the German jurisdiction. The Dutch now possess all that the order had in Utrecht. Every one of the provinces have their particular commanderies, and the most ancient of these commanderies is called the Commandeur Provincial. The 12 commandeurs are all subordinate to the Grand Master of Germany as their chief, and have the right of electing the Grand Master. The Elector of Cologne is at present Grand Maitre. This order, founded by mistaken Christian zeal upon the anti-Christian principles of violence and persecution, soon grew strong by the weakness and ignorance of the time, acquired unjustly great possessions, of which they justly lost the greatest part by their ambition and cruelty, which made them feared and hated by all your neighbors. I have this moment received your letter of the 4th New Style, and have only time to tell you that I can by no means agree to your cutting off your hair. I am very sure that your headaches cannot proceed from thence. And as for the pimples upon your head, they are only owing to the heat of the season, and consequently will not last long. But your own hair is, at your age, such an ornament, and a wig, however made, such a disguise, that I will upon no account whatsoever have you cut off your hair. Nature did not give it to you for nothing, still less to cause you the headache. Mr. Eliot's hair grew so ill and bushy that he was in the right to cut it off, but you have not the same reason. End of section 24, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 25 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 25, London, August 23rd, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, your friend Mr. Eliot has dined with me twice since I returned here, and I can say with truth that, while I had the seals, I never examined or stifled a state prisoner with so much care and curiosity as I did him. Nay, I did more, for contrary to the laws of this country, I gave him in some manner the question ordinary and extraordinary, and I have infinite pleasure in telling you that the rack which I put him to did not extort from him one single word that was not such as I wished to hear of you. I heartily congratulate you upon such an advantageous testimony, from so creditable a witness. Laudati a laudato viro is one of the greatest pleasures and honors a rational being can have. May you long continue to deserve it. Your aversion to drinking and your dislike to gaming, which Mr. Eliot assures me are both very strong, give me the greatest joy imaginable, for your sake, as the former would ruin both your constitution and understanding, and the latter your fortune and character. Mr. Hart wrote me word some time ago, and Mr. Eliot confirms it now, that you employ your pin money in a very different manner from that in which pin money is commonly lavished, not in gewgaws and baubles, but in buying good and useful books. This is an excellent symptom, and gives me very good hopes. Go on thus, my dear boy, but for these next 2 years, and I ask no more. You must then make such a figure and such a fortune in the world as I wish you, and as I have taken all these pains to enable you to do. After that time I allow you to be as idle as ever you please, because I am sure that you will not then please to be so at all. The ignorant and the weak are only idle, but those who have once acquired a good stock of knowledge always desire to increase it. Knowledge is like power in this respect, that those who have the most are most desirous of having more. It does not clog by possession, but increases desire, which is the case of very few pleasures. Upon receiving this congratulatory letter, and reading your own praises, I am sure that it must naturally occur to you how great a share of them you owe to Mr. Hart's care and attention, and consequently, that your regard and affection for him must increase, if there be room for it, in proportion as you reap, which you do daily, the fruits of his labors. I must not, however, conceal from you that there was one article in which your own witness, Mr. Eliot, faltered, for upon my questioning him home as to your manner of speaking, he could not say that your utterance was either distinct or graceful. I have already said so much to you upon this point that I can add nothing. I will therefore only repeat this truth, which is, that if you do not speak distinctly and gracefully, nobody will desire to hear you. I am glad to learn that Abbé Mable's Droit Public de l'Europe makes a part of your evening amusements. It is a very useful book, and gives a clear deduction of the affairs of Europe, from the Treaty of Munster to this time. Pray read it with attention, and with the proper maps, always recurring to them for the several countries or towns yielded, taken, or restored. Père Bougeant's 3rd volume will give you the best idea of the Treaty of Munster, and open you to the several views of the belligerent and contracting parties, and there never were greater than at that time. The House of Austria, in the war immediately preceding that treaty, intended to make itself absolute in the empire, and to overthrow the rights of the respective states of it. The view of France was to weaken and dismember the House of Austria to such a degree, as that it should no longer be a counterbalance to that of Bourbon. Sweden wanted possessions on the continent of Germany, not only to supply the necessities of its own poor and barren country, but likewise to hold the balance in the empire between the House of Austria and the States. The House of Brandenburg wanted to aggrandize itself by pilfering in the fire, changed sides occasionally, and made a good bargain at last, for I think it got, at the peace, 9 or 10 bishoprics secularized. So that we may date, from the Treaty of Münster, the decline of the House of Austria, the great power of the House of Bourbon, and the aggrandizement of that Brandenburg, which I am much mistaken if it stops where it is now. Make my compliments to Lord Pulteney, to whom I would have you be not only attentive but useful, by setting him, in case he wants it, a good example of application and temperance. I begin to believe that, as I shall be proud of you, others will be proud too of imitating you. Those expectations of mine seem now so well grounded, that my disappointment, and consequently my anger, will be so much the greater if they fail. But as things stand now, I am most affectionately and tenderly yours. Letter 48. London, August 30th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, your reflections upon the conduct of France, from the Treaty of Münster to this time, are very just, and I am very glad to find by them that you not only read, but that you think and reflect upon what you read. Many great readers load their memories, without exercising their judgments, and make lumber rooms of their heads instead of furnishing them usefully. Facts are heaped upon facts without order or distinction, and may justly be said to compose that rudis ingestac moles chem dixere chaos. Go on, then, in the way of reading that you are in. Take nothing for granted, upon the bare authority of the author, but weigh and consider, in your own mind, the probability of the facts and the justness of the reflections. Consult different authors upon the same facts, and form your opinion upon the greater or lesser degree of probability arising from the whole, which, in my mind, is the utmost stretch of historical faith. Certainty, I fear, not being to be found. When a historian pretends to give you the causes and motives of events, compare those causes and motives with the characters and interests of the parties concerned, and judge for yourself whether they correspond or not. Consider whether you cannot assign others again more probable, and in that examination do not despise some very mean and trifling causes of the actions of great men, for so various and inconsistent is human nature, so strong and changeable our passions, so fluctuating are our wills, and so much are our minds influenced by the accidents of our bodies, that every man is more the man of the day than a regular consequential character. The best have something bad, and something little; the worst have something good, and sometimes something great. For I do not believe what Velleius Paterculus, for the sake of saying a pretty thing, says of Scipio, qui nihil non laudendum aut fecit, aut dixit aut sensit. As for the reflections of historians, with which they think it necessary to interlaud their histories, or at least to conclude their chapters, and which in the French histories are always introduced with tant il est vrai, and in the English so true it is, do not adopt them implicitly upon the credit of the author, but analyze them yourself, and judge whether they are true or not. But to return to the politics of France, from which I have digressed. You have certainly made one further reflection, of an advantage which France has, over and above its abilities in the cabinet and the skill of its negotiators, which is, if I may use the expression, its soulness, continuity of riches and power within itself, and the nature of its government. Near 20 millions of people, and the ordinary revenue of above 13 millions sterling a year, are at the absolute disposal of the Crown. This is what no other power in Europe can say, so that different powers must now unite to make a balance against France, which union, though formed upon the principle of their common interest, can never be so intimate as to compose a machine so compact and simple as that of one great kingdom, directed by one will and moved by one interest. The allied powers, as we have constantly seen, have, besides the common and declared object of their alliance, some separate and concealed view to which they often sacrifice the general one, which makes them, either directly or indirectly, pull different ways. Thus the design upon Toulon failed in the year 1706, only from the secret view of the House of Austria upon Naples, which made the court of Vienna, notwithstanding the representatives of the other allies to the contrary, send to Naples the 12,000 men that would have done the business at Toulon. In this last war, too, the same causes had the same effects. The Queen of Hungary, in secret, thought of nothing but recovering of Silesia, and what she had lost in Italy, therefore never sent half that quota which she promised and we paid for into Flanders, but left that country to the maritime powers to defend as they could. The King of Sardinia's real object was Savona and all the Riviera di Ponente, for which reason he concurred so lamely in the invasion of Provence, where the Queen of Hungary, likewise, did not send 1/3 of the force stipulated, engrossed as she was by her oblique views upon the plunder of Genoa, and the recovery of Naples. Insomuch that the expedition into Provence, which would have distressed France to the greatest degree, and have caused a great detachment from their army in Flanders, failed shamefully, for want of everything necessary for its success. Suppose, therefore, any 4 or 5 powers who, altogether, shall be equal, or even a little superior, in riches and strength to that one power against which they are united, the advantage will still be greatly on the side of that single power, because it is but one. The power and riches of Charles V were, in themselves, certainly superior to those of Francis I, and yet, upon the whole, he was not an overmatch for him. Charles V's dominions, great as they were scattered and remote from each other, their constitutions different. Wherever he did not reside, disturbances arose, whereas the compactness of France made up the difference in strength. This obvious reflection convinced me of the absurdity of the Treaty of Hanover in 1725, between France and England, to which the Dutch afterward acceded, for it was made upon the apprehensions, either real or pretended, that the marriage of Don Carlos with the eldest Archduchess, now Queen of Hungary, was settled in the Treaty of Vienna, of the same year, between Spain and the late Emperor Charles VI, which marriage, those consummate politicians said would revive in Europe the exorbitant power of Charles V. I am sure I heartily wish it had, as in that case there had been, what there certainly is not now, one power in Europe to counterbalance that of France, and then the maritime powers would, in reality, have held the balance of Europe in their hands. Even supposing that the Austrian power would then have been an overmatch for that of France, which, by the way, is not clear, the weight of the maritime powers, then thrown into the scale of France, would infallibly have made the balance at least even. In which case, too, the moderate efforts of the maritime powers on the side of France would have been sufficient, whereas now they are obliged to exhaust and beggar themselves, and that too ineffectually, in hopes to support the shattered, beggared, and insufficient House of Austria. This has been a long political dissertation, but I am informed that political subjects are your favorite ones, which I am glad of, considering your destination. You do well to get your materials all ready before you begin your work. As you buy, and I am told, read books of this kind, I will point out 2 or 3 for your purchase and perusal. I am not sure that I have mentioned them before, but that is no matter if you have not got them. Mémoires pour servir à l'histoire du XVIIe siècle is a most useful book for you to recur to for all the facts and chronology of that country. It is in 4 volumes 8vo, and very correct and exact. If I do not mistake, I have formerly recommended to you Les Mémoires du Cardinal Luretz. However, if you have not yet read them, pray do, and with the attention which they deserve. You will find there the best account of a very interesting period of the minority of Louis XIV. The characters are drawn short, but in a strong and masterly manner, and the political reflections are the only just and practical ones that I ever saw in print. They are well worth your transcribing. Le Commerce des Anciens pour M. Huet, avec Delranche, in 1 little volume 8vo, is worth your perusal, as commerce is a very considerable part of political knowledge. I need not, I am sure, suggest to you, when you read the course of commerce, either of the ancients or of the modern, to follow it upon your map, for there is no other way of remembering geography correctly, but by looking perpetually in the map for the places one reads of, even though one knows before pretty near where they are. Adieu. As all the accounts which I receive of you grow better and better, so I grow more and more affectionately yours. End of section 25. Read by Professor Heather Mbye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 26 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 49. London, September 5th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I have received yours, with the enclosed German letter to Mr. Gravenkop, which he assures me is extremely well written, considering the little time that you have applied yourself to that language. As you have now got over the most difficult part, pray go on diligently, and make yourself absolutely master of the rest. Whoever does not entirely possess a language will never appear to advantage, or even equal to himself, either in speaking or writing it. His ideas are fettered, and seem imperfect or confused, if he is not master of all the words and phrases necessary to express them. I therefore desire that you will not fail writing a German letter once every fortnight to Mr. Gravenkop, which will make the writing of that language familiar to you, and, moreover, when you shall have left Germany and be arrived in Turin, I shall require you to write even to me in German, that you may not forget with ease what you have with difficulty learned. I likewise desire that while you are in Germany you will take all opportunities of conversing in German, which is the only way of knowing that or any other language accurately. You will also desire your German master to teach you the proper titles and superscriptions to be used to people of all ranks, which is a point so material in Germany that I have known many a letter returned unopened, because one title in 20 has been omitted in the direction. St. Thomas's Day now draws near, when you are to leave Saxony to go to Berlin, and I take it for granted that if anything is yet wanting to complete your knowledge of the state of that electorate, you will not fail to procure it before you go away. I do not mean, as you will easily believe, the number of churches, parishes, or towns, but I mean the constitution, the revenues, the troops, and the trade of that electorate. A few questions, sensibly asked, of sensible people, will produce you the necessary informations, which I desire you will enter in your little book. Berlin will be entirely a new scene to you, and I look upon it in a manner as your first step into the great world. Take care that step be not a false one, and that you do not stumble at the threshold. You will there be more in company than you have yet been. Manners and attentions will therefore be more necessary. Pleasing in company is the only way of being pleased in it yourself. Sense and knowledge are the first and necessary foundations for pleasing in company, but they will by no means do alone, and they will never be perfectly welcome if they are not accompanied with manners and attentions. You will best acquire these by frequenting the companies of people of fashion, but then you must resolve to acquire them, in those companies, by proper care and observation, for I have known people, who, though they have frequented good company all their lifetime, have done it in so inattentive and unobserving a manner as to be never the better for it, and to remain as disagreeable, as awkward, and as vulgar, as if they had never seen any person of fashion. When you do go into company, by good company is meant the people of the first fashion of the place, observe carefully their turn, their manners, their address, and conform your own to them. But this is not all neither. Go deeper still. Observe their characters, and pray, as far as you can, into both their hearts and their heads. Seek for their particular merit, their predominant passion, or their prevailing weaknesses, and you will then know what to bait your hook with to catch them. Man is a composition of so many and such various ingredients that it requires both time and care to analyze him. For though we have all the same ingredients in our general composition, as reason, will, passions, and appetites, yet the different proportions and combinations of them in each individual produce that infinite variety of characters, which in some particular or other distinguishes every individual from another. Reason ought to direct the whole, but seldom does, and he who addresses himself singly to another man's reason, without endeavouring to engage his heart in his interest also, is no more likely to succeed than a man who should apply only to a king's nominal minister, and neglect his favourite. I will recommend to your attentive perusal, now that you are going into the world, 2 books, which will let you as much into the characters of men as books can do. I mean Les Réflexions Morales de Monsieur de Rochefoucauld and Les Caractères de Bruyère. But remember, at the same time, that I only recommend them to you as the best general maps to assist you in your journey, and not marking out every particular turning and winding that you will meet with. There your own sagacity and observation must come to their aid. La Rochefoucauld is, I know, blamed, but I think without reason, for deriving all our actions from the source of self-love. For my own part, I see a great deal of truth, and no harm at all, in that opinion. It is certain that we seek our own happiness in everything we do, and it is as certain that we can only find it in doing well, and in conforming all our actions to the rule of right reason, which is the great law of nature. It is only a mistaken self-love that is a blamable motive, when we take the immediate and indiscriminate gratification of a passion or appetite for real happiness. But am I blamable if I do a good action, upon account of the happiness which that honest consciousness will give me? Surely not. On the contrary, that pleasing consciousness is a proof of my virtue. The reflection which is the most censured in M. de la Rochefoucauld's book is a very ill-natured one, is this: On trouvait dans le malheur de son meilleur ami quelque chose qui ne déplaît pas. And why not? Why may I not feel a very tender and real concern for the misfortune of my friend, and yet at the same time feel a pleasing consciousness at having discharged my duty to him, by comforting and assisting him to the utmost of my power in that misfortune? Give me but virtuous actions, and I will not quibble and chicane about the motives. And I will give anybody their choice of these two truths, which amount to the same thing: he who loves himself best is the honestest man, or the honestest man loves himself best. The characters of La Bruyere are pictures from life, most of them finely drawn and highly colored. Furnish your mind with them first, and when you meet with their likeness, as you will every day, they will strike you the more. You will compare every feature with the original, and both will reciprocally help you to discover the beauties and the blemishes. As women are a considerable, or at least a pretty numerous part of company, and as their suffrages go a great way toward establishing a man's character in the fashionable part of the world, which is of great importance to the fortune and figure he proposes to make in it, it is necessary to please them. I will, therefore, upon this subject, let you into certain arcana that will be useful for you to know, but which you must, with the utmost care, conceal and never seem to know. Women, then, are only children of a larger growth. They have an entertaining tattle, and sometimes wit, but for solid reasoning, good sense, I never knew in my life one that had it, or who reasoned and acted consequentially for 24 hours together. Some little passion or humour always breaks upon their best resolutions. Their beauty neglected or controverted, their age increased, or their supposed understandings depreciated, instantly kindles their little passions, and overturns any system of consequential conduct, that in their most reasonable moments they might have been capable of forming. A man of sense only trifles with them, plays with them, humours and flatters them, as he does with a sprightly forward child, but he neither consults them about, nor trusts them with serious matters, though he often makes them believe that he does both, which is the thing in the world that they are proud of, for they love mightily to be dabbling in business, which, by the way, they always spoil, and being justly distrustful that men in general look upon them in a trifling light, they almost adore that man who talks more seriously to them, and who seems to consult and trust them. I say who seems, for weak men really do, but wise ones only seem to do it. No flattery is either too high or too low for them. They will greedily swallow the highest, and gratefully accept of the lowest, and you may safely flatter any woman from her understanding down to the exquisite taste of her fan. Women who are either indisputably beautiful or indisputably ugly are best flattered, upon the score of their understandings, but those who are in a state of mediocrity are best flattered upon their beauty, or at least their graces, for every woman who is not absolutely ugly thinks herself handsome, but not hearing often that she is so, is the more grateful and the more obliged to the few who tell her so, whereas a decided and conscious beauty looks upon every tribute paid to her beauty only as her due, but wants to shine, and to be considered on the side of her understanding, and a woman who is ugly enough to know that she is so, knows that she has nothing left for it but her understanding, which is consequently, and probably, in more senses than one, her weak side. But these are secrets which you must keep inviolably, if you would not, like Orpheus, be torn to pieces by the whole sex. On the contrary, a man who thinks of living in the great world must be gallant, polite, and attentive to please the women. They have, from the weakness of men, more or less influence in all courts. They absolutely stamp every man's character in the beau monde, and make it either current or cry it down, and stop it in payments. It is, therefore, absolutely necessary to manage, please, and flatter them, and never to discover the least marks of contempt, which is what they never forgive, but in this they are not singular, for it is the same with men, who will much sooner forgive an injustice than an insult. Every man is not ambitious, or courteous, or passionate, but every man has pride enough in his composition to feel and resent the least slight and contempt. Remember, therefore, most carefully to conceal your contempt, however just, wherever you would not make an implacable enemy. Men are much more unwilling to have their weaknesses and their imperfections known than their crimes, and if you hint to a man that you think him silly, ignorant, or even ill-bred, or awkward, he will hate you more and longer, than if you tell him plainly that you think him a rogue. Never yield to that temptation, which to most young men is very strong, of exposing other people's weaknesses and infirmities, for the sake either of diverting the company or showing your own superiority. You may get the laugh on your side by it for the present, but you will make enemies by it forever, and even those who laugh with you then, will, upon reflection, fear and consequently hate you. Besides that it is ill-natured, and a good heart desires rather to conceal than expose other people's weaknesses or misfortunes. If you have wit, use it to please, and not to hurt. You may shine like the sun in the temperate zones without scorching. Here it is wished for, under the line it is dreaded. These are some of the hints which my long experience in the great world enables me to give you, and which, if you attend to them, may prove useful to you in your journey through it. I wish it may be a prosperous one. At least, I am sure that it must be your own fault if it is not. Make my compliments to Mr. Hart, who I am very sorry to hear is not well. I hope by this time he is recovered. Adieu. End of section 26. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 27 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 50. London, September 13th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I have more than once recommended to you the Memoirs of the Cardinal de Retz, and to attend particularly to the political reflections interspersed in that excellent work. I will now preach a little upon 2 or 3 of those texts. In the disturbances at Paris, Monsieur de Beaufort, who was a very popular, though a very weak man, was the cardinal's tool with the populace. Proud of his popularity, he was always for assembling the people of Paris together, thinking that he made a great figure at the head of them. The cardinal, who was factious enough, was wise enough at the same time to avoid gathering the people together, except when there was occasion, and when he had something particular for them to do. However, he could not always check Monsieur de Beaufort, who, having assembled them once very unnecessarily, and without any determined object, they ran riot, would not be kept within bounds by their leaders, and did their cause a great deal of harm. Upon which the cardinal observes most judiciously, que Monsieur de Beaufort ne savoit pas, que qui assemble le peuple, l'émeute. It is certain that great numbers of people met together animate each other, and will do something, either good or bad, but oftener bad, and the respective individuals, who are separately very quiet, when met together in numbers, grow tumultuous as a body, and ripe for any mischief that may be pointed out to them by the leaders. And if their leaders have no business for them, they will find some for themselves. The demagogues, or leaders of popular factions, should therefore be very careful not to assemble the people unnecessarily, and without a settled and well-considered object. Besides that, by making those popular assemblies too frequent, they make them likewise too familiar, and consequently less respected by their enemies. Observe any meetings of people, and you will always find their eagerness and impetuosity rise or fall in proportion to their numbers. When the numbers are very great, all sense and reason seem to subside, and one sudden frenzy to seize on all, even the coolest of them. Another very just observation of the cardinals is, that the things which happen in our own times, and which we see ourselves, do not surprise us near so much as the things which we read of in times past, though not in the least more extraordinary, and adds, that he is persuaded that when Caligula made his horse a consul, the people of Rome at that time were not greatly surprised at it, having necessarily been in some degree prepared for it, by an insensible gradation of extravagances from the same quarter. This is so true that we read every day, with astonishment, things which we see every day without surprise. We wonder at the intrepidity of a Leonidas, a Codrus, and a Curtius, and are not the least surprised to hear of a sea captain who has blown up his ship, his crew, and himself, that they might not fall into the hands of the enemies of his country. I cannot help reading of Porsenna and Regulus, with surprise and reverence, yet I remember that I saw, without either, the execution of Shepherd. Footnote. James Shepherd, a coach painter's apprentice, was executed at Tyburn for high treason, March 17, 1718, in the reign of George I. End footnote. A boy of 18 years old, who intended to shoot the late king, and who would have been pardoned if he would have expressed the least sorrow for his intended crime, but on the contrary, he declared that if he was pardoned he would attempt it again, that he thought it a duty which he owed to his country, and that he died with pleasure for having endeavoured to perform it. Reason equals Shepherd to Regulus, but prejudice, and the recency of the fact, make Shepherd a common malefactor and Regulus a hero. Examine carefully and reconsider all your notions of things, analyze them, and discover their component parts, and see if habit and prejudice are not the principal ones. Weigh the matter upon which you are to form your opinion, in the equal and impartial scales of reason. It is not to be conceived how many people, capable of reasoning, if they would, live and die in 1,000 errors, from laziness. They will rather adopt the prejudices of others than give themselves the trouble of forming opinions of their own. They say things at first because other people have said them, and then they persist in them because they have said them themselves. The last observation that I shall now mention of the cardinals is, that a secret is more easily kept by a good many people than one commonly imagines. By this he means a secret of importance, among people interested in the keeping of it. And it is certain that people of business know the importance of secrecy, and will observe it, where they are concerned in the event. To go and tell any friend, wife, or mistress, any secret with which they have nothing to do, is discovering to them such an unretentive weakness, as must convince them that you will tell it to 20 others, and consequently that they may reveal it without the risk of being discovered. But a secret properly communicated only to those who are to be concerned in the thing in question, will probably be kept by them, though they should be a good many. Little secrets are commonly told again, but great ones are generally kept. Adieu. End of section 27. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 28 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 51. London, September 20th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I wait with impatience for your accurate history of the Chevalier Fortépie, which you promised me in your last, and which I take to be the forerunner of a larger work that you intend to give the public, containing a general account of all the religious and military orders of Europe. Seriously, you will do well to have a general notion of all these orders, ancient and modern, both as they are frequently the subjects of conversation, and as they are more or less interwoven with the histories of those times. Witness the Teutonic Order, which, as soon as it gained strength, began its unjust depredations on Germany, and acquired such considerable possessions there, and the Order of Malta also, which continues to this day its piracies upon the infidels. Besides, one can go into no company in Germany without running against Monsieur le Chevalier, or Monsieur le Commandeur de l'Ordre Teutonique. It is the same in all other parts of Europe with regard to the Order of Malta, where you can never go into company without meeting 2 or 3 chevaliers or commandeurs, who talk of their preuves, their langues, their caravans, etc., of all of which things I am sure you would not willingly be ignorant. On the other hand, I do not mean that you should have a profound and minute knowledge of these matters, which are of a nature that a general knowledge of them is fully sufficient. I would not recommend you to read Abbé Vertot's History of the Order of Malta in 4 quarto volumes. That would be employing a great deal of good time very ill. But I would have you know the foundations, the objects, the insignia, and the short general history of them all. As for the ancient religious military orders, which were chiefly founded in the 11th and 12th centuries, such as Malta, the Teutonic, the Knights Templars, etc., the injustice and the wickedness of those establishments cannot, I am sure, have escaped your observation. Their pious object was, to take away by force other people's property, and to massacre the proprietors themselves if they refused to give up that property, and adopt the opinions of these invaders. What right or pretense had these confederated Christians of Europe to the Holy Land? Let them produce their grant of it in the Bible. Will they say that the Saracens had possessed themselves of it by force, and that, consequently, they had the same right? Is it lawful, then, to steal goods because they were stolen before? Surely not. The truth is, that the wickedness of many, and the weakness of more, in those ages of ignorance and superstition, concurred to form those flagitious conspiracies against the lives and properties of unoffending people. The Pope sanctified the villainy, and annexed the pardon of sins to the perpetration of it. This gave rise to the Crusades, and carried such swarms of people from Europe to the conquest of the Holy Land. Peter the Hermit, an active and ambitious priest, by his indefatigable pains, was the immediate author of the first Crusade. Kings, princes, all professions and characters united, from different motives, in this great undertaking, as every sentiment, except true religion and morality, invited to it. The ambitious hoped for kingdoms, the greedy and the necessitous for plunder, and some were enthusiasts enough to hope for salvation, by the destruction of a considerable number of their fellow creatures who had done them no injury. I cannot omit, upon this occasion, telling you that the Eastern emperors at Constantinople, who as Christians were obliged at least to seem to favour these expeditions, seeing the immense numbers of the croisés, and fearing that the Western Empire might have some mind to the Eastern Empire too, if it succeeded against the infidels, as l'appétit vient en manger, these Eastern empires very honestly poisoned the waters where the croisés were to pass, and so destroyed infinite numbers of them. The later orders of knighthood, such as the Garter in England, the Elephant in Denmark, the Golden Fleece in Burgundy, the Saint-Esprit, Saint-Michel, Saint-Louis, and Saint-Lazare in France, etc., are of a very different nature, and were either the invitations to, or the reward of, brave actions in fair war, and are now rather the decoration of the favour of the prince, than the proofs of the merit of the subject. However, they are worth your inquiries to a certain degree, and conversation will give you frequent opportunities for them. Wherever you are, I would advise you to inquire into the respective orders of that country, and to write down a short account of them. For example, while you are in Saxony, get an account of l'Aigle Blanc, and of what other orders there may be, either Polish or Saxon, and when you shall be at Berlin, inform yourself of 3 orders, l'Aigle Noir, la Générosité et la Vraie Mérite, which are the only ones that I know of there. But whenever you meet with straggling ribbons and stars, as you will with 1,000 in Germany, do not fail to inquire what they are, and to take a minute of them in your memorandum book, for it is a sort of knowledge that costs little to acquire, and yet is of some use. Young people have frequently an incuriousness about them, arising either from laziness or a contempt of the object, which deprives them of several little such parts of knowledge, that they afterward wish they had acquired. If you will put conversation to profit, great knowledge may be gained by it. And is it not better, since it is full as easy, to turn it upon useful than upon useless subjects? People always talk best upon what they know most, and it is both pleasing them and improving oneself to put them upon that subject. With people of a particular profession, or of a distinguished eminency in any branch of learning, one is not at a loss. But with those, whether men or women, who properly constitute what is called the beau monde, one must not choose deep subjects, nor hope to get any knowledge above that of orders, ranks, families, and court anecdotes, which are therefore the proper, and not altogether useless, subjects of that kind of conversation. Women, especially, are to be talked to as below men and above children. If you talk to them too deep, you only confound them, and lose your own labour. If you talk to them too frivolously, they perceive and resent the contempt. The proper tone for them is, what the French call the entre-gens, and is in truth the polite jargon of good company. Thus, if you are a good chemist, you may extract something out of everything. Apropos of the beau monde, I must again and again recommend the Graces to you. There is no doing without them in that world, and to make a good figure in that world is a great step toward making one in the world of business, particularly that part of it for which you are destined. An ungraceful manner of speaking, awkward motions, and a disagreeable address are great clogs to the ablest man of business, as the opposite qualifications are of infinite advantage to him. I am told there is a very good dancing master at Leipzig. I would have you dance a minuet very well, not so much for the sake of the minuet itself, though that, if danced at all, ought to be danced well, as that it will give you a habitual genteel carriage and manner of presenting yourself. Since I am upon little things, I must mention another, which, though little enough in itself, yet as it occurs at least once in every day, deserves some attention. I mean carving. Do you use yourself to carve adroitly and genteelly, without hacking half an hour across a bone, without bespattering the company with the sauce, and without overturning the glasses into your neighbours' pockets? These awkwardnesses are extremely disagreeable, and, if often repeated, bring ridicule. They are very easily avoided by a little attention and use. How trifling soever these things may seem, or really be in themselves, they are no longer so when above half the world thinks them otherwise. And as I would have you omnibus ornatum, excellere rebus, I think nothing above or below my pointing out to you, or your excelling in. You have the means of doing it, and time before you make use of them. Take my word for it, I ask nothing now but what you will, 20 years hence, most heartily wish that you had done. Attention to all these things, for the next 2 or 3 years, will save you infinite trouble and endless regrets hereafter. May you in the whole course of your life have no reason for any one just regret. Adieu. Your Dresden china is arrived, and I have sent it to your mamma. End of section 28. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 29 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 52. London, September 27th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I have received your Latin lecture upon war, which, though it is not exactly the same Latin that Caesar, Cicero, Horace, Virgil, and Ovid spoke, is, however, as good Latin as the erudite Germans speak or write. I have always observed that the most learned people, that is, those who have read the most Latin, write the worst, and that distinguishes the Latin of gentleman scholar from that of pedant. A gentleman has, probably, read no other Latin than that of the Augustan age, and therefore can write no other, whereas the pedant has read much more bad Latin than good, and consequently writes so too. He looks upon the best classical books as books for schoolboys, and consequently below him, but pores over fragments of obscure authors, treasures up the obsolete words which he meets with there, and uses them upon all occasions to show his reading at the expense of his judgment. Plautus is his favourite author, not for the sake of the wit and the vis comica of his comedies, but upon account of the many obsolete words, and the cant of low characters, which are to be met with nowhere else. He will rather use ulli than illi, optume than optima, and any bad word rather than any good one, provided he can but prove that, strictly speaking, it is Latin, that is, that it was written by a Roman. By this rule, I might write now to you in the language of Chaucer or Spenser, and assert that I wrote English, because it was English in their days. But I should be a most affected puppy if I did so, and you would not understand 3 words of my letter. All these, and such like offended peculiarities, are the characteristics of learned coxcombs and pedants, and are carefully avoided by all men of sense. I dipped accidentally the other day into Pitiscus's preface to his lexicon, where I found a word that puzzled me, and which I did not remember ever to have met with before. It is the adverb praefiscine, which means in a good hour, an expression which, by the superstition of it, appears to be low and vulgar. I looked for it, and at last I found that it is once or twice made use of in Plautus, upon the strength of which this learned pedant thrusts it into his preface. Whenever you write Latin, remember that every word or phrase which you make use of, but cannot find in Caesar, Cicero, Livy, Horace, Virgil, and Ovid, is bad, illiberal Latin, though it may have been written by a Roman. I must now say something as to the matter of the lecture, in which I confess there is one doctrine laid down that surprises me. It is this: Quam vero hostis sit lenta sitive, morte omnia dira nobis, minitans, quocunque bellantibus negotium est, param sane interferit quo modo iam abrere et interficere satagamus si ferociam exure concutur, ergo veneto quoque uti fas est, etc., whereas I cannot conceive that the use of poison can, upon any account, come within the lawful means of self-defence. Force may, without doubt, be justly repelled by force, but not by treachery and fraud, for I do not call the stratagems of war, such as ambuscades, masked batteries, false attacks, etc., frauds or treachery. They are mutually to be expected and guarded against, but poisoned arrows, poisoned waters, or poison administered to your enemy, which can only be done by treachery, I have always heard, read, and thought, to be unlawful and infamous means of defence, be your danger ever so great. But si ferociam exure concutur? Must I rather die than poison this enemy? Yes, certainly, much rather die than do a base or criminal action, nor can I be sure beforehand that this enemy may not, in the last moment, ferociam exure. But the public lawyers now seem to me to warp the law, in order to authorize, than to check, those unlawful proceedings of princes and states, which by being become common appear less criminal, though custom can never alter the nature of good and ill. Pray let no quibbles of lawyers, no refinements of casuists, to break into the plain notions of right and wrong, which every man's right reason and plain common sense suggest to him. To do as you would be done by is the plain, sure, and undisputed rule of morality and justice. Stick to that, and be convinced that whatever breaks into it in any degree, however speciously it may be turned, and however puzzling it may be to answer it, is, notwithstanding, false in itself, unjust, and criminal. I do not know a crime in the world which is not by the casuists among the Jesuits, especially the 24 collected, I think, by Escobar, allowed in some or many cases not to be criminal. The principles first laid down by them are often specious, the reasonings plausible, but the conclusion always a lie, for it is contrary to that evident and undeniable rule of justice which I have mentioned above, of not doing to anyone which you would not have him do to you. But, however, these refined pieces of casuistry and sophistry, being very convenient and welcome to people's passions and appetites, they gladly accept the indulgence, without desiring to detect the fallacy or the reasoning, and indeed many, I might say most people, are not able to do it, which makes the publication of such quibblings and refinements the more pernicious. I am no skilful casuist nor subtle disputant, and yet I would undertake to justify and qualify the profession of a highwayman, step by step, and so plausibly, as to make many ignorant people embrace the profession, as an innocent, if not even a laudable one, and puzzle people of some degree of knowledge, to answer me point by point. I have seen a book, entitled Quidibet et Quilibet, or the art of making anything out of anything, which is not so difficult as it would seem, if once one quits certain plain truths, obvious engrossed to every understanding, in order to run after the ingenious refinements of warm imaginations and speculative reasonings. Dr. Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne, a very worthy, ingenious, and learned man, has written a book, to prove there is no such thing as matter, and that nothing exists but in idea, that you and I only fancy ourselves eating, drinking, and sleeping, you at Leipzig and I at London, that we think we have flesh and blood, arms, legs, etc., but that we are only spirit. His arguments are, strictly speaking, unanswerable, but yet I am so far from being convinced by them, that I am determined to go on to eat and drink, and walk and ride, in order to keep that matter, which I so mistakenly imagine my body at present to consist of, in as good a plight as possible. Common sense, which in truth very uncommon, is the best sense I know of. Abide by it, it will counsel you best. Read and hear, for your amusement, ingenious systems, nice questions subtly agitated, with all the refinements that warm imaginations suggest, but consider them only as exercitations for the mind, and turn always to settle with common sense. I stumbled the other day at a bookseller's upon Comte Gabalis, in 2 very little volumes, which I had formerly read. I read it over again, and with fresh astonishment. Most of the extravagances are taken from the Jewish rabbins, who broached those wild notions, and delivered them in the unintelligible jargon which the Kabbalists and Rosicrucians deal in to this day. Their number is, I believe, much lessened, but there are still some, and I myself have known 2, who studied and firmly believed in that mystical nonsense. What extravagancy is man not capable of entertaining, when once his shackled reason is led in triumph by fancy and prejudice? The ancient alchemists give very much into this stuff, by which they thought they should discover the philosopher's stone, and some of the most celebrated empirics employed it in the pursuit of the universal medicine. Paracelsus, a bold empiric and wild Kabbalist, asserted that he had discovered it, and called it his alkahest. Why or wherefore, God knows, only that those madmen call nothing by an intelligible name. You may easily get this book from The Hague. Read it, for it will both divert and astonish you, and at the same time teach you nil admirari, a very necessary lesson. Your letters, except when upon a given subject, are exceedingly laconic, and neither answer my desires nor the purpose of letters, which should be familiar conversations between absent friends. As I desire to live with you upon the footing of an intimate friend, and not of a parent, I could wish that your letters gave me more particular accounts of yourself, and of your lesser transactions. When you write to me, suppose yourself conversing freely with me by the fireside. In that case, you would naturally mention the incidents of the day, as where you had been, who you had seen, what you thought of them, etc. Do this in your letters. Acquaint me sometimes with your studies, sometimes with your diversions. Tell me of any new persons and characters that you meet with in company, and add your own observations upon them. In short, let me see more of you in your letters. How do you go on with Lord Pulteney, and how does he go on at Leipzig? Has he learning? Has he parts? Has he application? Is he good or ill-natured? In short, what is he? At least, what do you think of him? You may tell me without reserve, for I promise you secrecy. You are now of an age that I am desirous to begin a confidential correspondence with you, and as I shall, on my part, write you very freely my opinion upon men and things, which I should often be very unwilling that anybody but you and Mr. Hart should see, so, on your part, if you write me without reserve, you may depend upon my inviolable secrecy. If you have ever looked into the letters of Madame de Sévigné to her daughter, Madame de Grignan, you must have observed the ease, freedom, and friendship of that correspondence, and yet I hope and I believe that they did not love one another better than we do. Tell me what books you are now reading, either by way of study or amusement, how you pass your evenings when at home, and where you pass them when abroad. I know that you sometimes go to Madame Valentine's assembly. What do you do there? Do you play, or sup, or is it only la belle conversation? Do you mind your dancing while your dancing master is with you? As you will be often under the necessity of dancing a minuet, I would have you dance it very well. Remember that the graceful motion of the arms, the giving of your hand, and the putting on and pulling off of your hat genteelly, are the material parts of a gentleman's dancing. But the greatest advantage of dancing well is, that it necessarily teaches you to present yourself, to sit, stand, and walk genteelly, all of which are of real importance to a man of fashion. I should wish that you were polished before you go to Berlin, where, as you will be in a great deal of good company, I would have you have the right manners for it. It is a very considerable article to have le ton de la bonne compagnie, in your destination particularly. The principal business of a foreign minister is, to get into the secrets, and to know all les allures of the court at which he resides. This he can never bring about, but by such a pleasing address, such engaging manners, and such an insinuating behaviour, as may make him sought for, and in some measure domestic, in the best company and the best families of the place. He will then indeed be well informed of all that passes, either by the confidences made him, or by the carelessness of people in his company, who are accustomed to look upon him as one of them, and consequently are not upon their guard before him. For a minister who only goes to the court he resides at, in form, to ask an audience of the prince, or the minister upon whom his last instructions, puts them upon their guard, and will never know anything more than what they have a mind that he should know. Here women may be put to some use. A king's mistress, or a minister's wife or mistress, may give great and useful informations, and are very apt to do it, being proud to show that they have been trusted. But then, in this case, the height of that sort of address, which strikes women, is requisite. I mean that easy politeness, genteel and graceful address, and that exterieur brilliant which they cannot withstand. There is a sort of men so like women, that they are to be taken just in the same way. I mean those who are commonly called fine men, who swarm at all courts, who have little reflection and less knowledge, but who, by their good breeding and train-tran of the world, are admitted into all companies, and by the impudence or carelessness of their superiors, pick up secrets worth knowing, which are easily got out of them by proper address. Adieu. End of section 29. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 30 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 53. Bath, October 12th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I came here 3 days ago upon account of a disorder in my stomach, which affected my head and gave me vertigo. I already find myself something better, and consequently do not doubt but that the course of these waters will set me quite right. But however and wherever I am, your welfare, your character, your knowledge, and your morals employ my thoughts more than anything that can happen to me, or that I can fear or hope for myself. I am going off this stage, you are coming upon it. With me what has been, and reflection now would come too late. With you everything is to come, even in some manner reflection itself, so that this is the very time when my reflections, the result of experience, may be of use to you, by supplying the want of yours. As soon as you leave Leipzig, you will gradually be going into the great world, where the first impressions that you shall give of yourself will be of great importance to you. But those which you shall receive will be decisive, for they always stick. To keep good company, especially at your first setting out, is the way to receive good impressions. If you ask me what I mean by good company, I will confess to you that it is pretty difficult to define, but I will endeavor to make you understand it as well as I can. Good company is not what respective sets of company are pleased either to call or think themselves, but it is that company which all the people of the place call and acknowledge to be good company, notwithstanding some objections which they may form to some individuals who compose it. It consists chiefly, but by no means without exception, of people of considerable birth, rank, and character, for people of neither birth nor rank are frequently, and very justly admitted into it, if distinguished by any particular merit or eminency in any liberal art or science. Nay, so motley a thing is good company, that many people, without birth, rank, or merit, intrude into it by their own forwardness, and others slide into it by the projection of some considerable person, and some even of indifferent characters and morals make a part of it. But in the main, the good part preponderates, and people of infamous and blasted characters are never admitted. In this fashionable good company, the best manners and the best language of the place are most unquestionably to be learned, for they establish and give the tone to both, which are therefore called the language and manners of good company, there being no legal tribunal to ascertain either. A company consisting wholly of people of the first quality cannot, for that reason, be called good company, in the common acceptation of the phrase, unless they are, into the bargain, the fashionable and accredited company of the place. For people of the very first quality can be as silly, as ill-bred, and as worthless, as people of the meanest degree. On the other hand, a company consisting entirely of people of very low condition, whatever their merit or parts may be, can never be called good company, and consequently should not be much frequented, though by no means despised. A company wholly composed of men of learning, though greatly to be valued and respected, is not meant by the words good company. They cannot have the easy manners and tournure of the world, as they do not live in it. If you can bear your part well in such a company, it is extremely right to be in it sometimes, and you will be but more esteemed in other companies for having a place in that. But then do not let it engross you, for if you do, you will only be considered as one of the literati by profession, which is not the way either to shine or rise in the world. The company of professed wits and pests is extremely inviting to most young men, who, if they have wit themselves, are pleased with it, and if they have none, are sillily proud of being one of it. But it should be frequented with moderation and judgment, and you should by no means give yourself up to it. A wit is a very unpopular denomination, as it carries terror along with it, and people in general are as much afraid of a live wit in company as a woman is of a gun, which she thinks may go off of itself and do her a mischief. Their acquaintance is, however, worth seeking, and their company worth frequenting, but not exclusively of others, nor to such a degree as to be considered only as one of that particular set. But the company which of all others you should most carefully avoid is that low company, which in every sense of the word is low indeed, low in rank, low in parts, low in manners, and low in merit. You will perhaps be surprised that I should think it necessary to warn you against such company, but yet I do not think it wholly unnecessary, from the many instances which I have seen of men of sense and rank, discredited, verified, and undone by keeping such company. Vanity, that source of many of our follies and some of our crimes, has sunk many a man into company, in every light infinitely below himself, for the sake of being the first man in it. There he dictates, is applauded, admired, and for the sake of being the Coryphaeus of that wretched chorus, disgraces and disqualifies himself soon for any better company. Depend upon it, you will sink or rise to the level of the company which you commonly keep. People will judge of you, and not unreasonably by that. There is good sense in the Spanish saying, "Tell me whom you live with, and I will tell you who you are." Make it therefore your business, wherever you are, to get into that company which everybody in the place allows to be the best company next to their own, which is the best definition that I can give you of good company. But here, too, one caution is very necessary, for want of which many young men have been ruined, even in good company. Good company, as I have before observed, is composed of a great variety of fashionable people, whose characters and morals are very different, though their manners are pretty much the same. When a young man, new in the world, first gets into that company, he very rightly determines to conform to and imitate it. But then he too often and fatally mistakes the objects of his imitation. He has often heard that absurd term of genteel and fashionable vices. He there sees some people who shine, and who in general are admired and esteemed, and observes that these people are whoremasters, drunkards, or gamesters, upon which he adopts their vices, mistaking their defects for their perfections, and thinking that they owe their fashions and their lustre to those genteel vices. Whereas it is exactly the reverse, for people have acquired their reputation by their parts, their learning, their good breeding, and other real accomplishments, and are only blemished and lowered, in the opinions of all reasonable people, and of their own, in time, by these genteel and fashionable vices. A whoremaster in a flux, or without a nose, is a very genteel person indeed, and well worthy of imitation. A drunkard, vomiting up at night the wine of the day, and stupefied by the headache all the next, is doubtless a fine model to copy from. And a gamester, tearing his hair and blaspheming for having lost more than he had in the world, is surely a most amiable character. No, these are alloys, and great ones too, which can never adorn any character, but will always debase the best. To prove this, suppose any man, without parts and some other good qualities, to be merely a whoremaster, a drunkard, or a gamester. How will he be looked upon by all sorts of people? Why, as a most contemptible and vicious animal. Therefore it is plain that in these mixed characters the good part only makes people forgive, but not approve, the bad. I will hope and believe that you will have no vices, but if unfortunately you should have any, at least I beg of you to be content with your own, and to adopt no other body's. The adoption of vice has, I am convinced, ruined 10 times more young men than natural inclinations. As I make no difficulty of confessing my past errors, where I think the confession may be of use to you, I will own that when I first went to the university, I drank and smoked, notwithstanding the aversion I had to wine and tobacco, only because I thought it genteel, and that it made me look like a man. When I went abroad, I first went to The Hague, where gaming was much in fashion, and where I observed that many people of shining rank and character gamed too. I was then young enough, and silly enough, to believe that gaming was one of their accomplishments, and as I aimed at perfection, I adopted gaming as a necessary step to it. Thus I acquired by error the habit of a vice which, far from adorning my character, has, I am conscious, been a great blemish in it. Imitate, then, with discernment and judgment, the real perfections of the good company into which you may get. Copy their politeness, their carriage, their address, and the easy and well-bred turn of their conversation. But remember that, let them shine ever so bright, their vices, if they have any, are so many spots which you would no more imitate than you would make an artificial wart upon your face, because some very handsome man had the misfortune to have a natural one upon his. but on the contrary, think how much handsomer he would have been without it. Having thus confessed some of my égaremens, I will now show you a little of my right side. I always endeavoured to get into the best company wherever I was, and commonly succeeded. There I pleased to some degree by showing a desire to please. I took care never to be absent or distrait, but on the contrary, attended to everything that was said, done, or even looked, in company. I never failed in the minutest attentions, and was never journalier. These things, and not my égaremens, made me fashionable. Adieu. This letter is full long enough. End of section 30, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 31 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 54, Bath, October 19th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, having in my last pointed out what sort of company you should keep, I will now give you some rules for your conduct in it, rules which my own experience and observation enable me to lay down, and communicate to you, with some degree of confidence. I have often given you hints of this kind before, but then it has been by snatches. I will now be more regular and methodical. I shall say nothing with regard to your bodily carriage and address, but leave them to the care of your dancing-master, and to your own attention to the best models. Remember, however, that they are of consequence. Talk often, but never long. In that case, if you do not please, at least you are sure not to tire your hearers. Pay your own reckoning, but do not treat the whole company, this being one of the very few cases in which people do not care to be treated, everyone being fully convinced that he has the wherewithal to pay. Tell stories very seldom, and absolutely never but where they are very apt and very short. Omit every circumstance that is not material, and beware of digressions. To have frequent recourse to narrative betrays great want of imagination. Never hold anybody by the button or the hand, in order to be heard out, for if people are not willing to hear you, you had much better hold your tongue than them. Most long talkers single out some one unfortunate man in company, commonly him whom they observe to be the most silent, or their next neighbour, to whisper, or at least in a half voice, to convey a continuity of words to. This is excessively ill-bred, and in some degree a fraud, conversation stock being a joint and a common property. But on the other hand, if one of these unmerciful talkers lays hold of you, hear him with patience, and at least seeming attention, if he is worth obliging, for nothing will oblige him more than a patient hearing, as nothing would hurt him more than either to leave him in the midst of his discourse, or to discover your impatience under your affliction. Take rather than give the tone of the company you are in. If you have parts, you will show them, more or less, upon every subject, and if you have not, you had better talk sillily upon a subject of other people's than of your own choosing. Avoid as much as you can, in mixed companies, argumentative, polemical conversations, which, though they should not, yet certainly do, indispose for a time the contending parties toward each other, and, if the controversy grows warm and noisy, endeavour to put an end to it by some genteel levity or joke. I quieted such a conversation hubbub once, by representing to them that, though I was persuaded none there present would repeat, out of company, what passed in it, yet I could not answer for the discretion of the passengers in the street, who must necessarily hear all that was said. Above all things, and upon all occasions, avoid speaking of yourself, if it be possible. Such is the natural pride and vanity of our hearts, that it perpetually breaks out, even in the people of the best parts, in all the various modes and figures of the egotism. Some abruptly speak advantageously of themselves, without either pretence or provocation. They are impudent. Others proceed more artfully, as they imagine, and forge accusations against themselves, complain of calumnies which they never heard, in order to justify themselves, by exhibiting a catalogue of their many virtues. They acknowledge it may, indeed, seem odd that they should talk in that manner of themselves. It is what they do not like, and what they never would have done, no tortures should ever have forced it from them, if they had not been thus unjustly and monstrously accused. But in these cases, justice is surely due to oneself, as well as to others, and when our character is attacked, we may say in our own justification, what otherwise we never would have said. This thin veil of modesty drawn before vanity is much too transparent to conceal it, even from very moderate discernment. Others go more modestly and more slyly still, as they think, to work, but in my mind still more ridiculously. They confess themselves, not without some degree of shame and confusion, into all the cardinal virtues, by first degrading them into weaknesses and then owning their misfortune in being made up of those weaknesses. They cannot see people suffer without sympathizing with and endeavor to help them. They cannot see people want without relieving them, though truly their own circumstances cannot very well afford it. They cannot help speaking the truth, though they know all the imprudence of it. In short, they know that, with all these weaknesses, they are not fit to live in the world, much less to thrive in it. But they are now too old to change, and must rub on as well as they can. This sounds too ridiculous and outré, almost, for the stage, and yet, take my word for it, you will frequently meet with it upon the common stage of the world. And here I will observe, by the by, that you will often meet with characters in nature so extravagant that a discreet dramatist would not venture to set them upon the stage in their true and high colouring. This principle of vanity and pride is so strong in human nature that it descends even to the lowest objects, and one often sees people angling for praise, where, admitting all they say to be true, which, by the way, it seldom is, no praise is to be caught. One man affirms that he has rode post 100 miles in 6 hours. Probably it is a lie, but supposing it to be true, what then? Why, he is a very good post-boy, that is all. Another asserts, and probably not without oaths, that he has drunk 6 or 8 bottles of wine at a sitting. Out of charity I will believe him a liar, for if I do not, I must think him a beast. Such, and 1,000 more, are the follies and extravagances which vanity draws people into, and which always defeat their own purpose, and, as Waller says upon another subject, make the wretch the most despised, where he wishes to be prized. The only sure way of avoiding these evils is never to speak of yourself at all. But when, historically, you are obliged to mention yourself, take care not to drop one single word that can directly or indirectly be construed as fishing for applause. Be your character what it will be known, and nobody will take it upon your own word. Never imagine that anything you can say yourself will varnish your defects, or add lustre to your perfections, but on the contrary it may, and 9 times in 10 will, make the former more glaring and the latter obscure. If you are silent upon your own subject, neither envy, indignation, nor ridicule will obstruct or allay the applause which you may really deserve. But if you publish your own panegyric upon any occasion, or in any shape whatsoever, and however artfully dressed or disguised, they will all conspire against you, and you will be disappointed of the very end you aim at. Take care never to seem dark and mysterious, which is not only a very unamiable character, but a very suspicious one too. If you seem mysterious with others, they will be really so with you, and you will know nothing. The height of abilities is to have volto sciolto and pensieri stretti, that is, a frank, open, and ingenuous exterior, with a prudent interior, to be upon your own guard, and yet by a seeming natural openness to put people off theirs. Depend upon it, 9 in 10 of every company you are in will avail themselves of every indiscreet and unguarded expression of yours, if they can turn it to their own advantage. A prudent reserve is therefore as necessary as a seeming openness is prudent. Always look people in the face when you speak to them. The not doing it is thought to imply conscious guilt, besides that you lose the advantage of serving by their countenances what impression your discourse makes upon them. In order to know people's real sentiments, I trust much more to my eyes than to my ears, for they can say whatever they have a mind I should hear, but they can seldom help looking what they have no intention that I should know. Never retail nor receive scandal willingly. Defamation of others may for the present gratify the malignity of the pride of our hearts. Cool reflection will draw very disadvantageous conclusions from such a disposition, and in the cause of scandal, as in that of robbery, the receiver is always thought as bad as the thief. Mimicry, which is the common and favourite amusement of little low minds, is in the utmost contempt with great ones. It is the lowest and most illiberal of all buffoonery. Pray, neither practice it yourself nor applaud it in others. Besides that the person is mimicked is insulted, and, as I have often observed to you before, an insult is never forgiven. I need not, I believe, advise you to adapt your conversation to the people you are conversing with. for I suppose you would not, without this caution, have talked upon the same subject, and in the same manner, to a minister of state, a bishop, a philosopher, a captain, and a woman. A man of the world must, like the chameleon, be able to take every different hue, which is by no means a criminal or abject, but a necessary complaisance, for it relates only to manners and not to morals. One word only as to swearing, and that, I hope and believe, is more than is necessary. You may sometimes hear some people in good company interlard their discourse with oaths, by way of embellishment, as they think, but you must observe, too, that those who do so are never those who contribute, in any degree, to give that company the denomination of good company. They are always subalterns, or people of low education, for that practice, besides that it has no one temptation to plead, is as silly and illiberal as it is wicked. Loud laughter is the mirth of the mob, who are only pleased with silly things, for true wit or good sense never excited a laugh since the creation of the world. A man of parts and fashion is therefore only seen to smile, but never heard to laugh. But to conclude this long letter, all the above-mentioned rules, however carefully you may observe them, will lose half their effect if unaccompanied by the graces. Whatever you say, if you say it with a supercilious, cynical face, or an embarrassed countenance, or a silly, disconcerted grin, it will be ill received. If into the bargain you mutter it, or utter it indistinctly and ungracefully, it will be still worse received. If your air and address are vulgar, awkward, and gauche, you may be esteemed indeed, if you have a great intrinsic merit, but you will never please, and without pleasing you will rise but heavily. Venus among the ancients was synonymous with the Graces, who were always supposed to accompany her, and Horace tells us that even Youth and Mercury, the god of arts and eloquence, would not do without her. Parum comes sine to Juventus Mercuresque. They are not inexorable ladies, and may be had, if properly and diligently pursued. Adieu. End of section 31. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 32 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 55. Bath, October 29th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, my anxiety for your success increases in proportion as the time approaches of your taking your part upon the great stage of the world. The audience will form their opinion of you upon your first appearance, making the proper allowance for your inexperience, and so far it will be final, that, though it may vary as to the degrees, it will never totally change. This consideration excites that restless attention with which I am constantly examining how I can best contribute to the perfection of that character, in which the least spot or blemish would give me more real concern than I am now capable of feeling upon any other account whatsoever. I have long since done mentioning your great religious and moral duties, because I could not make your understanding so bad a compliment as to suppose that you wanted, or could receive, any new instructions upon those two important points. Mr. Hart, I am sure, has not neglected them, and besides they are so obvious to common sense and reason, that commentators may, as they often do, perplex, but cannot make them clearer. My province, therefore, is to supply by my experience your hitherto inevitable inexperience in the ways of the world. People at your age are in a state of national ebriety, and want rails and garde-fous wherever they go, to hinder them from breaking their necks. This drunkenness of youth is not only tolerated, but even pleases, if kept within certain bounds of discretion and decency. These bounds are the point which it is difficult for the drunken man himself to find out, and there it is that the experience of a friend may not only serve, but save him. Carry with you, and welcome into company, all the gaiety and spirits, but as little of the giddiness of youth as you can. The former will charm, but the latter will often, though innocently, implacably offend. Inform yourself of the characters and situations of the company, before you give way to what your imagination may prompt you to say. There are in all companies more wrong beads than right ones, and many more who deserve than who like censure. Should you therefore expiate in the praise of some virtue, which some in company notoriously want, or declaim against any vice, with which others are notoriously infected with, your reflections, however general and unapplied, will, by being applicable, be thought personal and levelled at those people. This consideration points out to you sufficiently not to be suspicious and captious yourself, nor to suppose that things, because they may be, are therefore meant at you. The manners of well-bred people secure one from those indirect and mean attacks, but if by chance a flippant woman or a pert coxcomb lets off anything of that kind, it is much better not to seem to understand than to reply to it. Cautiously avoid of talking either of your own or other people's domestic affairs. Yours are nothing to them but tedious, theirs are nothing to you. The subject is a tender one, and it is odds that you touch somebody or other's sore place, for in this case there is no trusting to specious appearances, which may be and often are so contrary to the real situations of things, between men and their wives, parents and their children, seeming friends, etc., that with the best intentions in the world, one often blunders disagreeably. Remember that the wit, humor, and jokes of most mixed companies are local. They thrive in that particular soil, but will not often bear transplanting. Every company is differently circumstanced, has its particular cant and jargon, which may give occasion to wit and mirth within that circle, but would seem flat and insipid in any other, and therefore will not bear repeating. Nothing makes a man look sillier than a pleasantry not relished nor understood, and if he meets with a profound silence where he expected general applause, or what is worse, if he is desired to explain the bon mot, his awkward and embarrassed situation is easier imagined than described. Apropos of repeating, take great care never to repeat, I do not mean here the pleasantries, in one company what you hear in another. Things seemingly indifferent may by circulation have much graver consequences than you would imagine. Besides, there is a general tacit trust in conversation, by which a man is obliged not to report anything out of it, though he is not immediately enjoined to secrecy. A retailer of this kind is sure to draw himself into 1,000 scrapes and discussions, and to be shyly and uncomfortably received wherever he goes. You will find in most good company some people who only keep their place there by contemptible title enough. These are what we call very good-natured fellows, and the French, bon diable. The truth is, they are people without any parts or fancy, and who, having no will of their own, readily assent to, concur in, and applaud whatever is said or done in the company, and adopt with the same alacrity the most virtuous or the most criminal, the wisest or the silliest scheme, that happens to be entertained by the majority of the company. This foolish and often criminal complacence flows from a foolish cause, the want of any other merit. I hope that you will hold your place in company by a nobler tenure, that you will hold it, you can bear a quibble, I believe, yet, in capite. Have a will and an opinion of your own, and adhere to them steadily, but then do it with good humor, good breeding, and if you have it, with urbanity, for you have not yet heard enough either to preach or to censure. All other kinds of complaisance are not only blameless, but necessary in good company. Not to seem to perceive the little weaknesses, and the idle but innocent affectations of the company, but even to flatter them, in a certain manner, is not only very allowable, but in truth a sort of polite duty. They will be pleased with you, if you do, and will certainly not be reformed by you, if you do not. For instance, you will find in every group of company 2 principal figures, viz., the fine lady and the fine gentleman who absolutely give the law of wit, language, fashion, and taste to the rest of that society. There is always a strict, and for the time being, a tender alliance between these 2 figures. The lady looks upon her empire as founded upon the divine right of beauty, and full as good a divine right as it is any king, emperor, or pope can pretend to. She requires, and commonly meets with, unlimited passive obedience. And why should she not meet with it? Her demands go no higher than to have her unquestioned preeminence in beauty, wit, and fashion firmly established. Few sovereigns, by the way, are so reasonable. The fine gentleman's claims of right are, mutatis mutandis, the same, and though, indeed, he is not always a wit de jure, yet he is the wit de facto of that company. He is entitled to a share of your allegiance, and everybody expects at least as much as they are entitled to, if not something more. Prudence bids you make your court to these joint sovereigns, and no duty that I know of forbids it. Rebellion here is exceedingly dangerous, and inevitably punished by banishment, and immediate forfeiture of all your wit, manners, taste, and fashion; as, on the other hand, a cheerful submission, not without some flattery, is sure to procure you a strong recommendation and most effectual pass, throughout all their and probably the neighboring dominions. With a moderate share of sagacity, you will, before you have been half an hour in their company, easily discover those two principal figures, both by the deference which you will observe the whole company pay them, and by that easy, careless, and serene air which their consciousness of power gives them. As in this case, so in all others, aim always at the highest, get always into the highest company, and address yourself particularly to the highest in it. The search after the unattainable philosopher's stone has occasioned 1,000 useful discoveries, which otherwise would never have been made. What the French justly call les manières nobles are only to be acquired in the very best companies. They are the distinguishing characteristics of men of fashion. People of low education never wear them so close, but that some part or the other of their original vulgarism appears. Les manières nobles equally forbid insolent contempt or low envy and jealousy. Low people, in good circumstances, fine clothes, and equipage, will insolently show contempt for all those who cannot afford as fine clothes, as good an equipage, and who have not, as their term is, as much money in their pockets. On the other hand, they are gnawed with envy, and cannot help discovering it, of those who surpass them in any of these articles, which are far from being sure criterions of merit. They are likewise jealous of being slighted, and consequently suspicious and captious. They are eager and hot about trifles, because trifles were, at first, their affairs of consequence. Les manières nobles imply exactly the reverse of all this. Study them early, you cannot make them too habitual and familiar to you. Just as I had written what goes before, I received your letter of the 24th, New Style, but I have not received that which you mentioned for Mr. Hart. Yours is of the kind that I desire, for I want to see your private picture, drawn by yourself at different settings, for though it is drawn by yourself, I presume that you will take the most advantageous likeness, yet I think that I have skill enough in that kind of painting to discover the true features, though ever so artfully coloured, or thrown into skilful lights and shades. By your account of the German play, which I do not know whether I should call tragedy or comedy, the only shining part of it, since I am in a way of quibbling, seems to have been the fox's tail. I presume, too, that the play has had the same fate with the squib, and has gone off no more. I remember a squib much better applied, when it was made the device of the colours of a French regiment of grenadiers. It was represented bursting, with this motto under it, Perium dum Lucium. I like the description of your picnic, where I take it for granted that your cards are only to break the formality of a circle, and your symposion intended more to promote conversation than drinking. Such an amicable collision, as Lord Shaftesbury very prettily calls it, rubs off and smooths those rough corners which mere nature has given to the smoothest of us. I hope some part at least of the conversation is in German. A propos, tell me, do you speak that language correctly, and do you write it with ease? I have no doubt of your mastering the other modern languages, which are much easier, and occur much oftener, for which reason I desire that you will apply most diligently to German, while you are in Germany, that you may speak and write that language most correctly. I expect to meet Mr. Eliot in London in about 3 weeks, after which you will soon see him at Leipzig. Adieu. End of section 32. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 33 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 56. London, November 18th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, whatever I see or whatever I hear, my first consideration is, whether it can in any way be useful to you. As proof of this, I went accidentally the other day into a print shop, where, among many others, I found one print from a famous design of Carlo Maratti, who died about 30 years ago, and was the last eminent painter in Europe. The subject is Il Studio del Disegno, or the School of Drawing. An old man, supposed to be the master, points to his scholars, who are variously employed in perspective, geometry, and the observation of the statues of antiquity. With regard to perspective, of which there are some little specimens, he has wrote, tanto che basti, that is, as much as is sufficient. With regard to geometry, tanto che basti again. With regard to the contemplation of the ancient statues, there is written, non me abbastanza. There can never be enough. But in the clouds, at the top of the piece, are represented the 3 graces, with just this sentence written over them: Senza di noi ogni fatica è vana. That is, without us all labor is vain. This everybody allows to be true in painting, but people do not seem to consider, as I hope you will, that this truth is as full applicable to every other art or science, indeed, to everything that is to be said or done. I will send you the print itself by Mr. Eliot when he returns, and I will advise you to make the same use of it that the Roman Catholics say they do of the pictures and images of their saints, which is, only to remind them of those for the adoration they disclaim. Nay, I will go further, as the transition from popery to paganism is short and easy. I will classically and poetically advise you to invoke, and sacrifice to them daily, and all the day. It must be owned that the Graces do not seem to be natives of Great Britain, and, I doubt, the best of us here have more of rough than polished diamond. Since barbarism drove them out of Greece and Rome, they seem to have taken refuge in France, where their temples are numerous, and their worship the established one. Examine yourself seriously, why such and such people please and engage you, more than such and such others, of equal merit, and you will always find that it is because the former have the graces and the latter not. I have known many a woman with an exact shape, and a symmetrical assemblage of beautiful features, please nobody, while others, with very moderate shapes and features, have charmed everybody. Why? Because Venus will not charm so much without her attendant graces, as they will without her. Among men, how often have I seen the most solid merit and knowledge neglected, unwelcome, or even rejected, for want of them? While flimsy parts, little knowledge, and less merit, introduced by the graces, have been received, cherished, and admired. Even virtue, which is moral beauty, wants some of its charms if unaccompanied by them. If you ask me how you shall acquire what neither you nor I can define or ascertain, I can only answer by observation. Form yourself, with regard to others, upon what you feel pleases you in them. I can tell you the importance, the advantage, of having the graces, but I cannot give them you. I heartily wish I could, and I certainly would, for I do not know a better present that I could make you. To show you that a very wise, philosophical, and retired man thinks upon that subject as I do, who have always lived in the world, I send you, by Mr. Eliot, the famous Mr. Locke's book upon education, in which you will find the stress that he lays upon the graces, which he calls, and very truly, good breeding. I have marked all the parts of the book that are worth your attention, for as he begins with the child, almost from its birth, the parts relative to its infancy would be useless to you. Germany is, still less than England, the seat of the graces. However, you had as good not say so while you were there. But the place which you are going to, in a degree, is, for I have known as many well-bred, pretty men come from Turin as from any part of Europe. The late King Victor Amedee took great pains to form such of his subjects as were of any consideration, both to business and manners. The present king, I am told, follows his example. This, however, is certain, that in all courts and congresses, where there are various foreign ministers, those of the King of Sardinia are generally the ablest, the politest, and les plus déliés. You will, therefore, at Turin, have very good models to form yourself upon, and remember, that with regard to the best models, as well as to the antique Greek statues in the print, non me bastanza. Observe every word, look, and motion of those who are allowed to be the most accomplished persons there. Observe their natural and careless, but genteel air, their unembarrassed good breeding, their unassuming, but yet unprostituted dignity. Mind their decent mirth, their discreet frankness, and that entregent which, as much as above the frivolous as below the important and the secret, is the proper medium for conversation in mixed companies. I will observe, by the by, that the talent of that light entregent is often of great use to a foreign minister, not only as it helps him to domesticate himself in many families, but also as it enables him to put by and parry some subjects of conversation, which might possibly lay him under difficulties, both what to say and how to look. Of all the men that I ever knew in my life, and I knew him extremely well, the late Duke of Marlborough possessed the graces in the highest degree, not to say engrossed them, and indeed he got the most by them, for I will venture, contrary to the custom of profound historians, who always assign deep causes for great events, to ascribe the better half of the Duke of Marlborough's greatness and riches to those graces. He was eminently illiterate, wrote bad English and spelled it still worse. He had no share of what is commonly called parts, that is, he had no brightness, nothing shining in his genius. He had, most undoubtedly, an excellent good plain understanding with sound judgment. But these alone would probably have raised him but something higher than they found him, which was page to King James II's Queen. There the Graces protected and promoted him, for while he was an ensign of the Guards, the Duchess of Cleveland, then favourite mistress to King Charles II, struck by those very Graces, gave him £5,000, with which he immediately bought an annuity for his life of £500 a year, of my grandfather Halifax, which was the foundation of his subsequent fortune. His figure was beautiful, but his manner was irresistible, by either man or woman. It was by this engaging, graceful manner that he was enabled, during all his war, to connect the various and jarring powers of the Grand Alliance, and to carry them on to the main object of the war, notwithstanding their private and separate views, jealousies, and wrong-headednesses. Whatever court he went to, and he was often obliged to go himself to some resty and refractory ones, he as constantly prevailed and brought them into his measures. The pensionary Heinsius, a venerable old minister, grown grey in business, and who had governed the Republic of the United Provinces for more than 40 years, was absolutely governed by the Duke of Marlborough, as that Republic feels to this day. He was always cool, and nobody ever observed the least variation in his countenance. He could refuse more gracefully than other people could grant, and those who went away from him the most dissatisfied as to the substance of their business, were yet personally charmed with him, and, in some degree, comforted by his manner. With all his gentleness and gracefulness, no man living was more conscious of his situation, nor maintained his dignity better. With the share of knowledge which you have already gotten, and with the much greater which I hope you will soon acquire, what may you not expect to arrive at, if you join all these graces to it? In your destination particularly, they are in truth half your business, for if you once gain the affections as well as the esteem of the prince or minister of the court to which you are sent, I will answer for it, that will effectually do the business of the court that sent you; otherwise it is uphill work. Do not mistake, and think that these graces, which I so often and so earnestly recommend to you, should only accompany important transactions, and be worn jour de gala. No, they should, if possible, accompany every, the least thing, you say or do, for if you neglect them in little things, they will leave you in great ones. I should, for instance, be extremely concerned to see you even drink a cup of coffee ungracefully, and slop yourself with it, by your awkward manner of holding it, nor should I like to see your coat buttoned, or your shoes buckled awry. But I should be outraged if I heard you mutter your words unintelligibly, stammer in your speech, or hesitate, misplace, and mistake in your narrations, and I should run away from you with greater rapidity, if possible, than I should now run to embrace you, if I found you destitute of all those graces, which I have set my heart upon their making you one day, omnibus ornatum excellere rebus. This subject is inexhaustible, as it extends to everything that is to be said or done, but I will leave it for the present, as this letter is already pretty long. Such is my desire, my anxiety for your perfection, that I never think I have said enough, though you may probably think that I have said too much, and though, in truth, if your own good sense is not sufficient to direct you, in many of these plain points, all that I or anybody else can say will be insufficient. But where you are concerned, I am the insatiable man in Horace, who covets still a little corner more to complete the figure of his field. I dread every corner that may deform mine, in which I would have, if possible, no one defect. I have this moment received yours of the 17th, New Style, and cannot condole with you upon the secession of your German commensaux, who both by your and Mr. Hart's description seem to be des gens d'une amiable absence, and if you can replace them by any other German conversation, you will be a gainer by the bargain. I cannot conceive, if you understand German well enough to read any German book, how the writing of the German character can be so difficult and tedious to you, the 24 letters being very soon learned, and I do not expect that you should write with the utmost purity and correctness as to the language. What I meant by your writing once a fortnight to Grevenkop was only to make the written character familiar to you. However, I will be content with 1 in 3 weeks or so. I believe you are not likely to see Mr. Elliot again soon, he being still in Cornwall with his father, who, I hear, is not likely to recover. Adieu. End of section 33. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 34 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 57. London, November 29th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I delayed writing to you till I could give you some account of the motions of your friend Mr. Elliot, for whom I know you have, and very justly, the most friendly concern. His father and he came to town together, in a post-chaise a fortnight ago, the rest of the family remaining in Cornwall. His father with difficulty survived the journey, and died last Saturday sevennight. Both concern and decency confined your friend till 2 days ago, when I saw him. He has determined, and I think very prudently, to go abroad again, but how soon, it is yet impossible for him to know, as he must necessarily put his own private affairs in some order first. But I conjecture that he may possibly join you at Turin. Sooner, to be sure, not. I am very sorry that you are likely to be so long without the company and the example of so valuable a friend, and therefore I hope that you will make it up to yourself, as well as you can at this distance, by remembering and following his example. Imitate that application of his, which has made him know all thoroughly and to the bottom. He does not content himself with the surface of knowledge, but works in the mind for it, knowing that it lies deep. Pope says, very truly, in his essay on criticism, a little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep, or taste not the Pierian spring. I shall send you by a ship that goes to Hamburg next week, and by which Hawkins sends Mr. Hart some things that he wrote for, all those which I propose sending you by Mr. Elliot, together with a very little box that I am desired to forward to Mr. Hart. There will be likewise 2 letters of recommendation for you to Monsieur André and Comte Allegretti, at Berlin, which you will take care to deliver to them as soon as you shall be rigged and fitted out to appear there. They will introduce you into the best company, and I depend upon your own good sense for your avoiding of bad. If you fall into bad and low company there, or anywhere else, you will be irrecoverably lost, whereas if you keep good company, and company above yourself, your character and your fortune will be immovably fixed. I have not time today, upon account of the meeting of the Parliament, to make this letter of the usual length, and indeed, after the volumes that I have written to you, all I can add must be unnecessary. However, I shall probably, ex abundati, return soon to my former prolixity, and you will receive more and more last words from yours. Letter 58. London, December 6th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I am at present under very great concern for the loss of a most affectionate brother, with whom I had always lived in the closest friendship. My brother John died last Friday night, of a fit of the gout, which he had had for about a month in his hands and feet, and which fell at last upon his stomach and head. As he grew toward the last lethargic, his end was not painful to himself. At the distance which you are at from hence, you need not go into mourning upon this occasion, as the time of your mourning would be near over before you could put it on. By a ship which sails this week for Hamburg, I shall send you those things which I propose to have sent to you by Mr. Elliot, viz., a little box from your mamma, a less box for Mr. Hart, Mr. Locke's book upon education, the print of Carlo Maratti, which I mentioned to you some time ago, and 2 letters of recommendation, one to Monsieur André and the other to Comte Allegretti at Berlin. Both those gentlemen will, I am sure, be as willing as they are able to introduce you into the best company, and I hope you will not, as many of your countrymen are apt to do, decline it. It is in the best companies only that you can learn the best manners and that tournure, and those graces, which I have so often recommended to you, as the necessary means of making a figure in the world. I am most extremely pleased with the account which Mr. Hart gives me of your progress in Greek, and of your having read Hesiod almost critically. Upon this subject I suggest but one thing to you, of many that I might suggest, which is, that you have now got over the difficulties of that language, and therefore it would be unpardonable not to persevere to your journey's end, now that all the rest of your way is downhill. I am also very well pleased to hear that you have such a knowledge of, and taste for curious books, and scarce and valuable tracts. This is a kind of knowledge which very well becomes a man of sound and solid learning, but which only exposes a man of slight and superficial reading. Therefore, pray make the substance and manner of such books your first object, and their title pages, indexes, letters, and binding but your second. It is the characteristic of a man of parts and good judgment to know, and give that degree of attention that each object deserves. Whereas little minds mistake little objects for great ones, and lavish away upon the former that time and attention which only the latter deserve. To such mistakes we owe the numerous and frivolous tribes of insect-mongers, shell-mongers, and pursuers and dryers of butterflies, etc. The strong mind distinguishes, not only between the useful and the useless, but likewise between the useful and the curious. He applies himself intensely to the former, he only amuses himself with the latter. Of this little sort of knowledge, which I have just hinted at, you will find at least as much as you need wish to know, in a superficial but pretty French book, entitled Spectacle de la Nature, which will amuse you while you read it, and give you a sufficient notion of the various parts of nature. I would advise you to read it at leisure hours. But that part of nature, which Mr. Hart tells me you have begun to study with the Rector Magnificus, is of much greater importance, and deserves much more attention. I mean astronomy. The vast and immense planetary system, the astonishing order and regularity of those innumerable worlds, will open a scene to you, which not only deserves your attention as a matter of curiosity, or rather astonishment, but still more, as it will give you greater, and consequently juster, ideas of that eternal and omnipotent Being, who contrived, made, and still preserves that universe, than all the contemplation of this, comparatively very little orb, which we at present inhabit, could possibly give you. Upon this subject, Monsieur Fontenelle's Pluralité des Mondes, which you may read in 2 hours' time, will both inform and please you. God bless you. Yours. Letter 59. London, December 13th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, the last 4 posts have brought me no letters, either from you or from Mr. Hart, at which I am uneasy, not as a mamma would be, but as a father should be, for I do not want your letters as bills of health. You are young, strong, and healthy, and I am, consequently, in no pain about that. Moreover, were either you or Mr. Hart ill, the other would doubtless write me word of it. My impatience for yours or Mr. Hart's letters arises from a very different cause, which is my desire to hear frequently of the state and progress of your mind. You are now at that critical period of life when every week ought to produce fruit or flowers answerable to your culture, which I am sure has not been neglected, and it is by your letters and Mr. Hart's accounts of you that at this distance I can only judge at your gradations to maturity. I desire, therefore, that one of you two will not fail to write me once a week. The sameness of your present way of life, I easily conceive, would not make out a very interesting letter to an indifferent bystander. But so deeply concerned as I am in the game you are playing, even the least move is to me of importance, and helps me to judge of the final event. As you will be leaving Leipzig pretty soon after you shall have received this letter, I here send to you one enclosed to deliver to Mr. Mascow. It is to thank him for his attention and civility to you, during your stay with him, and I take it for granted that you will not fail making him the proper compliments at parting, for the good name that we leave behind us at one place often gets before us to another, and is of great use. As Mr. Mascow is much known and esteemed in the Republic of Letters, I think it would be of advantage to you, if you got letters of recommendation from him to some of the learned men at Berlin. These testimonials give a lustre which is not to be despised, for the most ignorant are forced to seem, at least, to pay a regard to learning, as the most wicked are to virtue. Such is their intrinsic worth. Your friend Duval dined with me the other day, and complained most grievously that he had not heard from you above a year. I bid him abuse you for it himself, and advised him to do it in verse, which, if he was really angry, his indignation would enable him to do. He accordingly brought me, yesterday, the enclosed reproaches and challenge, which he desired me to transmit to you. As this is his first essay in English poetry, the inaccuracies in the rhymes and the numbers are very excusable. He insists, as you will find, upon being answered in verse, which I should imagine that you and Mr. Hart, together, could bring about. As the late Lady Dorchester used to say, that she and Dr. Radcliffe together could cure a fever. This is however sure, that it now rests upon you, and no man can say what methods Duval may take, if you decline his challenge. I am sensible that you are under some disadvantages in this proffered combat. Your climate, at this time of the year especially, delights more in the wood fire than in the poetic fire, and I conceive the Muses, if there are any at Leipzig, to be rather shivering than singing. Nay, I question whether Apollo is even known there as god of verse, or as god of light, perhaps a little as god of physic. These will be fair excuses, if your performance should fall something short, though I do not apprehend that it will. While you have been at Leipzig, which is a place of study more than of pleasure or company, you have had all opportunities of pursuing your studies uninterruptedly, and have had, I believe, very few temptations to the contrary. But the case will be quite different at Berlin, where the splendor and dissipation of a court and the beau monde will present themselves to you in gaudy shapes, attractive enough to all young people. Do not think now, that like an old fellow I am going to advise you to reject them, and shut yourself up in your closet. Quite the contrary, I advise you to take your share, and enter into them with spirit and pleasure. But then I advise you, too, to allot your time prudently, as that learning may keep pace with pleasure. There is full time in the course of the day for both, if you do but manage that time right and like a good economist. The whole morning, if diligently and attentively devoted to solid studies, will do a great way at the year's end, and the evenings spent in the pleasures of good company will go as far in teaching you a knowledge, not much less necessary than the other. I mean the knowledge of the world. Between these two necessary studies, that of books in the morning and that of the world in the evening, you see that you will not have 1 minute to squander or slattern away. Nobody ever lent themselves more than I did, when I was young, to the pleasures and dissipation of good company. I even did it too much. But then I can assure you that I always found time for serious studies, and when I could find it no other way, I took it out of my sleep, for I resolved to always rise early in the morning, however late I went to bed at night, and this resolution I have kept so sacred, that unless when I have been confined to my bed by illness, I have not, for more than 40 years, ever been in bed at 9 o'clock in the morning, but commonly up before 8. When you are at Berlin, remember to speak German as often as you can, in company, for everybody there will speak French to you, unless you let them know that you can speak German, which they will then choose to speak. Adieu. End of section 34. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 35 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 60. London, December 20th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I received last Saturday by 3 mails, which came in at once, 2 letters from Mr. Hart, and yours of the 8th, New Style. It was I who mistook your meaning, with regard to your German letters, and not you who expressed it ill. I thought it was the writing of the German character that took up so much of your time, and therefore I advised you, by the frequent writing of that character, to make it easy and familiar to you. But since it is only the propriety and purity of the German language which make your writing it so tedious and laborious, I will tell you that I shall not be nice upon that article, and did not expect that you should yet be master of all the idioms, delicacies, and peculiarities of that difficult language. That can only come by use, especially frequent speaking. Therefore, when you shall be at Berlin, and afterwards at Turin, where you will meet many Germans, pray take all opportunities of conversing in German, in order not only to keep up what you have got of that language, but likewise to improve and perfect yourself in it. As to the characters, you form them very well, and as you yourself own, better than your English ones. But then let me ask you this question: why do you not form your Roman characters better? For I maintain that it is in every man's power to write what hand he pleases, and consequently, that he ought to write a good one. You form, particularly, your EE and your LL in zigzag, instead of making them straight, as thus, EE, LL, a fault very easily mended. You will not, I believe, be angry with this little criticism, when I tell you, that by all the accounts I have had of late from Mr. Hart and the others, this is the only criticism that you give me occasion to make. Mr. Hart's last letter, of the 14th New Style particularly, makes me extremely happy, by assuring me that, in every respect, you do exceedingly well. I am not afraid, by what I now say, of making you too vain, because I do not think that a just consciousness and an honest pride of doing well can be called vanity, for vanity is either the silly affectation of good qualities which one has not, or the sillier pride of what does not deserve commendation in itself. By Mr. Hart's account, you are got very near the goal of Greek and Latin, and therefore I cannot suppose that, as your sense increases, your endeavours and your speed will slacken in finishing the small remains of your course. Consider what lustre and eclat it will give you, when you return here, to be allowed to be the best scholar, for a gentleman in England, not to mention the real pleasure and solid comfort which such knowledge will give you throughout your whole life. Mr. Hart tells me another thing, which I own I did not expect. It is this, that when you read aloud, or repeat parts of plays, you speak very properly and distinctly. This relieves me from great uneasiness, which I was under upon account of your former bad enunciation. Go on, and attend most diligently to this important article. It is of all graces, and they are all necessary, the most necessary one. Comte Pertenu, who has been here about a fortnight, far from disavowing, confirms all that Mr. Hart has said to your advantage. He thinks that he shall be at Turin much about the time of your arrival there, and pleases himself with the hopes of being useful to you. Though, should you get there before him, he says that Comte du Perron, with whom you are a favourite, will take that care. You see by this one instance, and in the course of your life you will see by a million of instances, of what use a good reputation is, and how swift and advantageous a harbinger it is, wherever one goes. Upon this point, too, Mr. Hart does you justice, and tells me you are desirous of praise from the praiseworthy. This is a right and generous ambition, and without which, I fear, few people would deserve praise. But here let me, as an old stager upon the theatre of the world, suggest one consideration to you, which is to extend your desire of praise a little beyond the strictly praiseworthy, or else you may be apt to discover too much contempt for at least 3 parts in 5 of the world, who will never forgive it you. In the mass of mankind, I fear, there is too great a majority of fools and knaves, who singly from their number, must to a certain degree be respected, though they are by no means respectable. And a man who will show every knave or fool that he thinks him such, will engage in a most ruinous war, against numbers much superior to those that he and his allies can bring into the field. Abhor a knave, and pity a fool in your heart, but let neither of them unnecessarily see that you do so. Some complaisance and attention to fools is prudent, and not mean, as a silent abhorrence of individual knaves is often necessary and not criminal. As you will now soon part with Lord Pulteney, with whom during your stay together at Leipzig, I suppose you have formed a connection, I imagine that you will continue it by letters, which I would advise you to do. They tell me that he is good-natured, and does not want parts, which are of themselves 2 good reasons for keeping it up. But there is a 3rd reason, which in the course of the world is not to be despised. His father cannot live long, and will leave him an immense fortune, which in all events will make him of some consequence, and if he has parts into the bargain, of very great consequence, so that his friendship may be extremely well worth your cultivating, especially as it will not cost you above 1 letter in a month. I do not know whether this letter will find you at Leipzig, at least it is the last that I shall direct there. My next either to you or Mr. Hart will be directed to Berlin, but as I do not know to what house or street there, I suppose it will remain in the post-house till you send for it. Upon your arrival at Berlin you will send me your particular direction, and also, pray be minute in your accounts of your reception there, by those whom I recommend to you, as well as by those to whom they present you. Remember, too, that you are going to a polite and literate court, where the graces will best introduce you. Adieu. God bless you, and may you continue to deserve my love as much as you now enjoy it. P.S. Lady Chesterfield bids me tell you that she decides entirely in your favour against Mr. Grevenkop, and even against herself, for she does not think that she could, at this time, write either so good a character or so good German. Pray write her a German letter upon that subject, in which you may tell her, that, like the rest of the world, you approve of her judgment, because it is in your favor, and that you true Germans cannot allow Danes to be competent judges of your language, etc. End of section 35. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 36 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 61, London, December 30th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I direct this letter to Berlin, where, I suppose, it will either find you, or at least wait but a very little time for you. I cannot help being anxious for your success, at this your first appearance upon the great stage of the world. For though the spectators are always candid enough to give great allowances, and to show great indulgence to a new actor, yet from the first impression which he makes upon them, they are apt to decide, in their own minds, at least, whether he will ever be a good one, or not. If he seems to understand what he says, by speaking it properly, if he is attentive to his part, instead of staring negligently about him, and if, upon the whole, he seems ambitious to please, they willingly pass over little awkwardnesses and inaccuracies, which they ascribe to a commendable modesty in a young and inexperienced actor. They pronounce that he will be a good one in time, and by the encouragement which they give him, make him so the sooner. This, I hope, will be your case. You have sense enough to understand your part, a constant attention and ambition to excel in it, with a careful observation of the best actors, will inevitably qualify you, if not for the first, at least for considerable parts. Your dress, as insignificant a thing as dress is in itself, is now become an object worthy of some attention, for I confess I cannot help forming some opinion of a man's sense and character from his dress, and I believe most people do as well as myself. Any affectation whatsoever in dress implies, in my mind, a flaw in the understanding. Most of our young fellows here display some character or other by their dress. Some affect the tremendous, and wear a great and fiercely cocked hat, an enormous sword, a short waistcoat, and a black cravat. These I should be almost tempted to swear the peace against in my own defence, if I were not convinced that they are but meek asses in lions' skins. Others go in brown frocks, leather breeches, great oaken cudgels in their hands, their hats uncocked, and their hair unpowdered, and imitate grooms, stage-coachmen, and country bumpkins so well on their outsides, that I do not make the least doubt of their resembling them equally in their insides. A man of sense carefully avoids any particular character in his dress. He is accurately clean for his own sake, but all the rest is for other people's. He dresses as well and in the same manner as the people of sense and fashion of the place where he is. If he dresses better, as he thinks, that is, more than they, he is a fop. If he dresses worse, he is unpardonably negligent. But of the two, I would rather have a young fellow too much than too little dressed. The excess on that side will wear off, with a little age and reflection, but if he is negligent at 20, he will be a sloven at 40, and stink at 50 years old. Dress yourself fine, where others are fine, and plain where others are plain, but take care always that your clothes are well made and fit you, for otherwise they will give you a very awkward air. When you are once well dressed for the day, think no more of it afterward, and without any stiffness for fear of discomposing that dress, let all your motions be as easy and natural as if you had no clothes on at all. So much for dress, which I maintain to be a thing of consequence in the polite world. As to manners, good breeding, and the graces, I have so often entertained you upon those important subjects, that I can add nothing to what I have formerly said. Your own good sense will suggest to you the substance of them, and observation, experience, and good company, the several modes of them. Your great vivacity, which I hear from many people, will be no hindrance to your pleasing in good company. On the contrary, will be of use to you, if tempered by good breeding and accompanied by the graces. But then, I suppose your vivacity to be a vivacity of parts, and not a constitutional restlessness, for the most disagreeable composition that I know in the world is that of strong animal spirits with a cold genius. Such a fellow is troublesomely active, frivolously busy, foolishly lively, talks much with little meaning, and laughs more, with less reason, whereas, in my opinion, a warm and lively genius with a cool constitution is the perfection of human nature. Do what you will at Berlin, provided you but do something all day long. All that I desire of you is, that you will never slattern away 1 minute in idleness and in doing of nothing. When you are not in company, learn what either books, masters, or Mr. Hart can teach you, and when you are in company, learn what company can teach you, the characters and manners of mankind. I really ask your pardon for giving you this advice, because if you are a rational creature and thinking being, as I suppose, and verily believe you are, it must be unnecessary, and to a certain degree injurious. If I did not know by experience that some men pass their whole time in doing nothing, I should not think it possible for any being, superior to M. Descartes' automatons, to squander away, in absolute idleness, 1 single minute of that small portion of time which is allotted to us in this world. I have lately seen one Mr. Cranmer, a very sensible merchant, who told me that he had dined with you, and seen you often at Leipzig. And yesterday I saw an old footman of mine, whom I made a messenger, who told me that he had seen you last August. You will easily imagine that I was not the less glad to see them because they had seen you, and I examined them both narrowly, in their respective departments, the former as to your mind, the latter as to your body. Mr. Cranmer gave me great satisfaction, not only by what he told me of himself concerning you, but by what he was commissioned to tell me from Mr. Mascow. As he speaks German perfectly himself, I asked him how you spoke it, and he assured me, very well for the time, that a very little more practice would make you perfectly master of it. The messenger told me that you were much grown, and to the best of his guess within 2 inches as tall as I am, that you were plump, and looked healthy and strong, which was all that I could expect or hope from the sagacity of the person. I send you, my dear child, and you will not doubt it, very sincerely, the wishes of the season. May you deserve a great number of happy New Years, and if you deserve, may you have them. Many New Years, indeed, you may see, but happy ones you cannot see without deserving them. These virtue, honor, and knowledge alone can merit, alone can procure. Dii tibi dent annos, detenam cetera sumes, was a pretty piece of poetical flattery, where it was said. I hope that in time it may be no flattery when said to you. But I assure you that wherever I cannot apply the latter part of the line to you with truth, I shall neither say, think, nor wish the former. Adieu. End of section 36. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 37 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. 1749. Letter 62. London, January 10th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I have received your letter of the 31st December, New Style. Your thanks for my present, as you call it, exceed the value of the present, but the use, which you assure me that you will make of it, is the thanks which I desire to receive. Due attention to the inside of books, and due contempt for the outside, is the proper relation between a man of sense and his books. Now that you are going a little more into the world, I will take this occasion to explain my intentions as to your future expenses, that you may know what you have to expect from me, and make your plan accordingly. I shall neither deny nor grudge you any money that may be necessary for either your improvement or your pleasures. I mean the pleasures of a rational being. Under the head of improvement, I mean the best books, and the best masters, cost what they will. I also mean all the expense of lodgings, coach, dress, servants, etc., which, according to the several places where you may be, shall be respectfully necessary to enable you to keep the best company. Under the head of rational pleasures, I comprehend, first, proper charities, to real and compassionate objects of it; secondly, proper presents to those whom you are obliged, or whom you desire to oblige; thirdly, a conformity of expense to that of the company which you keep, as in public spectacles; your share of little entertainments; a few pistols at games of mere commerce; and other incidental calls of good company. The only 2 articles which I will never supply are the profusion of low riot, and the idle lavishness of negligence and laziness. A fool squanders away, without credit or advantage to himself, more than a man of sense spends with both. The latter employs his money as he does his time, and never spends a shilling of the one, nor a minute of the other, but in something that is either useful or rationally pleasing to himself or others. The former buys whatever he does not want, and does not pay for what he does want. He cannot withstand the charms of a toy shop. Snuff-boxes, watches, heads of cane, etc., are his destruction. His servants and tradesmen conspire with his own indolence to cheat him, and in a very little time he is astonished, in the midst of all the ridiculous superfluities, to find himself in want of all the real comforts and necessaries of life. Without care and method, the largest fortune will not, and with them almost the smallest will, supply all necessary expenses. As far as you can possibly, pay ready money for everything you buy, and avoid bills. Pay that money, too, yourself, and not through the hands of any servant, who always either stipulates poundage or requires a present for his good work, as they call it. Where you must have bills, as for meat and drink, clothes, etc., pay them regularly every month, and with your own hand. Never from a mistaken economy buy a thing you do not want, because it is cheap, or from a silly pride, because it is dear. Keep an account in a book of all that you receive, and of all that you pay, for no man who knows what he receives and what he pays ever runs out. I do not mean that you should keep an account of the shillings and half-crowns which you may spend in chair hire, operas, etc. They are unworthy of the time, and of the ink that they would consume. Leave such minutiae to dull, penny-wise fellows, but remember in economy, as well as in every other part of life, to have a proper attention to proper objects, and the proper contempt for little ones. A strong mind sees things in their true proportions, a weak one views them through a magnifying medium, which, like the microscope, makes an elephant of a flea, magnifies all little objects, but cannot receive great ones. I have known many a man pass for a miser, by saving a penny and wrangling for twopence, who was undoing himself at the same time by living above his income, and not attending to essential articles which were above his portee. The sure characteristic of a sound and strong mind is to find in everything those certain bounds, quos ultra citravi nequit consistere rectum. These boundaries are marked out by a very fine line, which only good sense and attention can discover. It is much too fine for vulgar eyes. In manners, this line is good breeding; beyond it is troublesome ceremony; short of it is unbecoming negligence and inattention. In morals, it divides ostentatious puritanism from criminal relaxation; in religion, superstition from impiety; and, in short, every virtue from its kindred vice or weakness. I think you have sense enough to discover the line; keep it always in your eye, and learn to walk upon it. Rest upon Mr. Hart, and he will poise you till you are able to go alone. By the way, there are fewer people who walk well upon that line than upon the slack rope, and therefore a good performer shines so much the more. Your friend Comte Pertingue, who constantly inquires after you, has written to Count Salmour, the governor of the Academy at Turin, to prepare a room for you immediately after the Ascension, and has recommended you to him in a manner which I hope you will give him no reason to repent or be ashamed of. As Comte Salmour's son, now residing at The Hague, is my particular acquaintance, I shall have regular and authentic accounts of all that you do at Turin. During your stay at Berlin, I expect that you should inform yourself thoroughly of the present state of the civil, military, and ecclesiastical government of the King of Prussia's dominions, particularly of the military, which is upon a better footing in that country than in any other in Europe. You will attend at the reviews, see the troops exercised, and inquire into the numbers of troops and companies in the respective regiments of horse, foot, and dragoons, the number and titles of the commissioned and non-commissioned officers in the several troops and companies, and also take care to learn the technical military terms in the German language; for though you are not to be a military man, yet these military matters are so frequently the subject of conversation, that you will look very awkwardly if you are ignorant of them. Moreover, they are commonly the objects of negotiation, and, as such, fall within your future profession. You must also inform yourself of the reformation which the King of Prussia has lately made in the law, by which he has both lessened the number and shortened the duration of lawsuits. A great work, and worthy of so great a prince! As he is indisputably the ablest prince in Europe, every part of his government deserves your most diligent inquiry, and your most serious attention. It must be owned that you set out well, as a young politician, by beginning at Berlin, and then going to Turin, where you will see the next ablest monarch to that of Prussia; so that if you are capable of making political reflections, those 2 princes will furnish you with sufficient matter for them. I would have you endeavour to get acquainted with Monsieur de Maupertuis, who is so eminently distinguished by all kinds of learning and merit, that one should be both sorry and ashamed of having been even a day in the same place with him, and not to have seen him. If you should have no other way of being introduced to him, I will send you a letter from hence. Monsieur Cagnoni, at Berlin, to whom I know you are recommended, is a very able man of business, thoroughly informed of every part of Europe, and his acquaintance, if you deserve and improve it as you should do, may be of great use to you. Remember to take the best dancing master at Berlin, more to teach you to sit, stand, and walk gracefully than to dance finely. The graces, remember the graces. Adieu. Letter 63. London, January 24th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I have received your letter of the 12th, New Style, in which I was surprised to find no mention of your approaching journey to Berlin, which, according to the first plan, was to be on the 20th, New Style, and upon which supposition I have for some time directed my letters to you and Mr. Hart at Berlin. I should be glad that yours were more minute with regard to your motions and transactions, and I desire that, for the future, they may contain accounts of what and who you see and hear, in your several places of residence. For I interest myself as much in the company you keep, and the pleasures you take, as in the studies you pursue, and therefore equally desire to be informed of them all. Another thing I desire, which is, that you will acknowledge my letters by their dates, that I may know which you do, and which you do not receive. As you found your brain considerably affected by the cold, you were very prudent not to turn it to poetry in that situation, and not less judicious in declining the borrowed aid of a stove, whose fumigation, instead of inspiration, would at best have produced what Mr. Pope calls a sutterkin of wit. I will show your letter to Duval, by way of justification for not answering his challenge, and I think he must allow the validity of it, for a frozen brain is as unfit to answer a challenge in poetry as a blunt sword is for a single combat. You may, if you please, and therefore I flatter myself that you will, profit considerably by your stay at Berlin, in the article of manners and useful knowledge. Attention to what you will see and hear there, together with proper inquiries, and a little care and method in taking notes of what is more material, will procure you much useful knowledge. Many young people are so light, so dissipated, and so incurious, that they can hardly be said to see what they see, or to hear what they hear. That is, they hear in so superficial and inattentive a manner, that they might as well not see nor hear at all. For instance, if they see a public building, as a college, an hospital, an arsenal, etc., they content themselves with the first coup d'oeil, and neither take the time nor the trouble of informing themselves of the material parts of them, which are the constitution, the rules, and the order and economy on the inside. You will, I hope, go deeper, and make your way into the substance of things. For example, should you see a regiment reviewed at Berlin or Potsdam, instead of contenting yourself with the general glitter of the collective corps, and saying, par manière d'acquit, that is very fine, I hope you will ask what number of troops or companies it consists of, what number of officers of the état major, and what number of subalterns, how many bas officiers, or non-commissioned officers, as sergeants, corporals, anspades, frey-corporals, etc., their pay, their clothing, and by whom, whether by the colonels, captains, or commissaries appointed for that purpose, to whom they are accountable, the method of recruiting, completing, etc. The same in civil matters. Inform yourself of the jurisdiction of a court of justice, of the rules and numbers and endowments of a college or an academy, and not only of the dimensions of the respective edifices, and let your letters to me contain these informations in proportion as you acquire them. I often reflect, with the most flattering hopes, how proud I shall be of you, if you should profit, as you may, of the opportunities which you have had, still have, and will have, of arriving at perfection, and, on the other hand, with the dread of the grief and shame you will give me if you do not. May the first be the case. God bless you. End of section 37. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 38 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 64, London, February 7th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, You are now come to an age capable of reflection, and I hope you will do what, however, few people at your age do, exert it for your own sake in the search of truth and sound knowledge. I will confess, for I am not unwilling to discover my secrets to you, that it is not many years since I have presumed to reflect for myself. Till 16 or 17 I had no reflection, and for many years after that, I made no use of what I had. I adopted the notions of the books I read, or the company I kept, without examining whether they were just or not, and I rather chose to run the risk of easy error than to take the time and trouble of investigating truth. Thus, partly from laziness, partly from dissipation, and partly from the mauvais ton of rejecting fashionable notions, I was, as I have since found, hurried away by prejudices, instead of being guided by reason, and quietly cherished error instead of seeking for truth. But since I have taken the trouble of reasoning for myself, and have had the courage to own that I do so, you cannot imagine how much my notions of things are altered, and in how different a light I now see them, from that in which I formerly viewed them, through the deceitful medium of prejudice or authority. Nay, I may possibly still retain many errors, which, from long habit, have perhaps grown into real opinions, for it is very difficult to distinguish habits, early acquired and long entertained, from the result of our reason and reflection. My first prejudice, for I do not mention the prejudices of boys and women, such as hobgoblins, ghosts, dreams, spilling salt, etc., was my classical enthusiasm, which I received from the books I read, and the masters who explained them to me. I was convinced that there had been no common sense nor common honesty in the world for these last 1500 years, but that they were totally extinguished with the ancient Greek and Roman governments. Homer and Virgil could have no faults, because they were ancient. Milton and Tasso could have no merit, because they were modern. And I could almost have said, with regard to the ancients, what Cicero, very absurdly and unbecomingly for a philosopher, says with regard to Plato: Cum quo errare, malum quam cum aliis recte centeri. Whereas now, without any extraordinary effort of genius, I have discovered that nature was the same 3,000 years ago as it is at present, that men were but men then as well as now, that modes and customs vary often, but that human nature is always the same. And I can no more suppose that men were better, braver, or wiser 1,500 or 3,000 years ago, than I can suppose that the animals or vegetables were better then than they are now. I dare assert, too, in defiance of the favourers of the ancients, that Homer's hero, Achilles, was both a brute and a scoundrel, and consequently an improper character for the hero of an epic poem. He had so little regard for his country, that he would not act in defence of it, because he had quarrelled with Agamemnon about a woman, and then afterwards, animated by private resentment only, he went about killing people, basely, I will call it, because he knew himself invulnerable, and yet, invulnerable as he was, he wore the strongest armour in the world, which I humbly apprehend to be a blunder, for a horseshoe clapped to his vulnerable heel would have been sufficient. On the other hand, with submission to the favourers of the moderns, I assert with Mr. Dryden, that the devil is in truth the hero of Milton's poem, his plan which he lays, pursues, and at last executes, being the subject of the poem. From all which considerations I impartially conclude that the ancients had their excellencies and their defects, their virtues and their vices, just like the moderns. Pedantry and affectation of learning decide clearly in favour of the former, vanity and ignorance as peremptorily in favour of the latter. Religious prejudices kept pace with my classical ones, and there was a time when I thought it impossible for the honestest man in the world to be saved out of the pale of the Church of England, not considering that matters of opinion do not depend upon the will, and that it is as natural and as allowable that another man should differ in opinion from me as that I should differ from him, and that if we are both sincere we are both blameless, and should consequently have mutual indulgence for each other. The next prejudices that I adopted were those of the beau monde, in which, as I was determined to shine, I took what are commonly called the genteel vices to be necessary. I had heard them reckoned so, and without further inquiry I believed it, or at least should have been ashamed to have denied it, for fear of exposing myself to the ridicule of those whom I considered as the models of fine gentlemen. But I am now neither ashamed nor afraid to assert that those genteel vices, as they are falsely called, are only so many blemishes on the character of even a man of the world, and what is called a fine gentleman, and degrade him in the opinions of those very people to whom he hopes to recommend himself by them. Nay, this prejudice often extends so far, that I have known people pretend to have vices they had not, instead of carefully concealing those they had. Use and assert your own reason, reflect, examine, and analyze everything, in order to form a sound and mature judgment. Let no authority impose upon your understanding, mislead your actions, or dictate your conversation. Be early what, if you are not, you will when too late wish you had been. Consult your reason betimes. I do not say that it will always prove an unerring guide, for human reason is not infallible, but it will prove the least erring guide that you can follow. Books and conversation may assist it, but adopt neither blindly and implicitly. Try both by that best rule, which God has given to direct us, reason. Of all the troubles, do not decline, as many people do, that of thinking. The herd of mankind can hardly be said to think. Their notions are almost all adoptive, and in general, I believe it is better that it should be so, as such common prejudices contribute more and more to order and quiet than their own separate reasonings would do, uncultivated and unimproved as they are. We have many of those useful prejudices in this country, which I should be very sorry to see removed. The good Protestant conviction, that the Pope is both Antichrist and the whore of Babylon, is a more effectual preservative in this country against popery, than all the solid and unanswerable arguments of Chillingworth. The idle story of the Pretenders having been introduced in a warming pan into the Queen's bed, though as destitute of all probability as of all foundation, has been much more prejudicial to the cause of Jacobitism than all that Mr. Locke and others have written, to show the unreasonableness and absurdity of the doctrines of indefeasible hereditary right and unlimited passive obedience. And that silly, sanguine notion, which is firmly entertained here, that one Englishman can beat 3 Frenchmen, encourages, and has sometimes enabled, one Englishman in reality to beat 2. A Frenchman ventures his life with alacrity pour l'honneur du roi. Were you to change the object, which he has been taught to have in his view, and tell him that it was pour le bien de la patrie, he would very probably run away. Such gross local prejudices prevail with the herd of mankind, and do not impose upon cultivated, informed, and reflecting minds. But then they are notions equally false, though not so glaringly absurd, which are entertained by people of superior and improved understandings, merely for want of the necessary pains to investigate, the proper attention to examine, and the penetration requisite to determine the truth. Those are the prejudices which I would have you guard against by a manly exertion and attention of your reasoning faculty. To mention one instance of 1,000 that I could give you, it is a general prejudice, and has been propagated for these 1600 years, that arts and sciences cannot flourish under an absolute government, and that genius must necessarily be cramped where freedom is restrained. This sounds plausible, but is false in fact. Mechanic arts, as agriculture, etc., will indeed be discouraged where the profits and property are, from the nature of the government, insecure. But why the despotism of a government should cramp the genius of a mathematician, an astronomer, a poet, or an orator, I confess I never could discover. It may indeed deprive the poet or the orator of the liberty of treating of certain subjects in the manner they would wish, but it leaves them subjects enough to exert genius upon, if they have it. Can an author with reason complain that he is cramped and shackled if he is not at liberty to publish blasphemy, bawdry, or sedition? All which are equally prohibited in the freest governments, if they are wise and well-regulated ones. This is the present general complaint of the French authors, but indeed chiefly of the bad ones. No wonder, say they, that England produces so many great geniuses. People there may think as they please, and publish what they think. Very true, but what hinders them from thinking as they please? If indeed they think in manner destructive of all religion, morality, or good manners, or to the disturbance of the state, an absolute government will certainly more effectually prohibit them from, or punish them from publishing such thoughts, than a free one could do. But how does that cramp the genius of an epic, dramatic, or lyric poet? Or how does it corrupt the eloquence of an orator in the pulpit or at the bar? The number of good French authors, such as Corneille, Racine, Molière, Boileau, and La Fontaine, who seemed to dispute it with the Augustan age, flourished under the despotism of Louis XIV, and the celebrated authors of the Augustan age did not shine till after the fetters were riveted upon the Roman people by that cruel and worthless emperor. The revival of letters was not owing, neither, to any free government, but to the encouragement and protection of Leo X and Francis I, the one as absolute a pope, and the other as despotic a prince as ever reigned. Do not mistake, and imagine that while I am only exposing a prejudice, I am speaking in favor of arbitrary power, which from my soul I abhor, and look upon as a gross and criminal violation of the natural rights of mankind. Adieu. End of section 38. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 39 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 65. London, February 28th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I was very much pleased with the account that you gave me of your reception at Berlin, but I was still better pleased with the account which Mr. Hart sent me of your manner of receiving that reception, for he says that you behaved yourself to those crowned heads with all the respect and modesty due to them, but at the same time without being any more embarrassed than if you had been conversing with your equals. This easy respect is the perfection of good breeding, which nothing but superior good sense, or a long usage of the world, can produce, and as in your case it could not be the latter, it is a pleasing indication to me of the former. You will now in the course of a few months have been rubbed at 3 of the considerable courts of Europe, Berlin, Dresden, and Vienna, so that I hope you will arrive at Turin tolerably smooth and fit for the last polish. There you may get the best, there being no court I know of that forms more well-bred and agreeable people. Remember now, that good breeding, genteel carriage, address, and even dress, to a certain degree, are become serious objects, and deserve a part of your attention. The day, if well employed, is long enough for them all. 1/2 of it bestowed upon your studies and your exercises will finish your mind and your body. The remaining part of it, spent in good company, will form your manners, and complete your character. What would I not give to have you read Demosthenes critically in the morning, and understand him better than anybody, and at noon behave yourself better than any person at court, and in the evenings trifle more agreeably than anybody in mixed companies? All this you may compass if you please. You have the means, you have the opportunities. Employ them for God's sake while you may, and make yourself that all-accomplished man that I would wish to have you. It entirely depends upon these 2 years. They are the decisive ones. I send you here enclosed a letter of recommendation to Monsieur Capello at Venice, which you will deliver him immediately upon your arrival, accompanying it with compliments from me to him and Madame, both of whom you have seen here. He will, I am sure, be both very civil and very useful to you, as he will also be afterward at Rome, where he is appointed to go ambassador. By the way, wherever you are, I would advise you to frequent, as much as you can, the Venetian ministers, who are always better informed of the courts they reside at than any other minister, the strict and regular accounts which they are obliged to give to their own government making them very diligent and inquisitive. You will stay at Venice as long as the Carnival lasts, for though I am impatient to have you at Turin, yet I would wish you to see thoroughly all that is to be seen at so singular a place as Venice, and at so showish a time as the Carnival. You will take also particular care to view all those meetings of the government which strangers are allowed to see, as the assembly of the Senate, etc., and also to inform yourself of that peculiar and intricate form of government. There are books which give an account of it, among which the best is Amelot de Jose, which I would advise you to read previously. It will not only give you a general notion of that constitution, but also furnish you with materials for proper questions and oral informations upon the place, which are always the best. There are likewise many very valuable remains, in sculpture and paintings, of the best masters, which deserve your attention. I suppose you will be at Vienna as soon as this letter will get thither, and I suppose, too, that I must not direct above one more to you there. After which, my next shall be directed to you at Venice, the only place where a letter will be likely to find you, till you are at Turin, but you may, and I desire that you will write to me, from the several places in your way, from whence the post goes. I will send you some other letters for Venice, to Vienna, or to your banker at Venice, to whom you will, upon your arrival there, send for them, for I will take care to have you so recommended from place to place, that you shall not run through them, as most of your countrymen do, without the advantage of seeing and knowing what best deserves to be seen and known, I mean the men and manners. God bless you, and make you answer my wishes. I will say my hopes. Adieu. Letter 66. Dear boy, I direct this letter to your banker at Venice, the surest place for you to meet with it, though I suppose that it will be there some time before you, for as your intermediate stay anywhere else will be short, and as the post from hence in this season of easterly winds is uncertain, I direct no more letters to Vienna, where I hope both you and Mr. Hart will have received the 2 letters which I sent you respectively, with a letter of recommendation to Monsieur Capello at Venice, which was enclosed in mine to you. I will suppose, too, that the inland post on your side of the water has not done you justice, for I received but 1 single letter from you, and 1 from Mr. Hart, during your whole stay at Berlin, from whence I hoped for and expected very particular accounts. I persuade myself that the time you stay at Venice will be properly employed, in seeing all that is to be seen in that extraordinary place, and in conversing with people who can inform you, not of the raree shows of the town, but of the constitution of the government, for which purpose I send you the enclosed letters of recommendation from Sir James Grey, the King's resident at Venice, who is now in England. These, with mine to Monsieur Capello, will carry you, if you will go, into all the best company at Venice. But the important point, and the important place, is Turin, for there I propose your staying a considerable time, to pursue your studies, learn your exercises, and form your manners. I own I am not without my anxiety for the consequence of your stay there, which must be either very good or very bad. To you it will be entirely a new scene. Wherever you have hitherto been, you have conversed chiefly with people wiser and discreeter than yourself, and have been equally out of the way of bad advice or good advice. But in the academy at Turin you will probably meet with both, considering the variety of young fellows about your own age, among whom it is to be expected that some will be dissipated and idle, others vicious and profligate. I will believe, till the contrary appears, that you have sagacity enough to distinguish the good from the bad characters, both sense and virtue enough to shun the latter, and connect yourself with the former. But, however, for greater security, and for your sake alone, I must acquaint you that I have sent positive orders to Mr. Hart to carry you off, instantly, to a place which I have named to him, upon the very first symptom which he shall discover in you, of drinking, gaming, idleness, or disobedience to his orders, so that, whether Mr. Hart informs me or not of the particulars, I shall be able to judge of your conduct in general by the time of your stay in Turin. If it is short, I shall know why, and I promise you that you shall soon find that I do. But if Mr. Hart lets you continue there, as long as I propose that you should, I shall then be convinced that you make the proper use of your time, which is the only thing I have to ask of you. 1 year is the most that I propose you should stay at Turin, and that year, if you employ it well, perfects you. 1 year more of your late application, with Mr. Hart, will complete your classical studies. You will be likewise master of your exercises in that time, and will have formed yourself so well at that court, as to be fit to appear advantageously at any other. These will be the happy effects of your year's stay at Turin, if you behave, and apply yourself there as you have done at Leipzig. But if either ill advice or ill example affect and seduce you, you are ruined for ever. I look upon that year as your decisive year of probation. Go through it well, and you will be all accomplished, and fixed in my tenderest affection for ever. But should the contagion of vice of idleness lay hold of you there, your character, your fortune, my hopes, and consequently my favour are all blasted, and you are undone. The more I love you now, from the good opinion I have of you, the greater will be my indignation if I should have reason to change it. Hitherto you have had every possible proof of my affection, because you have deserved it, but when you cease to deserve it, you may expect every possible mark of my resentment. To leave nothing doubtful upon this important point, I will tell you fairly, beforehand, by what rule I shall judge of your conduct, by Mr. Hart's accounts. He will not, I am sure, nay, I will say more, he cannot be in the wrong with regard to you. He can have no other view but your good, and you will, I am sure, allow that he must be a better judge of it than you can possibly be at your age. While he is satisfied, I shall be so too, but whenever he is dissatisfied with you, I shall be much more so. If he complains, you must be guilty. I shall not have the least regard for anything that you may allege in your own defense. I will now tell you what I expect and insist upon from you at Turin. First, that you pursue your classical and other studies every morning with Mr. Hart, as long and in whatever manner Mr. Hart shall be pleased to require. Secondly, that you learn uninterruptedly your exercises of riding, dancing, and fencing. Thirdly, that you make yourself master of the Italian language. And lastly, that you pass your evenings in the best company. I also require a strict conformity to the hours and rules of the Academy. If you will but finish your year in this manner at Turin, I have nothing further to ask of you, and I will give you everything that you can ask of me. You shall after that be entirely your own master. I shall think you safe, shall lay aside all authority over you, and friendship shall be our mutual and only tie. Weigh this, I beg of you, deliberately in your own mind, and consider whether the application and the degree of restraint which I require, but for 1 year more, will not be amply repaid by all the advantages and the perfect liberty which you will receive at the end of it. Your own good sense will, I am sure, not allow you to hesitate one moment in your choice. God bless you. Adieu. P.S. Sir James Gray's letters not being yet sent to me, as I thought they would, I shall enclose them in my next, which I believe will get to Venice as soon as you. End of section 39. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 40 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 67. London, April 12th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I received by the last mail a letter from Mr. Hart, dated Prague, April the 1st, New Style, for which I desire you will return him my thanks, and assure him that I extremely approve of what he has done, and proposes eventually to do, in your way to Turin. Who would have thought you were old enough to have been so well acquainted with the heroes of the Bellum Trecennial, as to be looking out for their great-grandsons in Bohemia, with that affection which, I am informed, you seek for the Wallsteins, the Kinskys, etc. As I cannot ascribe it to your age, I must to your consummate knowledge of history. That makes every country, and every century, as it were, your own. Seriously, I am told that you are both very strong and very correct in history, of which I am extremely glad. This is useful knowledge. Comte du Perron and Comte Lascaris are arrived here. The former gave me a letter from Sir Charles Williams, the latter brought me your orders. They are very pretty men, and have both knowledge and manners, which, though they always ought, seldom go together. I examined them, particularly Comte Lascaris, concerning you. Their report is a very favourable one, especially on the side of knowledge. The quickness of conception which they allow you I can easily credit, but the attention which they add to it pleases me the more, as I own I expected it less. Go on in the pursuit and the increase of knowledge. Nay, I am sure you will, for you now know too much to stop. And if Mr. Hart would let you be idle, I am convinced you would not. But now that you have left Leipzig, and are entered into the great world, remember there is another object that must keep pace with and accompany knowledge. I mean manners, politeness, and the graces, in which Sir Charles Williams, though very much your friend, owns that you are very deficient. The manners of Leipzig must be shook off, and in that respect you must put on the new man. No scrambling at your meals, as at a German ordinary, no awkward overturns of glasses, plates, and salt-cellars, no horseplay. On the contrary, a gentleness of manners, a graceful carriage, and an insinuating address must take their place. I repeat, and shall never cease repeating to you, the graces, the graces. I desire that as soon as you ever get to Turin you will apply yourself diligently to the Italian language, that before you leave that place you may know it well enough to be able to speak tolerably when you get to Rome, where you will soon make yourself perfect master of Italian, from the daily necessity you will be under of speaking it. In the meantime, I insist upon your not neglecting, much less forgetting, the German you already know, which you may not only continue but improve, by speaking it constantly to your Saxon boy, and as often as you can to the several Germans you will meet in your travels. You remember, no doubt, that you must never write to me from Turin, but in the German language and character. I send you the enclosed letter of recommendation to Mr. Smith, the King's Consul at Venice, who can, and I dare say will, be more useful to you there than anybody. Pray make your court, and behave your best to Monsieur and Madame Capello, who will be of great use to you at Rome. Adieu. Yours tenderly. Letter 68. London, April 19th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, this letter will, I believe, still find you at Venice in all the dissipation of masquerades, ridottos, operas, etc. With all my heart, they are decent evening's amusements, and very properly succeed that serious application to which I am sure you devote your mornings. There are liberal and illiberal pleasures as well as liberal and illiberal arts. There are some pleasures that degrade as much as some trades could do. Sottish drinking, indiscriminate gluttony, driving coaches, rustic sports, such as fox chases, horse races, etc., are in my opinion infinitely below the honest and industrious profession of a tailor and a shoemaker, which are said to déroger. As you are now in a musical country, where singing, fiddling, and piping are not only the common topics of conversation, but almost the principal objects of attention, I cannot help cautioning you against giving in to those, I will call them illiberal pleasures, though music is commonly reckoned one of the liberal arts, to the degree that most of your countrymen do, when they travel in Italy. If you love music, hear it, go to operas, concerts, and pay fiddlers to play to you, but I insist upon your neither piping nor fiddling yourself. It puts a gentleman in a very frivolous, contemptible light, brings him into a great deal of bad company, and takes up a great deal of time, which might be better employed. Few things would mortify me more than to see you bearing a part in a concert, with a fiddle under your chin, or a pipe in your mouth. I have had a great deal of conversation with Comte de Péron and Comte Lascaris upon your subject, and I will tell you very truly what Comte de Péron, who is in my opinion a very pretty man, said of you. Il a de l'esprit, un savoir peu commun à son âge, une grande vivacité, et quand il aura pris des manières, il sera parfait, car il faut avouer qu'il sent encore le collège, mais cela viendra. I was very glad to hear, from one whom I think so good a judge, that you wanted nothing but des manières, which I am convinced you will now soon acquire, in the company which henceforward you are likely to keep. But I must add, too, that if you should not acquire them, all the rest will be of little use to you. By manière I do not mean bare civility. Everybody must have that who would not be kicked out of company. But I mean engaging, insinuating, shining manners, distinguished politeness, an almost irresistible address, a superior gracefulness in all you say and do. It is this alone that can give all your other talents their full lustre and value, and consequently it is this which should now be thy principal object of your attention. Observe minutely, wherever you go, the allowed and established models of good breeding, and form yourself upon them. Whatever pleases you most in others will infallibly please others in you. I have often repeated this to you. Now is your time of putting it in practice. Pray make my compliments to Mr. Hart, and tell him I have received his letter from Vienna of the 16th New Style, but that I shall not trouble him with an answer to it till I have received the other letter which he promises me, upon the subject of one of my last. I long to hear from him after your settlement at Turin. The months that you are to pass there will be very decisive ones for you. The exercises of the academy, and the manners of courts, must be attended to and acquired, and at the same time your other studies continued. I am sure you will not pass, nor desire, one single idle hour there, for I do not foresee that you can, in any part of your life, put out 6 months to greater interest, than those next 6 at Turin. We will talk hereafter about your stay at Rome and in other parts of Italy. This only I will now recommend to you, which is, to extract the spirit of every place you go to. In those places which are only distinguished by classical fame, and valuable remains of antiquity, have your classics in your hand and in your head. Compare the ancient geography and descriptions with the modern, and never fail to take notes. Rome will furnish you with business enough of that sort, but then it furnishes you with many other objects as well deserving your attention, such as deep ecclesiastical craft and policy. Adieu. End of section 40. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 41 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 69. London, April 27th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I have received your letter from Vienna of the 19th New Style, which gives me great uneasiness upon Mr. Hart's account. You and I have reason to interest ourselves very particularly in everything that relates to him. I am glad, however, that no bone is broken or dislocated, which being the case, I hope he will have been able to pursue his journey to Venice. In that supposition I direct this letter to you at Turin, where it will either find, or at least not wait very long for you, as I calculate that you will be there by the end of next month, New Style. I hope you reflect how much you have to do there, and that you are determined to employ every moment of your time accordingly. You have your classical and several studies to continue with Mr. Hart. You have your exercises to learn, the turn and manners of a court to acquire, reserving always some time for the decent amusements and pleasures of a gentleman. You see I am never against pleasures. I loved them myself when I was of your age, and it is as reasonable that you should love them now. But I insist upon it that pleasures are very combinable with business and studies, and have a much better relish from the mixture. The man who cannot join business and pleasure is either a formal coxcomb in the one, or a sensual beast in the other. Your evenings therefore allot for company, assemblies, balls, and such sort of amusements, as I look upon those to be the best schools for the manners of a gentleman, which nothing can give but use, observation, and experience. You have, besides, Italian to learn, to which I desire you will diligently apply, for though French is, I believe, the language of the court at Turin, yet Italian will be very necessary for you at Rome, and in other parts of Italy, and if you are well grounded in it while you are at Turin, as you easily may, for it is a very easy language, your subsequent stay at Rome will make you perfect in it. I would also have you acquire a general notion of fortification. I mean so far as not to be ignorant of the terms, which you will often hear mentioned in company, such as ravelin, bastion, glacis, contrescarpe, etc. In order to do this, I do not propose that you should make a study of fortification as if you were to be an engineer, but a very easy way of knowing as much as you need know of them will be to visit often the fortifications of Turin, in company with some old officer or engineer, who will show and explain to you the several works themselves, by which means you will get a clearer notion of them than if you were to see them only upon paper for 7 years together. Go to the originals whenever you can, and trust to copies and descriptions as little as possible. At your idle hours, while you are at Turin, pray read the history of the House of Savoy, which has produced a great many very great men. The late king, Victor Amedee, was undoubtedly one, and the present king is, in my opinion, another. In general, I believe that little princes are more likely to be great men than those whose more extensive dominions and superior strength flatter them with a security which commonly produces negligence and indolence. A little prince, in the neighborhood of great ones, must be alert and look out sharp, if he would secure his own dominions, much more still if he would enlarge them. He must watch for conjectures or endeavor to make them. No princes have ever possessed this art better than those of the House of Savoy, who have enlarged their dominions prodigiously within a century by profiting of conjectures. I send you enclosed a letter from Comte Lascaris, who is a warm friend of yours. I desire that you will answer it very soon and cordially, and remember to make your compliments in it to Comte du Perron. A young man should never be wanting in those attentions; they cost little, and bring in a great deal, by getting you people's good word and affection. They gain the heart, to which I have always advised you to apply yourself particularly. It guides 10,000 for one that reason influences. I cannot end this letter, or, I believe, any other, without repeating my recommendation of the graces. They are to be met with at Turin. For God's sake, sacrifice to them, and they will be propitious. People mistake grossly, to imagine that the least awkwardness, either in matter or manner, mind or body, is an indifferent thing and not worthy of attention. It may possibly be a weakness in me, but in short we are all so made. I confess to you fairly, that when you shall come home, and that I first see you, if I find you ungraceful in your address, and awkward in your person and dress, it will be impossible for me to love you half so well as I should otherwise do. Let your intrinsic merit and knowledge be ever so great. If that would be your case with me, as it really would, judge how much worse it might be with others, who have not the same affection and partiality for you, and to whose hearts you must make your own way. Remember to write to me constantly while you are in Italy, in the German language and character, till you can write to me in Italian, which will not be till you have been some time at Rome. Adieu, my good boy. May you turn out what Mr. Hart and I wish you. I must add that if you do not, it will be both your own fault and your own misfortune. End of section 41. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 42 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 70. London, May 15th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, this letter will, I hope, find you settled into your serious studies and your necessary exercises at Turin, after the hurry and the dissipation of the Carnival at Venice. I mean that your stay at Turin should, and I flatter myself that it will, be an useful and ornamental period of your education. But at the same time I must tell you that all my affection for you has never yet given me so much anxiety as that which I now feel. While you are in danger I shall be in fear, and you are in danger at Turin. Mr. Hart will by his care arm you as well as he can against it, but your own good sense and resolution can alone make you invulnerable. I am informed there are now many English at the Academy at Turin, and I fear those are just so many dangers for you to encounter. Who they are I do not know, but I well know the general ill conduct, the indecent behavior, and the illiberal views of my young countrymen abroad, especially wherever they are in numbers together. Ill example is of itself dangerous enough, but those who give it seldom stop there. They add their infamous exhortations and invitations, and if they fail, they have recourse to ridicule, which is harder for one of your age and inexperience to withstand than either of the former. Be on your guard, therefore, against these batteries, which will all be played upon you. You are not sent abroad to converse with your own countrymen. Among them, in general, you will get no knowledge, no languages, and I am sure no manners. I desire that you will form no connections, nor what they impudently call friendships with these people, which are in truth only combinations and conspiracies against good morals and good manners. There is commonly, in young people, a facility that makes them unwilling to refuse anything that is asked of them, a mauvaise honte that makes them ashamed to refuse, and at the same time an ambition of pleasing and shining in the company they keep. These several causes produce the best effect in good company, but the very worst in bad. If people had no vices but their own, few would have so many as they have. For my own part, I would sooner wear other people's clothes than their vices, and they would sit upon me just as well. I hope you will have none, but if you ever have, I beg at least they may be all your own. Vices of adoption are, of all others, the most disgraceful and unpardonable. There are degrees in vices, as well as in virtues, and I must do my countrymen the justice to say, that they generally take their vices in the lower degree. Their gallantry is the infamous mean debauchery of stews, justly attended and rewarded by the loss of their health, as well as their character. Their pleasures of the table end in beastly drunkenness, low riot, broken windows, and very often, as they well deserve, broken bones. They game for the sake of the vice, not of the amusement, and therefore carry it to excess, undo or are undone by their companions. By such conduct, and in such company abroad, they come home, the unimproved, illiberal, and ungentlemanlike creatures that one daily sees them, that is, in the park and in the streets, for one never meets them in good company, where they have neither manners to present themselves, nor merit to be received. But with the manners of footmen and grooms, they assume their dress too, for you must have observed them in the streets here, in dirty blue frocks, with oaken sticks in their ends, and their hair greasy and unpowdered, tucked up under their hats of an enormous size. Thus furnished and adorned by their travels, they become the disturbers of playhouses, they break the windows, and commonly the landlords, of the taverns where they drink, and are at once the support, the terror, and the victims of the bawdy houses they frequent. These poor people think they shine, and so they do indeed, but it is as putrefaction shines in the dark. I am not now preaching to you, like an old fellow, upon their religious or moral texts. I am persuaded that you do not want the best instructions of that kind. But I am advising you as a friend, as a man of the world, as one who would not have you old while you are young, but would have you to take all the pleasures that reason points out, and that decency warrants. I will therefore suppose, for argument's sake, for upon no other account can it be supposed, that all the vices above mentioned were perfectly innocent in themselves, they would still degrade, vilify, and sink those who practice them, would obstruct their rising in the world by debasing their characters, and give them low turn of mind, and manners absolutely inconsistent with their making any figure in upper life and great business. What I have now said, together with your own good sense, is, I hope, sufficient to arm you against the seduction, the invitations, or the profligate exhortations, for I cannot call them temptations, of those unfortunate young people. On the other hand, when they would engage you in these schemes, content yourself with a decent but steady refusal. Avoid controversy upon such plain points. You are too young to convert them, and, I trust, too wise to be converted by them. Shun them not only in reality but even in appearance, if you would be well received in good company. For people will always be shy of receiving a man who comes from a place where the plague rages, let him look ever so healthy. There are some exceptions, both in French and English, and some characters, both in these two and in other countries, which have, I dare say, misled many young men to their ruin. Un honnête debauche, un joli debauché, an agreeable man, a man of pleasure. Do not think that this means debauchery and profligacy, nothing like it. It means, at most, the accidental and unfrequented irregularities of youth and vivacity, in opposition to dullness, formality, and want of spirit. A commerce gallant, insensibly formed with a woman of fashion, a glass of wine or two too much, unwarily taken in the warmth and joy of good company, or some innocent frolic, by which nobody is injured, are the utmost bounds of that life of pleasure which a man of sense and decency, who has a regard for his character, will allow himself, or be allowed by others. Those who transgress them in the hopes of shining miss their aim, and become infamous, or at least contemptible. The length or shortness of your stay at Turin will sufficiently inform me, even though Mr. Harte should not, of your conduct there, for, as I have told you before, Mr. Harte has the strictest orders to carry you away immediately from thence, upon the first and least symptom of infection that he discovers about you, and I know him to be too conscientiously scrupulous, and too much your friend and mine not to execute them exactly. Moreover, I will inform you that I shall have constant accounts of your behaviour from Comte Salmour, the governor of the Academy, whose son is now here, and my particular friend. I have also other good channels of intelligence, of which I do not apprise you. But supposing that all turns out well at Turin, yet, as I propose your being at Rome for the Jubilee, at Christmas, I desire that you will apply yourself diligently to your exercises of dancing, fencing, and riding in the Academy, as well as for the sake of your health and growth, as to fashion and supple you. You must not neglect your dress neither, but take care to be bien mis. Pray send for the best operator for the teeth at Turin, where I suppose there is some famous one, and let him put yours in perfect order, and then take care to keep them so afterward yourself. You had very good teeth, and I hope they are still so, but even those who have had bad ones should keep them clean, for a dirty mouth is, in my mind, ill manners. In short, neglect nothing that can possibly please. 1,000 nameless little things, which nobody can describe, but which everybody feels, conspire to form that whole of pleasing, as the separate pieces of a mosaic work, though separately of little beauty or value, when properly joined, form those beautiful figures which please everybody. A look, a gesture, an attitude, a tone of voice, all bear their parts in the great work of pleasing. The art of pleasing is more particularly necessary in your intended profession than perhaps in any other. It is, in truth, the first half of your business, for if you do not please the court you are sent to, you will be of very little use to the court that you are sent from. Please the eyes and the ears, they will introduce you to the heart, and 9 times in 10 the heart governs the understanding. Make your court particularly, and show distinguished attentions to such men and women as are best at court, highest in the fashion and in the opinion of the public. Speak advantageously of them behind their backs, in companies whom you have reason to believe will tell them again. Express your admiration of the many great men that the House of Savoy has produced. Observe that nature, instead of being exhausted by those efforts, seems to have redoubled them, in the person of the present king, and the Duke of Savoy. Wonder at this rate where it will end, and conclude that it must end in the government of all Europe. Say this likewise where it will probably be repeated, but say it unaffectedly, and the last especially, with a kind of enjouement. These little arts are very allowable, and must be made use of in the course of the world. They are pleasing to one party, useful to the other, and injurious to nobody. What I have said with regard to my countrymen in general, does not extend to them all without exception. There are some who have both merit and manners. Your friend Mr. Stevens is among the latter, and I approve of your connection with him. You may happen to meet with some others, whose friendship may be of great use to you hereafter, either from their superior talents or their rank and fortune. Cultivate them, but then I desire that Mr. Harte may be the judge of those persons. Adieu, my dear child. Consider seriously the importance of the next 2 years to your character, your figure, and your fortune. End of section 42. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 43 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 71. London, May 22nd, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I recommended to you in my last an innocent piece of art, that of flattering people behind their backs, in presence of those who, to make their own court, much more than for your sake, will not fail to repeat and even amplify the praise to the party concerned. This is of all flattery the most pleasing, and consequently the most effectual. There are other, and many other, inoffensive arts of this kind, which are necessary in the course of the world, in which he who practices the earliest will please the most, and rise the soonest. The spirits and vivacity of youth are apt to neglect them as useless, or reject them as troublesome. But subsequent knowledge and experience of the world reminds us of their importance, commonly when it is too late. The principal of these things is the mastery of one's temper, and that coolness of mind, and serenity of countenance, which hinders us from discovering by words, actions, or even looks, those passions or sentiments by which we are inwardly moved or agitated, and the discovery of which gives cooler and abler people such infinite advantages over us, not only in great business, but in all the most common occurrences of life. A man who does not possess himself enough to hear disagreeable things without visible marks of anger and change of countenance, or agreeable ones without sudden bursts of joy and expansion of countenance, is at the mercy of every artful knave or pert coxcomb. The former will provoke or please you by design, to catch unguarded words or looks by which he will easily decipher the secrets of your heart, of which you should keep the key yourself, and trust it with no man living. The latter will, by his absurdity, and without intending it, produce the same discoveries, of which other people will avail themselves. You will say, possibly, that this coolness must be constitutional, and consequently does not depend upon the will, and I will allow that constitution has some power over us. But I will maintain, too, that people very often, to excuse themselves, very unjustly accuse their constitutions. Care and reflection, if properly used, will get the better, and a man may as surely get a habit of letting his reason prevail over his constitution, as of letting, as most people do, the latter prevail over the former. If you find yourself subject to sudden starts of passion or madness, for I see no difference between them but in their duration, resolve within yourself at least, never to speak one word while you feel that emotion within you. Determine, too, to keep your countenance as unmoved and unembarrassed as possible, which steadiness you may get a habit of by constant attention. I should desire nothing better, in any negotiation, than to have to do with one of those men of warm, quick passions, which I would take care to set in motion. By artful provocations I would extort rash, unguarded expressions, and by hinting at the several things that I could suspect, infallibly discover the true one, by the alteration it occasioned in the countenance of the person. Volto sciolto con pensieri stretti is a most useful maxim in business. It is so necessary at some games, such as berlincans, etc., that a man who had not the command of his temper and countenance would infallibly be outdone by those who had, even though they played fair. Whereas, in business, you always play with sharpers, to whom at least you should give no fair advantages. It may be objected that I am now recommending dissimulation to you. I both own and justify it. It has been long said, qui nescit dissimulare nescit regnare. I go still further and say, that without some dissimulation no business can be carried on at all. It is simulation that is false, mean, and criminal. That is the cunning which Lord Bacon calls crooked or left-handed wisdom, and which is never made use of but by those who have not true wisdom. And the same great man says, that dissimulation is only to hide our own cards, whereas simulation is put on in order to look into other people's. Lord Bolingbroke, in his Idea of a Patriot King, which he has lately published, and which I will send you by the first opportunity, says very justly that simulation is a stiletto, not only an unjust but an unlawful weapon, and the use of it very rarely to be excused, never justified. Whereas dissimulation is a shield, as secrecy is armor, and it is no more possible to preserve secrecy in business without some degree of dissimulation than it is to succeed in business without secrecy. He goes on and says that those two arts of dissimulation and secrecy are like the alloy mingled with pure ore. A little is necessary, and will not debase the coin below its proper standard. But if more than a little be employed, that is, simulation and cunning, the coin loses its currency, and the coiner his credit. Make yourself absolute master, therefore, of your temper and your countenance, so far at least as that no visible change do appear in either, whatever you may feel inwardly. This may be difficult, but it is by no means impossible, and as a man of sense never attempts impossibilities on one hand, on the other he is never discouraged by difficulties. On the contrary, he redoubles his industry and his diligence. He perseveres, and infallibly prevails at last. In any point which prudence bids you pursue, and which a manifest utility attends, let difficulties only animate your industry, not deter you from the pursuit. If one way has failed, try another. Be active, persevere, and you will conquer. Some people are to be reasoned, some flattered, some intimidated, and some teased into a thing, but in general, all are to be brought into it at last, if skilfully applied to, properly managed, and indefatigably attacked in their several weak places. The time should likewise be judiciously chosen. Every man has his mollia tempora, but that is far from being all day long, and you would choose your time very ill if you applied to a man about one business when his head was full of another, or when his heart was full of grief, anger, or any other disagreeable sentiment. In order to take judge of the insides of others, study your own, for men in general are very much alike, and though one has one prevailing passion, and another has another, yet their operations are much the same, and whatever engages or disgusts, pleases or offends you, in others will, mutatis mutandis, engage, disgust, please, or offend others in you. Observe with the utmost attention all the operations of your own mind, the nature of your passions, and the various motives that determine your will, and you may, in a great degree, know all mankind. For instance, do you find yourself hurt and mortified when another makes you feel his superiority, and your own inferiority, in knowledge, parts, rank, or fortune? You will certainly take great care not to make a person whose good will, good word, interest, esteem, or friendship you would gain feel that superiority in you, in case you have it. If disagreeable insinuations, sly sneers, or repeated contradictions tease and irritate you, would you use them where you wish to engage and please? Surely not, and I hope you wish to engage and please almost universally. The temptation of saying a smart and witty thing, or bon mot, and the malicious applause with which it is commonly received, has made people who can say them, and still oftener people who think they can, but cannot, and yet try, more enemies, and implacable ones too, than any one thing that I know of. When such things then shall happen to be said at your expense, as sometimes they certainly will, reflect seriously upon the sentiments of uneasiness, anger, and resentment which they excite in you, and consider whether it can be prudent, by the same means, to excite the same sentiments in others against you. It is a decided folly to lose a friend for a jest, but in my mind it is not much less degree of folly to make an enemy of an indifferent and neutral person for the sake of a bon mot. When things of this kind happen to be said of you, the most prudent way is to seem not to suppose that they are meant at you, but to dissemble and conceal whatever degree of anger you may feel inwardly. But should they be so plain that you cannot be supposed ignorant of their meaning, to join in the laugh of the company against yourself, acknowledge the hit to be a fair one, and the jest a good one, and play off the whole thing in seeming good humour, but by no means reply in the same way, which only shows that you are hurt, and publishes the victory which you might have concealed. Should the thing said, indeed, injure your honour or moral character, there is but one proper reply, which I hope you will never have occasion to make. As the female part of the world has some influence, and often too much, over the male, your conduct with regard to women, I mean women of fashion, for I cannot suppose you capable of conversing with any others, deserves some share in your reflections. They are a numerous and loquacious body. Their hatred would be more prejudicial than their friendship can be advantageous to you. A general complaisance and attention to that sex is therefore established by custom, and certainly necessary. But where you would particularly please any one, whose situation, interest, or connections can be of use to you, you must show particular preference. The least attentions please, the greatest charm them. The innocent but pleasing flattery of their persons, however gross, is greedily swallowed and kindly digested. But a seeming regard for their understandings, a seeming desire of, and deference for their advice, together with a seeming confidence in their moral virtues, turns their heads entirely in your favour. Nothing shocks them so much as the least appearance of that contempt, which they are apt to suspect men of entertaining of their capacities, and you may be very sure of gaining their friendship if you seem to think it worth gaining. Here dissimulation is very often necessary, and even simulation sometimes allowable, which, as it pleases them, may be useful to you, and is injurious to nobody. This torn sheet, which I did not observe when I began upon it, as it alters the figure, shortens too the length of my letter. It may very well afford it. My anxiety for you carries me insensibly to these lengths. I am apt to flatter myself, that my experience, at the latter end of my life, may be of use to you at the beginning of yours, and I do not grudge the greatest trouble, if it can procure you the least advantage. I even repeat frequently the same things, the better to imprint them on your young, and, I suppose, yet giddy mind, and I shall think that part of my time the best employed, that contributes to make you employ yours well. God bless you, child. End of section 43. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 44 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 72. London, June 16th, Old Style, 1748. Dear Boy, I do not guess where this letter will find you, but I hope it will find you well. I direct it eventually to Lubeck, from whence I suppose you have taken care to have your letters sent after you. I received no account from Mr. Hart by last post, and the mail due this day is not yet come in, so that my informations come down to no lower than the 2nd June, New Style, the date of Mr. Hart's last letter. As I am now easy about your health, I am only curious about your motions, which I hope have either been to Innsbruck or Verona, for I disapprove extremely of your proposed long and troublesome journey to Switzerland. Wherever you may be, I recommend you to get as much Italian as you can, before you go either to Rome or Naples. A little will be of great use to you upon the road, and the knowledge of the grammatical part, which you can easily acquire in 2 or 3 months, will not only facilitate your progress, but accelerate your perfection in that language, when you go to those places where it is generally spoken, as Naples, Rome, Florence, etc. Should the state of your health not yet admit of your usual application to books, you may in a great degree, and I hope you will, repair that loss by useful and instructive conversations with Mr. Hart. You may, for example, desire him to give you in conversation the outlines, at least, of Mr. Locke's logic, a general notion of ethics, and a verbal epitome of rhetoric, of all which Mr. Hart will give you clearer ideas in half an hour, by word of mouth, than the books of most of the dull fellows who have written upon those subjects would do in a week. I have waited so long for the post, which I hoped would come, that the post which is just going out obliges me to cut this letter short. God bless you, my dear child, and restore you soon to perfect health. My compliments to Mr. Hart, to whose care your life is the least thing that you owe. Letter 73. London, June 22nd, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, the outside of your letter of the 7th, New Style, directed by your own hand, gave me more pleasure than the inside of any other letter ever did. I received it yesterday at the same time with one from Mr. Hart of the 6th. They arrived at a very proper time, for they found a consultation of physicians in my room, upon account of a fever which I had for 4 or 5 days, but which has now entirely left me. As Mr. Hart says that your lungs now and then give you a little pain, and that your swellings come and go variably, but as he mentions nothing of your coughing, spitting, or sweating, the doctors take it for granted that you are entirely free from those 3 bad symptoms, and from thence conclude that the pain which you sometimes feel upon your lungs is only symptomatical of your rheumatic disorder, from the pressure of the muscles which hinders the free play of the lungs. But, however, as the lungs are a point of the utmost importance and delicacy, they insist upon your drinking, in all events, ass's milk twice a day, and goat's whey as often as you please, the oftener the better. In your common diet, they recommend an attention to pectorals, such as sago, barley, turnips, etc. These rules are equally good in rheumatic as in consumptive cases. You will therefore, I hope, strictly observe them, for I take it for granted that you are above the silly likings or dislikings, in which silly people indulge their tastes at the expense of their health. I approve of your going to Venice, as much as I disapproved of your going to Switzerland. I suppose that you are by this time arrived, and in that supposition direct this letter there. But if you should find the heat too great, or the water offensive at this time of year, I would have you go immediately to Verona, and stay there till the great heats are over, before you return to Venice. The time which you will probably pass at Venice will allow you to make yourself master of that intricate and singular form of government, of which few of our fellow travellers know anything. Read, ask, and see everything that is relative to it. There are likewise many valuable remains of the remotest antiquity, and many fine pieces of the antico moderno, all which deserve a different sort of attention from that which your countrymen commonly give them. They go to see them, as they go to see the lions, and kings on horseback, at the Tower here, only to say that they have seen them. You will, I am sure, view them in another light, and you will consider them as you would a poem, to which indeed they are akin. You will observe whether the sculptor has animated his stone, or the painter his canvas, into just the expression of those sentiments and passions which should characterize and mark their several figures. You will examine likewise whether in their groups there be a unity of action, or proper relation, a truth of dress and manners. Sculpture and painting are very justly called liberal arts, a lively and strong imagination, together with a just observation, being absolutely necessary to excel in either, which in my opinion is by no means the case of music, though called a liberal art, and now in Italy placed even above the other 2, a proof of the decline of that country. The Venetian school produced many great painters, such as Paul Veronese, Titian, Palma, etc., of whom you will see, as well in private houses as in churches, very fine pieces. The Last Supper of Paul Veronese in the Church of St. George is reckoned his capital performance, and deserves your attention, as does also the famous picture of the Cornaro family by Titian. A taste for sculpture and painting is, in my mind, as becoming as a taste for fiddling and piping is unbecoming a man of fashion. The former is connected with history and poetry, the latter with nothing that I know of but bad company. Learn Italian as fast as ever you can, that you may be able to understand it tolerably, and speak it a little before you go to Rome and Naples. There are many good historians in that language, and excellent translations of the ancient Greek and Latin authors, which are called the Collana, but the only 2 Italian poets that deserve your acquaintance are Ariosto and Tasso, and they undoubtedly have great merit. Make my compliments to Mr. Hart, and tell him that I have consulted about his leg, and that if it was only a sprain, he ought to keep a tight bandage about that part, for a considerable time, and do nothing else to it. Adieu. Jubeo te bene valere. Letter 74. London, July 6th, Old Style, 1749. Dear boy, as I am now no longer in pain about your health, which I trust is perfectly restored, and as by the various accounts I have had of you, I need not be in pain about your learning, our correspondence may, for the future, turn upon less important points, comparatively, though still very important ones. I mean the knowledge of the world, decorum, manners, address, and all those commonly called little accomplishments, which are absolutely necessary to give greater accomplishments their full value and lustre. Had I the admirable ring of Gyges, which rendered the wearer invisible, and had I at the same time those magic powers, which were very common formerly, but are now very scarce, of transporting myself by a wish to any given place, my first expedition would be to Venice, there to reconnoitre you, unseen myself. I would first take you in the morning at breakfast with Mr. Hart, and attend to your natural and unguarded conversation with him, from whence, I think, I could pretty well judge of your natural turn of mind. How I should rejoice if I overheard you asking him pertinent questions upon useful subjects, or making judicious reflections upon the studies of that morning, or the occurrences of the former day. Then I would follow you into the different companies of the day, and carefully observe in what manner you presented yourself to, and behaved yourself with, men of sense and dignity, whether your address was respectful and yet easy, your air modest and yet unembarrassed, and I would at the same time penetrate into their thoughts, in order to know whether your first aboard made that advantageous impression upon their fancies, which a certain address, air, and manners never fail doing. I would afterward follow you to the mixed companies of the evening, such as assemblies, suppers, etc., and there watch if you trifled gracefully and genteelly, if your good breeding and politeness made way for your parts and knowledge. With what pleasure should I hear people cry out, "Che garbato cavaliere, come polito, disinvolto, spiritoso." If all these things turned out to my mind, I would immediately assume my own shape, become visible, and embrace you. But if the contrary happened, I would preserve my invisibility, make the best of my way home again, and sink my disappointment upon you in the world. As unfortunately these supernatural powers of genii, fairies, sylphs, and gnomes have had the fate of the oracles they succeeded, and have ceased for some time, I must content myself, till we meet naturally and in the common way, with Mr. Hart's written accounts of you, and the verbal ones which I now and then receive from people who have seen you. However, I believe it would do you no harm if you would always imagine that I were present, and saw and heard everything you did and said. There is a certain concurrence of various little circumstances which compose what the French call l'amiable, and which, now that you are entering into the world, you ought to make it your particular study to acquire. Without them, your learning will be pedantry, your conversation often improper, always unpleasant, and your figure, however good in itself, awkward and unengaging. A diamond, while rough, has indeed its intrinsic value, but till polished is of no use, and would neither be sought for nor worn. Its great lustre, it is true, proceeds from its solidity and strong cohesion of parts, but without the last polish it would remain for ever a dirty, rough mineral in the cabinets of some few curious collectors. You have, I hope, that solidity and cohesion of parts. Take now as much pains to get the lustre. Good company, if you make the right use of it, will cut you into shape, and give you the true brilliant polish. Apropos of diamonds, I have sent you by Sir James Grey, the King's Minister, who will be at Venice about the middle of September, my own diamond buckles, which are fitter for your young feet than for my old ones. They will properly adorn you, they would only expose me. If Sir James finds anybody whom he can trust, and who will be at Venice before him, he will send them by that person. But if he should not, and that you should be gone from Venice before he gets there, he will in that case give them to your banker, Monsieur Cornet, to forward to you, wherever you may then be. You are now of an age, at which the adorning of your person is not only not ridiculous, but proper and becoming. Negligence would imply either an indifference about pleasing, or else an insolent security of pleasing, without using those means to which others are obliged to have recourse. A thorough cleanliness in your person is as necessary for your own health, as it is not to be offensive to other people. Washing yourself and rubbing your body and limbs frequently with a flesh brush will conduce as much to health as to cleanliness. A particular attention to the cleanliness of your mouth, teeth, hands, and nails is but common decency, in order not to offend people's eyes and noses. I send you here enclosed a letter of recommendation to the Duke of Nivernois, the French ambassador at Rome, who is, in my opinion, one of the prettiest men I ever knew in my life. I do not know a better model for you to form yourself upon. Pray observe and frequent him as much as you can. He will show you what manners and graces are. I shall, by successive posts, send you more letters, both for Rome and Naples, where it will be your own fault entirely if you do not keep the very best company. As you will meet swarms of Germans wherever you go, I desire that you will constantly converse with them in their own language, which will improve you in that language, and be at the same time an agreeable piece of civility to them. Your stay in Italy will, I do not doubt, make you critically master of Italian. I know it may, if you please, for it is a very regular and consequently a very easy language. Adieu. God bless you. End of section 44. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 45 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 75. London, July 20th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I wrote to Mr. Hart last Monday, the 17th Old Style, in answer to his letter of the 20th June New Style, which I had received but the day before, after an interval of 8 posts, during which I did not know whether you or he existed, and indeed I began to think that you did not. By that letter you ought at this time to be at Venice, where I hope you are arrived in perfect health, after the baths of Tefler, in case you have made use of them. I hope they are not hot baths, if your lungs are still tender. Your friend, the Comte de Einsiedlen, is arrived here. He has been at my door, and I have been at his, but we have not yet met. He will dine with me some day this week. Comte Lascaris inquires after you very frequently, and with great affection. Pray answer the letter which I have forwarded you a great while ago from him. You may enclose your answer to me, and I will take care to give it to him. These attentions ought never to be omitted. They cost little, and please a great deal, but the neglect of them offends more than you can yet imagine. Great merit, or great failings, will make you respected or despised, but trifles, little attentions, mere nothings, either done or neglected, will make you either liked or disliked, in the general run of the world. Examine yourself why you like such and such people, and dislike such and such others, and you will find that those different sentiments proceed from very slight causes. Moral virtues are the foundation of society in general, and of friendship in particular, but attentions, manners, and graces both adorn and strengthen them. My heart is so set upon your pleasing, and consequently succeeding in the world, that possibly I have already, and probably shall again, repeat the same things over and over to you. However, to err, if I do err, on the surer side, I shall continue to communicate to you those observations upon the world which long experience has enabled me to make, and which I have generally found to hold true. Your youth and talents, armed with my experience, may go a great way, and that armor is very much at your service, if you please to wear it. I promise that it is not my imagination, but my memory, that gives you these rules. I am not writing pretty but useful reflections. A man of sense soon discovers, because he carefully observes, where and how long he is welcome, and takes care to leave the company, at least as soon as he is wished out of it. Fools never perceive where they are either ill-timed or ill-placed. I am this moment agreeably stopped, in the course of my reflections, by the arrival of Mr. Hart's letter of the 13th July, New Style, to Mr. Grevenkop, with one enclosed for your mamma. I find by it that many of his and your letters to me must have miscarried, for he says that I have had regular accounts of you, whereas all those accounts have been only his letter of the 6th and yours of the 7th June, New Style, his of the 20th June, New Style, to me, and now his of the 13th July, New Style, to Mr. Grevenkop. However, since you are so well, as Mr. Hart says you are, all is well. I am extremely glad you have no complaint upon your lungs, but I desire that you will think you have, for 3 or 4 months to come. Keep in a course of asses' or goats' milk, for one is as good as the other, and possibly the latter is the best, and let your common food be as pectoral as you can conveniently make it. Pray tell Mr. Hart that, according to his desire, I have wrote a letter of thanks to Mr. Firmian. I hope you write to him too, from time to time. The letters of recommendation of a man of his merit and learning will, to be sure, be of great use to you among the learned world of Italy, that is, provided you take care to keep up to the character he gives you in them, Otherwise they will only add to your disgrace. Consider that you have lost a good deal of time by your illness. Fetch it up now that you are well. At present you should be a good economist of your moments, of which company and sights will claim a considerable share, so that those which remain for study must be not only attentively, but greedily employed. But indeed I do not suspect you of one single moment's idleness in the whole day. Idleness is only the refuge of weak minds, and the holiday of fools. I do not call good company and liberal pleasures idleness. Far from it. I recommend to you a good share of both. I send you here enclosed a letter for Cardinal Alexander Albani, which you will give him as soon as you get to Rome, and before you deliver any others. The purple expects that preference. Go next to the Duc de Nivernois, to whom you are recommended by several people at Paris, as well as by myself. Then you may carry your other letters occasionally. Remember to pry narrowly into every part of the government of Venice. Inform yourself of the history of that republic, especially of its most remarkable eras, such as the Ligue d'Ambre, in 1509, by which it had like to have been destroyed, and the conspiracy formed by the Marquis de Bedmar, the Spanish ambassador, to subject it to the crown of Spain. The famous disputes between that republic and the Pope are worth your knowledge, and the writings of the celebrated and learned Fra Paolo de Sarpi, upon that occasion, worth your reading. It was once the greatest commercial power in Europe, and in the 14th and 15th centuries made a considerable figure, but at present its commerce is decayed, and its riches consequently decreased, and far from meddling now with the affairs of the continent, it owes its security to its neutrality and inefficiency, and that security will last no longer than till one of the great powers in Europe engrosses the rest of Italy, an event which this century possibly may, but which the next probably will see. Your friend Comte de Einsiedlen and his governor have been with me this moment, and delivered me your letter from Berlin, of February the 28th, New Style. I like them both so well that I am glad you did, and still gladder to hear what they say of you. Go on, and continue to deserve the praises of those who deserve praises themselves. Adieu. I break open this letter to acknowledge yours of the 30th New Style, which I have but this instant received, though 13 days antecedent in date to Mr. Hart's last. I never in my life heard of bathing 4 hours a day, and I am impatient to hear of your safe arrival at Venice, after so extraordinary an operation. End of section 45. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 46 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 76. London, July 30th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, Mr. Hart's letters and yours drop in upon me almost irregularly, for I received, by the last post, one from Mr. Hart of the 9th New Style, and that which Mr. Grevenkop had received from him, the post before, was of the 13th. At last, I suppose, I shall receive them all. I am very glad that my letter, with Dr. Shaw's opinion, has lessened your bathing, for since I was born, I never heard of bathing 4 hours a day, which would surely be too much, even in Medea's kettle, if you wanted, as you do not yet, new boiling. Though in that letter of mine I proposed your going to Innsbruck, it was only in opposition to Lausanne, which I thought much too long and painful a journey for you, but you will have found, by my subsequent letters, that I entirely approved of Venice, where I hope you have now been some time, and which is a much better place for you to reside at, till you go to Naples, than either Tefler or Laubach. I love capitals extremely. It is in capitals that the best company is always to be found, and consequently the best manners to be learned. The very best provincial places have some awkwardness, that distinguish their manners from those of the metropolis. Apropos of capitals, I send you here 2 letters of recommendation to Naples, from Monsieur Finochetti, the Neapolitan minister at the Hague, and in my next I shall send you 2 more, from the same person to the same place. I have examined Comte de Einsiedlen so narrowly concerning you, that I have extorted from him a confession that you do not care to speak German, unless to such as understand no other language. At this rate you will never speak it well, which I am very desirous that you should do, and of which you would, in time, find the advantage. Whoever has not the command of a language, and does not speak it with facility, will always appear below himself when he converses in that language. The want of words and phrases will cramp and lame his thoughts. As you now know German enough to express yourself tolerably, speaking it very often will soon make you speak it very well, and then you will appear in it wherever you are. What with your own Saxon servant and the swarms of Germans you will meet with wherever you go, you may have opportunities of conversing in that language half the day, and I do very seriously desire that you will, or else all the pains you have already taken about it are lost. You will remember likewise that, till you can write in Italian, you are always to write to me in German. Mr. Hart's conjecture concerning your distemper seems to be a very reasonable one. It agrees entirely with mine, which is the universal rule by which every man judges of another man's opinion. But whatever may have been the cause of your rheumatic disorder, the effects are still to be attended to, and as there must be a remaining acrimony in your blood, you ought to have regard to that, in your common diet as well as in your medicines, both which should be of a sweetening alkaline nature, and promotive of perspiration. Rheumatic complaints are very apt to return, and those returns would be very vexatious and detrimental to you, at your age and in your course of travels. Your time is, now particularly, inestimable, and every hour of it, at present, worth more than a year will be to you 20 years hence. You are now laying the foundation of your future character and fortune, and one single stone wanting in that foundation is of more consequence than 50 in the superstructure, which can always be mended and embellished if the foundation is solid. To carry the metaphor of building, I would wish you to be a Corinthian edifice upon a Tuscan foundation, the latter having the utmost strength and solidity to support, and the former all possible ornaments to decorate. The Tuscan column is coarse, clumsy, and unpleasant. Nobody looks at it twice. The Corinthian fluted column is beautiful and attractive, but without a solid foundation, can hardly be seen twice, because it must soon tumble down. Yours affectionately. Letter 77. London, August 7th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, by Mr. Hart's letter to me of the 18th July, New Style, which I received by the last post, I am at length informed of the particulars both of your past distemper and of your future motions. As to the former, I am now convinced, and so is Dr. Shaw, that your lungs were only symptomatically affected, and that the rheumatic tendency is what you are chiefly now to guard against, but for greater security, with due attention still to your lungs, as if they had been, and still were, a little affected. In either case, a general cooling pectoral regimen is equally good. By cooling, I mean cooling in its consequences, not cold to the palate, for nothing is more dangerous than very cold liquors, at the very time that one longs for them the most, which is when one is very hot. Fruit, when full ripe, is very wholesome, but then it must be within certain bounds as to quantity, for I have known many of my countrymen die of blood fluxes by indulging in too great a quantity of fruit, in those countries where, from the goodness and ripeness of it, they thought it could do them no harm. Nec quid nimis is a most excellent rule in everything, but commonly the least observed, by people of your age, in anything. As to your future motions, I am very well pleased with them, and greatly prefer your extended stay at Verona to Venice, whose almost stagnating waters must, at this time of the year, corrupt the air. Verona has a pure and clean air, and, as I am informed, a great deal of good company. Marquis Maffei alone would be worth your going there for. You may, I think, very well leave Verona about the middle of September, when the great heats will be quite over, and then make the best of your way to Naples, where, I own, I want to have you by way of precaution, I hope it is rather over-caution, in case of the last remains of a pulmonic disorder. The amphitheatre at Verona is worth your attention, as are also many buildings there and at Vicenza, of the famous Andrea Palladio, whose taste and style of buildings were truly antique. If you employed 3 or 4 days in learning the 5 orders of architecture, with their general proportions, and you may know all that you need know of them in that time. Palladio's own book of architecture is the best you can make use of for that purpose, skipping over the mechanical part of it, such as the materials, the cement, etc. Mr. Hart tells me that your acquaintance with the classics is renewed, the suspension of which has been so short, that I dare say it has produced no coldness. I hope and believe, that you are now so much master of them, that 2 hours every day, uninterruptedly, for a year or two more, will make you perfectly so, and I think you cannot now allot them a greater share than that of your time, considering the many other things that you have to learn and to do. You must know how to speak and write Italian perfectly. You must learn some logic, some geometry, and some astronomy, not to mention your exercises, where they are to be learned, and, above all, you must learn the world, which is not soon learned, and only to be learned by frequenting good and various companies. Consider, therefore, how precious every moment of time is to you now. The more you apply to your business, the more you will taste your pleasures. The exercise of the mind in the morning whets the appetite for the pleasures of the evening, as much as the exercise of the body whets the appetite for dinner. Business and pleasure, rightly understood, mutually assist each other, instead of being enemies, as silly or dull people often think them. No man tastes pleasures truly, who does not earn them by previous business, and few people do business well, who do nothing else. Remember that, when I speak of pleasures, I always mean the elegant pleasures of a rational being, and not the brutal ones of a swine. I mean la bonne chère, short of gluttony, wine, infinitely short of drunkenness, play without the least gaming, and gallantry without debauchery. There is a line in all these things which men of sense, for greater security, take care to keep a good deal on the right side of, for sickness, pain, contempt, and infamy lie immediately on the other side of it. Men of sense and merit, in all other respects, may have some of these failings, but then those few examples, instead of inviting us to imitation, should only put us the more upon our guard against such weakness, and whoever thinks them fashionable will not be so himself. I have often known a fashionable man to have some one vice, but I never in my life knew a vicious man a fashionable man. Vice is as degrading as it is criminal. God bless you, my dear child. End of section 46. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 47 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 78. London, August 20th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, let us resume our reflections upon men, their characters, their manners, in a word, our reflections upon the world. They may help you to form yourself, and to know others, a knowledge very useful at all times, very rare at yours. It seems as if it were nobody's business to communicate it to young men. Their masters teach them, singly, the languages or the sciences of their several departments, and are indeed generally incapable of teaching them the world. Their parents are often so too, or at least neglect doing it, either from avocations, indifference, or from an opinion that throwing them into the world, as they call it, is the best way of teaching it them. This last notion is in a great degree true, that is, the world can doubtless never be well known by theory, practice is absolutely necessary, but surely it is of great use to a young man, before he sets out for that country full of mazes, windings, and turnings, to have at least a general map of it, made by some experienced traveller. There is a certain dignity of manners absolutely necessary, to make even the most valuable character either respected or respectable, meaning worthy of respect. Horseplay, romping, frequent and loud fits of laughter, jokes, waggery, and indiscriminate familiarity, will sink both merit and knowledge into a degree of contempt. They compose at most a merry fellow, and a merry fellow was never yet a respectable man. Indiscriminate familiarity either offends your superiors, or else dubs you their dependent and led captain. It gives your inferiors just, but troublesome and improper claims of equality. A joker is nearer akin to a buffoon, and neither of them is the least related to wit. Whoever is admitted or sought for in company, upon any other account than that of his merit and manners, is never respected there, but only made use of. We will have such a one, for he sings prettily. We will invite such a one to a ball, for he dances well. We will have such a one at supper, for he is always joking and laughing. We will ask another, because he plays deep at all games, or because he can drink a great deal. These are all vilifying distinctions, mortifying preferences, and exclude all ideas of esteem and regard. Whoever is had, as it is called, in company for the sake of any one thing singly, is singly that thing, and will never be considered in any other light. Consequently, never respected, let his merits be what they will. This dignity of manners, which I recommend so much to you, is not only as different from pride as true courage is from blustering, or true wit from joking, but is absolutely inconsistent with it, for nothing vilifies and degrades more than pride. The pretensions of the proud man are oftener treated with sneer and contempt than with indignation, as we offer ridiculously too little to a tradesman, who asks ridiculously too much for his goods, but we do not haggle with one who only asks a just and reasonable price. Abject flattery and indiscriminate assentation degrade as much as indiscriminate contradiction and noisy debate disgust. But a modest assertion of one's own opinion, and a complacent acquiescence to other people's, preserve dignity. Vulgar, low expressions, awkward motions and address, vilify, as they imply either a very low turn of mind, or low education and low company. Frivolous curiosity about trifles, and a laborious attention to little objects which neither require nor deserve a moment's thought, lower a man, who from thence is thought, and not unjustly, incapable of greater matters. Cardinal de Retz very sagaciously marked out Cardinal Chigi for a little mind, from the moment that he told him he had wrote 3 years with the same pen, and that it was an excellent good one still. A certain degree of exterior seriousness in looks and motions gives dignity, without excluding wit and decent cheerfulness, which are always serious themselves. A constant smirk upon the face, and a whiffing activity of the body, are strong indications of futility. Whoever is in a hurry shows that the thing he is about is too big for him. Haste and hurry are different things. I have only mentioned some of those things which may and do, in the opinion of the world, lower and sink characters, in other respects valuable enough, but I have taken no notion of those that affect and sink the moral characters. They are sufficiently obvious. A man who has patiently been kicked may as well pretend to courage, as a man blasted by vices and crimes may to dignity of any kind. But an exterior decency and dignity of manners will keep such a man longer from sinking than otherwise he would be. Of such a consequence is the, even though affected and put on. Pray read frequently, and with the utmost attention, nay, get by heart, if you can, that incomparable chapter in Cicero's Offices, upon the decorum. It contains whatever is necessary for the dignity of manners. In my next I will send you a general map of courts, a region yet unexplored by you, but which you are one day to inhabit. The ways are generally crooked and full of turnings, sometimes strewed with flowers, sometimes choked up with briars, rotten ground, and deep pits frequently lie concealed under a smooth and pleasing surface. All the paths are slippery, and every slip is dangerous. Sense and discretion must accompany you at your first setting out, but notwithstanding those, till experience is your guide, you will every now and then step out of your way, or stumble. Lady Chesterfield has just now received your German letter, for which she thanks you. She says the language is very correct, and I can plainly see that the character is well formed, not to say better than your English character. Continue to write German frequently, that it may become quite familiar to you. Adieu. End of section 47. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 48 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 48. London, August 21st, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, by the last letter that I received from Mr. Hart, of the 31st of July, New Style, I suppose you are now either at Venice or Verona, and perfectly recovered of your late illness, which I am daily more and more convinced had no consumptive tendency. However, for some time still, faites comme s'il y en avait, be regular, and live pectorally. You will soon be at courts, where, though you will not be concerned, yet reflection and observation upon what you see and hear there may be of use to you, when hereafter you may come to be concerned in courts yourself. Nothing in courts is exactly as it appears to be, often very different, sometimes directly contrary. Interest, which is the real spring of everything there, equally creates and dissolves friendship, produces and reconciles enmities, or rather allows of neither real friendship nor enmities, for, as Dryden very justly observes, politicians neither love nor hate. This is so true, that you may think you connect yourself with two friends today, and be obliged tomorrow to make your option between them as enemies. Observe, therefore, such a degree of reserve with your friends as not to put yourself in their power, if they should become your enemies, and such a degree of moderation with your enemies as not to make it impossible for them to become your friends. Courts are, unquestionably, the seats of politeness and good breeding. Were they not so, they would be the seats of slaughter and desolation. Those who now smile upon and embrace would affront and stab each other, if manners did not interpose. But ambition and avarice, the two prevailing passions at courts, found dissimulation more effectual than violence, and dissimulation introduced that habit of politeness which distinguishes the courtier from the country gentleman. In the former case the strongest body would prevail, in the latter the strongest mind. A man of parts and efficiency need not flatter everybody at court, but he must take great care to offend nobody personally, it being in the power of every man to hurt him, who cannot serve him. Homer supposes a chain let down from Jupiter to earth, to connect him with mortals. There is at all courts a chain which connects the prince or the minister with the page of the back stairs, or the chambermaid. The king's wife or mistress has an influence over him. A lover has an influence over her. The chambermaid or the valet de chambre has an influence over both, and so ad infinitum. You must, therefore, not break a link of that chain by which you hope to climb up to the prince. You must renounce courts if you will not connive at knaves and tolerate fools. Their number makes them considerable. You should as little quarrel as connect yourself with either. Whatever you say or do at court, you may depend upon it, will be known, who crowd levees and antechambers, being to repeat all that they see or hear, and a great deal that they neither see nor hear, according as they are inclined to the persons concerned, and according to the wishes of those to whom they hope to make their court. Great caution is therefore necessary, and if, to great caution, you can join seeming frankness and openness, you will unite what Machiavelli reckons very difficult but very necessary to be united. Volto sciolto e pensieri stretti. Women are very apt to be mingled in court intrigues, but they deserve attention better than confidence. To hold by them is a very precarious tenure. I am agreeably interrupted in these reflections by a letter which I have this moment received from Baron Firmian. It contains your panegyric, and with the strongest protestations imaginable that he does you only justice. I received this favourable account of you with pleasure, and I communicate it to you with as much. While you deserve praise, it is reasonable you should know that you meet with it, and I make no doubt but that it will encourage you in persevering to deserve it. There is one paragraph of the Baron's letter. C'est mûr dans un âge si tendre, réglé selon toutes les lois d'une morale exacte et sensée. Son application, that is what I like, à tout ce qui s'appelle étude sérieuse et belles lettres. Notwithstanding his great youth, his manners are regulated by the most unexceptionable rules of sense and of morality. His application, that is what I like, to every kind of serious study, as well as to polite literature, without even the least appearance of ostentatious pedantry, render him worthy of your most tender affection, and I have the honour of assuring you that every one cannot but be pleased with the acquisition of his acquaintance, or of his friendship. I have profited of it, both here and at Vienna, and shall esteem myself very happy to make use of the permission he has given me of continuing it by letter. Reputation, like health, is preserved and increased by the same means which it is acquired. Continue to desire and deserve praise, and you will certainly find it. Knowledge, adorned by manners, will infallibly procure it. Consider that you have but a little way further to get to your journey's end. Therefore, for God's sake, do not slacken your pace. 1 year and a half more of sound application, Mr. Hart assures me, will finish this work, and when this work is finished well, your own will be very easily done afterward. Les manières et les grâces are no immaterial parts of that work, and I beg that you will give as much of your attention to them as to your books. Everything depends upon them. Senza di noi ogni fatica è vana. The various companies you now go into will procure them you, if you will carefully observe and form yourself upon those who have them. Adieu, God bless you, and may you ever deserve that affection with which I am now yours. End of section 48. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 49 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 80. London, September 5th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I have received yours from Laubach, of the 17th August, New Style, with the enclosed for Comte Lascaris, which I have given him, and with which he is extremely pleased, as I am with your account of Carniola. I am very glad that you attend to, and inform yourself of, the political objects of the countries you go through. Trade and manufactures are very considerable, not to say the most important one. For, though armies and navies are the shining marks of the strength of countries, they would be very ill paid, and consequently fight very ill, if manufactures and commerce did not support them. You have certainly observed in Germany the inefficiency of great powers, with great tracts of country and swarms of men, which are absolutely useless, if not paid by other powers who have the resources of manufactures and commerce. This we have lately experienced to be the case of the two empresses of Germany and Russia. England, France, and Spain must pay their respective allies, or they may as well be without them. I have not the least objection to your taking, into the bargain, the observation of natural curiosities. They are very welcome, provided they do not take up the room of better things. But the forms of government, the maxims of policy, the strength or weakness, the trade and commerce, of the several countries you see or hear of are the important objects, which I recommend to your most minute inquiries, and most serious attention. I thought that the Republic of Venice had by this time laid aside that silly and frivolous piece of policy, of endeavouring to conceal their form of government, which anybody may know, pretty nearly, by taking the pains to read 4 or 5 books, which explain all the great parts of it. And as for some of the little wheels of that machine, the knowledge of them would be as little useful to others as dangerous to themselves. Their best policy, I can tell them, is to keep quiet, and to offend no one great power, by joining with another. Their escape, after the League of Cambrai, should prove a useful lesson to them. I am glad you frequent the assemblies at Venice. Have you seen Monsieur and Madame Capello, and how did they receive you? Let me know who are the ladies whose houses you frequent the most. Have you seen the Comtesse d'Orskella, Princess of Holstein? Is Comte Algarotti, who has the tenant there, at Venice? You will, in many parts of Italy, meet with numbers of the Pretender's people, English, Scotch, and Irish fugitives, especially at Rome, probably the Pretender himself. It is none of your business to declare war to these people, as little as it is in your interest, or, I hope, your inclination, to connect yourself with them, and therefore I recommend to you a perfect neutrality. Avoid them as much as you can with decency and good manners, but where you cannot, avoid any political conversation or debates with them. Tell them that you do not concern yourself with political matters, that you are neither maker nor deposer of kings, that when you left England you left a king in it, and have not since heard either of his death or of any revolution that has happened, and that you take kings and kingdoms as you find them, but enter no further into matters with them, which can be of no use, and might bring on heats and quarrels. When you speak of the old Pretender, you will call him only the Chevalier de Saint Georges, but mention him as seldom as possible. Should he chance to speak to you at any assembly, as I am told he sometimes does to the English, be sure that you seem not to know him, and answer him civilly, but always either in French or in Italian, and give him in the former the appellation of Monsieur, and in the latter of Signore. Should you meet with the Cardinal of York, you will be under no difficulty, for he has as Cardinal an undoubted right to eminenza. Upon the whole, see any of those people as little as possible. When you do see them, be civil to them, upon the footing of strangers, but never be drawn into any altercations with them about the imaginary right of their king, as they call him. It is to no sort of purpose to talk to those people of the natural rights of mankind, and the particular constitution of this country. Blinded by prejudices, soured by misfortunes, and tempted by their necessities, they are as incapable of reasoning rightly, as they have hitherto been of acting wisely. The late Lord Pembroke never would know anything that he had not a mind to know, and in this case I advise you to follow his example. never know either the father or the two sons, any otherwise than as foreigners, and so, not knowing their pretensions, you can have no occasion to dispute them. I can never help recommending to you the utmost attention and care to acquire les manières, la tournure, et les grâces d'un galant homme et d'un homme de cœur. They should appear in every look, in every action, in your address and even in your dress, if you would either please or rise in the world. That you may do both, and both are in your power, is most ardently wished by yours. P.S. I made Comte Lascaris show me your letter, which I liked very well. The style was easy and natural, and the French pretty correct. There were so few faults in the orthography, that a little more observation of the best French authors would make you a correct master of that necessary language. I will not conceal from you, that I have lately had extraordinary good accounts from you, from an unexpected and judicious person, who promises me that, with a little more of the world, your manners and address will equal your knowledge. This is the more pleasing to me, as those were the two articles of which I was the most doubtful. These commendations will not, I am persuaded, make you vain and coxcomical, but only encourage you to go on in the right way. End of section 49, read by Professor Heather. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 50 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 81. London, September 12th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, it seems extraordinary, but it is very true, that my anxiety for you increases in proportion to the good accounts which I receive of you from all hands. I promise myself so much from you, that I dread the least disappointment. You are now so near the port, which I have so long wished and laboured to bring you safe into, that my concern would be doubled, should you be shipwrecked within sight of it. The object, therefore, of this letter is, laying aside all the authority of a parent, to conjure you as a friend, by the affection you have for me, and surely you have reason to have some, and by the regard you have for yourself, to go on, with assiduity and attention, to complete that work which, of late, you have carried on so well, and which is now so near being finished. My wishes and my plan were to make you shine and distinguish yourself equally in the learned and polite world. Few have been able to do it. Deep learning is generally tainted with pedantry, or at least unadorned by manners, as on the other hand, polite manners and the turn of the world are too often unsupported by knowledge, and consequently end contemptibly in the frivolous dissipation of drawing-rooms and rules. You are now got over the dry and difficult parts of learning. What remains requires much more time than trouble. You have lost time by your illness. You must regain it now or never. I therefore most earnestly desire, for your own sake, that for these next 6 months, at least 6 hours every morning, uninterruptedly, may be inviolably sacred to your studies with Mr. Hart. I do not know whether he will require so much, but I know that I do, and hope you will, and consequently prevail with him to give you that time. I own it is a good deal, but when both you and he consider that the work will be so much better and so much sooner done, by such an assiduous and continued application, you will neither of you think it too much, and each will find his account in it. So much for the mornings, which from your own good sense, and Mr. Hart's tenderness and care of you, will, I am sure, be thus well employed. It is not only reasonable, but useful too, that your evenings should be devoted to amusements and pleasures, and therefore I not only allow, but recommend, that they should be employed at assemblies, balls, spectacles, and in the best companies, with this restriction only, that the consequences of the evening's diversions may not break in upon the morning's studies, by breakfastings, visits, and idle parties into the country. At your age, you need not be ashamed, when any of these morning parties are proposed, to say that you must beg to be excused, for you are obliged to devote your mornings to Mr. Hart, that I will have it so, and that you dare not do otherwise. Lay it all upon me, though I am persuaded it will be as much your own inclination as it is mine. But those frivolous, idle people, whose time hangs upon their own hands, and who desire to make others lose theirs too, are not to be reasoned with, and indeed it would be doing them too much honour. The shortest civil answers are the best. I cannot, I dare not, instead of I will not, for if you were to enter with them into the necessity of study and the usefulness of knowledge, it would only furnish them with matter for silly jests, which, though I would not have you mind, I would not have you invite. I will suppose you at Rome, studying 6 hours uninterruptedly with Mr. Hart every morning, and passing your evenings with the best company of Rome, observing their manners and forming your own, and I will suppose a number of idle, sauntering, illiterate English, as there commonly is there, living entirely with one another, supping, drinking, and sitting up late at each other's lodgings, commonly in riots and scrapes when drunk, and never in good company when sober. I will take one of these pretty fellows, and give you the dialogue between him and yourself, as, I dare say, it will be on his side, and such as I hope it will be on yours. Englishman. Will you come and breakfast with me tomorrow? There will be 4 or 5 of our countrymen. We have provided chaises, and we will drive somewhere out of town after breakfast. Stanhope. I am very sorry I cannot, but I am obliged to be at home all morning. Why, then, we will come and breakfast with you. I can't do that neither. I am engaged. Well, then, let it be the next day. To tell you the truth, it can be no day in the morning, for I neither go out nor see anybody at home before 12. And what the devil do you do with yourself till 12 o'clock? I am not by myself. I am with Mr. Hart. Then what the devil do you do with him? We study different things. We read. We converse. Very pretty amusement indeed. Are you to take orders, then? Yes, my father's orders, I believe I must take. Why hast thou no more spirit than to mind an old fellow 1,000 miles off? If I don't mind his orders, he won't mind my drafts. What, does the old prig threaten, then? Threatened folks live long, never mind threats. No, I can't say that he has ever threatened me in his life, but I believe I had best not provoke him. Pooh! You would have one angry letter from the old fellow, and there would be an end of it. You mistake him mightily. He always does more than he says. He has never been angry with me yet, that I remember, in his life, but if I were to provoke him, I am sure he would never forgive me. He would be coolly immovable, and I might beg and pray, and write my heart out to no purpose. Why, then, he is an old dog, that's all I can say. And pray, are you to obey this dry nurse too, this same and what's his name, Mr. Hart? Yes. So he stuffs you all the morning with Greek and Latin and logic and all that. Egad, I have a dry nurse too, but I never looked into a book with him in my life. I have not so much as seen the face of him this week, and don't care a louse if I ever see it again. My dry nurse never desires anything of me that is not reasonable, and for my own good, and therefore I like to be with him. Very sententious and edifying, upon my word. At this rate you will be reckoned a very good young man. Why, that will do me no harm. Will you be with us tomorrow in the evening, then? We shall be 10 with you, and I have got some excellent good wine, and will be very merry. I am very much obliged to you, but I am engaged for all the evening, tomorrow, first at Cardinal Albani's, and then to sup at the Venetian ambassador's. How the devil can you like being always with these foreigners? I never go among them with all their formalities and ceremonies. I am never easy in company with them, and I don't know why, but I am ashamed. I am neither ashamed nor afraid. I am very easy with them. They are very easy with me. I get the language, and I see their characters by conversing with them. And that is what we are sent abroad for, is it not? I hate your modest woman's company, your women of fashion, as they call 'em. I don't know what to say to them, for my part. Have you ever conversed with them? No, I never conversed with them, but have been sometimes in their company, though much against my will. But at least they have done you no hurt, which is probably more than you can say of the women you do converse with. That's true, I own, but for all that, I would rather keep company with my surgeon half the year, than with your women of fashion the year round. Tastes are different, you know, and every man follows his own. That's true, but thine's a devilish odd one, Stanhope. All morning with thy dry nurse, all the evening in formal fine company, and all day long afraid of old Daddy in England. Thou art a queer fellow, and I am afraid there is nothing to be made of thee. I am afraid so too. Well, then, good night to you. You have no objection, I hope, to my being drunk tonight, which I certainly will be. Not in the least, nor to your being sick tomorrow, which you as certainly will be, and so good night too. You will observe that I have not put into your mouth those good arguments which upon such an occasion would, I am sure, occur to you, as piety and affection toward me, regard and friendship for Mr. Hart, respect for your own moral character, and for all the relative duties of man, son, pupil, and citizen. Such solid arguments would be thrown away upon such shallow puppies. Leave them to their ignorance and to their dirty, disgraceful vices. They will severally feel the effects of them, when it will be too late. Without the comfortable refuge of learning, and with all the sickness and pains of a ruined stomach, and a rotten carcass, if they happen to arrive at old age, it is an uneasy and ignominious one. The ridicule which such fellows endeavour to throw upon those who are not like them, is, in the opinion of all men of sense, the most authentic panegyric. Go on, then, my dear child, in the way you are in, for only a year and a half more. That is all I ask of you. After that, I promise you shall be your own master, and that I will pretend no other title than that of your best and truest friend. You shall receive advice, but no orders from me, and in truth you will want no other advice but such as youth and inexperience must necessarily require. You shall certainly want nothing that is requisite, not only for your conveniency, but also for your pleasures, which I always desire shall be gratified. You will suppose that I mean the pleasures d'un honnête homme. While you are learning Italian, which I hope you do with diligence, pray take care to continue your German, which you may have frequent opportunities of speaking. I would also have you keep up your knowledge of the Jus Publicum Imperii, by looking over, now and then, those inestimable manuscripts, which Sir Charles Williams, who arrived here last week, assures me you have made upon that subject. It will be of very great use to you, when you come to be concerned in foreign affairs, as you shall be, if you qualify yourself for them, younger than ever any other was, I mean before you are 20. Sir Charles tells me, that he will answer for your learning, and that he believes you will acquire that address and those graces, which are so necessary to give it its full lustre and value. But he confesses that he doubts more of the latter than of the former. The justice which he does Mr. Hart, in his panegyrics of him, makes me hope that there is likewise a great deal of truth in his encomiums of you. Are you pleased with, and proud of the reputation which you have already acquired? Surely you are, for I am sure I am. Will you do anything to lessen or forfeit it? Surely you will not. And will you not do all you can to extend and increase it? Surely you will. It is only going on for a year and a half longer, as you have gone on for 2 years last past, and devoting half the day only to application, and you will be sure to make the earliest figure and fortune in the world that ever man made. Adieu. End of section 50. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 51 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 82. London, September 22nd, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, if I had faith in philters and love potions, I should suspect that you had given Sir Charles Williams some, by the manner in which he speaks of you, not only to me, but to everybody else. I will not repeat to you what he says of the extent and correctness of your knowledge, as it might either make you vain, or persuade you that you had already enough of what nobody can have too much. You will easily imagine how many questions I asked, and how narrowly I sifted him upon your subject. He answered me, and I dare say with truth, just as I could have wished, till satisfied entirely with his accounts of your character and learning, I inquired into other matters, intrinsically indeed of less consequence, but still of great consequence to every man, and of more to you than to almost any man. I mean your address, manners, and air. To these questions, the same truth which he had observed before, obliged him to give me much less satisfactory answers; and as he thought himself, in friendship both to you and me, obliged to tell me the disagreeable as well as the agreeable truths, upon the same principle I think myself obliged to repeat them to you. He told me then, that in company you were frequently most provokingly inattentive, absent, and distrait; that you came into a room and presented yourself very awkwardly; that at table you constantly threw down knives, forks, napkins, bread, etc., and that you neglected your person and dress, to a degree unpardonable at any age, and much more so at yours. These things, howsoever immaterial they may seem to people who do not know the world, and the nature of mankind, give me, who know them to be exceedingly material, very great concern. I have long distrusted you, and therefore frequently admonished you upon these articles, and I tell you plainly, that I shall not be easy till I hear a very different account of them. I know no one thing more offensive to a company than inattention and distraction. It is showing them the utmost contempt, and people never forgive contempt. No man is distrait with the man he fears, or the woman he loves, which is a proof that every man can get the better of that distraction, when he thinks it is worth his while to do so, and take my word for it, it is always worth his while. For my own part, I would rather be in company with a dead man than with an absent one, for if the dead man gives me no pleasure, at least he shows me no contempt, whereas the absent man, silently indeed but very plainly, tells me that he does not think me worth his attention. Besides, can an absent man make any observations upon the characters, customs, and manners of the company? No. He may be in the best companies all his lifetime, if they will admit him, which if I were they I would not, and never be one jot the wiser. I will never converse with an absent man. One may as well talk to a deaf one. It is in truth a practical blunder, to address ourselves to a man who we see plainly neither hears, minds, or understands us. Moreover, I aver that no man is, in any degree, fit for either business or conversation, who cannot and does not direct and command his attention to the present object, be that what it will. You know by experience that I grudge no expense in your education, but I will positively not keep you a flapper. You may read in Dr. Swift the description of those flappers, and the use they were of to your friends the Lilliputians, whose minds, Gulliver says, are so taken up with intense speculations, that they neither can speak nor attend to the discourses of others, without being roused by some external traction upon the organs of speech and hearing, for which reason, those people who are able to afford it, always keep a flapper in their family, as one of their domestics, nor ever walk about or make visits without him. This flapper is likewise employed diligently to attend his master in his walks, and upon occasion to give a soft flap upon his eye, because he is always so wrapped up in cogitation, that he is in manifest danger of falling down every precipice, and bounding his head against every post, and in the streets, of jostling others, or being jostled into the kennel himself. If Christian will undertake this province into the bargain, with all my heart, but I will not allow him any increase of wages upon that score. In short, I give you a fair warning, that when we meet, if you are absent in mind, I will soon be absent in body, for it will be impossible for me to stay in the room, and if at table you throw down your knife, plate, bread, etc., and hack the wing of a chicken for half an hour without being able to cut it off, and your sleeve all the time in another dish, I must rise from the table to escape the fever you would certainly give me. Good God! How I should be shocked, if you came into my room, for the first time, with 2 left legs, presenting yourself with all the graces and dignity of a tailor, and your clothes hanging upon you like those in Monmouth Street, upon tenterhooks, whereas I expect, nay, require, to see you present yourself with the easy and genteel air of a man of fashion, who has kept good company. I expect you not only well dressed, but very well dressed. I expect a gracefulness in all your motions, and something particularly engaging in your address. All this I expect, and all this it is in your power, by care and attention, to make me find. But to tell you the plain truth, if I do not find it, we shall not converse very much together, for I cannot stand inattention and awkwardness. It would endanger my health. You have often seen, and I have as often made you observe, L.'s distinguished inattention and awkwardness, wrapped up, like a Lilliputian, in intense thought, and possibly sometimes in no thought at all, which, I believe, is very often the case with absent people. He does not know his most intimate acquaintance by sight, or answers them as if he were at cross purposes. He leaves his hat in one room, his sword in another, and would leave his shoes in a third, if his buckles, though awry, did not save them. His legs and arms, by his awkward management of them, seem to have undergone the question extraordinaire, and his head, always hanging upon one or other of his shoulders, seems to have received the first stroke upon a block. I sincerely value and esteem him for his parts, learning, and virtue, but for the soul of me I cannot love him in company. This will be universally the case, in common life, of every inattentive, awkward man. let his real merit and knowledge be ever so great. When I was of your age, I desired to shine, as far as I was able, in every part of life, and was as attentive to my manners, my dress, and my air, in company of evenings, as to my books and my tutor in the mornings. A young fellow should be ambitious to shine in everything, and of the two, always rather overdo than underdo. These things are by no means trifles. They are of infinite consequence to those who are to be thrown into the great world, and would make a figure or a fortune in it. It is not sufficient to deserve well, one must please well too. Awkward, disagreeable merit will never carry anybody far. Wherever you find a good dancing master, pray let him put you upon your haunches, not so much for the sake of dancing, as for coming into a room, and presenting yourself genteelly and gracefully. Women, whom you ought to endeavour to please, cannot forgive vulgar and awkward air and gestures. Il leur faut du brillant. The generality of men are pretty like them, and are equally taken by the same exterior graces. I am very glad that you have received the diamond buckles safe. All I desire in return for them is, that they may be buckled even upon your feet, and that your stockings may not hide them. I should be sorry that you were an egregious fop, but I protest that of the two, I would rather have you a fop than a sloven. I think negligence in my own dress, even at my age, when certainly I expect no advantages from my dress, would be indecent with regard to others. I have done with fine clothes, but I will have my plain clothes fit me, and made like other people's. In the evenings I recommend to you the company of women of fashion, who have a right to attention and will be paid it. Their company will smooth your manners, and give you a habit of attention and respect, of which you will find the advantage among men. My plan for you, from the beginning, has been to make you shine equally in the learned and in the polite world. The former part is almost completed to my wishes, and will, I am persuaded, in a little time more, be quite so. The latter part is still in your power to complete, and I flatter myself that you will do it, or else the former part will avail you very little, especially in your department, where the exterior address and graces do half the business. They must be the harbingers of your merit, or your merit will be very coldly received. All can and do judge of the former, few of the latter. Mr. Hart tells me that you have grown very much since your illness. If you get up to 5 feet 10, or even 9 inches, your figure will probably be a good one, and if well dressed and genteel, will probably please, which is a much greater advantage to a man than people commonly think. Lord Bacon calls it a letter of recommendation. I would wish you to be the omnis homo, l'homme universel. You are nearer it, if you please, than ever anybody was at your age, and if you will but, for the course of this next year only, exert your whole attention to your studies in the morning, and to your address, manners, air, and tournure in the evenings, you will be the man I wish you, and the man that is rarely seen. Our letters go, at best, so irregularly, and so often miscarry totally, that for greater security I repeat the same things. So I acknowledged by the last post Mr. Hart's letter of the 8th September N. S. I acknowledge it again by this to you. If this should find you still at Verona, let it inform you that I wish you would set out soon for Naples, unless Mr. Hart should think it better for you to stay at Verona, or any other place on this side of Rome, till you go there for the Jubilee. Nay, if he likes it better, I am very willing that you should go directly from Verona to Rome, for you cannot have too much of Rome, whether upon account of the language, the curiosities, or the company. My only reason for mentioning Naples is for the sake of the climate, upon account of your health, but if Mr. Hart thinks that your health is now so well restored as to be above climate, he may steer your course wherever he thinks proper, and for aught I know, your going directly to Rome, and consequently staying there so much the longer, may be as well as anything else. I think you and I cannot put our affairs in better hands than in Mr. Hart's, and I will stake his infallibility against the Pope's, with some odds on his side. Apropos of the Pope, remember to be presented to him before you leave Rome, and go through the necessary ceremonies for it, whether of kissing his slipper or something else, for I would never deprive myself of anything that I wanted to do or see, by refusing to comply with an established custom. When I was in Catholic countries, I never declined kneeling in their churches at the elevation, nor elsewhere, when the host went by. It is a complaisance due to the custom of the place, and by no means, as some silly people have imagined, an implied approbation of their doctrine. Bodily attitudes and situations are things so very different in themselves, that I would quarrel with nobody about them. It may indeed be improper for Mr. Harte to pay that tribute of complaisance, upon account of his character. This letter is a very long, and possibly a very tedious one, but my anxiety for your perfection is so great, and particularly at this critical and decisive period of your life, that I am only afraid of omitting, but never of repeating or dwelling too long upon anything that I think may be of the least use to you. Have the same anxiety for yourself that I have for you, and all will do well. Adieu, my dear child. End of section 51. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 52 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 83. London, September 27th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, a vulgar, ordinary way of thinking, acting, or speaking implies a low education, and a habit of low company. Young people contract it at school, or among servants, with whom they are too often used to converse; but after they frequent good company, they must want attention and observation very much, if they do not lay it quite aside; and indeed, if they do not, good company will be very apt to lay them aside. The various kinds of vulgarisms are infinite. I cannot pretend to point them out to you, but I will give some examples, by which you may guess at the rest. A vulgar man is captious and jealous, eager and impetuous about trifles. He suspects himself to be slighted, thinks everything that is said is meant at him. If the company happens to laugh, he is persuaded they laugh at him. He grows angry and testy, says something very impertinent, and draws himself into a scrape, by showing what he calls a proper spirit, and asserting himself. A man of fashion does not suppose himself to be either the sole or principal object of the thoughts, looks, or words of the company, and never suspects that he is either slighted or laughed at, unless he is conscious that he deserves it. And if, which very seldom happens, the company is absurd or ill-bred enough to do either, he does not care twopence, unless the insult be so gross and plain as to require satisfaction of another kind. As he is above trifles, he is never vehement and eager about them, and wherever they are concerned, rather acquiesces than wrangles. A vulgar man's conversation always savours strongly of the lowness of his education and company. It turns chiefly upon his domestic affairs, his servants, the excellent order he keeps in his own family, and the little anecdotes of the neighbourhood, all which he relates with emphasis, as interesting matters. He is a man gossip. Vulgarism in language is the next and distinguishing characteristic of bad company and a bad education. A man of fashion avoids nothing with more care than that. Proverbial expressions and trite sayings are the flowers of the rhetoric of a vulgar man. Would he say that men differ in their tastes? He both supports and adorns that opinion by the good old saying, as he respectfully calls it, that what is one man's meat is another man's poison. If anybody attempts being smart, as he calls it, upon him, he gives them a tit for tat. Aye, that he does. He has always some favourite word for the time being, which for the sake of using often, he commonly abuses, such as vastly angry, vastly kind, vastly handsome, and vastly ugly. Even his pronunciation of proper words carries the mark of the beast along with it. He calls the earth yerth. He is obliged, not obliged to you. He goes towards, and not towards, such a place. He sometimes affects hard words by way of ornament, which he always mangles like a learned woman. A man of fashion never has recourse to proverbs and vulgar aphorisms, uses neither favourite words nor hard words, but takes great care to speak very correctly and grammatically, and to pronounce properly, that is, according to the usage of the best companies. An awkward address, ungraceful attitudes and actions, and a certain left-handedness, if I may use that word, loudly proclaim low education and low company, for it is impossible to suppose that a man can have frequented good company without having catched something, at least, of their air and motions. A new-raised man is distinguished in a regiment by his awkwardness, but he must be impenetrably dull, if in a month or two's time he cannot perform at least the common manual exercise, and look like a soldier. The very accoutrements of a man of fashion are grievous encumbrances to a vulgar man. He is at a loss what to do with his hat, when it is not upon his head. His cane, if unfortunately he wears one, is at perpetual war with every cup of tea or coffee he drinks, destroys them first, and then accompanies them in their fall. His sword is formidable only to his own legs, which would possibly carry him fast enough out of the way of any swords but his own. His clothes fit him so ill, and constrain him so much, that he seems rather their prisoner than their proprietor. He presents himself in company like a criminal in a court of justice. His very air condemns him, and people of fashion will no more connect themselves with the one than people of character with the other. This repulse drives and sinks him into low company, a gulf from whence no man, after a certain age, ever emerged. Les manières nobles et assis, la tenue d'une homme de condition, le ton de la bonne compagnie, les grâces, le je ne sais quoi, qui plaît, are as necessary to adorn and introduce your intrinsic merit and knowledge, as the polish is to the diamond, which without that polish would never be worn, whatever it might weigh. Do not imagine that these accompaniments are only useful with women. They are much more so with men. In a public assembly, what an advantage has a graceful speaker, with genteel motions, a handsome figure, and a liberal air, over one who shall speak full as much good sense, but destitute of these ornaments? In business, how prevalent are the graces, how detrimental is the want of them! By the help of these I have known some men refuse favours less offensively than others grant them. The utility of them in courts and negotiations is inconceivable. You gain the hearts, and consequently the secrets, of 9 in 10, that you have to do with, in spite even of their prudence, which will, 9 times in 10, be the dupe of their hearts and of their senses. Consider the importance of these things as they deserve, and you will not lose 1 minute in the pursuit of them. You are travelling now in a country once so famous both for arts and arms, that, however degenerate at present, it still deserves your attention and reflection. View it therefore with care, compare its former with its present state, and examine into the causes of its rise and its decay. Consider it classically and politically, and do not run through it, as too many of your young countrymen do, musically, and, to use a ridiculous word, knick-knackily. No piping or fiddling, I beseech you, no days lost in poring upon most imperceptible intaglios and cameos, and do not become a virtuoso of small wares. Form a taste of painting, sculpture, and architecture, if you please, by a careful examination of the works of the best ancient and modern artists. Those are liberal arts, and a real taste and knowledge of them become a man of fashion very well. But beyond certain bounds, the man of taste ends, and the frivolous virtuoso begins. Your friend Mendes, the Good Samaritan, dined with me yesterday. He has more good nature and generosity than parts. However, I will show him all the civilities that his kindness to you so justly deserves. He tells me that you are taller than I am, which I am very glad of. I desire that you may excel me in everything else too, and far from repining, I shall rejoice at your superiority. He commends your friend Mr. Stevens extremely, of whom too I have heard so good a character from other people, that I am very glad of your connection with him. It may prove of use to you hereafter. When you meet with such sort of Englishmen abroad, who, either from their parts or their rank, are likely to make a figure at home, I would advise you to cultivate them, and get their favourable testimony of you here, especially those who are to return to England before you. Sir Charles Williams has puffed you, as the mob call it, here extremely. If 3 or 4 more people of parts do the same, before you come back, your first appearance in London will be to great advantage. Many people do, and indeed ought, to take things upon trust. Many more do, who need not, and few dare dissent from an established opinion. Adieu. End of section 52. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 53 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 84. London, October 2nd, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I received by the post your letter of the 22nd September, New Style, but I have not received that from Mr. Hart to which you refer, and which you say contained your reasons for leaving Verona, and returning to Venice, so that I am entirely ignorant of them. Indeed, the irregularity and negligence of the post provoke me, as they break the thread of the accounts I want to receive from you, and of the instructions and orders which I send you, almost every post of these last 20 posts. I am sure that I have wrote 18, either to you or to Mr. Hart, and it does not appear by your letter, that all or even any of my letters have been received. I desire for the future that both you and Mr. Hart will constantly, in your letters, mention the dates of mine. Had it not been for their miscarriage, you would not have been in the uncertainty which you seem to be in present with regard to your future motions. Had you received my letters, you would have been by this time at Naples, but we must now take things where they are. Upon the receipt, then, of this letter, you will as soon as conveniently you can set out for Rome, where you will not arrive too long before the Jubilee, considering the difficulties of getting lodgings and other accommodations there at this time. I leave the choice of the route to you, but I do by no means intend that you should leave Rome after the Jubilee, as you seem to hint in your letter. On the contrary, I will have Rome your headquarters for 6 months at least, till you shall have, in a manner, acquired the jus civitas there. More things are to be seen and learned there than in any other town in Europe. There are the best masters to instruct, and the best companies to polish you. In the spring you may make, if you please, frequent excursions to Naples, but Rome must still be your headquarters, till the heats of June drive you from thence to some other place in Italy, which we shall think of by that time. As to the expense which you mention, I do not regard it in the least. From your infancy to this day, I never grudged any expense in your education, and still less do it now, that it is become more important and decisive. I attend to the object of your expenses, but not to the sums. I will certainly not pay 1 shilling for your losing your nose, your money, or your reason, that is, I will not contribute to women, gaming, and drinking. But I will most cheerfully supply, not only every necessary, but every decent expense you can make. I do not care what the best masters cost. I would have you well dressed, lodged, and attended, as any reasonable man of the world is in his travels. I would have you have that pocket money that should enable you to make the proper expense d'un honnête homme. In short, I bar no expense that has neither vice nor folly for its object, and under those 2 reasonable restrictions, draw and welcome. As for Turin, you may go there hereafter as a traveller for a month or 2, but you cannot conveniently reside there as an academician, for reasons which I have formerly communicated to Mr. Hart, and which Mr. Villets, since his return here, has shown me in a still stronger light than he had done by his letters from Turin, of which I sent copies to Mr. Hart, though probably he never received them. After you have left Rome, Florence is one of the places with which you should be thoroughly acquainted. I know that there is a great deal of gaming there, but at the same time there are in every place some people whose fortunes are either too small, or whose understandings are too good to allow them to play for anything above trifles, and with those people you will associate yourself. If you have not, as I am assured you have not in the least, the spirit of gaming in you. Moreover, at suspected places, such as Florence, Turin, and Paris, I shall be more attentive to your drafts, and such as exceed a proper and handsome expense will not be answered, for I can easily know whether you game or not without being told. Mr. Hart will determine your route to Rome as he shall think best, whether along the coasts of the Adriatic or that of the Mediterranean. It is equal to me, but you will observe to come back a different way than you went. Since your health is so well restored, I am not sorry that you have returned to Venice, for I love capitals. Everything is best at capitals, the best masters, the best companions, and the best manners. Many other places are worth seeing, but capitals are worth residing at. I am very glad that Madame Capello received you so well. Monsieur I was sure would. Pray assure them both of my respects, and of my sensibility at their kindness to you. Their house will be a very good one for you at Rome, and I would advise you to be domestic in it if you can. But Madame, I can tell you, requires great attentions. Madame Micheli has written a very favourable account of you to my friend the Abbé Grossetesta, in a letter which he showed me, and in which there are so many civil things to myself, that I would wish to tell her how much I think myself obliged to her. I approve very much of the allotment of your time at Venice. Pray go on so for a 12-month at least, wherever you are. You will find your own account in it. I like your last letter, which gives me an account of yourself, and your own transactions, for though I do not recommend the egotism to you, with regard to anybody else, I desire that you will use it with me, and with me only. I interest myself in all that you do, and as yet, excepting Mr. Hart, nobody else does. He must of course know all, and I desire to know a great deal. I am glad you have received, and that you like the diamond buckles. I am very willing that you should make, but very unwilling that you should cut a figure with them at the Jubilee. Cutting a figure being the very lowest vulgarism in the English language, and equal in elegancy to yes, my lady, and no, my lady. The word vast and vastly, you will have found by my former letter that I had described out of the diction of a gentleman, unless in their proper signification of sizes and bulk. Not only in language, but in everything else, take great care that the first impressions you give of yourself may be not only favourable, but pleasing, engaging, nay, seducing. They are often decisive. I confess they are a good deal so with me, and I cannot wish for further acquaintance with a man whose first abord and address displeased me. So many of my letters have miscarried, and I know so little which, that I am forced to repeat the same thing over and over again eventually. This is one. I have wrote twice to Mr. Hart, to have your picture drawn in miniature, while you were at Venice, and send it me in a letter. It is all one to me whether in enamel or in water-colours, provided it is but very like you. I would have you drawn exactly as you are, and in no whimsical dress, and I lay more stress upon the likeness of the picture than upon the taste and skill of the painter. If this be not already done, I desire that you will have it done forthwith before you leave Venice, and enclose it in a letter to me, which letter, for greater security, I would have you desire Sir James Gray to enclose in his packet to the office, as I for the same reason send this under his cover. If the picture be done upon vellum, it will be the most portable. Send me, at the same time, a thread of silk of your own length exactly. I am solicitous about your figure, convinced by 1,000 instances that a good one is a real advantage. Mens sana in corpore sano is the first and greatest blessing. I would add e pulchro to complete it. May you have that and every other. Adieu. Have you received my letters of recommendation to Cardinal Albani and the Duke de Nivernois at Rome? End of section 53. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 54 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 85. London, October 9th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, if this letter finds you at all, of which I am very doubtful, it will find you at Venice, preparing for your journey to Rome, which by my last letter to Mr. Hart, I advised you to make along the coast of the Adriatic, through Rimini, Loreto, Ancona, etc., places that are all worth seeing, but not worth staying at. And such I reckon all places where the eyes only are employed. Remains of antiquity, public buildings, paintings, sculptures, etc., ought to be seen, and that with a proper degree of attention. But this is soon done, for they are only outsides. It is not so with more important objects, the insides of which must be seen, and they require and deserve much more attention. The characters, the heads, and the hearts of men, are the useful science of which I would have you be perfect master. That science is best taught and best learned in capitals, where every human passion has its object, and exerts all its force or all its art in the pursuit. I believe there is no place in the world where every passion is busier, appears in more shapes, and is conducted with more art, than at Rome. Therefore, when you are there, do not imagine that the Capitol, the Vatican, and the Pantheon are the principal objects of your curiosity. But for 1 minute that you bestow upon those, employ 10 days in informing yourself of the nature of the government, the rise and decay of the papal power, the politics of that court, the brigues of the cardinals, the tricks of the conclaves, and, in general, everything that relates to the interior of that extraordinary government, founded originally upon the ignorance and superstition of mankind, extended by the weakness of some princes and the ambition of others, declining of late in proportion as knowledge has increased, and owing its present precarious security, not to the religion, the affection, or the fear of the temporal powers, but to the jealousy of each other. The Pope's excommunications are no longer dreaded, his indulgences little solicited, and sell very cheap, and his territories formidable to no power, are coveted by many, and will most undoubtedly, within a century, be scantled out among the great powers, who have now a footing in Italy, whenever they can agree upon the division of the bear's skin. Pray inform yourself thoroughly of the history of the popes and the popedom, which for many centuries is interwoven with the history of all Europe. Read the best authors who treat of these matters, and especially Fra Paolo, De Beneficiis, a short but very material book. You will find at Rome some of all the religious orders in the Christian world. Inform yourself carefully of their origin, their founders, their rules, their reforms, and even their dresses. Get acquainted with some of all of them, but particularly with the Jesuits, whose society I look upon to be the most able and best governed society in the world. Get acquainted, if you can, with their general, who always resides at Rome, and who, though he has no seeming power out of his own society, has, it may be, more real influence over the whole world than any temporal prince in it. They have almost engrossed the education of youth. They are, in general, confessors to most of the princes of Europe, and they are the principal missionaries out of it, which 3 articles give them a most extensive influence and solid advantages. Witness their settlement in Paraguay. The Catholics in general declaim against that society, and yet all are governed by individuals of it. They have by turns been banished, and with infamy, from almost every country in Europe, and have always found means to be restored, even with triumph. In short, I know no government in the world that is carried on upon such deep principles of policy. I will not add morality. Converse with them, frequent them, court them, but know them. Inform yourself, too, of that infernal court, the Inquisition, which, though not so considerable at Rome as in Spain and Portugal, will, however, be a good sample to you of what the villainy of some men can contrive, the folly of others receive, and both together establish, in spite of the first natural principles of reason, justice, and equity. These are the proper and useful objects of the attention of a man of sense when he travels, and these are the objects for which I have sent you abroad, and I hope you will return thoroughly informed of them. I received this very moment Mr. Hart's letter of the 1st October New Style, but I never received his former, to which he refers in this, and you refer in your last, in which he gave me the reasons for your leaving Verona so soon, nor have I ever received that letter in which your case was stated by your physicians. Letters to and from me have worse luck than other people's, for you have written to me, and I to you, for these last 3 months, by way of Germany, with as little success as before. I am edified with your morning applications, and your evening gallantries at Venice, of which Mr. Hart gives me an account. Pray go on with both there, and afterward at Rome, where, provided you arrive in the beginning of December, you may stay at Venice as much longer as you please. Make my compliments to Sir James Gray and Mr. Smith, with my acknowledgments for the great civilities they show you. I wrote to Mr. Hart by the last post, October 6th, Old Style, and will write to him in a post or 2 upon the contents of his last. Adieu. Point de distraction, and remember the graces. End of section 54. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 55 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 86. London, October 17th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, I have at last received Mr. Hart's letter of the 19th September, New Style, from Verona. Your reasons for leaving that place were very good ones, and as you stayed there long enough to see what was to be seen, Venice as a capital is, in my opinion, a much better place for your residence. Capitals are always the seats of arts and sciences, and the best companies. I have stuck to them all my lifetime, and I advise you to do so too. You will have received in my 3 or 4 last letters my directions for your further motions to another capital, where I propose that your stay shall be pretty considerable. The expense, I am well aware, will be so too, but that, as I told you before, will have no weight when your improvement and advantage are in the other scale. I do not care a groat what it is, if neither vice nor folly are the objects of it, and if Mr. Hart gives his sanction. I am very well pleased with your account of Carniola. Those are the kind of objects worthy of your inquiries and knowledge. The produce, the taxes, the trade, the manufactures, the strength, the weakness, the government of the several countries which a man of sense travels through, are the material points to which he attends, and leaves the steeples, the market-places, and the signs, to the laborious and curious researches of Dutch and German travellers. Mr. Hart tells me that he intends to give you, by means of Signor Vincentini, a general notion of civil and military architecture, with which I am very well pleased. They are frequent subjects of conversation, and it is very right that you should have some idea of the latter, and a good taste of the former, and you may soon learn as much as you need know of either. If you read about 1/3 of Palladio's book of architecture with some skilful person, and then with that person examine the best buildings by those rules, you will know the different proportions of the different orders, the several diameters of their columns, their intercolumniations, their several uses, etc. The Corinthian order is chiefly used in magnificent buildings, where ornament and decoration are the principal objects. The Doric is calculated for strength, and the Ionic partakes of the Doric strength, and of the Corinthian ornaments. The Composite and the Tuscan orders are more modern, and were unknown to the Greeks. The one is too light, the other too clumsy. You may soon be acquainted with the considerable parts of civil architecture, and for the minute and mechanical parts of it, leave them to masons, bricklayers, and Lord Burlington, who has to a certain extent lessened himself by knowing them too well. Observe the same method as to military architecture. Understand the terms, know the general rules, and then see them in execution with some skilful person. Go with some engineer or old officer, and view with care the real fortifications of some strong place, and you will get a clearer idea of bastions, half-moons, hornworks, ravelins, glacis, etc., than all the masters in the world could give you upon paper. And thus much I would, by all means, have you know of both civil and military architecture. I would also have you acquire a liberal taste of the two liberal arts of painting and sculpture, but without descending into those minutiae which our modern virtuosi most affectedly dwell upon. Observe the great parts attentively, see if nature be truly represented, if the passions are strongly expressed, if the characters are preserved, and leave the trifling parts, with their little jargon, to affected puppies. I would advise you also to read the history of the painters and sculptors, and I know none better than Felibien's. There are many in Italian, and you will inform yourself which are the best. It is a part of history very entertaining, curious enough, and not quite useless. All these sort of things I would have you know, to a certain degree, but remember that they must be only the amusements and not the business of a man of parts. Since writing to me in German would take up so much of your time, of which I would not now have one moment wasted, I will accept of your composition, and content myself with a moderate German letter once a fortnight, to Lady Chesterfield or Mr. Grevenkop. My meaning was only that you should not forget what you had already learned of the German language and character, but, on the contrary, that by frequent use it should grow more easy and familiar. Provided you take care of that, I do not care by what means, but I do desire that you will every day of your life speak German to somebody or other, for you will meet with Germans enough, and write a line or two of it every day to keep your hand in. Why should you not, for instance, write your little memorandums and accounts in that language and character? By which, too, you would have this advantage into the bargain, that if mislaid, few but yourself could read them. I am extremely glad to hear that you like the assemblies at Venice well enough to sacrifice some suppers to them, for I hear that you do not dislike your suppers neither. It is therefore plain, that there is somebody or something at those assemblies which you like better than your meat. And as I know that there is none but good company at those assemblies, I am very glad to find that you like good company so well. I already imagine that you are a little smoothed by it, and that you have either reasoned yourself, or that they have laughed you out of your absences and distractions, for I cannot suppose you go there to insult them. I likewise imagine that you wish to be welcome where you wish to go, and consequently that you both present and behave yourself there en galant homme, et pas en bourgeois. If you have vowed to anybody there one of those eternal passions, which I have sometimes known, by great accident, to last 3 months, I can tell you that without great attention, infinite politeness, and engaging air and manners, the omens will be sinister, and the goddess unpropitious. Pray, tell me what are the amusements of those assemblies? Are they little commercial play? Are they music? Are they la belle conversation? Or are they all three? Y file-t-on le parfait amour? Y débite-t-on les beaux sentiments? Ou est-ce qu'il y parle epigramme? And pray, which is your department? Tout y dépend en arquebus. Whichever it is, endeavour to shine and excel in it. Aim at least at the perfection of everything that is worth doing at all, and you will come nearer it than you would imagine. But those always crawl indefinitely short of it whose aim is only mediocrity. Adieu. P.S. By an uncommon diligence of the post, I have this moment received yours of the 9th, New Style. End of section 55. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 56 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 87, London, October 24th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, by my last I only acknowledged, by this I answer, your letter of the 9th October, New Style. I am very glad that you approved of my letter of September the 12th, Old Style, because it is upon that footing that I always propose living with you. I will advise you seriously, as a friend of some experience, and I will converse with you cheerfully as a companion. The authority of a parent shall forever be laid aside, for wherever it is exerted, it is useless, since if you have neither sense nor sentiments enough to follow my advice as a friend, your unwilling obedience to my orders as a father will be a very awkward and unavailing one, both to yourself and me. Tacitus, speaking of an army that awkwardly and unwillingly obeyed its generals only from the fear of punishment, says they obeyed indeed, sedunt qua malent jussa imperioritum interpretere, quam exequi. For my own part, I disclaim such obedience. You think, I find, that you do not understand Italian, but I can tell you that, like the bourgeois gentilhomme, who spoke prose without knowing it, you understand a great deal, though you do not know that you do, for whoever understands French and Latin so well as you do, understands at least half the Italian language, and has very little occasion for a dictionary. And for the idioms, the phrases, and the delicacies of it, conversation and a little attention will teach them to you, and that soon. Therefore pray speak it in company, right or wrong, à tort ou à travers, as soon as ever you have got words enough to ask a common question, or give a common answer. If you can only say buongiorno, say it, instead of saying bonjour, I mean to every Italian. The answer to it will teach you more words, and insensibly you will be very soon master of that easy language. You are quite right in not neglecting your German for it, and in thinking that it will be of more use to you. It certainly will, in the course of your business, but Italian has its use too, and is an ornament into the bargain, there being very many polite and good authors in that language. The reason you assign for having hitherto met with none of my swarms of Germans in Italy is a very solid one, and I can easily conceive that the expense necessary for a traveller must amount to a number of thalers, groschen, and kreuzers, tremendous to a German fortune. However, you will find several at Rome, either ecclesiastics, or in the suite of the imperial minister, and more, when you come into the Milanese, among the Queen of Hungary's officers. Besides, you have a Saxon servant, to whom I hope you speak nothing but German. I have had the most obliging letter in the world from Monsieur Capello, in which he speaks very advantageously of you, and promises you his protection at Rome. I have wrote him an answer by which I hope I have domesticated you at his hotel there, which I advise you to frequent as much as you can. Il est vrai qu'il ne paye beaucoup de sa figure, but he has sense and knowledge at bottom, with a great deal of experience of business, having been already ambassador at Madrid, Vienna, and London. And I am very sure that he will be willing to give you any informations in that way that he can. Madame was a capricious, whimsical, fine lady, till the smallpox, which she got here, lessened her beauty, lessened her humours too, but as I presume it did not change her sex, I trust to that for her having such a share of them left, as may contribute to smooth and polish you. She, doubtless, still thinks that she has beauty enough remaining to entitle her to the attentions always paid to beauty, and she certainly has rank enough to require respect. Those are the sort of women who polish a young man the most, and who give him that habit of complaisance, and that flexibility and versatility of manners, which prove of great use to him with men, and in the course of business. You must always expect to hear more or less from me upon that important subject of manners, graces, address, and that indefinable je ne sais quoi that ever pleases. I have reason to believe that you want nothing else, but I have reason to fear, too, that you want those, and that will keep you poor in the midst of all the plenty of knowledge which you have treasured up. Adieu. End of section 56, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 57 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 88. London, November 3rd, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, From the time that you have had life, it has been the principal and favourite object of mine to make you as perfect as the imperfections of human nature will allow. In this view, I have grudged no pains nor expense in your education, convinced that education, more than nature, is the cause of that great difference which you see in the characters of men. While you were a child, I endeavoured to form your heart habitually to virtue and honour, before your understanding was capable of showing you their beauty and utility. Those principles, which you then got, like your grammar rules, only by rote, are now, I am persuaded, fixed and confirmed by reason. And indeed, they are so plain and clear, that they require but a very moderate degree of understanding, either to comprehend or practise them. Lord Shaftesbury says, very prettily, that he would be virtuous for his own sake, though nobody were to know it, as he would be clean for his own sake, though nobody were to see him. I have therefore, since you have had the use of your reason, never written to you upon those subjects. They speak best for themselves, and I should now just as soon think of warning you gravely not to fall into the dirt or the fire, as to dishonour or vice. This view of mine I consider as fully attained. My next object was sound and useful learning. My own care first, Mr. Hart's afterward, and of late, I will own it to your praise, your own application, have more than answered my expectations in that particular, and, I have reason to believe, will answer even my wishes. All that remains for me then to wish, to recommend, to inculcate, to order, and to insist upon, is good breeding, without which all your other qualifications will be lame, unadorned, and to a certain degree unavailing. And here, I fear, and have too much reason to believe, that you are greatly deficient. The remainder of this letter, therefore, shall be, and it will not be the last by a great many, upon that subject. A friend of yours and mine has very justly defined good breeding to be the result of much good sense, some good nature, and a little self-denial for the sake of others, and with a view to obtain the same indulgence from them. Taking this for granted, as I think it cannot be disputed, it is astonishing to me that anybody who has good sense and good nature, and I believe you have both, can essentially fail in good breeding. As to the modes of it, indeed, they vary according to persons, and places, and circumstances, and are only to be acquired by observation and experience, but the substance of it is everywhere and eternally the same. Good manners are, to particular societies, what good morals are to society in general, their cement and their security. And, as laws are enacted to enforce good morals, or at least to prevent the ill effects of bad ones, so there are certain rules of civility, universally implied and received, to enforce good manners and punish bad ones. And indeed, there seems to me to be less difference, both between the crimes and between the punishments, than at first one would imagine. The immoral man, who invades another man's property, is justly hanged for it, and the ill-bred man, who by his ill manners invades and disturbs the quiet and comforts of private life, is by common consent as justly banished from society. Mutual complaisances, attentions, and sacrifices of little conveniences are as natural an implied compact between civilized people, as protection and obedience are between kings and subjects. Whoever in either case violates that compact, justly forfeits all advantages arising from it. For my own part, I really think, that next to the consciousness of doing a good action, that of doing a civil one is the most pleasing, and the epithet which I should covet the most, next to that of Aristides, would be that of well-bred. This much for good breeding in general. I will now consider some of the various modes and degrees of it. Very few, scarcely any, are wanting in the respect which they should show to those whom they acknowledge to be infinitely their superiors, such as crowned heads, princes, and public persons of distinguished and eminent posts. It is the manner of showing that respect which is different. The man of fashion and of the world expresses it in its fullest extent, but naturally, easily, and without concern, whereas a man who is not used to keep good company expresses it awkwardly. One sees that he is not used to it, and that it costs him a great deal. But I never saw the worst-bred man living, guilty of lolling, whistling, scratching his head, and such like indecencies, in company that he respected. In such companies, therefore, the only point to be attended is to show that respect, which everybody means to show, in an easy, unembarrassed, and graceful manner. This is what observation and experience must teach you. In mixed companies, whoever is admitted to make a part of them, is, for the time at least, supposed to be upon a footing of equality with the rest, and consequently, as there is no one principal object of awe and respect, people are apt to take a greater latitude in their behaviour, and to be less upon their guard, and so they may, provided it be within certain bounds, which are upon no occasion to be transgressed. But, upon these occasions, though no one is entitled to distinguished marks of respect, every one claims, and very justly, every mark of civility and good breeding. Ease is allowed, but carelessness and negligence are strictly forbidden. If a man accosts you, and talks to you ever so dully or frivolously, it is worse than rudeness, it is brutality, to show him, by a manifest inattention to what he says, that you think him a fool or a blockhead, and not worth hearing. It is much more so with regard to women, who, of whatever rank they are entitled, in consideration of their sex, not only to an attentive, but an officious good breeding from men. Their little wants, likings, dislikes, preferences, antipathies, fancies, whims, and even impertinencies, must be officiously attended to, flattered, and, if possible, guessed at and anticipated by a well-bred man. You must never usurp yourself to those conveniences and agremens which are of common right, such as the best places, the best dishes, etc., but on the contrary, always decline them yourself, and offer them to others, who in their turns will offer them to you, so that upon the whole you will in your turn enjoy your share of the common right. It would be endless for me to enumerate all the particular instances in which a well-bred man shows his good breeding in good company, and it would be injurious to you to suppose that your own good sense will not point them out to you, and then your own good nature will recommend, and your self-interest enforce the practice. There is a third sort of good breeding, in which people are the most apt to fail, from a very mistaken notion that they cannot fail at all. I mean with regard to one's most familiar friends and acquaintances, or those who really are our inferiors, and there undoubtedly a greater degree of ease is not only allowed, but proper, and contributes much to the comforts of a private social life. But that ease and freedom have their bounds too, which must by no means be violated. A certain degree of negligence and carelessness becomes injurious and insulting, from the real or supposed inferiority of the persons, and that delightful liberty of conversation among a few friends is soon destroyed, as liberty often has been, by being carried to licentiousness. But example explains things best, and I will put a pretty strong case. Suppose you and me alone together. I believe you will allow that I have as good a right to unlimited freedom in your company as either you or I can possibly have in any other, and I am apt to believe, too, that you would indulge me in that freedom as far as anybody would. But notwithstanding this, do you imagine that I should think there were no bounds to that freedom? I assure you I should not think so, and I take myself to be as much tied down by a certain degree of good manners to you as by other degrees of them to other people. Were I to show you, by a manifest inattention to what you said to me, that I was thinking of something else the whole time, were I to yawn extremely, snore, or break wind in your company, I should think that I behaved myself to you like a beast, and should not expect that you would care to frequent me. No, the most familiar and intimate habitudes, connections, and friendships require a degree of good breeding, both to preserve and cement them. If ever a man and his wife, or a man and his mistress, who pass nights as well as days together, absolutely lay aside all good breeding, their intimacy will soon degenerate into a coarse familiarity, infallibly productive of contempt or disgust. The best of us have our bad sides, and it is as imprudent as it is ill-bred to exhibit them. I shall certainly not use ceremony with you. It would be misplaced between us, but I shall certainly observe that degree of good breeding with you, which is, in the first place, decent, and which I am sure is absolutely necessary to make us like one another's company long. I will say no more now upon this important subject of good breeding, upon which I have already dwelt too long, it may be, for one letter, and upon which I shall frequently refresh your memory hereafter, but I will conclude with these axioms. That the deepest learning without good breeding is unwelcome and tiresome pedantry, and of use nowhere but a man's own closet, and consequently of little or no use at all. That a man who is not perfectly well bred is unfit for good company and unwelcome in it, will consequently dislike it soon, and afterward renounce it, and be reduced to solitude, or, what is worse, low and bad company. That a man who is not well bred is full as unfit for business as for company. Make then, my dear child, I conjure you, good breeding the great object of your thoughts and actions, at least half the day. Observe carefully the behaviours and manners of those who are distinguished by their good breeding. Imitate, nay, endeavour to excel, that you may at least reach them, and be convinced that good breeding is, to all worldly qualifications, what charity is to all Christian virtues. Observe how it adorns merit, and how often it covers the want of it. May you wear it to adorn, and not to cover you. Adieu. End of section 57. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 58 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 89. London, November 14th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, there is a natural good breeding which occurs to every man of common sense, and is practised by every man of common good nature. This good breeding is general, independent of modes, and consists in endeavours to please and oblige our fellow creatures by all good offices, short of moral duties. This will be practised by a good-natured American savage, as essentially as by the best-bred European. But then I do not take it to extend to the sacrifice of our own conveniences for the sake of other people's. Utility introduced this sort of good breeding as it introduced commerce, and established a truck of the little agremens and pleasures of life. I sacrifice such a conveniency to you, you sacrifice another to me. This commerce circulates, and every individual finds his account in it upon the whole. The third sort of good breeding is local, and is variously modified, in not only different countries, but in different towns of the same country. But it must be founded upon the two former sorts. They are the matter to which, in this case, fashion and custom only give the different shapes and impressions. Whoever has the first two sorts will easily acquire this third sort of good breeding, which depends singly upon attention and observation. It is properly the polish, the lustre, the last finishing stroke of good breeding. It is to be found only in capitals, and even there it varies, the good breeding of Rome differing in some things from that of Paris, that of Paris in others from that of Madrid, and that of Madrid in many things from that of London. A man of sense, therefore, carefully attends to the local manners of the respective places where he is, and takes for his models those persons whom he observes to be at the head of fashion and good breeding. He watches how they address themselves to their superiors, how they accost their equals, and how they treat their inferiors, and lets none of those little niceties escape him which are to good breeding what the last delicate and masterly touches are to a good picture, and of which the vulgar have no notion, but by which good judges distinguish the master. He attends even to their air, dress, and motions, and imitates them, liberally, and not servilely. He copies, but does not mimic. These personal graces are of very great consequence. They anticipate the sentiments, before merit can engage the understanding. They captivate the heart, and give rise, I believe, to the extravagant notions of charms and philters. Their effects were so surprising that they were reckoned supernatural. The most graceful and best-bred men, and the handsomest and genteelest women, give the most philters, and, as I verily believe, without the least assistance of the devil. Pray be not only well dressed, but shining in your dress. Let it have du brillant. I do not mean by a clumsy load of gold and silver, but by the taste and fashion of it. The women like and require it, they think it an attention due them. But on the other hand, if your motions and carriage are not graceful, genteel, and natural, your fine clothes will only display your awkwardness the more. But I am unwilling to suppose you still awkward, for surely by this time you must have catched a good air in good company. When you went from hence you were naturally awkward, but your awkwardness was adventitious and Westmonasterial. Leipzig, I apprehend, is not the seat of the graces, and I presume you acquired none there. But now if you will be pleased to observe what people of the first fashion do with their arms and legs, heads and bodies, you will reduce yours to certain decent laws of motion. You danced pretty well here, and ought to dance very well before you come home, for what one is obliged to do sometimes, one ought to be able to do well. Besides, la belle danse donne un brillant à un jeune homme, and you should endeavour to shine. A calm serenity, negative merit and graces, do not become your age. You should be alerte, adroit, vif, be wanted, talked of, impatiently expected, and unwillingly parted with in company. I should be glad to hear half a dozen women of fashion say, Où est donc le petit Stanhope? D'où ne vient-il? Il faut avouer qu'il est aimable. All this I do not mean singly with regard to women as the principal object, but with regard to men, and with a view of your making yourself considerable. For with very small variations, the same things that please women please men, and a man whose manners are softened and polished by women of fashion, and who is formed by them to an habitual attention and complaisance, will please, engage, and connect men much easier and more than he would otherwise. You must be sensible that you cannot rise in the world without forming connections, and engaging different characters to conspire in your point. You must make them your dependents without their knowing it, and dictate to them while you seem to be directed by them. Those necessary connections can never be formed or preserved but by an uninterrupted series of complaisance, attentions, politeness, and some constraints. You must engage their hearts, if you would have their support. You must watch the mollia tempora, and captivate them by the agremens and charms of conversation. People will not be called out to your service only when you want them, and if you expect to receive strength from them, they must receive either pleasure or advantage from you. I received in this instant a letter from Mr. Hart of the 2nd New Style, which I will answer soon. In the meantime, return him my thanks for it, through you. The constant good accounts which he gives me of you will make me suspect him of partiality, and think him le médecin tant mieux. Consider, therefore, what weight any future disposition of his against you must necessarily have with me. As in that case he will be a very unwilling, he must consequently be a very important witness. Adieu. End of Section 58. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 59 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 90. Dear Boy, my last was upon the subject of good breeding, but I think it rather set before you the unfitness and disadvantages of ill breeding than the utility and necessity of good. It was rather negative than positive. This therefore should go further, and explain to you the necessity, which you of all people living lie under, not only of being positively and actively well bred, but of shining and distinguishing yourself by your good breeding. Consider your own situation in every particular, and judge whether it is not essentially your interest, by your own good breeding to others, to secure theirs to you, and that, let me assure you, is the only way of doing it. For people will repay, and with interest too, inattention with inattention, neglect with neglect, and ill manners with worse, which may engage you in very disagreeable affairs. In the next place, your profession requires, more than any other, the nicest and most distinguished good breeding. You will negotiate with very little success, if you do not previously, by your manners, conciliate and engage the affections of those with whom you are to negotiate. Can you ever get into the confidence and secrets of the courts where you may happen to reside, if you have not those pleasing, insinuating manners, which alone can procure them? Upon my word, I do not say too much, when I say that superior good breeding, insinuating manners, and genteel address are half your business. Your knowledge will have but very little influence upon the mind, if your manners prejudice the heart against you. But, on the other hand, how easily will you dupe the understanding, where you have first engaged the heart? And hearts are by no means to be gained by that mere common civility which everybody practices. Bowing again to those who bow to you, answering dryly those who speak to you, and saying nothing offensive to anybody, is such negative good breeding that it is only not being a brute, as it would be but a very poor commendation of any man's cleanliness to say that he did not stink. It is an active, cheerful, officious, seducing, good breeding that must gain you the good will and first sentiments of men, and the affections of the women. You must carefully watch and attend to their passions, their tastes, their little humours and weaknesses, and aller au devant. You must do it at the same time with alacrity and empressement, and not as if you graciously condescended to humour their weaknesses. For instance, suppose you invited anybody to dine or sup with you, you ought to recollect if you had observed that they had any favourite dish, and take care to provide it for them. And when it came you should say, "You seemed to me, at such and such a place, to give this dish a preference, and therefore I ordered it. This is the wine that I observed you liked, and therefore I procured some." The more trifling these things are, the more they prove your attention for the person, and are consequently the more engaging. Consult your own breast, and recollect how these little attentions, when shown to you by others, flatter that degree of self-love and vanity from which no living man is free. Reflect how they incline and attract you to that person, and how you are propitiated afterwards to all which that person says or does. The same causes will have the same effects in your behaviour. Women, in a great degree, establish or destroy every man's reputation of good breeding. You must, therefore, in a manner, overwhelm them with these attentions. They are used to them, they expect them, and to do them justice, they commonly requite them. You must be seditious, and rather over-officious than under, in procuring them their coaches, their chairs, their conveniences in public places. Not see what you should not see, and rather assist where you cannot help seeing. Opportunities of showing these attentions present themselves perpetually, but if they do not, make them. As Ovid advises his lover, when he sits in the circus near his mistress, to wipe the dust off her neck, even if there be none, si nullus tamen execute nullum. Your conversation with women should always be respectful, but at the same time en jeu, and always addressed to their vanity. Everything you say or do should convince them of the regard you have, whether you have it or not, for their beauty, their wit, or their merit. Men have possibly as much vanity as women, though of another kind, and both art and good breeding require, that instead of mortifying, you should please and flatter it, by words and looks of approbation. Suppose, which is by no means improbable, that at your return to England I should place you near the person of some one of the royal family. In that situation, good breeding, engaging address, adorned with all the graces that dwell at courts, would very probably make you a favourite, and from a favourite a minister; but all the knowledge and learning in the world, without them, never would. The penetration of princes seldom goes deeper than the surface. It is the exterior that always engages their hearts, and I would never advise you to give yourself much trouble about their understanding. Princes in general, I mean those Porphyrogenets who are born and bred in purple, are about the pitch of women, bred up like them, and are to be addressed and gained in the same manner. They always see, they seldom weigh. Your lustre, not your solidity, must take them. Your inside will afterwards support and secure what your outside has acquired. With weak people, and they undoubtedly are 3 parts in 4 of mankind, good breeding, address, and manners are everything. They can go no deeper, but let me assure you that they are a great deal even with people of the best understandings. Where the eyes are not pleased, and the heart is not flattered, the mind will be apt to stand out. Be this right or wrong, I confess I am so made myself. Awkwardness and ill-breeding shock me to that degree, that, where I meet with them, I cannot find in my heart to inquire into the intrinsic merit of the person. I hastily decide in myself that he can have none, and I am not sure that I should even be sorry to know that he had any. I often paint you in my imagination, in your present lontananza, and while I view you in the light of ancient and modern learning, useful and ornamental knowledge, I am charmed with the prospect; but when I view you in another light, and represent you awkward, ungraceful, ill-bred, with vulgar air and manners, shambling toward me with inattention and distractions, I shall not pretend to describe to you what I feel, but will do as a skilful painter did formerly, draw a veil before the countenance of the Father. I dare say you know already enough of architecture, to know that the Tuscan is the strongest and most solid of all the orders, but at the same time it is the coarsest and clumsiest of them. Its solidity does extremely well for the foundation and base floor of a great edifice, but if the whole building be Tuscan, it will attract no eyes, it will stop no passengers, it will invite no interior examination. people will take it for granted that the finishing and furnishing cannot be worth seeing, where the front is so unadorned and clumsy. But if, upon the solid Tuscan foundation, the Doric, the Ionic, and the Corinthian orders rise gradually with all their beauty, proportions, and ornaments, the fabric seizes the most incurious eye, and stops the most careless passenger, who solicits admission as a favour, nay, often purchases it. Just so will it fare with your little fabric, which at present, I fear, has more of the Tuscan than of the Corinthian order. You must absolutely change the whole front, or nobody will knock at the door. The several parts, which must compose this new front, are elegant, easy, natural, superior good breeding, an engaging address, genteel motions, an insinuating softness in your looks, words, and actions, a spruce, lively air, fashionable dress, and all the glitter that a young fellow should have. I am sure you would do a great deal for my sake, and therefore consider at your return here what a disappointment and concern it would be to me, if I could not safely depute you to do the honours of my house and table, and if I should be ashamed to present you to those who frequent both. Should you be awkward, inattentive, and distrait, and happen to meet Mr. L. at my table, the consequences of that meeting must be fatal. You would run your heads against each other, cut each other's fingers, instead of your meat, or die by the precipitate infusion of scalding soup. This is really so copious a subject, that there is no end of being either serious or ludicrous upon it. It is impossible, too, to enumerate or state to you the various cases in good breeding. They are infinite. There is no situation or relation in the world so remote or so intimate, that does not require a degree of it. Your own good sense must point it out to you. Your own good nature must incline, and your interest prompt you to practice it. And observation and experience must give you the manner, the air, and the graces which complete the whole. This letter will hardly overtake you, till you are at or near Rome. I expect a great deal in every way from your 6 months' stay there. My morning hopes are justly placed in Mr. Hart, and the masters he will give you; my evening ones in the Roman ladies. Pray be attentive to both. But I must hint to you, that the Roman ladies are not les femmes savantes, et ne vous embarrassons point pour paramour du grec. They must have il garbato, il leggiadro, il disinvolto, il lusinghiero, quel non soci, che piace, che alleta, che incanta. I have often asserted that the profoundest learning and the politest manners were by no means incompatible, though so seldom found united in the same person; and I have engaged myself to exhibit to you, as proof of the truth of this assertion. Should you, instead of that, happen to disprove me, the concern indeed would be mine, but the loss will be yours. Lord Bolingbroke is a strong instance on my side of the question. He joins to the deepest erudition, the most elegant politeness and good breeding, that ever any courtier and man of the world was adorned with. And Pope very justly called him all accomplished St. John, with regard to his knowledge and his manners. He had, it is true, his faults, which proceeded from unbounded ambition and impetuous passions, but they have now subsided by age and experience, and I can wish you nothing better than to be what he is now, without being what he has been formerly. His address pre-engages, his eloquence persuades, and his knowledge informs all who approach him. Upon the whole, I do desire and insist, that from after dinner till you go to bed, you make good breeding, address, and manners your serious object and your only care. Without them you will be nobody; with them you may be anything. Adieu, my dear child. My compliments to Mr. Hart. End of Section 59. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 60 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 91. London, November 24th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, every rational being, I take it for granted, proposes to himself some object more important than mere respiration and obscure animal existence. He desires to distinguish himself among his fellow creatures, and aluci negotio intentus, praeclare facendoris, aut artis bone, famine quaerit. Caesar, when embarking in his storm, said, that it was not necessary he should live, but that it was absolutely necessary he should get to the place to which he was going. And Pliny leaves mankind this only alternative, either of doing what deserves to be written, or of writing what deserves to be read. As for those who do neither, eorum vitam mortemque juxta estimo, quoniam de utraque silitur. You have, I am convinced, one or both of these objects in view, but you must know and use the necessary means, or your pursuit will be vain and frivolous. In either case, sapere est principium et fons, but it is by no means all. That knowledge must be adorned, it must have lustre as well as weight, or it will be oftener taken for lead than for gold. Knowledge you have and will have. I am easy upon that article. But my business as your friend is not to compliment you upon what you have, but to tell you with freedom what you want, and I must tell you plainly that I fear you want everything but knowledge. I have written to you so often of late upon good breeding, address, les manières liantes, that I shall confine this letter to another subject, pretty near akin to them, and which I am sure you are full as deficient in, I mean style. Style is the dress of thoughts, and let them be ever so just. If your style is homely, coarse, and vulgar, they will appear to as much disadvantage, and be as ill received as your person, though ever so well proportioned, would, if dressed in rags, dirt, and tatters. It is not every understanding that can judge of matter, but every ear can and does judge, more or less, of style. And were I either to speak or write to the public, I should prefer moderate manner, adorned with all the beauties and elegancies of style, to the strongest matter in the world, ill-worded and ill-delivered. Your business is negotiation abroad, and oratory in the House of Commons at home. What figure can you make, in either case, if your style be inelegant, I do not say bad? Imagine yourself writing an office letter to a Secretary of State, which letter is to be read by the whole Cabinet Council, and very possibly afterward laid before Parliament. Any one barbarism, solecism, or vulgarism in it, would, in a very few days, circulate through the whole kingdom, to your disgrace and ridicule. For instance, I will suppose you had written the following letter from The Hague to the Secretary of State at London, and leave you to suppose the consequences of it. My Lord, I had last night the honour of your Lordship's letter of the 24th, and will set about doing the orders contained therein, and if so be that I can get that affair done by the next post, I will not fail for to give your Lordship an account of it by next post. I have told the French Minister, as how that if that affair be not soon concluded, your Lordship would think it all long of him, and that he must have neglected for to have wrote to his court about it. I must beg leave to put your Lordship in mind as how, that I am now full 3/4 in arrear, and if so be that I do not very soon receive at least 1/2 year, I shall cut a very bad figure, for this here place is very dear. I shall be vastly beholden to your Lordship for that there mark of your favour, and so I rest or remain your, etc. You will tell me possibly that this is a caricatura of an illiberal and inelegant style. I will admit it, but I assure you at the same time that a dispatch with less than half these faults would blow you up for ever. It is by no means sufficient to be free from faults, in speaking and writing, but you must do both correctly and elegantly. In faults of this kind, it is not ille optimus qui minimus argutur, but he is unpardonable who has any at all, because it is his own fault. He need only attend to, observe, and imitate the best authors. It is a very true saying, that a man must be born a poet, but that he may make himself an orator, and the very first principle of an orator is to speak his own language, particularly, with the utmost purity and elegance. A man will be forgiven even great errors in a foreign language, but in his own, even the least slips are justly laid hold of and ridiculed. A person of the House of Commons, speaking 2 years ago upon naval affairs, asserted, that we had then the finest navy upon the face of the yarth. This happy mixture of blunder and vulgarism, you may easily imagine, was matter of immediate ridicule, but I can assure you that it continues so still, and will be remembered as long as he lives and speaks. Another, speaking in defence of a gentleman, upon whom a censure was moved, happily said that he thought that gentleman was more liable to be thanked and rewarded than censured. You know, I presume, that liable can never be used in a good sense. You have with you 3 or 4 of the best English authors, Dryden, Atterbury, and Swift. Read them with the utmost care, and with a particular view to their language, and they may possibly correct that curious infelicity of diction which you acquired at Westminster. Mr. Hart excepted, I will admit that you have met with very few English abroad, who could improve your style, and with many, I dare say, who speak as ill as yourself, and it may be worse. You must, therefore, take the more pains, and consult your authors and Mr. Hart the more. I need not tell you how attentive the Romans and Greeks, particularly the Athenians, were to this object. It is also a study among the Italians and the French. Witness their respective academies and dictionaries for improving and fixing their languages. To our shame be it spoken, it is less attended to here than in any polite country, but that is no reason why you should not attend to it. On the contrary, it will distinguish you the more. Cicero says, very truly, that it is glorious to excel other men in that very article, in which men excel brutes, speech. Constant experience has shown me that great purity and elegance of style, with a graceful elocution, cover a multitude of faults, in either a speaker or a writer. For my own part, I confess, and I believe most people are of my mind, that if a speaker should ungracefully mutter or stammer out to me the sense of an angel, deformed by barbarism and solecisms, or larded with vulgarisms, he should never speak to me a second time, if I could help it. Gain the heart, or you gain nothing. The eyes and the ears are the only roads to the heart. Merit and knowledge will not gain hearts, though they will secure them when gained. Pray, have that truth ever in your mind. Engage the eyes by your address, air, and motions. Soothe the ears by the elegance and harmony of your diction. The heart will certainly follow, and the whole man or woman will as certainly follow the heart. I must repeat it to you, over and over again, that with all the knowledge which you have at present, or hereafter acquire, and with all merit that ever man had, if you have not a graceful address, liberal and engaging manners, a prepossessing air, and a good degree of eloquence in speaking and writing, you will be nobody, but will have the daily mortification of seeing people, with not 1/10 part of your merit or knowledge, get the start of you, and disgrace you, both in company and in business. You have read Quintilian, the best book in the world to form an orator. Pray read Cicero de Oratore, the best book in the world to finish one. Translate and retranslate from and to Latin, Greek, and English. Make yourself a pure and elegant English style. It requires nothing but application. I do not find that God has made you a poet, and I am very glad that he is not. Therefore, for God's sake, make yourself an orator, which you may do. Though I still call you boy, I consider you no longer as such, and when I reflect upon the prodigious quantity of manure that has been laid upon you, I expect that you should produce more at 18 than uncultivated soils do at 28. Pray tell Mr. Hart that I have received his letter of the 13th New Style. Mr. Smith was much in the right not to let you go at this time of the year by sea. In the summer you may navigate as much as you please, as, for example, from Leghorn to Genoa, etc. Adieu. End of section 60. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 61 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 92. London, November 27th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, while the Roman Republic flourished, while glory was pursued, and virtue practised, and while even little irregularities and indecencies, not cognizable by law, were, however, not thought below the public care, censors were established, discretionally to supply, in particular cases, the inevitable defects of the law, which must and can only be general. This employment I assume to myself with regard to your little republic, leaving the legislative power entirely to Mr. Hart. I hope and believe that he will seldom, or rather never, have occasion to exert his supreme authority, and I do by no means suspect you of any faults that may require that interposition. But to tell you the plain truth, I am of opinion that my censorial power will not be useless to you, nor a sinecure to me. The sooner you make it both, the better for us both. I can now exercise this employment only upon hearsay, or at most written evidence, and therefore shall exercise it with great lenity and some diffidence. But when we meet, and that I can form my judgment upon ocular and auricular evidence, I shall no more let the least impropriety, indecorum, or irregularity pass uncensored, than my predecessor Cato did. I shall read you with the attention of a critic, not with the partiality of an author, different in this respect, indeed, from most critics, that I shall seek for faults only to correct and not to expose them. I have often thought, and still think, that there are few things which people in general know less, than how to love and how to hate. They hurt those they love by a mistaken indulgence, by a blindness, nay, often by a partiality to their faults. Where they hate, they hurt themselves, by ill-timed passion and rage. Fortunately for you, I never loved you in that mistaken manner. From your infancy, I made you the object of my most serious attention, and not my plaything. I consulted your real good, not your humours or fancies, and I shall continue to do so while you want it, which will probably be the case during our joint lives. For, considering the difference of our ages, in the course of nature, you will hardly have acquired experience enough of your own, while I shall be in condition of lending you any of mine. People in general will much better bear being told of their vices or crimes, than of their little failings and weaknesses. They, in some degree, justify or excuse, as they think, the former, by strong passions, seductions, and artifices of others, but to be told of, or to confess their little failings and weaknesses, implies an inferiority of parts, too mortifying to that self-love and vanity, which are inseparable from our natures. I have been intimate enough with several people to tell them that they had said or done a very criminal thing, but I never was intimate enough with any man to tell him, very seriously, that he had said or done a very foolish one. Nothing less than the relation between you and me can possibly authorize that freedom, but fortunately for you, my parental rights, joined to my censorial powers, give it me in its fullest extent, and my concern for you will make me exert it. Rejoice, therefore, that there is one person in the world who can and will tell you what will be very useful to you to know, and yet what no other man living could or would tell you. Whatever I shall tell you of this kind, you are very sure, can have no other motive than your interest. I can neither be jealous nor envious of your reputation or fortune, which I must be both desirous and proud to establish and promote. I cannot be your rival either in love or in business. On the contrary, I want the rays of your rising to reflect new lustre upon my setting light. In order to this, I shall analyze you minutely, and censure you freely, that you may not, if possible, have one single spot, when in your meridian. There is nothing that a young fellow, at his first appearance in the world, has more reason to dread, and consequently should take more pains to avoid, than having any ridicule fixed upon him. It degrades him with the most reasonable part of mankind, but it ruins him with the rest, and I have known many a man undone by acquiring a ridiculous nickname. I would not, for all the riches in the world, that you should acquire one when you return to England. Vices and crimes excite hatred and reproach. Failings, weaknesses, and awkwardnesses excite ridicule. They are laid hold of by mimics, who, though very contemptible wretches themselves, often by their buffoonery fix ridicule upon their betters. The little defects in manners, elocution, address, and air, and even of figure, though very unjustly, are the objects of ridicule, and the causes of nicknames. You cannot imagine the grief it would give me, and the prejudice it would do you, if by way of distinguishing you from others of your name, you should happen to be called muttering Stanhope, absent Stanhope, ill-bred Stanhope, or awkward, left-legged Stanhope. Therefore, take great care to put it out of the power of ridicule itself to give you any of these ridiculous epithets, for if you get one, it will stick to you like the envenomed shirt. The very first day that I see you, I shall be able to tell you, and certainly shall tell you, what degree of danger you are in, and I hope that my admonitions, as censor, may prevent the censures of the public. Admonitions are always useful. Is this one or not? You are the best judge. It is your own picture which I send you, drawn at my request, by a lady at Venice. Pray let me know how far, in your conscience, you think it like. for there are some parts of it which I wish may, and others which I should be sorry were. I send you literally the copy of that part of her letter to her friend here, which relates to you. In compliance to your orders, I have examined young Stanhope carefully, and think I have penetrated into his character. This is his portrait, which I take to be a faithful one. His face is pleasing, his countenance sensible, and his look clever. His figure is, at present, rather too square, but if he shoots up, which he has matter and years for, he will then be of a good size. He has undoubtedly a great fund of acquired knowledge. I am assured that he is master of the learned languages. As for French, I know he speaks it perfectly, and I am told German as well. The questions he asks are judicious, and denote a thirst after knowledge. I cannot say that he appears equally desirous of pleasing, for he seems to neglect attentions and the graces. He does not come into a room well, nor has he that easy, noble carriage, which would be proper for him. It is true, he is as yet young and inexperienced. One may therefore reasonably hope that his exercises, which he has not yet gone through, and good company, in which he is still a novice, will polish, and give all that is wanting to complete him. What seems necessary for that purpose would be an attachment to some woman of fashion, and who knows the world. Some Madame de Lersay would be the proper person. In short, I can assure you that he has everything which Lord Chesterfield can wish him, excepting that carriage, those graces, and the style used in the best company, which he will certainly acquire in time, and by frequenting the polite world. If he should not, it would be great pity, since he so well deserves to possess them. You know their importance. My lord his father knows it too, he being master of them all. To conclude, if little Stanhope acquires the graces, I promise you he will make his way. If not, he will be stopped in a course, the goal of which he might attain with honour. Tell Mr. Hart that I have this moment received his letter of the 22nd New Style, and that I approve extremely of the long stay you have made at Venice. I love long residences at capitals. Running post through different places is a most unprofitable way of travelling, and admits of no application. Adieu. You see by this extract of what consequence other people think these things. Therefore I hope you will no longer look upon them as trifles. It is the character of an able man to despise little things in great business, but then he knows what things are little, and what not. He does not suppose things are little, because they are commonly called so, but by the consequences that may or may not attend them. If gaining people's affections, and interesting their hearts in your favour, be of consequence, as it undoubtedly is, he knows very well that a happy concurrence of all those commonly called little things, manners, air, address, graces, etc., is of the utmost consequence, and will never be at rest till he has acquired them. The world is taken by the outside of things, and we must take the world as it is. You nor I cannot set it right. I know at this time a man of great quality and station, who has not the parts of a porter, but raised himself to the station he is in, singly by having a graceful figure, polite manners, and an engaging address, which, by the way, he only acquired by habit, for he had not sense enough to get them by reflection. Parts and habit should conspire to complete you. You will have the habit of good company, and you have reflection in your power. End of section 61. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 62 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 93. London, December 5th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, those who suppose that men in general act rationally, because they are called rational creatures, know very little of the world, and if they act themselves upon that supposition, will 9 times in 10 find themselves grossly mistaken. That man is animal bipes implume risible, I entirely agree, but for the rationale, I can only allow it him in actu primo, to talk logic, and seldom in actu secundo. Thus the speculative, cloistered pedant, in his solitary cell, forms systems of things as they should be, not as they are, and writes as decisively and absurdly upon war, politics, manners, and characters, as that pedant talked, who was so kind as to instruct Hannibal in the art of war. Such closet politicians never fail to assign the deepest motives for the most trifling actions. Instead of often ascribing the greatest actions to the most trifling causes, in which they would be much seldomer mistaken, they read and write of kings, heroes, and statesmen, as never doing anything but upon the deepest principles of sound policy. But those who see and observe kings, heroes, and statesmen discover that they have headaches, indigestions, humours, and passions just like other people, every one of which in their turn determines their wills, in defiance of their reason. Had we only read in the life of Alexander that he burned Persepolis, it would doubtless have been accounted for from deep policy. We should have been told that his new conquest could not have been secured without the destruction of that capital, which would have been the constant seat of cabals, conspiracies, and revolts. But luckily we are informed at the same time that this hero, this demigod, this son and heir of Jupiter Ammon, happened to get extremely drunk with his whore, and by way of frolic destroyed one of the finest cities in the world. Read men, therefore, yourself, not in books, but in nature. Adopt no systems, but study them yourself. Observe their weaknesses, their passions, their humours, all of which their understandings are, 9 times in 10, the dupes. You will then know that they are to be gained, influenced, or led, much oftener by little things than by great ones, and consequently you will no longer think those things little, which tend to such great purposes. Let us apply this now to the particular object of this letter, I mean, speaking in and influencing public assemblies. The nature of our constitution makes eloquence more useful and more necessary in this country than in any other in Europe. A certain degree of good sense and knowledge is requisite for that, as well as for everything else. But beyond that, the purity of diction, the elegance of style, the harmony of periods, a pleasing elocution, and a graceful action, are the things which a public speaker should attend to the most, because his audience certainly does, and understands them the best, or rather indeed understands little else. The late Lord Chancellor Cowper's strength as an orator lay by no means in his reasoning, for he often hazarded very weak ones. But such was the purity and elegance of his style, such the propriety and charms of his elocution, and such the gracefulness of his action, that he never spoke without universal applause. The ears and the eyes gave him up the hearts and the understandings of the audience. On the contrary, the late Lord Townshend always spoke materially, with argument and knowledge, but never pleased. Why? His diction was not only inelegant, but frequently ungrammatical, always vulgar, his cadences false, his voice unharmonious, and his action ungraceful. Nobody heard him with patience, and the young fellows used to joke upon him, and repeat his inaccuracies. The late Duke of Argyll, though the weakest reasoner, was the most pleasing speaker I ever knew in my life. He charmed, he warmed, he forcibly ravished the audience, not by his matter certainly, but by his manner of delivering it. A most genteel figure, a graceful noble air, an harmonious voice, an elegance of style, and a strength of emphasis, conspired to make him the most affecting, persuasive, and applauded speaker I ever saw. I was captivated like others, but when I came home, and coolly considered what he had said, stripped of all those ornaments in which he addressed it, I often found the matter flimsy, the arguments weak, and I was convinced of the power of those adventitious concurring circumstances, which ignorance of mankind only calls trifling ones. Cicero, in his book De Oratore, in order to raise the dignity of that profession which he well knew himself to be at the head of, asserts that a complete orator must be a complete everything, lawyer, philosopher, divine, etc. That would be extremely well, if it were possible, but man's life is not long enough, and I hold him to be the completest orator who speaks the best upon that subject which occurs, whose happy choice of words, whose lively imagination, whose elocution and action adorn and grace his matter, at the same time that they excite the attention and engage the passions of his audience. You will be of the House of Commons as soon as you are of age, and you must first make a figure there, if you would make a figure or a fortune in your country. This you can never do without that correctness and elegance in your own language, which you now seem to neglect, and which you have entirely to learn. Fortunately for you, it is to be learned. Care and observation will do it, but do not flatter yourself that all the knowledge, sense, and reasoning in the world will ever make you a popular and applauded speaker, without the ornaments and the graces of style, elocution, and action. Sense and argument, though coarsely delivered, will have their weight in a private conversation, with 2 or 3 people of sense, but in a public assembly they will have none, if naked and destitute of the advantages I have mentioned. Cardinal de Retz observes, very justly, that every numerous assembly is a mob, influenced by their passions, humours, and affections, which nothing but eloquence ever did or ever can engage. This is so important a consideration for everybody in this country, and more particularly for you, that I earnestly recommend it to your most serious care and attention. Mind your diction, in whatever language you either write or speak. Contract a habit of correctness and elegance. Consider your style, even in the freest conversation and most familiar letters. After, at least, if not before, you have said a thing, reflect if you could not have said it better. Where you doubt the propriety or elegance of a word or phrase, consult some good dead or living authority in that language. Use yourself to translate from various languages into English. Correct those translations till they satisfy your ear as well as your understanding. And be convinced of this truth, that the best sense and reason in the world will be as unwelcome in a public assembly, without these ornaments, as they will in public companies, without the assistance of manners and politeness. If you will please people, you must please them in their own way, and as you cannot make them what they should be, you must take them as they are. I repeat it again, they are only to be taken by agrément, and by what flatters their senses and their hearts. Rabelais first wrote a most excellent book which nobody liked. Then, determined to conform to the public taste, he wrote Gargantua and Pantagruel, which everybody liked, extravagant as it was. Adieu. End of section 62. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 63 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 94. London, December 9th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, it is now above 40 years since I have never spoken nor written one single word, without giving myself at least one moment's time to consider whether it was a good or a bad one, and whether I could not find out a better in its place. An unharmonious and rugged period at this time shocks my ears, and I, like all the rest of the world, will willingly exchange and give up some degree of rough sense, for a good degree of pleasing sound. I will freely and truly own to you, without either vanity or false modesty, that whatever reputation I have acquired as a speaker, is more owing to my constant attention to my diction than to my matter, which was necessarily just the same as other people's. When you come into Parliament, your reputation as a speaker will depend much more upon your words and your periods than upon the subject. This same matter occurs equally to everybody of common sense, upon the same question. The dressing it well is what excites the attention and admiration of the audience. It is in Parliament that I have set my heart upon your making a figure. It is there that I want to have you justly proud of yourself, and to make me justly proud of you. This means that you must be a good speaker there. I use the word must, because you know you may if you will. The vulgar, who are always mistaken, look upon a speaker and a comet with the same astonishment and admiration, taking them both for preternatural phenomena. This error discourages many young men from attempting that character, and good speakers are willing to have their talent considered as something very extraordinary, if not a peculiar gift of God to his elect. But let you and me analyze and simplify this good speaker. Let us strip him of those adventitious plumes with which his own pride, and the ignorance of others, have decked him, and we shall find the true definition of him to be no more than this: a man of good common sense, who reasons justly and expresses himself elegantly on that subject upon which he speaks. There is surely no witchcraft in this. A man of sense, without a superior and astonishing degree of parts, will not talk nonsense upon any subject, nor will he, if he has the least taste or application, talk inelegantly. What, then, does all this mighty art and mystery of speaking in Parliament amount to? Why, no more than this, that the man who speaks in the House of Commons speaks in that House, and to 400 people, that opinion upon a given subject which he would make no difficulty of speaking in any house in England, round the fire, or at a table, to any 14 people whatsoever; better judges, perhaps, and severer critics of what he says, than any 14 gentlemen of the House of Commons. I have spoken frequently in Parliament, and not always without some applause, and therefore I can assure you, from my experience, that there is very little in it. The elegance of the style, and the turn of the periods, make the chief impressions upon the hearers. Give them but 1 or 2 round and harmonious periods in a speech, which they will retain and repeat, and they will go home as well satisfied as people do from an opera, humming all the way 1 or 2 favourite tunes that have struck their ears, and were easily caught. Most people have ears, but few have judgment. Tickle those ears, and depend upon it, you will catch their judgments, such as they are. Cicero, conscious that he was at the top of his profession, for in his time eloquence was a profession, in order to set himself off, defines in his treatise De Oratore an orator to be such a man as never was, nor never will be, and by his fallacious argument, says that he must know every art and science whatsoever, or how shall he speak upon them? But with submission to go to so great an authority, my definition of an orator is extremely different from, and I believe much truer than his. I call that man an orator, who reasons justly, and expresses himself elegantly, upon whatever subject he treats. Problems in geometry, equations in algebra, processes in chemistry, and experiments in anatomy, are never, that I have heard of, the object of eloquence, and therefore I humbly conceive, that a man may be a very fine speaker, and yet know nothing of geometry, algebra, chemistry, or anatomy. The subjects of all parliamentary debates are subject of common sense singly. Thus I write whatever occurs to me, that I think may contribute either to form or inform you. May my labour not be in vain! And it will not, if you will but have half the concern for yourself that I have for you. Adieu. End of section 63. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 64 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 95. London, December 12th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, Lord Clarendon, in his History, says of Mr. John Hampden, that he had a head to contrive, a tongue to persuade, and a hand to execute any mischief. I shall not now enter into the justness of this character of Mr. Hampden, to whose braves stand against the illegal demand of ship money we owe our present liberties, but I mention it to you as the character which, with the alteration of one single word, good, instead of mischief, I would have you aspire to, and use your utmost endeavours to deserve. The head to contrive, God must to a certain degree have given you, but it is in your own power greatly to improve it, by study, observation, and reflection. As for the tongue to persuade, it wholly depends upon yourself, and without it the best head will contrive to very little purpose. The hand to execute depends likewise, in my opinion, in a great measure upon yourself. Serious reflection will always give courage in a good cause, and the courage arising from reflection is of much a superior nature to the animal and constitutional courage of a foot soldier. The former is steady and unshaken, where the nodus is dignus vindis; the latter is oftener improperly than properly exerted, but always brutally. The second member of my text, to speak ecclesiastically, shall be the subject of my following discourse, the tongue to persuade, as judicious preachers recommend those virtues, which they think their several audiences want the most, such as truth and continence at court, disinterestedness in the city, and sobriety in the country. You must certainly, in the course of your little experience, have felt the different effects of elegant and inelegant speaking. Do you not suffer, when people accost you in a stammering or hesitating manner, in an untuneful voice, with false accents and cadences, puzzling and blundering through solecisms, barbarisms, and vulgarisms, misplacing even their bad words, and inverting all method? Does not this prejudice you against their matter, be it what it will, nay, even against their persons? I am sure it does me. On the other hand, do you not feel yourself inclined, prepossessed, nay, even engaged in favour of those who address you in the direct contrary manner? The effects of a correct and adorned style of method and perspicuity are incredible toward persuasion. They often supply the want of reason and argument. But when used in the support of reason and argument, they are irresistible. The French attend very much to the purity and elegance of their style, even in common conversation, insomuch that it is a character to say of a man, qu'il narre bien. Their conversations frequently turn upon the delicacies of their language, and an academy is employed in fixing it. The Crusca in Italy has the same object, and I have met with very few Italians who did not speak their own language correctly and elegantly. How much more necessary is it for an Englishman to do so, who is to speak it in a public assembly, where the laws and liberties of his country are the subject of his deliberation? The tongue that would persuade there must not content itself with mere articulation. You know what pains Demosthenes took to correct his naturally bad elocution. You know that he declaimed by the seaside in storms, to prepare himself for the noise of the tumultuous assemblies he was to speak to, and you can now judge of the correctness and elegance of his style. He thought all these things of consequence, and he thought right. Pray, do you think so too? It is of the utmost consequence to you to be of that opinion. If you have the least defect in your elocution, take the utmost care and pains to correct it. Do not neglect your style, whatever language you speak in, or whoever you speak to, were it your footman. Seek always for the best words and the happiest expressions you can find. Do not content yourself with being barely understood, but adorn your thoughts, and dress them as you would your person, which, however well proportioned it might be, it would be very improper and indecent to exhibit naked, or even worse dressed than people of your sort are. I have sent you in a packet which your Leipzig acquaintance Duval sends to his correspondent at Rome, Lord Bolingbroke's book, Letters on the Spirit of Patriotism, on the idea of a patriot king, which he published about a year ago. I desire that you will read it over and over again, with particular attention to the style, and to all those beauties of oratory with which it is adorned. Till I read that book, I confess I did not know all the extent and powers of the English language. Lord Bolingbroke has both a tongue and a pen to persuade. His manner of speaking in private conversation is full as elegant as his writings. Whatever subject he either speaks or writes upon, he adorns with the most splendid eloquence, not a studied or a laboured eloquence, but such a flowing happiness of diction, which, from care perhaps at first, is become so habitual to him, that even his most familiar conversations, if taken down in writing, would bear the press, without the least correction either as to method or style. If his conduct, in the former part of his life, had been equal to all his natural and acquired talents, he would most justly have merited the epithet of all accomplished. He is himself sensible of his past errors. Those violent passions which seduced him in his youth have now subsided by age, and take him as he is now, the character of an all-accomplished is more his due than any man's I ever knew in my life. But he has been a most mortifying instance of the violence of human passions, and of the weakness of the most exalted human reason. His virtues and his vices, his reason and his passions, did not blend themselves by a graduation of tints, but formed a shining and sudden contrast. Here the darkest, the most splendid colours, and both rendered more shining from their proximity. Impetuosity, excess, and almost extravagance characterized not only his passions, but even his senses. His youth was distinguished by all the tumult and storm of pleasures, in which he most licentiously triumphed, disdaining all decorum. His fine imagination has often been heated and exhausted, with his body, in celebrating and deifying the prostitute of the night, and his convivial joys were pushed to all the extravagance of frantic bacchanals. Those passions were interrupted but by a stronger ambition. The former impaired both his constitution and his character, but the latter destroyed both his fortune and his reputation. He has noble and generous sentiments, rather than fixed, reflected principles of good nature and friendship, but they are more violent than lasting, and suddenly and often varied to their opposite extremes, with regard to the same persons. He receives the common attentions of civility as obligations, which he returns with interest, and resents with passion the little inadvertencies of human nature, which he repays with interest too. Even a difference of opinion upon a philosophical subject would provoke, and prove him no practical philosopher at least. Notwithstanding the dissipation of his youth, and the tumultuous agitation of his middle age, he has an infinite fund of various and almost universal knowledge, which from the clearest and quickest conception, and happiest memory, that ever man was blessed with, he always carries about him. It is his pocket money, and he never has occasion to draw upon a book for any sum. He excels more particularly in history, as his historical works plainly prove. The relative political and commercial interests of every country in Europe, particularly of his own, are better known to him than perhaps to any man in it. But how steadily he has pursued the latter in his public conduct, his enemies, of all parties and denominations, tell with joy. He engaged young and distinguished himself in business, and his penetration was almost intuition. I am old enough to have heard him speak in Parliament. And I remember that, though prejudiced against him by party, I felt all the force and charms of his eloquence. Like Belial in Milton, he made the worse appear the better cause. All the internal and external advantages and talents of an orator are undoubtedly his. Figure, voice, elocution, knowledge, and above all, the purest and most florid diction, with the justest metaphors and happiest images, had raised him to the post of Secretary at War at 24 years old, an age at which others are hardly thought fit for the smallest employments. During his long exile in France, he applied himself to study with his characteristical ardor, and there he formed and chiefly executed the plan of a great philosophical work. The common bonds of human knowledge are too narrow for his warm and aspiring imagination. He must go extra flammantia mania mundi, and explore the unknown and unknowable regions of metaphysics, which open an unbounded field for the excursion of an ardent imagination, where endless conjectures supply the defect of unattainable knowledge, and too often usurp both its name and its influence. He has had a very handsome person, with a most engaging address in his air and manners. He has all the dignity and good breeding which a man of quality should or can have, and which so few, in this country at least, really have. He professes himself a deist, believing in a general providence, but doubting of, though by no means rejecting, as is commonly supposed, the immortality of the soul and a future state. Upon the whole of this extraordinary man, what can we say but, alas, poor human nature? In your destination you will have frequent occasion to speak in public, to princes and states abroad, to the House of Commons at home. Judge then whether eloquence is necessary for you or not only common eloquence, which is rather free from faults than adorned by beauties, but the highest, the most shining degree of eloquence. For God's sake, have this object always in your view and in your thoughts. Tune your tongue early to persuasion, and let no jarring, dissonant accents ever fall from it. Contract a habit of speaking well upon every occasion, and neglect yourself in no one. Eloquence and good breeding alone will carry an exceeding small degree of parts and knowledge, will carry a man a great way. With your parts and knowledge, then, how far will they not carry you? Adieu. End of section 64. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 65 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 96. London, December 16th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, this letter will, I hope, find you safely arrived and well settled at Rome, after the usual distresses and accidents of a winter journey, which are very proper to teach you patience. Your stay there I look upon as a very important period of your life, and I do believe that you will fill it up well. I hope you will employ the mornings diligently with Mr. Hart, in acquiring weight, and in the evenings in the best companies at Rome, in acquiring lustre. A formal, dull father would recommend to you to plod out the evenings, too, at home, over a book by a dim taper, but I recommend to you the evenings for your pleasures, which are as much a part of your education, and almost as necessary a one, as your morning studies. Go to whatever assemblies or spectacles people of fashion go to, and when you are there do as they do. Endeavor to outshine those who shine there the most. Get the garbo, the gentilezza, the leggiadria of the Italians. Make love to the most impertinent beauty of condition that you meet with, and be gallant with all the rest. Speak Italian, right or wrong, to everybody, and if you do but laugh at yourself first for your bad Italian, nobody else will laugh at you for it. That is the only way to speak it perfectly, which I expect you will do, because I am sure you may before you leave Rome. View the most curious remains of antiquity with a classical spirit, and they will clear up to you many passages of the classical authors, particularly the Trajan and Antonine columns, where you will find the warlike instruments, the dresses, and the triumphal ornaments of the Romans. Buy also the prints and explanations of all those respectable remains of Roman grandeur, and compare them with the originals. Most young travellers are contented with a general view of those things, say they are very fine, and then go about their business. I hope you will examine them in a very different way. Approfondissez everything you see or hear, and learn, if you can, the why and the wherefore. Inquire into the meaning and the objects of the innumerable processions, which you will see at Rome at this time. Assist at all the ceremonies, and know the reason, or at least the pretences of them, and however absurd they may be, see and speak of them with great decency. Of all things I beg you not to herd with your own countrymen, but to be always either with the Romans or with the foreign ministers residing at Rome. You are sent abroad to see the manners and characters, and learn the languages of foreign countries, and not to converse with English in English, which would defeat all those ends. Among your graver company I recommend, as I have done before, the Jesuits to you, whose learning and address will both please and improve you. Inform yourself as much as you can of the history, policy, and practice of that society, from the time of its founder, Ignatius of Loyola, who was himself a madman. If you would know their morality, you will find it fully and admirably stated in Les Lettres d'un Provincial, by the famous Monsieur Pascal, and it is a book very well worth your reading. Few people see what they see, or hear what they hear. That is, they see and hear so inattentively and superficially, that they are very little better for what they do see and hear. This, I dare say, neither is, nor will be, your case. You will understand, reflect upon, and consequently retain, what you see and hear. You have still 2 years good, but no more, to form your character in the world decisively, for within 2 months after your arrival in England, it will be finally and irrevocably determined, one way or another, in the opinion of the public. Devote, therefore, these 2 years to the pursuit of perfection, which ought to be everybody's object, though in some particulars unattainable. Those who strive and labor the most will come the nearest to it. But above all things, aim at it in the 2 important arts of speaking and pleasing. Without them are all your other talents maimed and crippled. They are the wings upon which you must soar above other people. Without them you will only crawl with the dull mass of mankind. Prepossessed by your air, address, and your manners, persuade by your tongue, and you will easily execute what your head has contrived. I desire that you will send me very minute accounts from Rome, not of what you see, but of who you see, of your pleasures and entertainments. Tell me what companies you frequent most, and how you are received. End of section 65, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 66 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 97. London, December 19th, Old Style, 1749. Dear Boy, the knowledge of mankind is a very useful knowledge for everybody, a most necessary one for you, who are destined to an active public life. You will have to do with all sorts of characters. You should, therefore, know them thoroughly in order to manage them ably. This knowledge is not to be gotten systematically. You must acquire it yourself by your own observation and sagacity. I will give you such hints as I think may be useful landmarks in your intended progress. I have often told you, and it is most true, that with regard to mankind, we must not draw general conclusions from certain particular principles, though in the main true ones. We must not suppose that, because a man is a rational animal, he will therefore always act rationally, or, because he has such or such a predominant passion, that he will act invariably and consequentially in the pursuit of it. No, we are complicated machines, and though we have one main spring, that gives motion to the whole, we have an infinity of little wheels, which in their turns retard, precipitate, and sometimes stop that motion. Let us exemplify. I will suppose ambition to be, as it commonly is, the predominant passion of a minister of state, and I will suppose that minister to be an able one. Will he, therefore, invariably pursue the object of that predominant passion? May I be sure that he will do so and so because he ought? Nothing less. Sickness or low spirits may damp this predominant passion. Humour and peevishness may triumph over it. Inferior passions may at times surprise it and prevail. Is this ambitious statesman amorous? Indiscreet and unguarded confidence, made in tender moments to his wife or his mistress, may defeat all his schemes. Is he avaricious? Some great lucrative object, suddenly presenting itself, may unravel all the work of his ambition. Is he passionate? Contradiction and provocation, sometimes it may be too artfully intended, may extort rash and inconsiderate expressions, or actions destructive of his main object. Is he vain and open to flattery? An artful, flattering favourite may mislead him, and even laziness may, at certain moments, make him neglect or omit the necessary steps to that height at which he wants to arrive. Seek first, then, for the predominant passion of the character which you mean to engage and influence, and address yourself to it, but without defying or despising the inferior passions. Get them in your interest too, for now and then they will have their turns. In many cases you may not have it in your power to contribute to the gratification of the prevailing passion. Then take the next best to your aid. There are many avenues to every man, and when you cannot get at him through the great one, try the serpentine ones, and you will arrive at last. There are two inconsistent passions, which, however frequently accompany each other, like man and wife, and which, like man and wife too, are commonly clogs upon each other. I mean ambition and avarice. The latter is often the true cause of the former, and then is the predominant passion. It seems to have been so in Cardinal Mazarin, who did anything, submitted to anything, and forgave anything for the sake of plunder. He loved and courted power, like a usurer, because it carried profit along with it. Whoever should have formed his opinion or taken his measures singly from the ambitious part of Cardinal Mazarin's character would have found himself often mistaken. Some who had found this out made their fortunes by letting him cheat them at play. On the contrary, Cardinal Richelieu's prevailing passion seems to have been ambition, and his immense riches only the natural consequence of that ambition gratified. And yet I make no doubt but that ambition had now and then its turn with the former, and avarice with the latter. Richelieu, by the way, is so strong a proof of the inconsistency of human nature, that I cannot help observing to you, that while he absolutely governed both his king and his country, and was in a great degree the arbiter of the fate of all Europe, he was more jealous of the great reputation of Corneille than of the power of Spain, and more flattered with being thought, what he was not, the best poet, than with being thought, what he certainly was, the greatest statesman in Europe. And affairs stood still while he was concerting the criticism upon the Cid. Could one think this possible, if one did not know it to be true? Though men are all of one composition, the several ingredients are so differently proportioned in each individual, that no two are exactly alike, and no one at all times like himself. The ablest man will sometimes do weak things, the proudest man mean things, the honestest man ill things, and the wickedest man good ones. Study individuals, then, and if you take, as you ought to do, their outlines from their prevailing passion, suspend your last finishing strokes till you have attended to, and discovered the operations of their inferior passions, appetites, and humours. A man's general character may be that of the honestest man in the world. Do not dispute it. You might be thought envious or ill-natured, but at the same time do not take this probity upon trust to such a degree as to put your life, fortune, or reputation in his power. This honest man may happen to be your rival in power, in interest, or in love, three passions that often put honesty to most severe trials, in which it is too often cast. But first analyze this honest man yourself, and then only will you be able to judge how far you may, or may not, with safety, trust him. Women are much more like each other than men. They have, in truth, but two passions, vanity and love. These are their universal characteristics. An Agrippina may sacrifice them to ambition, or a Messalina to lust, but those instances are rare, and in general all they say and all they do tends to the gratification of their vanity or their love. He who flatters them most pleases them best, and they are the most in love with him who they think is the most in love with them. No adulation is too strong for them, no assiduity too great, no simulation of passion too gross, as, on the other hand, the least word or action that can possibly be construed into a slight or contempt is unpardonable and never forgotten. Men are in this respect tender too, and will sooner forgive an injury than an insult. Some men are more captious than others, some are always wrong-headed, but every man living has such a share of vanity as to be hurt by marks of slight and contempt. Every man does not pretend to be a poet, a mathematician, or a statesman, and considered as such, but every man pretends to common sense, and to fill his place in the world with common decency, and consequently does not easily forgive those negligences, inattentions, and slights, which seem to call in question or utterly deny him both these pretensions. Suspect in general those who remarkably affect any one virtue, who raise it above all others, and who, in a manner, intimate that they possess it exclusively. I say suspect them, for they are commonly impostors, but do not be sure that they are always so, for I have sometimes known saints really religious, blusterers really brave, reformers of manners really honest, and prudes really chaste. Pry into the recesses of their hearts yourself, as far as you are able, and never implicitly adopt a character upon common fame, which, though generally right as to the great outlines of characters, is always wrong in some particulars. Be upon your guard against those who, upon very slight acquaintance, obtrude their unasked and unmerited friendship and confidence upon you, for they probably cram you with them only for their own eating. But at the same time, do not roughly reject them upon that general supposition. Examine further, and see whether those unexpected offers flow from a warm heart and a silly head, or from a designing head and a cold heart, for knavery and folly have often the same symptoms. In the first case, there is no danger in accepting them, valeant quantum valere possunt. In the latter case, it may be useful to seem to accept them, and artfully to turn the battery upon him who raised it. There is an incontinency of friendship among young fellows, who are associated by their mutual pleasures only, which has very frequently bad consequences. A parcel of warm hearts and inexperienced heads, heated by convivial mirth, and possibly a little too much wine, vow and really mean at the time eternal friendships to each other, and indiscreetly pour out their whole souls in common, and without the least reserve. These confidences are as indiscreetly repealed as they were made, for new pleasures and new places soon dissolve this ill-cemented connection, and then very ill uses are made of these rash confidences. Bear your part, however, in young companies, nay, excel, if you can, in all the social and convivial joy and festivity that become youth. Trust them with your love tales if you please, but keep your serious views secret. Trust those only to some tried friend, more experienced than yourself, and who, being in a different walk of life from you, is not likely to become your rival, for I would not advise you to depend so much upon the heroic virtue of mankind, as to hope or believe that your competitor will ever be your friend, as to the object of that competition. These are reserves and cautions very necessary to have, but very imprudent to show. The volto sciolto should accompany them. Adieu. End of section 66. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 67 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 98. Dear Boy, great talents and great virtues, if you should have them, will procure you the respect and admiration of mankind, but it is the lesser talents, the leniores virtutes, which must procure you their love and affection. The former, unassisted and unadorned by the latter, will extort praise, but will at the same time excite both fear and envy, two sentiments absolutely incompatible with love and affection. Caesar had all the great vices, and Cato all the great virtues, that men could have. But Caesar had the leniores virtutes, which Cato wanted, and which made him beloved, even by his enemies, and gained him the hearts of mankind, in spite of their reason, while Cato was not even beloved by his friends, notwithstanding the esteem and respect which they could not refuse to his virtues. And I am apt to think, that if Caesar had wanted, and Cato possessed, those leniores virtutes, the former would not have attempted, at least with success, and the latter could not have protected, the liberties of Rome. Mr. Addison, in his Cato, says of Caesar, and I believe with truth, "Curse on his virtues, they've undone his country," by which he means those lesser but engaging virtues of gentleness, affability, complaisance, and good humour. The knowledge of a scholar, the courage of a hero, and the virtue of a Stoic will be admired, but if the knowledge be accompanied with arrogance, the courage with ferocity, and the virtue with inflexible severity, the man will never be loved. The heroism of Charles XII of Sweden, if his brutal courage deserves that name, was universally admired, but the man nowhere beloved. Whereas Henry IV of France, who had full as much courage, and was much longer engaged in wars, was generally beloved upon account of his lesser and social virtues. We are all so formed, that our understandings are generally the dupes of our hearts, that is, of our passions, and the surest way to the former is through the latter, which must be engaged by the leniores virtutes alone, and the manner of exerting them. The insolent civility of a proud man is, for example, if possible, more shocking than his rudeness could be, because he shows you by his manner that he thinks it mere condescension in him, and that his goodness alone bestows upon you what you have no pretence to claim. He intimates his protection instead of his friendship, by a gracious nod instead of a usual bow, and rather signifies his consent that you may, than his invitation that you should sit, walk, eat, or drink with him. The costive liberty of a purse-proud man insults the distresses it sometimes relieves. He takes care to make you feel your own misfortunes, and the difference between your situation and his, both which he insinuates to be justly merited, yours by your folly, his by his wisdom. The arrogant pedant does not communicate, but promulgates his knowledge. He does not give it you, but he inflicts it upon you, and is, if possible, more desirous to show you your own ignorance than his own learning. Such manners as these, not only in the particular instances which I have mentioned, but likewise in all others, shock and revolt that little pride and vanity which every man has in his heart, and obliterate in us the obligation for the favour conferred, by reminding us of the motive which produced, and the manner which accompanied it. These faults point out their opposite perfections, and your own good sense will naturally suggest them to you. But besides these lesser virtues, there are what may be called the lesser talents or accomplishments, which are of great use to adorn and recommend all the greater, and the more so, as all people are judges of the one, but few are of the other. Everybody feels the impression, which an engaging address, an agreeable manner of speaking, and an easy politeness makes upon them, and they prepare the way for the favourable reception of their betters. Adieu. End of section 67. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 68 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 99. London, December 26th, Old Style, 1749. My dear friend, the New Year is the season in which custom seems more particularly to authorize civil and harmless lies, under the name of compliments. People reciprocally profess wishes which they seldom form, and concern which they seldom feel. This is not the case between you and me, where truth leaves no room for compliments. Dii tibi dent annos, deto nam cetera sumes, was said formerly to one by a man who certainly did not think it. With the variation of one word only, I will with great truth say it to you. I will make the first part conditional by changing, in the second, the nam to si. May you live as long as you are fit to live, but no longer. Or may you rather die before you cease to be fit to live, than after. My true tenderness for you makes me think more of the manner than of the length of your life, and forbids me to wish it prolonged by a single day, that should bring guilt, reproach, and shame upon you. I have not malice enough in my nature to wish that to my greatest enemy. You are the principal object of all my cares, the only object of all my hopes. I have now reason to believe that you will reward the former, and answer the latter. In that case, may you live long, for you must live happy. De te nam cetera sumes. Conscious virtue is the only solid foundation of all happiness, for riches, power, rank, or whatever, in the common acceptance of the word, is supposed to constitute happiness, will never quiet, much less cure, the inward pangs of guilt. To that main wish I will add those of the good old nurse of Horace in his epistle to Tibullus. Sapere, you have it in a good degree already. Et fari ut possit que sentiet. Have you that? More, much more is meant by it than common speech or mere articulation. I fear that still remains to be wished for, and I earnestly wish it to you. Gratia and fama will inevitably accompany the above-mentioned qualifications. The valetudo is the only one that is not in your own power. Heaven alone can grant it you, and may it do so abundantly. As for the mundus victus non deficiente crumena, do you deserve, and I will provide them. It is with the greatest pleasure that I consider the fair prospect which you have before you. You have seen, read, and learned more at your age than most young fellows have done at 2 or 23. Your destination is a shining one, and leads to rank, fortune, and distinction. Your education has been calculated for it, and, to do you justice, that education has not been thrown away upon you. You want but 2 things, which do not want conjuration, but only care to acquire: eloquence and manners, that is, the graces of speech, and the graces of behaviour. You may have them. They are as much in your power as powdering your hair is, and will you let the want of them obscure, as it certainly will do, that shining prospect which presents itself to you? I am sure you will not. They are the sharp end, the point of the nail that you are driving, which must make way first for the larger and more solid parts to enter. Supposing your moral character as pure, and your knowledge as sound, as I really believe them both to be, you want nothing for that perfection, which I have so constantly wished you, and taken so much pains to give you, but eloquence and politeness. A man who is not born with poetical genius can never be a poet, or at best an extremely bad one, but every man who can speak at all can speak elegantly and correctly if he pleases, by attending to the best authors and orators, and indeed I would advise those who do not speak elegantly not to speak at all, for I am sure they will get more by their silence than by their speech. As for politeness, whoever keeps good company, and is not polite, must have formed a resolution, and take some pains not to be so. Otherwise he would naturally and insensibly take the air, the address, and the turn of those he converses with. You will, probably, in the course of this year, see as great a variety of good company in the several capitals you will be at, as in any one year of your life, and consequently must, I should hope, catch some of their manners, almost whether you will or not. But as I dare say you will endeavour to do it, I am convinced you will succeed, and that I shall have the pleasure of finding you, at your return here, one of the best bred men in Europe. I imagine, that when you receive my letters, and come to those parts of them which relate to eloquence and politeness, you say, or at least think, What! Will he never have done upon those 2 subjects? Has he not said all he can say upon them? Why, the same thing, over and over again. If you do think or say so, it must proceed from your not yet knowing the infinite importance of these 2 accomplishments, which I cannot recommend to you too often, nor inculcate too strongly. But if, on the contrary, you are convinced of the utility, or rather the necessity of those 2 accomplishments, and are determined to acquire them, my repeated admonitions are only unnecessary, and I grudge no trouble which can possibly be of the least use to you. I flatter myself that your stay at Rome will go a great way toward answering all my views. I am sure it will, if you employ your time, and your whole time, as you should. Your first morning hours I would have you devote to your graver studies with Mr. Hart. In the middle part of the day I would have you employed in seeing things, and the evenings in seeing people. You are not, I hope, of a lazy, inactive turn, in either body or mind, and in that case the day is full long enough for everything, especially at Rome, where it is not the fashion, as it is here and at Paris, to embezzle at least half of it at table. But if by accident 2 or 3 hours are sometimes wanting for some useful purpose, borrow them from your sleep. 6 or at most 7 hours' sleep is, for a constancy, as much as you or anybody can want. More is only laziness and dozing, and is, I am persuaded, both unwholesome and stupefying. If by chance your business or your pleasures should keep you up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I would advise you, however, to rise exactly at your usual time, that you may not lose the precious morning hours, and that the want of sleep may force you to go to bed earlier the next night. This is what I was advised to do when very young, by a very wise man, and what, I assure you, I always did in the most dissipated part of my life. I have very often gone to bed at 6 in the morning, and rose notwithstanding at 8, by which means I got many hours in the morning that my companions lost, and the want of sleep obliged me to keep good hours the next, or at least the third night. To this method I owe the greatest part of my reading, for from 20 to 40 I should certainly have read very little, if I had not been up while my acquaintances were in bed. Know the true value of time, snatch, seize, and enjoy every moment of it. No idleness, no laziness, no procrastination, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. That was the rule of the famous and unfortunate Pensionary de Witt, who, by strictly following it, found time, not only to do the whole business of the Republic, but to pass his evenings at assemblies and suppers, as if he had had nothing else to do or think of. Adieu, my dear friend, for such I shall call you, and as such I shall, for the future, live with you, for I disclaim all titles which imply an authority, that I am persuaded you will never give me occasion to exercise. Multos and felicies, most sincerely, to Mr. Hart. End of section 68. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 69 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 100. London, January 8th, Old Style, 1750. Dear Boy, I have seldom or never written to you upon the subject of religion and morality. Your own reason, I am persuaded, has given you true notions of both. They speak best for themselves, but if they wanted assistance, you have Mr. Hart at hand, both for precept and example. To your own reason, therefore, and to Mr. Hart, shall I refer you for the reality of both, and confine myself in this letter to the decency, the utility, and the necessity of scrupulously preserving the appearances of both. When I say the appearances of religion, I do not mean that you should talk or act like a missionary or an enthusiast, nor that you should take up a controversial cudgel against whoever attacks the sect you are of. This would be both useless and unbecoming your age. But I mean that you should by no means seem to approve, encourage, or applaud those libertine notions, which strike at religions equally, and which are the poor threadbare topics of half-wits and minute philosophers. Even those who are silly enough to laugh at their jokes are still wise enough to distrust and detest their characters, for putting moral virtues at the highest, and religion at the lowest, religion must still be allowed to be a collateral security, at least, to virtue, and every prudent man will sooner trust to 2 securities than to 1. Whenever, therefore, you happen to be in company with those pretended esprits forts, or with thoughtless libertines, who laugh at all religion to show their wit, or disclaim it, to complete their riot, let no word or look of yours intimate the least approbation. On the contrary, let a silent gravity express your dislike, but enter not into the subject and decline such unprofitable and indecent controversies. Depend upon this truth, that every man is the worse looked upon, and the less trusted for being thought to have no religion, in spite of all the pompous and specious epithets he may assume, of esprit fort, free thinker, or moral philosopher, and a wise atheist, if such a thing there is, would, for his own interest and character in this world, pretend to some religion. Your moral character must be not only pure, but, like Caesar's wife, unsuspected. The least speck or blemish upon it is fatal. Nothing degrades and vilifies more, for it excites and unites detestation and contempt. There are, however, wretches in the world profligate enough to explode all notions of moral good and evil, to maintain that they are merely local, and depend entirely upon the customs and fashions of different countries. Nay, there are still, if possible, more unaccountable wretches. I mean those who affect to preach and propagate such absurd and infamous notions without believing them themselves. These are the devil's hypocrites. Avoid as much as possible the company of such people, who reflect a degree of discredit and infamy upon all who converse with them. But as you may sometimes by accident fall into such company, take great care that no complaisance, no good humour, no warmth of festal mirth, ever make you seem even to acquiesce, much less to approve or applaud, such infamous doctrines. On the other hand, do not debate nor enter into serious argument upon a subject so much below it, but content yourself with telling these apostles that you know they are not serious, that you have a much better opinion of them than they would have you have, and that, you are very sure, they would not practice the doctrine they preach. But put your private mark upon them, and shun them forever afterward. There is nothing so delicate as your moral character, and nothing which it is your interest so much to preserve pure. Should you be suspected of injustice, malignity, perfidy, lying, etc., all the parts and knowledge in the world will never procure you esteem, friendship, or respect. A strange concurrence of circumstances has sometimes raised very bad men to high stations, but they have been raised like criminals to a pillory, where their persons and their crimes, by being more conspicuous, are only the more known, the more detested, and the more pelted and insulted. If in any case whatsoever, affectation and ostentation are pardonable, it is in the case of morality, though even there I would not advise you to a pharisaical pomp of virtue. But I will recommend you to a most scrupulous tenderness for your moral character, and the utmost care not to say or do the least thing that may ever so slightly taint it. Show yourself upon all occasions the advocate, the friend, but not the bully of virtue. Colonel Chart, whom you have certainly heard of, who was, I believe, the most notorious blasted rascal in the world, and who had, by all sorts of crimes, amassed immense wealth, was so sensible of the disadvantage of a bad character, that I heard him once say, in his impudent, profligate manner, that though he would not give 1 farthing for virtue, he would give £10,000 for a character, because he should get £100,000 by it, whereas he was so blasted that he had no longer an opportunity of cheating people. Is it possible, then, that an honest man can neglect what a wise rogue would purchase so dear? There is one of the vices above mentioned, into which people of good education, and in the main of good principles sometimes fall, from mistaken notions of skill, dexterity, and self-defence. I mean lying, though it is inseparably attended with more infamy and loss than any other. The prudence and necessity of often concealing the truth insensibly seduces people to violate it. It is the only art of mean capacities, and the only refuge of mean spirits. Whereas concealing the truth upon proper occasions is as prudent and as innocent as telling a lie upon any occasion is infamous and foolish. I will state you a case in your own department. Suppose you are employed at a foreign court, and that the minister of that court is absurd or impertinent enough to ask you what your instructions are. Will you tell him a lie, which as soon as found out, and found out it certainly will be, must destroy your credit, blast your character, and render you useless there? No. Will you tell him the truth then, and betray your trust? As certainly no. But you will answer with firmness that you are surprised at such a question, that you are persuaded he does not expect an answer to it, but that at all events he certainly will not have one. Such an answer will give him confidence in you. He will conceive an opinion of your veracity, of which opinion you may afterward make very honest and fair advantages. But if in negotiations you are looked upon as a liar and a trickster, no confidence will be placed in you, nothing will be communicated to you, and you will be in the situation of a man who has been burned in the cheek, and who from that mark cannot afterward get an honest livelihood if he would, but must continue a thief. Lord Bacon very justly makes a distinction between simulation and dissimulation, and allows the latter rather than the former, but still observes that they are the weaker sort of politicians who have recourse to either. A man who has strength of mind and strength of parts wants neither of them. Certainly, says he, the ablest men that ever were, have all had an openness and frankness of dealing, and a name of certainty and veracity, but then they were like horses well managed, for they could tell, passing well, when to stop or turn, and at such times, when they thought the case indeed required some dissimulation, if they then used it, it came to pass that the former opinion spread abroad of their good faith and clearness of dealing, made them almost invisible. There are people who indulge themselves in a sort of lying which they reckon innocent, and which in one sense is so, for it hurts nobody but themselves. This sort of lying is the spurious offspring of vanity, begotten upon folly. These people deal in the marvelous. They have seen some things that never existed. They have seen other things which they never really saw, though they did exist, only because they were thought worth seeing. Has anything remarkable been said or done in any place, or in any company? They immediately present and declare themselves eye or ear witnesses of it. They have done feats themselves unattempted, or at least unperformed by others. They are always the heroes of their own fables, and think that they gain consideration, or at least present attention, by it. Whereas, in truth, all that they get is ridicule and contempt, not without a good degree of distrust, for one must naturally conclude that he who will tell any lie from idle vanity will not scruple telling a greater for interest. Had I really seen anything so very extraordinary as to be almost incredible, I would keep it to myself, rather than by telling it give anybody room to doubt, for 1 minute, of my veracity. It is most certain that the reputation of chastity is not so necessary for a woman as that of veracity is for a man, and with reason, for it is possible for a woman to be virtuous, though not strictly chaste, but it is not possible for a man to be virtuous without strict veracity. The slips of the poor women are sometimes mere bodily frailties, but a lie in a man is a vice of the mind and of the heart. For God's sake, be scrupulously jealous of the purity of your moral character. Keep it immaculate, unblemished, unsullied, and it will be unsuspected. Defamation and calumny never attack, where there is no weak place. They magnify, but they do not create. There is a very great difference between the purity of character, which I so earnestly recommend to you, and the stoical gravity and austerity of character, which I do by no means recommend to you. At your age, I would no more wish you to be a Cato than a Clodius. Be, and be reckoned, a man of pleasure as well as a man of business. Enjoy this happy and giddy time of your life. Shine in the pleasures, and in the company of people of your own age. This is all to be done, and indeed only can be done, without the least taint to the purity of your moral character. For those mistaken young fellows, who think to shine by an impious or immoral licentiousness, shine only from their stinking, like corrupted flesh in the dark. Without this purity you can have no dignity of character, and without dignity of character it is impossible to rise in the world. You must be respectable, if you will be respected. I have known people slattern away their character without really polluting it, the consequence of which has been, that they have become innocently contemptible. Their merit has been dimmed, their pretensions unregarded, and all their views defeated. Character must be kept bright, as well as clean. Content yourself with mediocrity in nothing. In purity of character and in politeness of manners labor to excel all, if you wish to equal many. Adieu. End of section 100, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 70 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 101. London, January 11th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, yesterday I received a letter from Mr. Hart of the 31st December, New Style, which I will answer soon, and for which I desire you to return him my thanks now. He tells me 2 things that give me great satisfaction. One is that there are very few English at Rome. The other is that you frequent the best foreign companies. This last is a very good symptom, for a man of sense is never desirous to frequent those companies where he is not desirous to please, or where he finds that he displeases. It will not be expected in those companies that at your age you should have the garbo, the disinvoltura, and the leggiadria of a man of 25, who has been long used to keep the best companies, and therefore do not be discouraged, and think yourself either slighted or laughed at, because you see others, older and more used to the world, easier, more familiar, and consequently rather better received in those companies than yourself. In time your turn will come, and if you do but show an inclination, a desire to please, though you should be embarrassed or even err in the means, which must necessarily happen to you at first, yet the will, to use a vulgar expression, will be taken for the deed, and people, instead of laughing at you, will be glad to instruct you. Good sense can only give you the great outlines of good breeding, but observation and usage can alone give you the delicate touches, and the fine coloring. You will naturally endeavour to show the utmost respect to people of certain ranks and characters, and consequently you will show it. But the delicate manner of showing that respect, nothing but observation and time can give. I remember that when, with all the awkwardness and rust of Cambridge about me, I was first introduced in good company, I was frightened out of my wits. I was determined to be, what I thought, civil. I made fine, low bows, and placed myself below everybody. But when I was spoken to, or attempted to speak myself, obstupi seturantque calme, et vox faucibus hesit. If I saw people whisper, I was sure it was at me, and I thought myself the sole object of either ridicule or the censure of the whole company, who, God knows, did not trouble their heads about me. In this way I suffered, for some time, like a criminal at the bar, and should certainly have renounced all polite company forever, if I had not been so convinced of the absolute necessity of forming my manners upon those of the best companies, that I determined to persevere and suffer anything, or everything, rather than not compass that point. Insensibly it grew easier to me, and I began not to bow so ridiculously low, and to answer questions without great hesitation or stammering. If now and then some charitable people, seeing my embarrassment, and being désouvres themselves, came and spoke to me, I consider them as angels sent to comfort me, and that gave me a little courage. I got more soon afterward, and was intrepid enough to go up to a fine woman, and tell her that I thought it a warm day. She answered me very civilly that she thought so too, upon which the conversation ceased, on my part, for some time, till she, good-naturedly resuming it, spoke to me thus: "I see your embarrassment, and I am sure that the few words you said to me cost you a great deal. But do not be discouraged for that reason, and avoid good company. We see that you desire to please, and that is the main point. You want only the manner, and you think that you want it still more than you do. You must go through your novitiate before you can profess good breeding, and if you will be my novice, I will present you my acquaintance as such." You will easily imagine how much this speech pleased me, and how awkwardly I answered it. I hemmed once or twice, for it gave me a burr in my throat, before I could tell her that I was very much obliged to her, that it was true, that I had a great deal of reason to distrust my own behaviour, not being used to fine company, and that I should be proud of being her novice, and receiving her instructions. As soon as I had fumbled out this answer, she called up 3 or 4 people to her, and said, "Savez-vous," for she was a foreigner, and I was abroad, "que j'ai entrepris ce jeune homme, and qu'il le faut rassurer? Pour moi, je crois en avoir fait." Do you know that I have undertaken this young man, and he must be encouraged? As for me, I think I have made a conquest of him, for he just now ventured to tell me, although tremblingly, that it is warm. You will assist me in polishing him. He must necessarily have a passion for somebody. If he does not think me worthy of being the object, he will seek out some other. However, my novice, do not disgrace yourself by frequenting opera girls and actresses, who will require of you sentiments and politeness, but will be your ruin in every respect. I repeat it to you, my friend, if you should get into low, mean company, you will be undone. Those creatures will destroy your fortune and your health, corrupt your morals, and you will never acquire the style of good company. The company laughed at this lecture, and I was stunned with it. I did not know whether she was serious or in jest. By turns I was pleased, ashamed, encouraged, and dejected, but when I found afterward that both she and those to whom she had presented me countenanced and protected me in company, I gradually got more assurance, and began not to be ashamed of endeavouring to be civil. I copied the best masters, at first servilely, afterward more freely, and at last I joined habit and invention. All this will happen to you if you persevere in the desire of pleasing and shining as a man of the world. That part of your character is the only one about which I have at present the least doubt. I cannot entertain the least suspicion of your moral character. Your learned character is out of question. Your polite character is now the only remaining object that gives me the least anxiety, and you are now in the right way of finishing it. Your constant collision with good company will, of course, smooth and polish you. I could wish that you would say, to the 5 or 6 men or women with whom you are the most acquainted, that you are sensible that, from youth and inexperience, you must make many mistakes in good breeding, that you beg of them to correct you, without reserve, wherever they see you fail, and that you shall take such admonition as the strongest proofs of their friendship. Such a confession and application will be very engaging to those to whom you make them. They will tell others of them, who will be pleased with that disposition, and in a friendly manner tell you of any little slip or error. The Duc de Nivernois, ambassador from the court of France to Rome, would, I am sure, be charmed, if you dropped such a thing to him, adding that you love to address yourself always to the best masters. Observe also the different modes of good breeding of several nations, and conform yourself to them respectively. Use an easy civility with the French, more ceremony with the Italians, and still more with the Germans, but let it be without embarrassment and with ease. Bring it by use to be habitual to you, for, if it seems unwilling and forced, it will never please. Omnis aristippum decuit color, et res. Acquire an easiness and versatility of manners as well as of mind, and, like the chameleon, take the hue of the company you are with. There is a sort of veteran woman of condition, who, having lived always in the grand monde, and having possibly had some gallantries, together with the experience of 25 or 30 years, form a young fellow better than all the rules that can be given him. These women, being past their bloom, are extremely flattered by the least attention from a young fellow, and they will point out to him those manners and attentions that pleased and engaged them when they were in the pride of their youth and beauty. Wherever you go, make some of those women your friends, which a very little matter will do. Ask their advice, tell them your doubts or difficulties as to your behavior, but take great care not to drop one word of their experience. For experience implies age, and the suspicion of age, no woman, let her be ever so old, ever forgives. I long for your picture, which Mr. Hart tells me is now drawing. I want to see your countenance, your air, and even your dress. The better they all three are, the better I am not wise enough to despise any one of them. Your dress at least is in your own power, and I hope that you mind it to a proper degree. Yours, Adieu. End of section 70. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 71 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 102. London, January 18th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, I consider the solid part of your little edifice as so near being finished and completed, that my only remaining care is about the embellishments, and that must now be your principal care too. Adorn yourself with all those graces and accomplishments, which, without solidity, are frivolous, but without which solidity is, to a great degree, useless. Take one man, with a very moderate degree of knowledge, but with a pleasing figure, a prepossessing address, graceful in all that he says and does, polite, liant, and in short adorned with all the lesser talents, and take another man, with sound sense and profound knowledge, but without the above-mentioned advantages. The former will not only get the better of the latter, in every pursuit of every kind, but in truth there will be no sort of competition between them. But can every man acquire these advantages? I say, yes, if he please, suppose he is in a situation and in circumstances to frequent good company. Attention, observation, and imitation will most infallibly do it. When you see a man whose first abord strikes you, prepossesses you in his favor, and makes you entertain a good opinion of him, you do not know why, analyze that abord and examine, within yourself, the several parts that compose it, and you will generally find it to be the result, the happy assemblage of modesty unembarrassed, respect without timidity, a genteel but unaffected attitude of body and limbs, an open, cheerful, but unsmirking countenance, an address by no means negligent, and yet not foppish. Copy him, then, not servilely, but as some of the greatest masters of painting have copied others, insomuch that their copies have been equal to the originals, both as to beauty and freedom. When you see a man who is universally allowed to shine as an agreeable, well-bred man, and a fine gentleman, as, for example, the Duc de Nivernois, attend to him, watch him carefully, observe in what manner he addresses himself to his superiors, how he lives with his equals, and how he treats his inferiors. Mind his turn of conversation in the several situations of morning visits, the table, and the evening amusements. Imitate without mimicking him, and be his duplicate, but not his ape. You will find that he takes care never to say or do anything that can be construed into a slight or a negligence, or that can, in any degree, mortify people's vanity and self-love. On the contrary, you will perceive that he makes people pleased with him, by making them first pleased with themselves. He shows respect, regard, esteem, and attention, where they are severally proper. He sows them with care, and he reaps them in plenty. These amiable accomplishments are all to be acquired by use and imitation, for we are in truth more than half what we are by imitation. The great point is, to choose good models and study them with care. People insensibly contract not only the air, the manners, and the vices of those with whom they commonly converse, but their virtues too, and even their way of thinking. This is so true that I have known very plain understandings catch a certain degree of wit, by constantly conversing with those who had a great deal. Persist therefore in keeping the best company, and you will insensibly become like them. But if you add attention and observation, you will very soon become one of them. The inevitable contagion of company shows you the necessity of keeping the best, and avoiding all other, for in every one something will stick. You have hitherto, I confess, had very few opportunities of keeping polite company. Westminster School is, undoubtedly, the seat of illiberal manners and brutal behaviour. Leipzig, I suppose, is not the seat of refined and elegant manners. Venice, I believe, has done something. Rome, I hope, will do a great more, and Paris will, I dare say, do all that you want, always supposing that you frequent the best companies, and in the intention of improving and forming yourself, for without that intention nothing will do. I here subjoin a list of all those necessary, ornamental accomplishments, without which no man living can either please or rise in the world, which hitherto I fear you want, and which only require your care and attention to possess. To speak elegantly, whatever language you speak in, without which nobody will hear you with pleasure, and consequently you will speak to very little purpose. An agreeable and distinct elocution, without which nobody will hear you with patience. This everybody may acquire, who is not born with some imperfection in the organs of speech. You are not, and therefore it is wholly in your power. You need take much less pains for it than Demosthenes did. A distinguished politeness of manners and address, which common sense, observation, good company, and imitation will infallibly give you, if you will accept it. A genteel carriage and graceful motions, with the air of a man of fashion. A good dancing master, with some care on your part, and some imitation of those who excel, will soon bring this about. To be extremely clean in your person, and perfectly well dressed, according to the fashion, be that what it will. Your negligence of your dress while you were a schoolboy was pardonable, but would not be so now. Upon the whole, take it for granted, that without these accomplishments, all you know and all you can do will avail you very little. Adieu. End of section 71. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 72 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 103. London, January 25th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, it is so long since I have heard from you, that I suppose Rome engrosses every moment of your time, and if it engrosses it in the manner I could wish, I willingly give up my share of it. I would rather prodesse quam conspici, put out your time, but to good interest, and I do not desire to borrow much of it. Your studies, the respectable remains of antiquity, and your evening amusements cannot, and indeed ought not, to leave you much time to write. You will probably never see Rome again, and therefore you ought to see it well now. By seeing it well, I do not mean only the buildings, statues, and paintings, though they undoubtedly deserve your attention, but I mean seeing into the constitution and government of it. But these things certainly occur to your own common sense. How go your pleasures at Rome? Are you in fashion there? That is, do you live with the people who are? The only way of being so yourself, in time. Are you domestic enough in any considerable house To be called le petit Stanhope? Has any woman of fashion and good breeding taken the trouble of abusing and laughing at you amicably to your face? Have you found a good décolleteuse? For those are the steps by which you must rise to politeness. I do not presume to ask if you have any attachment, because I believe you will not make me your confidant. But this I will say eventually, that if you have one, il faut bien payer d'attention et de petits soins, if you would have your sacrifice propitiously received. Women are not so much taken by beauty as men are, but prefer those men who show them the most attention. Would you engage the lovely fair? With gentlest manners treat her. With tender looks and graceful air, in softest accents greet her. Verse were but vain, the muses fail, without the graces' aid. The god of verse could not prevail to stop the flying maid. Attention by attentions gain, and merit care by cares. So shall the nymph reward your pain, and Venus crown your prayers. Probatum est. A man's address and manner weigh much more with them than his beauty, and without them, the abbati and monsignori will get the better of you. This address and manner should be exceedingly respectful, but at the same time easy and unembarrassed. Your chit-chat or intrigant with them neither can nor ought to be very solid, but you should take care to dress up your trifles prettily, and make them every now and then convey indirectly some little piece of flattery. A fan, a ribbon, or a head-dress, are great materials for gallant dissertations, to one who has got le temps léger et aimable de la bonne compagnie. At all events, a man had better talk too much to women than too little. They take silence for dullness, unless where they think that the passion they have inspired occasions it, and in that case they adopt the notion that silence in love betrays more woe than words, though ne'er so witty. The beggar that is dumb, we know, deserves a double pity. A propos of this subject, what progress do you make in that language in which Charles V said that he would choose to speak to his mistress? Have you got all the tender diminutives, in eta, ina, and etina, which I presume he alluded to? You already possess, and, I hope, take care not to forget, that language which he reserved for his horse. You are absolutely master, too, of that language in which he said he would converse with men, French. But in every language pray attend carefully to the choice of your words, and to the turn of your expression. Indeed, it is a point of very great consequence. To be heard with success, you must be heard with pleasure. Words are the dress of thoughts, which should no more be presented in rags, tatters, and dirt, than your person should. By the way, do you mind your person and your dress sufficiently? Do you take great care of your teeth? Pray have them put in order by the best operator at Rome. Are you belaced, bepowdered, and befeathered, as other young fellows are and should be? At your age, il faut du brillant, et même un peu de fracas, mais point de médiocre. Il faut un air vif, aise et noble. Avec les hommes, un maintien respectueux et un même thème respectable. Avec les femmes, un craquet léger, enjoué et badin, mais toujours fort poli. To give you an opportunity of exerting your talents, I send you here enclosed a letter of recommendation from Monsieur Villette to Madame de Simonette at Milan, a woman of the first fashion and consideration there, and I shall in my next send you another from the same person to Madame Clerici at the same place. As these two ladies' houses are the resort of all the people of fashion of Milan, those two recommendations will introduce you to them all. Let me know in due time if you have received these two letters, and that I may have them renewed in case of accidents. Adieu, my dear friend. Study hard, divert yourself heartily, distinguish carefully between the pleasures of a man of fashion and the vices of a scoundrel. Pursue the former, and abhor the latter, like a man of sense. End of Section 72. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 73 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 104. London, February 5th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, very few people are good economists of their fortune, and still fewer of their time, and yet of the two, the latter is the most precious. I heartily wish you to be a good economist of both, and you are now of an age to begin to think seriously of those two important articles. Young people are apt to think that they have so much time before them, that they may squander what they please of it, and yet have enough left, as very great fortunes have frequently seduced people to ruinous profusion. Fatal mistakes, always repented of, but always too late. Old Mr. Lowndes, the famous Secretary of the Treasury in the reign of King William, Queen Anne, and King George I, used to say, "Take care of the pence, and the pounds will take care of themselves." To this maxim, which he not only preached but practised, his two grandsons at this time owe the very considerable fortunes that he left them. This holds equally true as to time, and I must earnestly recommend to you the care of those minutes and quarters of hours, in the course of the day, which people think too short to deserve their attention, and yet, if summed up at the end of the year, would amount to a very considerable portion of time. For example, you are to be at such a place by 12, by appointment. You go out at 11 to make 2 or 3 visits first. Those persons are not at home. Instead of sauntering away that intermediate time at a coffee-house, and possibly alone, return home, write a letter beforehand for the ensuing post, or take up a good book. I do not mean Descartes, Malebranche, Locke, or Newton, by way of dipping, but some book of rational amusement and detached pieces, as Horace, Boileau, Waller, La Bruyere, etc. This will be so much time saved, and by no means ill employed. Many people lose a great deal of time by reading, for they read frivolous and idle books, such as the absurd romances of the last 2 centuries, where characters that never existed are insipidly displayed, and sentiments that were never felt pompously described, the oriental ravings and extravagances of the Arabian Nights and Mogul tales, or the new flimsy brochures that now swarm in France of fairy tales, réflections sur la cour et l'esprit, métaphysique de l'amour, analyse des beaux sentiments, and such sort of idle frivolous stuff, that nourishes and improves the mind just as much as whipped cream would the body. Stick to the best established books in every language, the celebrated poets, historians, orators, or philosophers. By these means, to use a city metaphor, you will make 50% of that time, which others do not make above 3 or 4, or probably nothing at all. Many people lose a great deal of their time by laziness. They loll and yawn in a great chair, tell themselves that they have not time to begin anything then, and that it will do as well another time. This is a most unfortunate disposition, and the greatest obstruction to both knowledge and business. At your age you have no right nor claim to laziness. I have, if I please, being emeritus. You are but just listed in the world, and must be active, diligent, indefatigable. If ever you propose commanding with dignity, you must serve up to it with diligence. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. Dispatch is the soul of business, and nothing contributes more to dispatch than method. Lay down a method for everything, and stick to it inviolably, as far as unexpected incidents may allow. Fix one certain hour and day in the week for your accounts, and keep them together in their proper order, by which means they will require very little time, and you can never be much cheated. Whatever letters and papers you keep, docket and tie them up in their respective classes, so that you may instantly have recourse to any one. Lay down a method also for your reading, for which you allot a certain share of your mornings. Let it be in a consistent and consecutive course, and not in that desultory and unmethodical manner in which many people read scraps of different authors upon different subjects. Keep a useful and short commonplace book of what you read, to help your memory only, and not for pedantic quotations. Never read history without having maps and a chronological book or tables lying by you, and constantly recurring to, without which history is only a confused heap of facts. One method more I recommend to you, by which I found great benefit, even in the most dissipated part of my life, that is, to rise early, and at the same hour every morning, how late soever you may have sat up the night before. This secures you an hour or 2 at least of reading or reflection before the common interruptions of the morning begin, and it will save your constitution, by forcing you to go to bed early, at least one night in 3. You will say, it may be, as many young people would, that all this order and method is very troublesome, only fit for dull people, and a disagreeable restraint upon the noble spirit and fire of youth. I deny it, and assert on the contrary that it will procure you both more time and more taste for your pleasures, and so far from being troublesome to you, that after you have pursued it a month, it would be troublesome to you to lay it aside. Business whets the appetite, and gives a taste to pleasure, as exercise does to food, and business can never be done without method. It raises the spirits for pleasures, and a spectacle, a ball, an assembly, will much more sensibly affect a man who has employed, than a man who has lost the preceding part of the day. Nay, I will venture to say, that a fine lady will seem to have more charms to a man of study or business than to a saunterer. The same listlessness runs through his whole conduct, and he is as insipid in his pleasures as inefficient in everything else. I hope you earn your pleasures, and consequently taste them, for, by the way, I know a great many men who call themselves men of pleasure, but who in truth have none. They adopt other people's indiscriminately, but without any taste of their own. I have known them often inflict excesses upon themselves because they thought them genteel, though they sat as awkwardly upon them as other people's clothes would have done. Have no pleasures but your own, and then you will shine in them. What are yours? Give me a short history of them. Tenez-vous votre coin à table, et dans les bonnes compagnies? Y brillez-vous du code de la politesse, de enjouement, du badinage? Êtes-vous galant? Filez-vous le parfait amour? Est-il question de fléchir, par vos soins et par vos attentions, les rigueurs de quelque fière princesse? You may safely trust me, for though I am a severe censor of vice and folly, I am a friend and advocate for pleasures, and will contribute all in my power to yours. There is a certain dignity to be kept up in pleasures, as well as in business. In love, a man may lose his heart with dignity, but if he loses his nose, he loses his character into the bargain. At table, a man may with decency have a distinguishing palate, but indiscriminate voraciousness degrades him to a glutton. A man may play with decency, but if he games he is disgraced. Vivacity and wit make a man shine in company, but trite jokes and loud laughter reduce him to a buffoon. Every virtue, they say, has its kindred vice; every pleasure, I am sure, has its neighbouring disgrace. Mark carefully, therefore, the line that separates them, and rather stop a yard short than step an inch beyond it. I wish to God that you had as much pleasure in following my advice as I have in giving it to you, and you may the more easily have it, as I give you none that is inconsistent with your pleasure. In all that I say to you, it is your interest alone that I consider. Trust to my experience, you know you may to my affection. Adieu. I have received no letter yet from you or Mr. Hart. End of section 73, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 74 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 105. London, February 8th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, you have by this time, I hope and believe, made such a progress in the Italian language that you can read it with ease. I mean the easy books in it, and indeed in that, as well as in every other language, the easiest books are generally the best, for whatever author is obscure and difficult in his own language, certainly does not think clearly. This is, in my opinion, the case of a celebrated Italian author, to whom the Italians, from the admiration they have of him, have given the epithet of Il Divino, I mean Dante. Though I formerly knew Italian extremely well, I could never understand him, for which reason I had done with him, fully convinced that he was not worth the pains necessary to understand him. The good Italian authors are, in my mind, but few, I mean authors of invention, for there are undoubtedly very good historians and excellent translators. The two poets worth your reading, and I was going to say the only two, are Tasso and Ariosto. Tasso's Gerusalemme Liberata is altogether unquestionably a fine poem, though it has some low and many false thoughts in it, and Boileau very justly makes it the mark of a bad taste to compare Le Clinquant Tasse à l'Or de Virgile. The image, with which he adorns the introduction of his epic poem, is low and disgusting. It is that of a froward, sick, puking child, who is deceived into a dose of necessary physic by du bonbon. These verses are these: Così d'allegro fancio porgamo aspersi, di suofi licor gli orli del vaso, succi amari ingannato intanto I bive, I dall'inganno sui vita riceve. However, the poem, with all its faults about it, may justly be called a fine one. If fancy, imagination, invention, description, etc., constitute a poet, Ariosto is, unquestionably, a great one. His Orlando, it is true, is a medley of lies and truths, sacred and profane, wars, loves, enchantments, giants, mad heroes, and adventurous damsels, but then he gives it you very fairly for what it is, and does not pretend to put it upon you for the true epopee, or epic poem. He says, Le don I cavalier, l'arme, gli amori, le cortesi, l'Odyssée impresse, io canto. The connections of his stories are admirable, his reflections just, his sneers and ironies incomparable, and his painting excellent. When Angelica, after having wandered over half the world alone with Orlando, pretends, notwithstanding, Ch'el fiore virginal così avea salvo, come se lo porto dal maternalvo, the author adds very gravely, Forse era ver, ma non però credibile, a chi del senso sui fosse signore. Astolpho's being carried to the moon by St. John, in order to look for Orlando's lost wits, at the end of the 34th book, and the many lost things that he finds there, is a most happy extravagancy, and contains at the same time a great deal of sense. I would advise you to read this poem with attention. It is also the source of half the tales, novels, and plays that have been written since. The Pastor Fido of Guarini is so celebrated that you should read it, but in reading it you will judge of the great propriety of the characters. A parcel of shepherds and shepherdesses, with the true pastoral simplicity, talk metaphysics, epigrams, concetti, and quibbles, by the hour to each other. The Aminto del Tasso is much more what it is intended to be, a pastoral. The shepherds indeed have their concetti and their antithesis, but are not quite so sublime and abstracted as those in Pastor Fido. I think that you will like it much the best of the two. Petrarca is, in my mind, a sing-song, love-sick poet, much admired, however, by the Italians, but an Italian who should think no better of him than I do, would certainly say that he deserved his Laura better than his Lauro, and that wretched quibble would be reckoned an excellent piece of Italian wit. The Italian prose writers, of invention I mean, which I would recommend to your acquaintance, are Machiavello and Boccaccio, the former for the established reputation which he has acquired of a consummate politician, whatever my own private sentiments may be of either his politics or his morality; the latter for his great invention, and for his natural and agreeable manner of telling his stories. Guicciardini, Bentivoglio, Davila, etc., are excellent historians, and deserved being read with attention. The nature of history checks, a little, the flights of Italian imaginations, which in works of invention are very high indeed. Translations curb them still more, and their translations of the classics are incomparable, particularly the first 10, translated in the time of Leo X, and inscribed to him under the title of Collana. That original Collana has been lengthened since, and if I mistake not, consists now of 110 volumes. From what I have said, you will easily guess that I meant to put you on your guard, and not let your fancy be dazzled and your taste corrupted by the concetti, the quaintnesses, and false thoughts, which are too much the characteristics of the Italian and Spanish authors. I think you are in no great danger, as your taste has been formed upon the best ancient models, the Greek and Latin authors of the best ages, who indulge themselves in none of the puerilities I have hinted at. I think I may say with truth, that true wit, sound taste, and good sense, are now, as it were, engrossed by France and England. Your old acquaintances, the Germans, I fear, are a little below them, and your new acquaintances, the Italians, are a great deal too much above them. The former, I doubt, crawl a little; the latter, I am sure, very often fly out of sight. I recommended to you a good many years ago, and I believe you then read, La manière de bien penser dans l'ouvrage l'esprit par le Père Bonheur, and I think it is very well worth your reading again, now that you can judge of it better. I do not know any book that contributes more to form a true taste, and you will find there, into the bargain, the most celebrated passages, both of the ancients and the moderns, which refresh your memory with what you have formerly read in them separately. It is followed by a book much of the same size, by the same author, entitled Suite des Pensées Ingénieuses. To do justice to the best English and French authors, they have not given into that false taste. They allow no thoughts to be good, that are not just and founded upon truth. The age of Louis XIV was very like the Augustan. Boileau, Molière, La Fontaine, Racine, etc., established the truth, and exposed the false taste. The reign of King Charles II, meritorious in no other respect, banished false taste out of England, and prescribed puns, quibbles, acrostics, etc. Since that, false wit has renewed its attacks, and endeavoured to recover its lost empire, both in England and France, but without success, though I must say with more success in France than in England. Addison, Pope, and Swift have vigorously defended the rights of good sense, which is more than can be said of their contemporary French authors, who have, of late, had a great tendency to la faux brillant, le raffinement, et l'entortillement. And Lord Roscommon would be more in the right now than he was then in saying that the English bullion of one sterling line, drawn to French wire, would through whole pages shine. Lose no time, my dear child, I conjure you, in forming your taste, your manners, your mind, your everything. You have but 2 years' time to do it in, for whatever you are to a certain degree at 20, you will be more or less all the rest of your life. May it be a long and happy one. Adieu. End of section 74, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 75 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 106. London, February 22nd, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, if the Italian of your letter to Lady Chesterfield was all your own, I am very well satisfied with the progress which you have made in that language in so short a time. According to that gradation, you will, in a very little time more, be master of it. Except at the French ambassadors, I believe you hear only Italian spoke, for the Italians speak very little French, and that generally very ill. The French are even with them, and generally speak Italian as ill, for I never knew a Frenchman in my life who could pronounce the Italian ce, ci, or ge, gi. Your desire of pleasing the Roman ladies will of course give you not only the desire, but the means of speaking to them elegantly in their own language. The Princess Borghese, I am told, speaks French both ill and unwillingly, and therefore you should make a merit to her of your application to her language. She is, by a kind of prescription, longer than she would probably wish, at the head of the beau monde at Rome, and can consequently establish or destroy a young fellow's fashionable character. If she declares him amiabile e leggiadro, others will think him so, or at least those who do not will not dare to say so. There are in every great town some such women, whose rank, beauty, and fortune have conspired to place them at the head of fashion. They have generally been gallant, but within certain decent bounds. Their gallantries have taught, both them and their admirers, good breeding, without which they could keep up no dignity, but would be vilified by those very gallantries which put them in vogue. It is with these women, as with ministers and favourites at court, they decide upon fashion and characters, as these do of fortunes and preferments. Pay particular court, therefore, wherever you are, to these female sovereigns of the beau monde. Their recommendation is a passport through all the realms of politeness. But then remember that they require minute officious attentions. You should, if possible, guess at and anticipate all their little fancies and inclinations. Make yourself familiarly and domestically useful to them, by offering yourself for all their little commissions, and assisting in doing the honours of their houses, and entering with seeming unction into all their little grievances, bustles, and views, for they are always busy. If you are once benficato at the Palazzo Borghese, you will soon be in fashion at Rome, and being in fashion will soon fashion you, for that is what you must now think of very seriously. I am sorry there is no good dancing master at Rome, to form your exterior air and carriage, which I doubt are not yet the genteelest in the world. But you may, and I hope you will, in the meantime, observe the air and carriage of those who are reckoned to have the best, and form your own upon them. Ease, gracefulness, and dignity compose the air and address of a man of fashion, which is unlike the affected attitudes and motions of a petit maitre, as it is to the awkward, negligent, clumsy, and slouching manner of a booby. I am extremely pleased with the account Mr. Harte has given me of the allotment of your time at Rome. Those 5 hours every morning, which you employ in serious studies with Mr. Harte, are laid out with great interest, and will make you rich all the rest of your life. I do not look upon the subsequent morning hours, which you pass with your cicerone, to be ill disposed of. There is a kind of connection between them, and your evening diversions in good company are, in their way, as useful and necessary. This is the way for you to have both weight and lustre in the world, and this is the object which I always had in view in your education. Adieu, my friend, go on and prosper. Mr. Grevenkopf has just received Mr. Harte's letter of the 19th, New Style. End of section 75. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 76 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 107. London, March 8th, Old Style, 1750. Young as you are, I hope you are in haste to live. By living, I mean living with lustre and honour to yourself, with utility to society, doing what may deserve to be written, or writing what may deserve to be read. I should wish both. Those who consider life in that light will not idly lavish one moment. The present moments are the only ones we are sure of, and as such the most valuable, but yours are doubly so at your age, for the credit, the dignity, the comfort, and the pleasure of all your future moments depend upon the use you make of your present ones. I am extremely satisfied with your present manner of employing your time, but will you always employ it as well? I am far from meaning always in the same way, but I mean as well in proportion in the variation of age and circumstances. You now study 5 hours every morning. I neither suppose that you will, nor desire that you should do so for the rest of your life. Both business and pleasure will justly and equally break in upon those hours. But then will you always employ the leisure they leave you in useful studies? If you have but an hour, will you improve that hour instead of idling it away? While you have such a friend and monitor with you as Mr. Harte, I am sure you will. But suppose that business and situations should, in 6 or 7 months, call Mr. Harte away from you. Tell me truly, what may I expect and depend upon from you, when left to yourself? May I be sure that you will employ some part of every day in adding something to that stock of knowledge which he will have left you? May I hope that you will allot 1 hour in the week to the care of your own affairs, to keep them in that order and method which every prudent man does? But above all, may I be convinced that your pleasures, whatever they may be, will be confined within the circle of good company and people of fashion? Those pleasures I recommend to you. I will promote them, I will pay for them, but I will neither pay for nor suffer the unbecoming, disgraceful, and degrading pleasures (they should not be called pleasures) of low and profligate company. I confess the pleasures of high life are not always strictly philosophical, and I believe a Stoic would blame my indulgence, but I am yet no Stoic, though turned of 55, and I am apt to think that you are rather less so at 18. The pleasures of the table, among people of the first fashion, may indeed sometimes by accident run into excesses, but they will never sink into a continued course of gluttony and drunkenness. The gallantry of high life, though not strictly justifiable, carries at least no external marks of infamy about it. Neither the heart nor the constitution is corrupted by it, neither nose nor character lost by it, manners possibly improved. Play in good company is only play, and not gaming, not deep, and consequently not dangerous nor dishonourable. It is only the interacts of other amusements. This, I am sure, is not talking to you like an old man, though it is talking to you like an old friend. These are not hard conditions to ask of you. I am certain you have sense enough to know how reasonable they are on my part, how advantageous they are on yours. But have you resolution enough to perform them? Can you withstand the examples and the invitations of the profligate, and their infamous missionaries? For I have known many a young fellow seduced by a mauvais honte, that made him ashamed to refuse. These are resolutions which you must form, and steadily execute for yourself, whenever you lose the friendly care and assistance of your mentor. In the meantime, make a greedy use of him, exhaust him if you can of all his knowledge, and get the prophet's mantle from him before he is taken away himself. You seem to like Rome. How do you go on there? Are you got into the inside of that extraordinary government? Has your Abate Foggini discovered many of those mysteries to you? Have you made an acquaintance with some eminent Jesuits? I know no people in the world more instructive. You would do very well to take one or two such sort of people home with you to dinner every day. It would be only a little minestra and macaroni the more, and a 3 or 4 hours' conversation de suite produces 1,000 useful informations, which short meetings and snatches at third places do not admit of, and many of those gentlemen are by no means unwilling to dine gratis. Whenever you meet with a man eminent in any way, feed him, and feed upon him at the same time. It will not only improve you, but give you a reputation of knowledge, and of loving it in others. I have been lately informed of an Italian book, which I believe may be of use to you, and which I dare say you may get at Rome, written by one Alberti, about 80 or 100 years ago, a thick quarto. It is a classical description of Italy, from whence I am assured that Mr. Addison, to save himself trouble, has taken most of his remarks and classical references. I am told that it is an excellent book for a traveller in Italy. What Italian books have you read, or are you reading? Ariosto, I hope, is one of them. Pray apply yourself diligently to Italian. It is so easy a language that speaking it constantly, and reading it often, must, in 6 months more, make you perfect master of it, in which case you will never forget it, for we only forget those things of which we know but little. But above all things, to all that you learn, to all that you say, and to all that you do, remember to join the graces. All is imperfect without them, and with them everything is at least tolerable. Nothing could hurt me more than to find you unattended by them. How cruelly should I be shocked if, at our first meeting, you should present yourself to me without them! Invoke them, and sacrifice to them every moment. They are always kind where they are assiduously courted. For God's sake, aim at perfection in everything. Nil actum reputans si quid superesset agendum. Adieu. Yours most tenderly. End of section 76, read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 77 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 108, London, March 19th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, I acknowledge your last letter of the 24th February, New Style. In return for your earthquake, I can tell you that we have had here more than our share of earthquakes, for we had 2 very strong ones in 28 days. They really do too much honour to our cold climate. In your warm one, they are compensated by favours from the sun, which we do not enjoy. I did not think that the present Pope was a sort of man to build 7 modern little chapels at the expense of so respectable a piece of antiquity as the Colosseum. However, let his Holiness's taste of virtue be ever so bad, pray get somebody to present you to him before you leave Rome, and without hesitation kiss his slipper, or whatever else the etiquette of that court requires. I would have you see all those ceremonies, and I presume that you are, by this time, ready enough at Italian to understand and answer Il Santo Padre in that language. I hope, too, that you have acquired address and usage enough of the world to be presented to anybody, without embarrassment or disapprobation. If that is not yet quite perfect, as I cannot suppose it is entirely, custom will improve it daily, and habit at last complete it. I have for some time told you that the great difficulties are pretty well conquered. You have acquired knowledge, which is the principum et fons, but you have now a variety of lesser things to attend to, which collectively make one great and important object. You easily guess that I mean the graces, the air, address, politeness, and in short the whole tournure and agremens of a man of fashion. So many little things conspire to form that tournure, that though separately they seem too insignificant to mention, yet aggregately they are too material for me, who think for you down to the very lowest things, to omit. For instance, do you use yourself to carve, eat, and drink genteelly and with ease? Do you take care to walk, sit, stand, and present yourself gracefully? Are you sufficiently upon your guard against awkward attitudes, and illiberal, ill-bred, and disgusting habits, such as scratching yourself, putting your fingers in your mouth, nose, and ears? Tricks always acquired at schools, often too much neglected afterward, but, however, extremely ill-bred and nauseous. For I do not conceive that any man has a right to exhibit in company any one excrement more than another. Do you dress well, and think a little of the brilliant in your person? That too is necessary, because it is prévenant. Do you aim at easy, engaging, but at the same time civil or respectful manners, according to the company you are in? These and 1,000 other things, which you will observe in people of fashion better than I can describe them, are absolutely necessary for every man, but still more for you, than for almost any man living. The showish, the shining, the engaging parts of the character of a fine gentleman should, considering your destination, be the principal objects of your present attention. When you return here, I am apt to think that you will find something better to do than to run to Mr. Osborne's at Gray's Inn to pick up scarce books. Buy good books and read them. The best books are the commonest, and the last editions are always the best, if the editors are not blockheads, for they may profit of the former. But take care not to understand editions and title pages too well. It always smells of pedantry, and not always of learning. What curious books I have, they are indeed but few, shall be at your service. I have some of the old Colonna, and the Machiavel of 1550. Beware of the bibliomanie. In the midst of either your studies or your pleasures, pray never lose view of the object of your destination, I mean the political affairs of Europe. Follow them politically, chronologically, and geographically, through the newspapers, and trace up the facts which you meet with there to their sources. As, for example, consult the treaties Neustadt and Abo, with regard to the disputes, which you read of every day in the public papers, between Russia and Sweden. For the affairs of Italy, which are reported to be the objects of present negotiations, recur to the quadruple alliance of the year 1718, and follow them down through their several variations to the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748, in which, by the by, you will find the very different tenures by which the infant Don Philippe, your namesake, holds Parma and Placentia. Consult also the Emperor Charles VI. Act of Cession of the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily, being a point which, upon the death of the present King of Spain, is likely to occasion some disputes. Do not lose the thread of these matters, which is carried on with great ease, but if once broken is resumed with difficulty. Pray tell Mr. Hart that I have sent his packet to Baron Firmian, by Count Einsiedlen, who is gone from hence this day for Germany, and passes through Vienna in his way to Italy, where he is in hopes of crossing upon you somewhere or other. Adieu, my friend. End of Section 77. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 78 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 109. London, March 29th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, you are now, I suppose, at Naples, in a new scene of virtu, examining all the curiosities of Herculaneum, watching the eruptions of Mount Vesuvius, and surveying the magnificent churches and public buildings by which Naples is distinguished. You have a court there into the bargain, which I hope you frequent and attend to. Polite manners, a versatility of mind, a complaisance even to enemies, and the volto sciolto, with the pensieri stretti, are only to be learned at courts, and must be well learned by whoever would either shine or thrive in them. Though they do not change the nature, they smooth and soften the manners of mankind. Vigilance, dexterity, and flexibility supply the place of natural force, and it is the ablest mind, not the strongest body, that prevails there. Monsieur and Madame Fogliani will, I am sure, show you all the politeness of courts, for I know no better bred people than they are. Domesticate yourself there while you stay at Naples, and lay aside the English coldness and formality. You have also a letter to Comte Mahony, whose house I hope you frequent, as it is the resort of the best company. His sister, Madame Beauclerk, is now here, and had I known of your going so soon to Naples, I would have got you, ex abundanti, a letter from her to her brother. The conversation of the moderns in the evening is full as necessary for you as that of the ancients in the morning. You would do well, while you are at Naples, to read some very short history of that kingdom. It has had a great variety of masters, and has occasioned many wars, the general history of which will enable you to ask many proper questions, and to receive useful informations in return. Inquire into the manner and form of that government, for constitution it has none, being an absolute one, but the most absolute governments have certain customs and forms, which are more or less observed by their respective tyrants. In China it is the fashion for the emperors, absolute as they are, to govern with justice and equity, as in the other Oriental monarchies it is the custom to govern by violence and cruelty. The King of France, as absolute, in fact, as any of them, is by custom only more gentle, for I know of no constitutional bar to his will. England is now the only monarchy in the world that can properly be said to have a constitution, for the people's rights and liberties are secured by laws, and I cannot reckon Sweden and Poland to be monarchies, those two kings having little more to say than the Doge of Venice. I do not presume to say anything of the constitution of the empire to you, who are Jesperiortum Germanicorum facile princeps. When you write to me, which by the way you do pretty seldom, tell me rather whom you have seen than what you see. Inform me of your evening transactions and acquaintances, where and how you pass your evenings, what people of learning you have made acquaintance with, and if you will trust me with so important an affair, what belle passion inflames you. I interest myself in what personally concerns you most, and this is a very critical year in your life. To talk like a virtuoso, your canvas is, I think, a good one, and Raphael Hart has drawn the outlines admirably. Nothing is now wanting but the colouring of Titian, and the graces, the morbidezza of Guido, but that is a great deal. You must get them soon, or you will never get them at all. Per la lingua italiana sono sicuro che ne adesso professore, a segno tale ch'io non ardesca dirle altra cosa in quelque lingua sia non. Addio. End of section 78. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 79 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 110. London, April 26th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, as your journey to Paris approaches, and as that period will, one way or another, be of infinite consequence to you, my letters will henceforward be principally calculated for that meridian. You will be left there to your own discretion, instead of Mr. Hart's, and you will allow me, I am sure, to distrust a little the discretion of 18. You will find in the Academy a number of young fellows much less discreet than yourself. These will be your acquaintances, but look about you first, and inquire into their respective characters, before you form any connections among them, and, ceteris paribus, single out those of the most considerable rank and family. Show them a distinguishing attention, by which means you will get into their respective houses, and keep the best company. All those young French fellows are excessively étourdis. Be upon your guard against scrapes and quarrels, have no corporal pleasantries with them, no jeux de main, no coups de chambrière, which frequently bring on quarrels. Be as lively as they if you please, but at the same time be a little wiser than they. As to letters, you will find most of them ignorant. Do not reproach them with that ignorance, nor make them feel your superiority. It is not their faults. They are all bred up for the army. But on the other hand, do not allow their ignorance and idleness to break in upon those morning hours which you may be able to allot to your serious studies. No breakfastings with them, which consume a great deal of time, but tell them, not magisterially and sententiously, that you will read 2 or 3 hours in the morning, and that for the rest of the day you are very much at their service. Though, by the way, I hope you will keep wiser company in the evenings. I must insist upon your never going to what is called the English coffee-house at Paris, which is the resort of all the scrub English, and also of the fugitive and attainted Scotch and Irish. Party quarrels and drunken squabbles are very frequent there, and I do not know a more degrading place in all Paris. Coffee-houses and taverns are by no means creditable at Paris. Be cautiously upon your guard against the infinite number of fine-dressed and fine-spoken chevaliers d'industrie and aventuriers which swarm at Paris, and keep everybody civilly at arm's length, of whose real character or rank you are not previously informed. Monsieur le Comte or Monsieur le Chevalier, in a handsome laced coat, et très bien mis, accosts you at the play, or some other public place. He conceives at first sight an infinite regard for you. He sees that you are a stranger of the first distinction. He offers you his services, and wishes nothing more ardently than to contribute, as far as may be in his little power, to procure you les agréments de Paris. He is acquainted with some ladies of condition, qui préfèrent une petite société agréable, et des petits soupers amiables d'honnêtes gens, au tumulte et à la dissipation de Paris. And he will with the greatest pleasure imaginable have the honour of introducing you to those ladies of quality. Well, if you were to accept of this kind offer and go with him, you would find au troisième a handsome painted strumpet, in a tarnished silver or gold second-hand robe, playing a sham party at cards for livres, with 3 or 4 sharpers well dressed enough, and dignified by the titles of Marquis, Comte, and Chevalier. The lady receives you in the most polite and gracious manner, and with all those compliments de routine, which every French woman has equally. Though she loves retirement, and shuns le grand mot, yet she confesses herself obliged to the Marquis for having procured her so inestimable, so accomplished an acquaintance as yourself. But her concern is how to amuse you, for she never suffers play at her house for above a livre, if you can amuse yourself with that low play till supper, à la bonne heure. Accordingly you sit down to that little play, at which the good company takes care that you shall win 15 or 16 livres, which gives them an opportunity of celebrating both your good luck and your good play. Supper comes up, and a good one it is, upon the strength of your being able to pay for it. La Marquise en fait les honneurs au mieux, talks sentiments, moeurs et morale, interlarded with enjouement, and accompanied with some oblique ogles, which bid you not despair in time. After supper, Pharaoh, Lansquenet, or Quinze happen accidentally to be mentioned. The Marquise exclaims against it, and vows she will not suffer it, but at last is prevailed upon by being assured que ce ne sera que pour de rien. Then the wished-for moment is come. The operation begins. You are cheated at best of all the money in your pocket, and if you stay late, very probably robbed of your watch and snuff-box, possibly murdered for greater security. This, I can assure you, is not an exaggerated, but a literal description of what happens every day to some raw and inexperienced stranger at Paris. Remember to receive all these civil gentlemen, who take such a fancy to you at first sight, very coldly, and take care always to be previously engaged, whatever party they propose to you. You may happen sometimes, in very great and good companies, to meet with some dexterous gentlemen, who may be very desirous, and also very sure to win your money, if they can but engage you to play with them. Therefore lay it down as an invariable rule never to play with men, but only with women of fashion at low play, or with women and men mixed. But at the same time, whenever you are asked to play deeper than you would, do not refuse it gravely and sententiously, alleging the folly of staking what would be very inconvenient to one to lose, against what one does not want to win, but parry those invitations ludicrously, et en badinant. Say that, if you were sure to lose, you might possibly play, but as you may as well win, you dread l'embarras des riches, ever since you have seen what an encumbrance they were to poor Harlequin, and that therefore you are determined never to venture the winning above 2 louis a day. This sort of light, trifling way of declining invitations to vice and folly is more becoming your age, and at the same time more effectual, than grave philosophical refusals. A young fellow who seems to have no will of his own, and who does everything that is asked of him, is called very good-natured, but at the same time is thought a very silly young fellow. Act wisely upon solid principles, and from true motives, but keep them to yourself, and never talk sententiously. When you are invited to drink, say that you wish you could, but that so little makes you both drunk and sick, que le jeu me vend pas la chandelle. Pray show great attention, and make your court to Monsieur de la Guerinière. He is well with Prince Charles, and many people of the first distinction at Paris. His commendations will raise your character there, not to mention that his favour will be of use to you in the Academy itself. For the reasons which I have mentioned to you in my last, I would have you be interne in the Academy for the first 6 months, but after that I promise you that you shall have lodgings of your own dans un hôtel garni, if in the meantime I hear well of you, and that you frequent and are esteemed in the best French companies. You want nothing now, thank God, but exterior advantages, that last polish, that tournure du monde, and those graces which are so necessary to adorn, and give efficacy to, the most solid merit. They are only to be acquired in the best companies, and better in the best French companies than in any other. You will not want opportunities, for I shall send you letters that will establish you in the most distinguished companies, not only of the beau monde, but of the beaux esprits too. Dedicate, therefore, I beg of you, that whole year to your advantage and final improvement, and do not be diverted from those objects by idle dissipations, low seduction, or bad example. After that year do whatever you please. I will interfere no longer in your conduct, for I am sure both you and I shall be safe then. Adieu. End of section 79. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 80 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 111. London, April 30th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, Mr. Hart, who in all his letters gives you some dash of panegyric, told me in his last a thing that pleases me extremely, which was that at Rome you had constantly preferred the established Italian assemblies to the English conventicles set up against them by dissenting English ladies. That shows sense, and that you know what you are sent abroad for. It is of much more consequence to know the mores multorum hominum than the urbes. Pray continue this judicious conduct wherever you go, especially at Paris, where instead of 30 you will find above 300 English, herding together and conversing with no one French body. The life of les milors Anglois is regularly, or if you will irregularly, this. As soon as they rise, which is very late, they breakfast together, to the utter loss of 2 good morning hours. Then they go by coachfuls to the Palais, the Invalides, and Notre Dame, from thence to the English coffee-house, where they make up their tavern party for dinner. From dinner, where they drink quick, they adjourn in clusters to the play, where they crowd up the stage, dressed up in very fine clothes, very ill made by a Scotch or Irish tailor. From the play to the tavern again, where they get very drunk, and where they either quarrel among themselves or sally forth, commit some riot in the streets, and are taken up by the watch. Those who do not speak French before they go are sure to learn none there. Their tender vows are addressed to their Irish laundress, unless by chance some itinerant Englishwoman, eloped from her husband, or her creditors, defrauds her of them. Thus they return home more petulant, but not more informed, than when they left it, and show as they think their improvement by affectedly both speaking and dressing in broken French, hunc tu Romane caveato. Connect yourself, while you are in France, entirely with the French. Improve yourself with the old, divert yourself with the young, conform cheerfully to their customs, even to their little follies, but not to their vices. Do not, however, remonstrate or preach against them, for remonstrances do not suit with your age. In French companies in general you will not find much learning. Therefore, take care not to brandish yours in their faces. People hate those who make them feel their own inferiority. Conceal all your learning carefully, and reserve it for the company of les gens d'église, or les gens de robe, and even then, let them rather extort it from you, than find you over-willing to draw it. You are then thought, from that seeming unwillingness, to have still more knowledge than it may be you really have, and with the additional merit of modesty into the bargain. A man who talks of, or even hints at, his bonne fortune is seldom believed, or if believed, much blamed, whereas a man who conceals with care is often supposed to have more than he has, and his reputation of discretion gets him others. It is just so with a man of learning. If he affects to show it, it is questioned, and he is reckoned only superficial. But if afterwards it appears that he really has it, he is pronounced a pedant. Real merit of any kind, ubi est non potest diu salari, it will be discovered, and nothing can depreciate it but a man's exhibiting it himself. It may not always be rewarded as it ought, but it will always be known. You will in general find the women of the beau monde at Paris more instructed than the men, who are bred up singly for the army, and thrown into it at 12 or 13 years old. But then that sort of education, which makes them ignorant of books, gives them a great knowledge of the world, an easy address, and polite manners. Fashion is more tyrannical at Paris than in any other place in the world. It governs even more absolutely than their king, which is saying a great deal. The least revolt against it is punished by prescription. You must observe, and conform to all the minutiae of it, if you will be in fashion there yourself, and if you are not in fashion, you are nobody. Get therefore at all events into the company of those men and women qui donnent le ton, and though at first you should be admitted upon that shining theatre only as a persona muta, persist, persevere, and you will soon have a part given you. Take great care never to tell in one company what you see or hear in another, much less to divert the present company at the expense of the last, but let discretion and secrecy be known parts of your character. They will carry you much further, and much safer than more shining talents. Be upon your guard against quarrels at Paris. Honour is extremely nice there, though the asserting of it is exceedingly penal. Therefore, point de mauvaise plaisanterie, point de jeu de main, et point de raillerie piquante. Paris is the place in the world where, if you please, you may the best unite the utile and the dulce. Even your pleasures will be your improvements, if you take them with the people of the place, and in high life. From what you have hitherto done everywhere else, I have just reason to believe that you will do everything that you ought at Paris. Remember that it is your decisive moment. Whatever you do there will be known to thousands here, and your character there, whatever it is, will get before you here. You will meet with it at London. May you and I both have reason to rejoice at that meeting. Adieu. End of section 80, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.